In the midst of chaos, a deafening battle cry suddenly erupted, and the man, his head throbbing with pain, abruptly opened his eyes. The next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. He found himself locked in a cage made of rough wood and vines. He kicked the cage twice, but it didn't budge. Looking through the gap, he was completely dumbfounded. Two groups of wild women dressed only in animal skins were fighting each other fiercely, wielding stone axes and bone spears. Moreover, this group of people were actually fighting for him. Then, a wave of unfamiliar memories flooded into Wu Liang's mind. This land is being invaded by an army called the Roland Empire. This war nearly wiped out all the men in the tribes of this land. Reproduction became the top priority for all tribes. Men, therefore, became the most scarce strategic resource. Any single man will spark the fiercest competition among women. Their sole task was to help the women of the tribe reproduce. Once a man becomes so weak that he loses his value, he will be mercilessly killed by the women of the tribe. Holy crap! Even if you're going to kill the donkey after it's done its work, you should at least let it catch its breath. Cold sweat broke out on Wu Liang's back. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice rang in his mind. Ding! Myriad Races Bloodline System activated. Core ability. Conquer beauties and receive double the talent and strength. Unlock the entire tech tree. Skill shop. Unlock skills from the Stone Age all the way to Bronze Age, Industrial Age, Magic Age, and Interstellar Age, enabling one-click civilization advancement. Racial talent. When mates with a strong individual, you can forcibly plunder their talent. New player gift pack has been distributed. Open it now. Wu Liang was overjoyed. Activate. Activate immediately. Gain passive. Bloodline infinite proliferation and soldier production. Body enhancement complete. Current physique. Top-tier professional boxing champion level. A warm current swept through his body, and his power surged instantly. Wu Liang could clearly feel that his muscles were filled with explosive power at this moment. But isn't this passivity still pushing Wu Liang down the path of becoming a top-tier seed sower? Just as he was pondering this, the battle outside the cage was nearing its end. The victorious side quickly began cleaning up the battlefield. Soon, two figures approached the cage. The woman in the lead had long reddish-brown hair, wore leather armor, carried a giant axe, and was tall and wild. Behind her followed a priest in white robes, holding a bone staff, with a mysterious and alluring aura. According to memories and tribal traditions, newly captured men will be enjoyed by the two women of the highest status in the tribe. Come on, at least these two women in front of me look all right. Not as unsightly as the savage women I imagined. Wu Liang licked his slightly chapped lips, a suppressed anger rising inexplicably within him. These two women are undoubtedly the most powerful women in this tribe. Only by defeating them can Wu Liang truly shift from a passive to an active position. The female leader walked to the cage, her sharp eyes scanning Wu Liang as if inspecting merchandise. Get him out. Her voice was slightly hoarse, yet possessed a wild, magnetic quality. Yes, Chief. Several female soldiers immediately stepped forward, chopped off the vines, and roughly pulled Wu Liang out of the cage. His rock-like, well-defined muscles, coupled with his masculine and handsome face and neat buzz cut, instantly made the female warriors around him breathe rapidly. Their eyes held an undisguised, burning desire. Not bad. The female leader examined them carefully and nodded with great satisfaction. Her attitude was as if she were assessing and examining a crucial asset that would determine the tribe's future growth. This was a good harvest. Although the casualties were considerable, it was all worth it. It will allow our tribe to increase its population. Strong man, from now on, you belong to us. The female leader's tone was domineering and unquestionable. She was in a great mood to encounter such a fine woman so soon after assuming the position of leader. Wu Liang didn't answer, only let out a cold laugh. They belonged to them? No. From this day forward, Wei Ziyan and the entire tribe will belong to him. Wu Liang's cold laugh made the female leader, Wei Ziyan, frown. This man seemed quite different from the other men who had been captured. Those other good-for-nothings before, weren't they all trembling with fear, crying and begging for mercy? But he wasn't afraid at all.
Where did a prisoner get his confidence? Just then, ding. The proactive attribute search function has been activated. You can investigate the other party's personal attributes. Do you want to use it now? Use it now. Wu Liang brought up Wei Xian's personal attribute panel, which immediately appeared before his eyes. Name: Wei Xian, race, human, identity, leader of the Blackrock tribe, strength level, LV10. Talent: beast blood burning, greatly increases strength and speed for a short period, leaving the user weakened afterward. Potential assessment S. Predicted first conquest reward. The power and talent belonging to Visian will be returned to the host at double the amount, unlocking 10% progress in the Bronze Age tech tree. S rating. Wu Liang's eyes lit up, and he then shifted his gaze to the white-robed woman next to him, pulling up her personal attributes. Name: Eliza, race, human, identity, high priestess of the Blackrock tribe, strength level, LV7. Talent: blessing and nourishment, LV3. Affinity mark, LV3. Magic type: can form an affinity with the earth and living beings and communicate with them. Potential assessment S. Predicted first conquest reward. Eliza's mental strength and talent will be doubled and returned to the host. The host will gain basic mental strength development and unlock the agricultural technology tree. Magic. This conquest reward is too tempting. Double the opponent's power and talent. Once they're strong enough, who could do anything to them? Wu Liang felt his suppressed rage burning even brighter. He had to win over both Wei Xian and Eliza, not just for the reward, but also to establish his authority. Ding. Main quest issued. Conquer the Blackrock tribe. First stage quest. Completely subjugate the tribal chief, Visian, and make her completely subjugate him, body and soul. Mission reward. Unlocks basic modules of the industrial technology tree, or exploration, basic smelting, forging, and increases physical attributes by 20%. Take him back and clean him up. Seeing Wu Liang staring blankly at them, and then revealing an unpleasant, lewd smile. Wei Xian immediately lost interest and impatiently gave the order. This guy was indeed no different from any other man. Wu Liang did not resist, and allowed the two female warriors to take him back to the tribe and to a stream behind it. The stream was crystal clear, and there were some simple wooden sheds and stone houses around it, which should be the camp of the Blackrock tribe. It was indeed quite primitive. Wu Liang had gained a preliminary impression of this tribe. Take off your clothes and go inside to wash. A female warrior shoved Wu Liang forward and raised her stone spear. Wu Liang glanced at them, his face filled with disdain. Although these two female warriors are decent looking, with strong physiques and a powerful presence, they are still far inferior to Visian and Eliza. Wu Liang whistled as he leisurely washed the blood off his body in the cool stream. A collective gasp of astonishment immediately rose from the surrounding crowd. Not only the two female warriors guarding him, but also the women from other tribes working nearby stopped what they were doing and looked at him intently. With his 1.88-meter height and golden ratio inverted triangle physique, Wu Liang stood out from the crowd as he stood in the stream with his hands on his hips. After undergoing systematic body enhancement, Wu Liang's chest muscles now have smooth and distinct lines, each one like a hard rock, full of explosive power. His handsome, masculine face, coupled with his perfect physique, was a sight to behold for the women of the Blackrock tribe, who were sealed off by the Roland Empire and rarely saw men. The men they had captured before were all thin, weak, and useless. They had never seen a man like this before. So strong. My God, when will it be my turn? This man is even more magnificent than the war god in the tribe's legends. Our chief has really struck gold this time. The women's chatter was undisguised. Their captivated expressions revealed the burning desire in their eyes, as if they couldn't wait to pounce on Wu Liang and devour him whole. Wu Liang enjoyed the gaze. Tonight would be the battle that would change his fate. Half an hour later, after Wu Liang had completely washed up, Wu Liang was escorted back to the camp and locked in a tent by himself. The tent was surrounded by a cage made of sturdy wood to prevent him from escaping. Soon, someone brought food, large chunks of roasted meat, along with a can of water. The taste was quite good. The meat was coated with honey and had a smoky, pine-smoked aroma. The only downside was the lack of salt, making it taste a bit bland. After eating and drinking their fill, as night fell, bonfires and sentry torches were lit all around the tribe. A female warrior escorted Wu Liang out and towards the largest tent in the center. That was the tent of the leader, Wei Xian. High Priestess Eliza was waiting at the tent entrance. She had changed out of her mysterious priest's robes and was now wearing a simple white animal skin dress, revealing her fair shoulders and long legs. Her figure was even more voluptuous than Wei Xian's. Seeing Wu Liang approach, a hint of surprise flashed in Eliza's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "The leader is waiting for you inside," she said in a cool voice. "Remember your duty. For the continuation of the tribe, You must strive to ensure the chief has a bloodline. Don't worry, Wu Liang will do his best. Wu Liang smiled wickedly and winked at her. Eliza was taken aback. It was the first time she had ever seen a capture man react this way. Being suddenly teased like this by a masculine man made her blush and her heart race for no apparent reason. Going quickly, Eliza suppressed the slight tremor in her voice, turned her head, and lifted the tent flap. Wu Liang smiled and walked in leisurely. Inside the tent, an oil lamp cast a dim light. Wei Ziyan was sitting on a stone bed covered with thick animal hides, having changed into a loose leather skirt. She revealed her bronze collarbone and rounded shoulders, her long, reddish-brown hair cascading wetly, exuding a more languid charm than the murderous aura she had during the day. Seeing Wu Liang enter, she raised her eyelids, her gaze still as critical as if she were examining merchandise. "Come here," she beckoned to Wu Liang, issuing a command without any politeness. Wu Liang walked over step by step and stood in front of the bed, looking down at her. He was much taller than Wei Ziyan, who was sitting, and his shadow completely enveloped her. This feeling made Wei Ziyan very uncomfortable, because she was already used to being in control. "Lie down," she ordered again, her tone tinged with impatience. In her view, all this man needed to do was obey orders and contribute his value. However, Wu Liang smiled. He suddenly grabbed Wei Ziyan's chin and forced her to lift her head. Wei Ziyan's eyes widened instantly, filled with shock and anger. No man had ever dared to be so rude to her. She instinctively wanted to explode and teach this guy a lesson. But Wu Liang was faster. His other hand shot out with lightning speed, precisely gripping Wei Ziyan's neck. "What do you want to do?" Wei Ziyan was utterly shocked. It felt like the hunter being attacked by the prey instead. Sensing Wu Liang's overwhelming power, the blood in her body began to boil. Wei Ziyan's eyes were filled with excitement and fervor, yet a hint of admiration appeared on his face. "It has to be me on top. Do you understand?" Wei Ziyan's tone was full of threats and harsh commands. Wu Liang, however, didn't care at all. He leaned down and whispered in her ear, "My lord, it's not you who controls me, but me who conquers you." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable forcefulness. Wei Ziyan's competitive spirit was completely ignited, and she subconsciously tried to break free from Wu Liang's grasp. But Wu Liang countered by pressing her down onto the animal skin bed. The loud commotion made Eliza's expression change outside the tent. She glanced at it and then quickly retreated. The flame of the oil lamp flickered uneasily, casting long shadows of the two men against the tent wall, making them look like two wild beasts locked in combat. Wei Ziyan completely lost her composure. This man's power was domineering and tyrannical, far exceeding her imagination. Each time she resisted, she was suppressed even more forcefully. "Let me go." Wei Ziyan struggled through gritted teeth, her movements becoming increasingly violent. She is the leader of the Blackrock tribe, the strongest person to lead the tribe to survive in the cruel wilderness. How could she be suppressed by a man like this? He was clearly his prey. How could he turn the tables and take control of the situation? Wu Liang laughed mockingly. "Didn't you say I was strong and could last a long time? Are you admitting defeat now?" Wu Liang didn't give her a chance to continue speaking, but instead showed her through his actions who the true ruler of this place was. The pride of the tribal chief was shattered bit by bit at that moment. A strange feeling, unlike anything he had ever experienced before, welled up from the deepest part of Wei Ziyan's heart. It was shock, resentment, and an instinctive awe of the strong. Time slipped away amidst the fierce confrontation. Wei Ziyan went from initially putting up a fierce resistance to struggling helplessly and finally giving up completely. Like a wild beast completely subdued, she could only gasp for breath, letting Wu Liang control the situation. Under this man's brute force, her strength was completely exhausted. Ding! Target Vision's willpower defense has collapsed. Submission level plus 30%. Ding! Submission level has reached 50%. Target is beginning to develop a dependency. Wu Liang smiled with satisfaction. The most effective way to deal with a woman who worships strength is to completely crush her pride with even greater strength. Let her understand who the true strongman is. After an unknown amount of time, the commotion inside the tent finally subsided. Wei Ziyan collapsed onto the animal skin bed, all his strength seemingly drained away. Her long, reddish-brown hair, damp with sweat, clung messily to her cheeks and neck, and the initial sharpness in her eyes was gone. She had lost, utterly and completely. Ding! Wei Ziyan's submission rate has reached 100%. He is deeply shocked. Wu Liang propped himself up, let out a long sigh, and felt a strong sense of victory welling up in his heart. The animal hide bed was in complete disarray, a testament to the intensity of the battle that had just taken place. Wu Liang smiled and leaned down, gazing intently into Wei Xian's eyes. My lord, who do you think should be in charge now? His voice was full of seduction and domineering. From now on, you are Wu Liang's man. Wei Xian's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Her lips moved, but she couldn't utter a sound. She remembered this man's name deeply. Congratulations, host, on completing the first stage of the mission. Completely conquer the tribal chief, Visian, in one fell swoop. Detection indicates that the host has completed the first bloodline link with the high potential target, Wei Shixian, triggering the conquest reward. Double the power and strength of Wei Xian. Level LV20. Double the power and beast blood burning talent of Wei Xian. Level LV20. Unlock the basic modules of the industrial technology tree, or exploration, basic smelting, forging. Wu Liang's eyes lit up instantly. This reward is simply incredible. The next instant, Wu Liang felt a warm current, even more powerful and pure than the previous beginner's gift pack, surge into his limbs and bones. His muscles, bones, and internal organs were being strengthened and modified at an incredible speed. His body, which was already at the level of a top boxing champion, broke through its limits once again. Wu Liang could even clearly hear the cracking sounds coming from his bones, feel his muscle fibers becoming more resilient, and feel his body filled with explosive power. If he could kill a bull with one punch before, now he feels he could crush 10 bulls on the ground at will. More importantly, the industrial technology tree has been unlocked. This means that Wu Liang can lead this tribe, which is still in the Stone Age, directly to a higher level of civilization. This is a complete dimensional reduction attack. System, open my personal attribute panel, Wu Liang silently commanded in his mind. A blue light screen, visible only to him, then appeared before his eyes. Host, Wu Liang, race, human, level, LV20, talent, bloodline infinite proliferation and true production, skill, beast blood burning, LV20. Technology tree, industrial technology tree, basic modules unlocked. Looking at his attributes, Wu Liang nodded in satisfaction. Chief, let's continue. After an unknown amount of time, Wei Xian beside him had long since fallen into a deep sleep, emitting soft snores. Wu Liang's lips curled into a smile. This was only the first one. Next is you, Eliza. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Wu Liang pushed aside Wei Xian, who was clinging to him like an octopus, and got up to leave the tent. Breathing in the fresh air, Wu Liang felt refreshed. How did you manage to come out by yourself? Outside the tent, High Priestess Eliza walked over from a distance. Seeing Wu Liang's radiant appearance, she was completely stunned. Eliza quickly walked into the tent, and the next second, she felt completely numb. Their powerful, proud, and exceptionally brave leader was curled up in the rumpled animal skins, sleeping soundly like a baby, with even a hint of satisfaction on his face. Chapter 4. The leader might need 3 days of rest. Eliza reached out and checked Vision's breathing. Finding it steady, she was just sleeping too soundly. She checked Vision's body again, confirming that apart from exhaustion, he was otherwise unharmed. But the more she confirmed this, the more shocked Eliza became, because she knew Vision all too well. Wei Xian's martial prowess and physique were among the best in the Blackrock tribe. Yet now, this formidable leader had been tormented by Wu Liang to the point of unconsciousness. What exactly happened last night? Is this man really an ordinary person? On this day, the entire Blackrock tribe discovered a strange thing. Their newly appointed, usually strong and diligent leader, Wei Xian, did not patrol the camp as usual. The sun was already high in the sky, but the leader's tent remained quiet. What's going on? Why hasn't the chief come out yet? I don't know. Didn't they capture a man yesterday? I heard he was in the chief's tent last night. Is the leader too tired? Impossible. Don't we know the leader's stamina? She didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights while chasing a saber-toothed tiger. The female warriors huddled together, their faces filled with worry. Their chieftain was the backbone of the entire tribe, and no one wanted anything to happen to her. Just then, High Priestess Eliza emerged from her tent. Her voice was cold, and her brows showed weariness. What are you all doing gathered here? Are you bored? Have the hunting and gathering teams been arranged for today? High Priest. A female warrior captain immediately stepped forward and asked cautiously, Is the chief all right? Eliza replied calmly, The chief needs to rest for a few days. I will temporarily take over the affairs of the tribe during these days. The moment those words were uttered, all the female warriors froze. Almost simultaneously, they looked towards the stream at the man washing himself. At that moment, Wu Liang was washing his face with the icy stream water, inwardly lamenting how troublesome even boiling water was in primitive society. This lifestyle must change. Sunlight fell on Wu Liang, illuminating his well-defined muscles and making them appear powerful. He was full of energy and radiant, showing no signs of having experienced any physical exertion. The contrast left all the female warriors dumbfounded. Eliza couldn't help but shake her head at the sight. She had been equally speechless with shock when she saw Wu Liang walk out so confidently that morning. She walked to Wu Liang's side, and the surrounding female warriors immediately dispersed, though they still peeked from short distance away. Eliza hesitated for a moment before speaking. The leader may need to rest for 3 days. Oh, really? Wu Liang wasn't surprised at all. He just shook the water droplets off his hands. That's good. Let her rest and recover. His nonchalant attitude almost made Eliza choke. But she couldn't unleash her power. According to tribal tradition, the stronger a man was, the greater his value to the tribe. And Wu Liang's performance was far beyond what the word strong could describe. Eliza took a deep breath and said, "Until the chief has an heir, you belong to her alone. Understand? The tribe will arrange a new tent for you. You don't need to do any work. You just need to rest and recuperate." In the resource-scarce Blackrock tribe, the privilege of living alone without having to work was originally reserved for the chief and the high priest. Wu Liang wiped his face and turned to look at Eliza. He was much taller than Eliza, and the imposing presence at close range made her instinctively take a half-step back. Wu Liang asked with a playful tone, "Should I thank you then?" Eliza avoided his gaze and whispered, "This is what you deserve." Wu Liang smiled. "What if I wanted more than this?" Eliza's heart tightened, and she abruptly looked up. "What else do you want?" Wu Liang didn't answer, but stared intently at her. That extremely aggressive gaze made Eliza feel uncomfortable all over, and her ears turned red. She forced a cold tone and said, "Don't dream of anything else. Your current duty is to ensure the leader is the first to bear a child." "I know," Wu Liang replied calmly, withdrawing his gaze. "Never mind, it was bound to happen sooner or later. Take me to see my tent." Seeing that he didn't press her further, Eliza breathed a sigh of relief and immediately turned to lead the way. Soon, the two arrived at a brand new tent. This tent, constructed of sturdy wood and thick animal hides, was much better than the previous makeshift tents. It was also located in the heart of the camp, not far from the tents of the chief and the high priest. Wu Liang glanced at her and laughed. "It seems my status is indeed special." Eliza simply said, "You'll be living here from now on." After saying that, she tried to leave. "Wait," Wu Liang suddenly called out to her. Eliza stopped in her tracks. "What else is there?" Wu Liang smiled faintly. "Tell your leader that I am waiting for her to summon me at any time." Eliza stiffened slightly, but didn't answer, quickly leaving. Wu Liang watched her hurried, retreating figure, a smile playing on his lips. This high priest, it seems, isn't as composed as she appears. After entering the new tent, Wu Liang sat down cross-legged and asked in his mind, "System, what level is my current physical condition within this tribe's sphere of influence?" Ding! Based on current data analysis, the host's pure physical strength, without activating beast blood burning, has already surpassed that of LV-10 Vician. After activating the skill, the host's attributes will reach an extremely terrifying level within 12 minutes, enough to crush any person or beast below LV-20. LV-20? Wu Liang immediately felt more confident. It seems he's now considered a minor expert in this tribal area. At least within the Blackrock tribe, he can practically roam freely. After assessing his own strength, Wu Liang spoke again. "System, displaying the industrial technology tree." Ding! The basic modules of the industrial technology tree have been expanded. Currently available research projects 1, or exploration technology, unlocks basic perception and identification capabilities for common metal or veins such as iron and copper. 2. Primitive blast furnace construction blueprints, unlocks the technology to build a primitive blast furnace. 3. Basic forging technology, unlocks the technology to forge metal blocks into basic tools such as knives, spears, and axes. Looking at the 3 options on the screen, Wu Liang seemed to be deep in thought. As long as they could produce ironware, the Blackrock tribe's productivity and combat strength would undergo a dramatic transformation. By then, these women will only be able to look up to him, worship him, and truly respect him from the bottom of their hearts. From today onwards, let the women of the primitive tribe experience what the power of technology is. Chapter 5. High Priest, when will you summon me? For the next 3 days, Wei Xian did not step out of his tent. High Priestess Eliza temporarily handled all the tribe's daily affairs. This made the women of the Blackrock tribe even more convinced of the rumor. Their leader, after that night, now has difficulty even getting out of bed. Wu Liang has become infamous throughout the Blackrock tribe because of this. For the past 3 days, female warriors have brought the best food to his tent daily. Although salt and flavor are scarce, he has no worries about food and drink. Occasionally, Wu Liang would step out of his tent and wander around the camp, observing how this primitive tribe operated. The Blackrock tribe had about 300 women, mainly divided into hunting teams, gathering teams, and guard teams. Their weapons were very rudimentary, consisting primarily of stone axes, stone spears, and bone weapons. Their lifestyle is extremely primitive. They live in simple animal hide tents and rely entirely on hunting and gathering for food, often going hungry. Elderly or unable to work, members mostly return to nature during the food-scarce winter. It has been 10 years since the Black Rock tribe last captured a male. This is why the tribe's population growth has almost stagnated. Wu Liang was initially puzzled, wondering if there were no male infants born in the tribe. Later, he learned that there were indeed. However, once a male infant was born, he would almost always be fought over by various tribes, making it difficult for him to live to adulthood. In this all-female tribe, competition among men is commonplace. After understanding this, Wu Liang fully realized how important he was to the Black Rock tribe. That evening, Wu Liang was in his tent, using charcoal to write and draw on animal hides, planning the construction of the first rudimentary blast furnace. Just then, the tent flap was lifted and High Priestess Eliza entered. She was still wearing her white animal skin robe, carrying a wooden tray with roasted animal leg and red berries on it. Wu Liang, this is your dinner for today. Eliza put down the tray, her gaze falling on the animal skin. It was covered with symbols and diagrams she couldn't understand at all. She couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" Wu Liang didn't look up, continuing to revise the drawings, something that could make the Black Rock tribe stronger. Eliza frowned. Strength? With these things? Wu Liang put down his charcoal pencil, picked up a piece of grilled meat, took a bite, and said casually, "You could call it knowledge." He was indeed a little tired of the grilled meat. Eliza looked away and got down to business. The leader's health has almost fully recovered. Wu Liang raised an eyebrow. "Your health is all right. It's good that you've recovered. It saves me the trouble of going easy on you tonight." Eliza's cheeks flushed instantly. This man always spoke so directly. Wu Liang wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, stood up, and slowly approached Eliza. The tent was already cramped, and his tall figure brought an instant sense of oppression as he approached. Eliza's heart raced, and her voice trembled. "What do you want to do?" "I don't want to do anything." Wu Liang reached out and gently lifted a strand of her long black hair. Her hair was beautiful, black and shiny, smooth as silk. Wu Liang leaned close to her ear and whispered with a chuckle, "High Priest, when will you summon me?" Eliza froze instantly. The man's breath on her ear made her panic. You finished the leader's task first." Eliza threw down these words and practically fled the tent. Once outside, she clutched her chest, gasping for breath, her cheeks burning hot. Her mind was filled with Wu Liang's deep eyes and the words, "High Priest, when will you summon me?" Wu Liang watched her escape and curled his lip. "High Priestess, huh? Can't even hold on this easily." Just then, the system voice rang out. Ding. High potential target Eliza has shown signs of wavering. Submission level plus 0.2%. Ding. Second stage quest triggered. Conquer the High Priestess. Quest description. Eliza, the High Priestess of the Black Rock tribe, is the symbol of the tribe's wisdom and tradition. By subduing her, you will gain complete control over the tribe's thoughts and beliefs. Please achieve Eliza's complete submission, both physically and mentally, within 3 months. Mission reward. Unlocks basic modules of the agricultural technology tree, land reclamation, basic breeding, livestock domestication. Oh, so you're already wavering? Wu Yang's spirits lifted, and he immediately said in his mind, accept the mission. Conquer the High Priest, reward, agricultural technology tree. This means he can lead the Black Rock tribe to a stable food source, allowing the tribe to truly escape hunger. 3 months? Judging from her current condition, it probably won't take that long. Wu Yang stroked his chin, a smile appearing on his lips. To deal with a priestess like Eliza, who symbolizes wisdom, one cannot rely solely on brute force as one would with a warrior like Vision. He must address the root of the problem. Soon, Wu Yang devised a plan. To completely shake Eliza, he needed to use miracles, things she couldn't comprehend, to overturn her understanding. And this miracle was iron. When stone melts into molten iron in a flame and is then forged into sharp weapons, the impact is enough to make the people of primitive tribes regard it as a god. Wu Yang's gaze fell on the sketch of the rudimentary blast furnace. Before smelting iron, finding iron or resources is the most important thing. But before that, we need to solidify our relationship and finish up things on Wei Xian's side first. Wu Yang looked at the sky gradually darkening outside the tent, stood up, dusted himself off, and walked towards Wei Xian's tent. The guard at the entrance looked at him with awe, and instead of stopping him, he proactively lifted the curtain. Thank you, Wu Yang replied with a smile. Stepping into the tent, a faint, sweet fragrance wafted towards him. Wu Yang remembered that this scent hadn't been there the first time he entered. Was this something she arranged on purpose? At this moment, Wei Xian sat by the bed, just as she had that night, polishing her massive stone axe. The oil lamp illuminated her focused profile, outlining her resolute features and wild allure. She had regained her leader's authority. But when she saw Wu Liang walk in, her body stiffened instinctively, and her grip on the stone axe tightened slightly. The memory from 3 days ago was etched into her bones like a brand. It seems the chief is recovering quite well. Wu Liang chuckled as he walked up to her and casually took the polished stone axe from her hand. Wei Ziyan struggled slightly, but inexplicably didn't resist. Your stone axe is all right, at least sharper than ordinary stones, Wu Liang commented, casually weighing it in his hand. Then, under Wei Ziyan's wide-eyed gaze, he casually tossed aside this rare and fine weapon of the tribe. The stone axe landed on the animal hide with a dull thud. Wei Ziyan's eye twitched slightly. That was her most precious weapon. What are you doing here? Get out. Chapter 6. I'll teach you how to mine and smelt iron. Wei Ziyan stood up, looking at Wu Liang with a cold expression, trying to regain his leader's aura, and said he would send him away. Wu Liang had no intention of leaving, but instead smiled. Hey, don't be so heartless. I'm here to fulfill my duty, of course. Surely the chief isn't so forgetful. He said, approaching step by step. For the sake of the tribe's population, I should work even harder. Didn't the high priest say that you should bear children as soon as possible? Upon hearing this, Wei Ziyan's face flushed instantly. She gritted her teeth and turned her head away, unable to look at him again. She naturally remembered that night vividly. But she was, after all, the leader of the Black Rock tribe. How could she be subdued by a man she had captured? The current situation made it seem as if she were the prey in Wu Liang's eyes, which was hard for Wei Ziyan to accept. She was about to say, you should go back. I'm not in the mood today, when Wu Liang interrupted. You're not in the mood today? It's okay, I'm in the mood. After saying that, Wu Liang suddenly grabbed Wei Ziyan's wrist and pulled her into his arms. Wei Ziyan struggled symbolically for a moment, but Wu Liang quickly subdued her. This man was always so domineering and aggressive, leaving her completely defenseless for a moment. When Wei Ziyan was breathing heavily and her body went limp, Wu Liang released her and then asked, Chief, can you tell me something about the tribe and the Roland Empire? Wei Ziyan asked in confusion. Aren't you from the Roland Empire? Why are you asking this? Wu Liang said calmly, I'm not from the Roland Empire. I've heard about what the Roland people did to you, so I wanted to help you. Hearing this, Wei Ziyan's expression darkened. She broke free from Wu Liang's embrace, walked to the tent entrance, and gazed at the dark night sky, hatred surfacing in her eyes. Help me? What makes you think you can? That's a powerful empire. Their iron hooves are enough to crush everything. Wei Ziyan recounted the past. About 100 years ago, the Roland Empire suddenly appeared on the other side of the Great Wilderness Mountains and began a frenzied attack on various tribes. Their cavalry, clad in silver metal armor and wielding powerful bows, crossbows, and weapons capable of unleashing fire, were unstoppable wherever they went. The war inflicted heavy losses on the tribes of the Great Wilderness Mountains, with almost all the men perishing. The Roland people's objective was clear, to kill the men and plunder their resources. The tribal warriors were no match for them. Stone axes couldn't pierce their armor, wooden spears couldn't get close, while the Rolanders' swords and giant axes were incredibly sharp. The war lasted a long time, and tribes large and small were either destroyed or, like the Black Rock tribe, forced to hide in the deep mountains and eke out a living. Wu Liang frowned. A weapon that can shoot out sparks? That sounded a lot like a musket. In other words, this world had already reached the age of firearms, while Wei Ziyan and her group were still stuck in the Stone Age. The gap between the two sides was too great. No wonder they were being unilaterally crushed. Wei Ziyan sighed. I don't know the specifics either. I only know that the weapon is called the magic alchemy gun by the Roland people, and it can pierce through rocks from dozens of paces away. Moreover, they also have flying steel behemoths that can drop explosive iron balls from the sky. Magical alchemical guns, flying steel behemoths, exploding iron balls. The more Wu Liang listened, the more he felt this wasn't just simple technology. It seemed more like a product of the combination of technology and magic. It seemed the Roland Empire was more complex than he had imagined. Wei Ziyan's expression darkened. We have been fighting, but the tribe's population is dwindling. The Roland people are simply no match for us. Wu Liang said, word by word. No match for us? No. Now that I'm here, you may have a chance to deal with the Roland people's iron hooves. He looked at Wei Ziyan, his tone firm. And what you must do is lead your people to follow me. Wei Ziyan sneered. Follow you? That's right. Wu Liang remained unwavering. I will lead you out of these mountains and reclaim everything that belongs to you. Wei Ziyan immediately became agitated. Are you crazy? Or am I? You're just a tool we captured. Don't spout such nonsense. Get out. Wu Liang didn't refute, but suddenly his aura changed. Right in front of Wei Ziyan, he activated Beast Blood Burning. Beast Blood Burning LV-20 activated. The next second, a pale red aura suddenly erupted. Red patterns appeared on Wu Liang's skin, and a violent aura instantly filled the entire tent. Wei Ziyan's expression changed drastically. Beast blood burning? How could he know such a skill? This was the bloodline inheritance of their clan. Outsiders could never possibly master it. Even more terrifying was that the beast blood burning that Wu Liang released was more ferocious and domineering than hers. Wei Ziyan stared intently at him. Impossible! How can you burn with beast blood? Wu Liang concealed his aura and smiled. This is all thanks to you, my leader. Wei Ziyan was puzzled. Because of me? Wu Liang said calmly. 3 days ago, you and I completed our bloodline connection, allowing me to not only learn the beast blood burning technique, but also surpass you in strength. With that, Wu Liang casually grabbed Wei Ziyan's stone axe and swung it violently out of the tent. The violent force tore through the air, creating a gust of wind that made the entire tent creak and groan. Wei Ziyan was completely stunned. She didn't want to believe it, but the power within Wu Liang was real. At this moment, if she were to subdue Wu Liang, an instinctive fear would rise within her. She couldn't do it. Wei Ziyan stared intently at him. Wu Liang, who exactly are you? Wu Liang said in a deep voice, the one who led your Black Rock tribe to become strong. You only need to believe that I won't harm you. Now, I'm not just a tool anymore, am I? Cooperate with me, and I will lead you to greater strength. These words were resolute, plunging Wei Ziyan into silence. After a long silence, she finally looked up. Wu Liang, I admit your performance tonight surprised me. If you really have this ability, I can cooperate with you. But if you want my people to completely submit and follow you wholeheartedly, you must offer something even more compelling. Wu Liang nodded. Very good, that's enough. He hadn't expected Wei Ziyan to submit completely immediately. Everything would take time. Then, Wu Liang continued. Starting tomorrow, I need you to do one thing. Wei Ziyan took a deep breath. Tell me, as long as it's reasonable, I can cooperate. Wu Liang nodded in satisfaction. Tomorrow, gather the strongest female warriors in the tribe and come with me to a place. I'm taking you to mine a special kind of stone. Mining, iron smelting. Chapter 7. Iron Oregon. The Black Rock tribe camp was bustling with activity early the next morning. The tribespeople were all discussing the commotion Wu Liang had caused in Wei Ziyan's tent the previous night, speculating about the source of the earth-shaking force that had nearly overturned the tent. Many female warriors looked at Wu Liang with strange and surprised expressions, wondering if this man was really that strong. Wei Ziyan ignored the gossip. Early in the morning, she personally selected 50 of the strongest elite warriors from the tribe and assembled them all. High Priestess Eliza was also summoned to the front of the ranks. Looking at the formation, she frowned and asked, Chief, what are you doing? Taking away all the elites. What about the camp's defense? Wei Xian replied with only 4 words, mining, smelting iron. Eliza's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed excitedly, Chief, you've mastered the secret art of iron smelting? That's wonderful. Then we can forge weapons, and the tribe's strength will definitely increase significantly. But Vishen shook his head and looked at Wu Liang, who was walking over, and said, I can't, but he can. It's him again. Eliza immediately showed suspicion. Chief, can we really trust him? Vishen then told her what had happened last night. Eliza's expression changed drastically upon hearing it. How is this possible? This guy has actually surpassed you. Although she still couldn't believe it, since the leader had already made his decision, she could only say, if he can really help us forge ironware, I naturally have nothing to say. At this moment, Wu Liang walked over and looked at Wei Ziyan. Is everything ready? Wei Ziyan nodded. We can set off at any time. Her expression softened considerably when she faced Wu Liang. The surrounding female warriors noticed this and couldn't help but wonder if their leader had actually developed feelings for this man. Wu Liang then looked at Eliza and smiled. The High Priestess is going too? Eliza said coldly. Of course, I want to see what you're up to. Wu Liang didn't care and said directly, then let's set off. Then, Wei Ziyan gave the order to depart. 50 female warriors, carrying their tools, followed Wu Liang out of the camp and headed into the depths of the mountains. Wu Liang's goal was clear. He had already discovered a small open-pit iron mine in a mountain valley 5 kilometers away from the camp, using systematic mineral exploration techniques. Although the reserves were not large, they were sufficient for the current needs of the Black Rock tribe. The group traversed rugged mountains and forests. The female warriors, with their excellent stamina, easily traversed the hills. To their surprise, Wu Liang consistently led the way, his steps steady and calm, without even breaking a sweat. Eliza, on the other hand, was less physically fit and was already panting heavily after less than an hour. Watching Wu Liang's relaxed figure, she had to admit to herself that this man might indeed be extraordinary. About 2 hours later, Wu Liang stopped in front of a mountain hollow. He pointed to a seemingly unremarkable cliff face ahead and said, This is it. The group looked around, but apart from rocks and weeds, there was nothing particularly special about the place. Wu Liang walked to the mountain wall and pointed to several exposed reddish-brown rocks, saying, "See these rocks." The female soldiers leaned closer and saw that most of the rocks were reddish-brown with black stripes, which were indeed different from ordinary rocks. Eliza stepped forward, panting, and asked with a frown, "This is iron ore?" Wu Liang nodded. "That's right, this is iron ore, the ore used to smelt ironware." After saying that, he turned to Wei Zian and said, "Wei Zian, can I borrow your axe for a moment?" Wei Zian was slightly taken aback. This was the first time Wu Liang had called her by her name in public. Without saying much, she tossed the stone axe over. Wu Liang caught it, and under everyone's gaze, raised the axe and smashed it against the mountainside. With a crack, a piece of reddish-brown rock was knocked off. Wu Liang picked up the rock and said calmly, "This is iron ore. After being smelted with fire and special methods, it can be transformed into iron that is much harder than a stone axe." These words immediately caused a stir among the crowd. Stone can be turned into iron? How is that possible? Ironware is made from this kind of stone? Wei Zian took the iron ore, his eyes also filled with surprise. Wu Liang continued to explain. "In the future, we can use this iron to forge knives, axes, spears, armor, and even more things." Eliza's eyes lit up completely. She knew very well that if Wu Liang was telling the truth, the Black Rock tribe could very well become the most powerful tribe in the Great Wilderness Mountains. Wei Zian also understood the importance of this matter and immediately ordered, "Everyone, take a good look at what the iron ore looks like, and remember what Wu Liang said. Everyone start digging." Yes, the 50 female warriors immediately wielded stone axes and pickaxes, clanging and hammering against the mountainside. Although the iron ore was hard and mining was slow, no one complained of being tired. Eliza, watching everyone working so diligently, and then seeing Wu Liang leisurely slacking off on a high place, couldn't help but shout, "Hey, what are you slacking off for?" With a blade of grass in his mouth, Wu Liang declared matter-of-factly, "I don't need to work. You all said so yourselves." Wei Zan immediately called Eliza away. "Never mind him. High Priestess, you come and dig with us." Wu Liang, happy to have some free time, simply found a patch of grass and lay down to sunbathe. Iron ore mining continued until the sun was setting. With the efforts of 50 elite female soldiers, they finally chipped away at over 100 iron ore stones of varying sizes, a fairly good harvest. The return journey was even more difficult than the way there. Each iron or stone was heavy, far heavier than ordinary rocks. Each female soldier carried dozens of kilograms of or on her back, but her face showed no fatigue, only excitement. They all eagerly awaited the sight of these stones being forged into real weapons. Back at camp, the entire tribe was abuzz. The women, seeing the heavy stones the hunting party had carried back, gathered around, discussing them. "What kind of stones are these? Why are they so heavy?" "I heard the chief and his men dug them up from the mountain valley. I think they're called iron ore. What are we doing digging these stones? We can't eat them." Faced with her tribesmen's questions, Wei Zian offered no explanation. Following Wu Liang's instructions, she had all the ore piled up in an open area in the center of the camp. Wu Liang had already chosen the location for the blast furnace. It was a slightly elevated earthen slope, close to a water source, and surrounded by enough trees to burn for charcoal. Chapter 8 Charcoal, Refractory Bricks, starting the blast furnace. Chief of Ulsan, from this moment forward, please designate this area as a restricted zone. No one may approach except those who participated in the construction. Wu Liang pointed to this earthen slope, saying that it would become the starting point for the rise of the Black Rock tribe. "Okay, I'll make the arrangements." Wei Zian immediately arranged for his most trusted guards to completely cordon off the area. "High Priest." Wu Liang then looked at Eliza. "Is there anything I can do for you?" Eliza blinked. Seeing that even the tribal chief, Wei Zian, listened to Wu Liang, she naturally had no reason to refuse. They desperately needed ironware. No one wants to use weapons and tools made of stone and bone forever, and she, who had witnessed Roland's ironclad warriors, knew this very well. "I need a lot of charcoal, the more the better." Wu Liang said, "Please trouble the high priest to arrange for some manpower to cut down a large amount of timber." "Wood? That's easy, I understand." Eliza nodded and quickly made the arrangements. Soon the entire Black Rock tribe was mobilized. Some people went to cut down trees and fell timber, while Wu Liang taught Eliza how to build a charcoal kiln. Eliza was very smart. She understood everything Wu Liang pointed out immediately, without him having to put in much effort. Over 3 days, under Eliza's guidance, the felled trees were stuffed into the charcoal kiln and charcoal was produced using the primitive pile firing method. Meanwhile, Wei Zian and another group of people, under Wu Liang's supervision, built an earthen kiln for firing refractory bricks. When piles of black charcoal and red-hot, hard-fire bricks came out of the furnace, the women of the Black Rock tribe were almost bursting with excitement. They had never seen anything like it before. The charcoal, once burned, was not only durable, but also produced no large open flames and was extremely easy to store. And those cooled firebricks are incredibly hard, making them excellent for building watchtowers, walls, and even houses. When Wei Ziyan and Eliza saw the changes Wu Liang had brought to them, they couldn't help but feel a change in their feelings towards this man. No one viewed Wu Liang as merely a figurehead for the propagation of a tribe's offspring anymore. High Priest, what do you think of Wu Liang? Standing on high ground, Wei Ziyan looked out at the bustling scene in the tribe and suddenly spoke. Him? Not bad. Eliza's gaze fell on Wu Liang, a construction worker who was leisurely strolling in the distance, with a blade of grass in his mouth and his hands behind his back. Wei Ziyan glanced at her and smiled. I have a strange feeling that this man might really be a special gift from God. Perhaps he really can lead us out of this desolate mountain. Eliza paused slightly, then looked at Vision. After half a month of hard work, the first batch of refractory bricks and charcoal has been basically prepared. So Wu Liang officially took out the blueprints for the rudimentary blast furnace for smelting iron ore. The refractory bricks fired earlier were all in preparation for this. Under the leadership of Chief Wei Ziyan, the women began to build the first traditional blast furnace for the Blackrock tribe. A group of people dug a circular pit in the ground, about 1 meter in diameter and about 1.5 meters deep, leaving a ventilation opening and an iron outlet at the bottom. The inner walls of the pit need to be repeatedly coated and compacted with mud mixed with clay and wood ash. Finally, it is dried with fire to increase its high-temperature resistance when a blast furnace melts iron ore. For Wu Liang, this blast furnace was simple, but also very practical. But it still presents a challenge for the women of the Black Rock tribe, who are still living in the Stone Age, especially for ordinary tribespeople. During the construction process, they all became incredibly curious, discussing everything Wu Liang had them do. Why did this man dig such a deep pit? Isn't he the seed we captured? Why are the chief and the high priest both listening to him? Hey, Wu Liang, why are we plastering the walls with mud? Won't they collapse when it rains? What is this small hole for? The female soldiers in charge of the construction kept asking various questions while they worked. Wu Liang was sometimes left speechless by the questions. Knowledge. The old saying is true. Knowledge is always the primary productive force. He was wondering if there was a time when the plan would include a literacy class for this group. Yes, let's hand over the Blue Star civilization to them and give these natives a little shock. Of course, this requires unlocking various key civilization technology trees. The task is arduous and the road ahead is long, but with Wu Yang's own knowledge reserves, it shouldn't be a big problem to do a basic literacy course. Over the next few days, Wu Liang directed the women to work on plastering the walls while explaining the principles of the blast furnace to them in the simplest and most straightforward language. This pit is the furnace through which the gods bestowed strength upon us. The mud was applied to make the furnace stronger and more able to withstand the flames that melt the stone. This small hole is where the wind god blows in divine winds to fuel the flames. He cleverly packaged the physical and chemical principles of Earth into myths that they could understand. The results were surprisingly good. The female soldiers were stunned by what they heard, and they worked even harder. They even felt as if they were building a sacred altar rather than digging a pit and mixing mud. After arranging her charcoal burning work for the day, Eliza also arrived at the construction site of the traditional blast furnace. She stood at a distance, watching Wu Liang calmly direct the female soldiers. He would sometimes bend down to check the depth of the pit, sometimes test the stickiness of the mud with his hands, and sometimes explain something to the female soldiers. Those usually unruly elite warriors are now as docile as lambs in front of Wu Liang. They did whatever Wu Liang told them to do, without any hesitation. Eliza's feelings became increasingly complicated. She found that she seemed to understand this man less and less. He was like a mystery brimming with fatal attraction. I want to untangle him, but I'm also afraid of being devoured by him. Ding! Detected a significant wavering in the mental defenses of high-potential target Eliza. Her submission level plus 0.2%. A system notification suddenly sounded in my mind. Question mark. Wu Liang was stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw Eliza peeking at him. Upon realizing that Wu Liang had discovered her, Eliza quickly turned and left, her steps hurried. Wu Liang frowned. Damn, what's wrong with this woman today? During this time, Wu Liang noticed that the woman would occasionally peek at him, and she would suddenly appear from nearby without him noticing. While you're at it, give him a little bit of subservience. Each time, it only increases by 0.2%, like squeezing toothpaste. Wu Liang shook his head. There was still some time before the deadline for the mission to conquer Eliza. Once we've finished with the iron smelting, dealing with this little vixen will be a piece of cake. The construction work lasted for several days. With everyone's efforts, a rudimentary but structurally sound blast furnace finally rose from the earthen slope in the center of the camp. Everything is ready now, except for the final push. The auspicious time for lighting the iron smelting fire was set on the morning of the third day, according to the calculations of High Priestess Eliza. On this day, the entire Black Rock tribe stopped what they were doing, and everyone gathered around the blast furnace, forming a dense, dark mass. Their faces all wore expressions of tension, anticipation, and reverence. They were all waiting to witness a miracle. Chapter 9, Leaping into Bronze, Escaping the Stone Age. You guys are saying that iron really comes from burning stones? That's amazing. I don't know, but judging from the expressions of the chief and the high priest, it seems to be true. Those charcoal and red bricks are already amazing enough. If we could really refine something 100 times harder than stone, then we... The women's eyes were filled with a burning passion. Wei Xian and Eliza, dressed in solemn sacrificial attire, stood solemnly in front of the blast furnace. Behind her were 50 of the tribe's most elite female warriors, maintaining order with solemn expressions. Wu Liang had a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, his hands in his pockets, waiting listlessly for the ceremony to begin. Ugh! Finally, as the first ray of golden light pierced the clouds, a series of deep and powerful horn sounds resounded over the Black Rock tribe. The auspicious time has arrived. Ignite the fire. Eliza glanced at the sky and solemnly announced in a loud voice. Wei Xian personally picked up a torch that had been prepared beforehand and poked it into the ignition port at the bottom of the blast furnace. Call! The dry firewood and charcoal placed at the bottom of the stove burned fiercely, and a heat wave quickly baked the surrounding air. Pull the bellows. Increase the firepower. Wu Liang reminded the female soldier operating the bellows to shout loudly. Several burly female warriors, who were crouching on one side of the blast furnace, immediately began to push and pull with all their might. Although it was just a simple bellows made of animal hide and wood, it worked surprisingly well. Huff, huff. As the bellows is pulled, strong streams of air are poured into the furnace through the reserved ventilation openings. The flames inside the furnace surged upwards like a thick, fiery python, and scorching waves of air shot out from the top of the furnace, distorting the air itself. The women watching were so frightened by the terrifying sight that they retreated one after another, their faces filled with awe. Now pour in the iron ore. Wu Liang felt that the temperature had reached the ideal state and called another group of people to bring over baskets of iron ore that had already been smashed. Then, it was carefully poured in through a simple feeding chute from the charging port at the top of the blast furnace. Throw in the charcoal. Wu Liang's voice rang out again. Then baskets of black charcoal were poured in. And so, layer after layer of iron ore and charcoal were continuously added. Everyone was busy and sweating profusely from the sweltering air. Time passed second by second, and the fire in the furnace grew stronger and stronger, until the entire blast furnace was glowing red. The women watched nervously, not daring to even breathe. Although Wu Liang's face remained calm, he was actually looking forward to the results of his first iron smelting attempt. He would occasionally walk to the observation port of the blast furnace to observe the temperature and reaction conditions inside from a distance. This rudimentary steelmaking method is really physically demanding. It's fortunate that these female soldiers are strong. Otherwise, just adding the materials and blowing air would have exhausted several groups of people. Wu Liang muttered to himself. Once the industrial technology tree advances further, we need to quickly switch to a safer and more reliable smelting technology. After all, we will need to produce steel in the future, and this kind of rudimentary blast furnace is simply not enough. Wu Liang, how is he? Wei Xian and Eliza stayed by Wu Liang's side, their hearts pounding in their throats. Don't worry, it'll be quick. Wu Liang glanced at Wei Xian, whose cheeks were flushed red from the heat, while Eliza beside him looked equally nervous. Keep blowing air and increase the firepower. The temperature is still a little too high. 2 hours later, the iron ore inside the furnace had finally turned into a bright red liquid, churning at the bottom of the furnace. All right, prepare to tap the iron. A look of joy flashed in Wu Liang's eyes, and he announced loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone nervously looked towards the blast furnace. 2 female warriors, who were already prepared, used specially made stone picks to forcefully pry open the tap hole that was blocked by the mud at the bottom of the furnace. Laugh! As a choking plume of blue smoke rose, molten iron, coated with terrifyingly high temperatures, flowed down a pre-dug channel into a mold made of sand. My God, those stones really melted. What a terrifying temperature. It's so hot. An incredulous gasp erupted from the crowd. Wei Xian and Eliza stared intently at the trajectory of the flowing molten iron, so tense that they almost slowed their breathing. The molten iron quickly filled the sand mold, and Wu Liang directed the female soldiers to seal the tap hole with moist mud. Let it cool down naturally. Following Wu Liang's instructions, everyone watched as the red light inside the mold gradually faded, until the contents of the mold have completely cooled and solidified from liquid iron into a grayish-black block of iron. Is this iron? It doesn't seem to be anything special. Someone in the crowd voiced a question. Wu Liang smiled and said to one of the female soldiers, "Use your sharpest stone axe to chop it down." The female warrior nodded, raised her stone axe, and chopped down fiercely. Clang! The immense recoil made the female warrior's hands go numb, and she staggered back several steps, almost dropping the stone axe from her hand. When she looked down again, she was completely dumbfounded. There was only a faint white mark on the iron ingot, but her proud stone axe had a huge nick in the blade. Hiss! A collective gasp of astonishment filled the air. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. It's too hard. With it, we can make the sharpest weapons. The women were in an uproar. Wei Zian strode forward, squatted down, and gently stroked the still warm, hard iron ingot. The Black Rock tribe finally escaped the Stone Age. And all of this is because of him. She suddenly looked up at Wu Liang, her eyes filled with heartfelt admiration and appreciation. This man didn't boast. He truly brought hope that would change the fate of the tribe. Ding! Detected a significant emotional fluctuation in Wei Zian, indicating deep respect and admiration for the host. Ding! Visian has come to see you as the one who will change the fate of the tribe. You will become the light in her life. Ding! Wei Zian's heart is surging. A strong desire to possess you is stirring within him. Ding! Detected a significant emotional fluctuation in the high-potential target, Eliza. Submission level increased by 20%, indicating she has developed worship and admiration for the host. Ding! Eliza's heart is pounding. A strong desire to possess you is stirring within her. Wu Liang turned to look and saw that both Wei Zian and Eliza were looking at him with flirtatious glances and expressions. Oh my god, these two women couldn't hold on anymore? I haven't even started yet. In the bigger scenes to come, won't you all be screaming and jumping for joy? Strictly speaking, the iron block in front of us can only be classified as white cast iron. It is hard enough, but has very poor ductility and is extremely brittle. To forge a qualified and good weapon, this brittle pig iron must be processed into usable steel. Ding! Host detected to have crossed the Bronze Age and directly completed first iron or smelting. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the Stone Age Terminator achievement. Industrial Technology Tree Rewards. Forging Mastery, Beginner, Skill X1, Complete Set of Cold Weapon Smelting and Forging Blueprints X1. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have achieved the achievement of Iron or Smelter. Industrial Technology Tree Rewards. Annealing Technology X1. Brutal Light Carboizing Steel Forging Technology X1. Ding! You will lead the Black Rock tribe out of the Stone Age. This is a glorious achievement of historical transformation, and it will be forever remembered in the history of the Black Rock tribe. I was just dozing off when my pillow appeared. Hearing a series of reward notifications, Wu Liang was overjoyed. So-called bloomery carbizing steel is made by repeatedly heating, folding, and forging bloomery iron produced by this traditional method in charcoal fire, thereby increasing the carbon content of the iron and making it steel. In this way, under the current smelting conditions, it is possible to create iron weapons and tools with decent performance. As for steel-clad steel, or even steel-filling methods, those will probably only be available after industrial technology has improved. But I'm content. At least we've solved the problem of going from nothing to something. Wu Liang walked up to the iron ingot, looked around at the fervent gazes of the tribe women towards him, and shouted loudly, "This is just the beginning. Increase production and continue smelting iron blocks." Chapter 10. Thank you. I really like this axe. Wu Liang then pointed to a vacant lot next to him and said to Wei Zian, "Chief of Yuthian, I need to build another blacksmith workshop here using the firebricks we make." A blacksmith's workshop? Both Visian and Eliza looked puzzled. It's a place specifically used to forge weapons from smelted iron blocks. Wu Liang explained succinctly. He quickly drew a simple blueprint on the ground with charcoal, a semi-open shed structure that would need to house several stoves with different functions. One is a heating furnace used to reheat iron ingots until they are red hot, and the other is a forging table for forging. Understood. Wei Zian quickly gave the instructions as Wu Liang had requested. I witnessed firsthand the boundless enthusiasm of the women after the successful iron smelting. They seemed tireless in their hard work. In less than half a day, a simple but fully functional blacksmith workshop was erected. Wu Liang arranged for someone to find a huge hollowed-out log and make a piston-type bellows. The piston was made of thick animal hide and wooden planks, and the transmission device was made of flexible vines. As the two female warriors stepped on the pedals, causing the huge piston to move back and forth inside the log cylinder. A powerful gust of air roared out from the vent, directly blowing sparks from the charcoal in the furnace. Wow, this is amazing. The two female warriors were once again amazed by the novel gadgets that Wu Liang had made. With the fire in the furnace sorted out, the next step was to prepare the hammer and anvil. But this became a chicken or egg problem. How can you forge ironware without a hammer? After thinking it over, Wu Liang came up with a solution. He had the women find the largest and hardest granite piece possible, which they would probably have to grind smooth to serve as a temporary anvil. Then they selected several of the strongest female warriors and had each of them wear thick, water-soaked leather robes for protection. After heating the first formed iron ingot until it was red hot, Wu Liang instructed the female soldiers to begin hammering it with stone hammers. Smash it! At Wu Liang's command, several female soldiers swung heavy stone hammers and took turns smashing them down. Clang! 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 The dull thuds of impact were incessant, each blow deforming the iron ingot a little more. The stone hammers kept cracking and breaking under the high temperature. One hammer after another was replaced, and the iron ingots were gradually hammered into long strips. After repeated heating and hammering, the first rough iron hammer gradually took shape. With the hammer, the subsequent forging process became much easier. Wu Liang then used the same method to create a flat anvil, completely replacing the cracked granite. Everything is ready. After making a few more pairs of tongs, Wu Liang placed a red-hot iron block on the anvil. He said to a female warrior named Kayla, who had a knack for blacksmithing, "Kayla, come here, use this hammer to smash this spot." Kayla is a squad leader in the tribal hunting party. She is tall, and her arms are full of explosive power. Yes, she had completely trusted Wu Liang. Although a little nervous, he still picked up the hammer and started hammering. A crisp, loud bang echoed through the workshop, sparks flying everywhere. Okay, that's it. Continue. Wu Liang nodded in satisfaction. Under his guidance, Kayla and several other female warriors began to learn how to forge iron. They started with the simplest things, hammering iron blocks into iron bars, and then hammering the iron bars into sharp spearheads. The workshop echoed with the clanging of hammers and the deafening shouts of women. This was no easy task. The female warriors' faces and bodies were covered in black soot, and their leather armor was soaked with sweat, but their eyes burned with excitement. Once the first batch of a dozen or so sharp iron spearheads were completed, the tribesmen quickly brought over the wooden shafts that had been prepared beforehand, and the iron spears were thus completed. "Bring me a shield, the strongest one possible." Wu Liang looked at Wei Ziyan, and then someone brought out the tribe's sturdiest shield, made of multiple layers of animal hides and wooden planks for testing. A female warrior, holding an iron spear, took a deep breath and thrust it forward with all her might. Puffed, a soft sound. That heavy shield, strong enough to withstand the tusks of wild boars and the claws of black bears, was easily pierced by the iron spearhead like a piece of paper. "Oh my God, it's too sharp. This is 10,000 times more powerful than a stone spear." The crowd cheered wildly. With this weapon, what ferocious beasts or terrifying enemies do they have to fear? Wei Ziyan picked up an iron spear and gripped it in his hand, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. "Wu Liang, the iron spear you made is indeed excellent. From now on, my Black Rock tribe will be invincible in the great wilderness mountain." A glint of shrewdness flashed in Wei Ziyan's eyes. Wu Liang smiled and said, "This is just the beginning. I think you should get a more suitable weapon. A dignified chieftain can't still be using a stone axe, can he?" After saying that, Wu Liang turned around and walked back to the forging furnace. He took a large iron ingot from the furnace, one that had been reserved specifically for Wei Ziyan. "Wait a moment, I will personally forge a weapon just for you." Wu Liang's words made Wei Ziyan pause for a moment, and he was inexplicably moved. For the next few hours, Wu Liang continued to hammer the iron ingot. The skillful technique and strength were like those of an experienced blacksmith, repeatedly folding, hammering, quenching, and hammering the iron block. These movements were all performed in one go, with every detail perfectly executed. Wei Ziyan stood in the closest spot, watching without moving. She looked at the man's focused profile and the muscles bulging on his arm as he swung the hammer. Looking at Wu Liang's eyes, which were reddened by the firelight, his heart suddenly started pounding wildly. This man is forging weapons for her by hand. Finally, as dusk approached, as Wu Liang inserted the forged double-bladed axe into the water to cool it, a large amount of white steam immediately rose into the blacksmith's workshop. As the steam dissipated, a pair of ruggedly designed double-bladed axes finally revealed their true form. The axe was heavy and had smooth lines. Its sharp blade gleamed with a chilling, eerie blue light in the afterglow of the setting sun. The axe handle was made of the hardest wood, wrapped with non-slip leather cord, and had a heavy iron ring inlaid at the end. This way, it can increase the sense of balance when swinging, and it can also be used as a blunt weapon to hit people. What a beautiful axe! When Wei Ziyan first saw the pair of axes, he was deeply impressed, and his eyes were filled with undisguised admiration. Give it a try. Wu Liang smiled and handed the pair of double-edged swords to Wei Ziyan. Good. Wei Ziyan happily accepted the double axes, but immediately felt his arms sink. So heavy. This was at least 10 times heavier than her stone axe, and even with her strength, it was quite difficult for her to hold it. But Wu Liang seemed so relaxed when he held it just now. Wei Ziyan couldn't help but think of what Wu Liang had told her again. Wu Liang's strength had long surpassed hers. It's normal to feel uncomfortable at first. You'll get used to it gradually. Wu Liang clearly saw through Wei Ziyan's thoughts and offered words of comfort with a smile. Wei Ziyan has always had a strong personality, and Wu Liang's words only fueled his competitive spirit. She was an expert with an axe, and after a short while, she quickly mastered the essentials of using a double-edged axe. Holding one in each hand, Wei Shi swung it with great force. The sharp axe blades sliced through the air, almost tearing it apart. The axes seemed to be an extension of her arms, transmitting the power she wielded to its fullest extent. Wei Ziyan walked to a huge rock next to him, and instantly activated the beast blood-burning skill, slamming his 2 battle axes into the rock. Bang! Stone fragments flew everywhere, and large rocks shattered with a single blow. Good. The leader is mighty. Wei Ziyan himself was stunned, and his love for the pair of axes grew even stronger. Thank you. I really like this axe. Wei Ziyan turned back to Wu Liang with a sincere smile, his eyes filled with gratitude. Eliza stared at Wu Liang intently, remaining silent. That night, the Black Rock tribe held a grand bonfire party. Wei Ziyan was in a great mood tonight, downing glass after glass of fruit wine. The women gathered around a roaring bonfire, eating roasted meat and drinking fruit wine, singing loudly to celebrate the great achievements of the day. Everyone was delighted, and when the atmosphere reached its climax, Wei Ziyan pushed through the crowd and walked up to Wu Liang, pulling him out of a group of women who were getting drunk. With a hint of intoxication on her wild and alluring face, she domineeringly lifted Wu Liang's chin. Come on, follow me into the tent. Chapter 11 High Priest. Did you enjoy eavesdropping last night? Oh, wow. The leader is mighty. Wu Liang, you'd better do your best. Ha ha. The leader has obtained a great treasure today. He must find a place to test its power. Wu Liang looked at Wei Ziyan, this woman full of wild charm, his eyes filled with undisguised desire. What? Can't wait any longer. Wu Liang wrapped his arms around her waist and whispered in Wei Ziyan's ear. The warmth made Wei Ziyan tremble and her cheeks flush. That's right, I can't wait. Wei Ziyan cleared his throat and shouted out boldly. Tonight, I'm going to show you just how powerful I really am. Ignoring the commotion, Wei Ziyan grabbed Wu Liang and strode into her tent. Eliza, standing in the crowd, held a glass of fruit wine and watched the 2 figures leave with a complex expression. Several female soldiers gathered around her. High Priest, look at the chief. She's becoming more and more dependent on that man. Yes, the previous leaders were never like this now. Eliza didn't say anything, but simply drank the fruit wine in her glass in one gulp. The spicy liquid slid down her throat, but it couldn't suppress the inexplicable irritation in her heart. She felt somewhat disappointed and even a little jealous. High Priest, are you feeling unwell? A female soldier asked curiously. It's nothing, it's just a bit hot. Eliza shook her head and stood up. You guys continue playing. After saying that, she turned to leave, but stopped as she passed Wei Ziyan's tent. The firelight inside the tent illuminated 2 figures, and the sound of their voices could be faintly heard. Eliza's heart skipped a beat, and she crept closer, hiding behind a huge rock. Wei Shi was taking off his leather armor. I'm very happy today. Wei Ziyan unfastened the leather armor buckles on his body, his voice carrying a hint of satisfied sigh. Is it because of those 2 axes? Wu Liang looked at her with great interest. Yes and no. Ziyan removed her heavy leather armor, revealing a linen lining soaked with sweat that accentuated her powerful and athletic physique. What makes me happy is that I see hope. She walked up to Wu Liang and actually reached out to touch the man's cheek. Wu Liang, you gave me this hope. Wu Liang grabbed her hand and smiled. Hope doesn't come for free. It always comes at a price. I know. With a sudden burst of strength, Wei Ziyan pushed Wu Liang down onto the large bed covered with thick animal hides behind him, then straddled him, looking down at him. Tonight, I will pay the price. I'll show you how the queen of the Black Rock tribe pays the price. Outside the tent, Eliza, hiding behind a rock, heard the entire conversation inside. Her cheeks instantly felt like they were burning. How could Wei Ziyan do this? Eliza pressed her ear even closer. Ding! High potential target, Eliza, has been detected to be experiencing drastic emotional fluctuations, and her defenses have cracked. Submission level plus 0.5%. Ding. High potential target Eliza has been mentally severely impacted. Her submission level plus 0.3%. Ding. Unknown associations detected with the high potential target Eliza. Submission level plus 0.7%. Ding. Submission level plus 0.4%. Inside the tent, Wu Liang was enjoying the unprecedented passion of the Wild Queen when a series of rapid system notifications suddenly rang in his mind. Like spamming. Although each edition is small, the advantage lies in its continuous nature. Wu Liang was slightly taken aback, but then he understood. This little vixen, she was actually eavesdropping outside? The smile on his lips widened. The commotion inside the tent became even more unrestrained. Outside, Eliza leaned against the cold rocks, barely managing to keep herself from slipping and falling. I can't listen to this anymore. I'll go crazy. Eliza fled back to her tent, threw herself on her bed, and tightly covered her head with the animal skin blanket. The voice kept echoing in my mind, and I couldn't shake it off. This night was destined to be a sleepless one for Eliza. My lord, who is stronger now? Wu Liang looked at Wei Xian, who was lying there panting like a lump of mud beside him, and smiled with satisfaction. If I had a cigarette at this moment, it would be perfect. Wei Shi rolled her eyes at him and gave a soft Wu Liang was in a great mood. He could sense that after tonight, Wei Xian had been completely conquered. And the high priest eavesdropping outside the tent? Take it one at a time, no rush. Wu Liang lay on the soft animal hide and began to plan his next move. Now that we have the iron tools, the next step is to comprehensively enhance the tribe's hard and soft power. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Wu Liang walked out of the chieftain's tent feeling refreshed and relaxed, stretching out with a big yawn, feeling completely at ease. Inside the tent, Wei Xian was still fast asleep, a satisfied smile on his lips. But the weariness that couldn't be hidden between his brows showed the extent of the price he paid last night. The women in the tribe were no longer as shocked as they had initially thought. Instead, his eyes were filled with a sense of envy and even a feeling of taking it for granted. In their view, a powerful man should have the most powerful woman. The leader's condition precisely proves Wu Liang's strength. After washing up by the stream, Wu Liang was about to go to the blacksmith's workshop to check on today's production progress when he bumped into Eliza. Upon seeing Wu Liang, she avoided eye contact, her gaze darting away. Good morning, High Priest. Wu Liang greeted him with a smile. Didn't sleep well last night? Seeing the High Priest with prominent dark circles under his eyes and a somewhat haggard appearance, Wu Liang smiled mockingly. Eliza's cheeks flushed slightly. She barely slept a wink last night after returning home, her mind filled with Wu Liang's despicable commotion. I was just praying for the future of the tribe, so I went to bed a little late. Eliza tried to remain calm as she explained, but her voice grew even softer. Oh, is that so? Wu Liang leaned closer and lowered his voice. I thought the High Priest was so interested in last night's battle that he eavesdropped all night. You're talking nonsense. Eliza's voice became sharper, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I was just kidding. Why are you so nervous? Seeing her adorable, fierce yet cowardly demeanor, Wu Liang was overjoyed. He immediately waved his hand and echoed Eliza with a serious expression. That's right. High Priest, you're so holy, you certainly wouldn't do something like eavesdropping on other people's conversations, right? Eliza blushed with anger, her chest heaving violently. That damn guy, he must have found out last night. Damn it. Does this guy have eyes outside the tent too? Even though I hid myself very well, I was still discovered. That's so embarrassing. Boring. Eliza wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. He glared at Wu Liang and turned to run away. Hey, don't go, High Priest. Wu Liang grabbed her wrist. Eliza's wrist was slender and cool, and the soft, smooth touch made Wu Liang's heart flutter. Compared to Vision's strength and wildness, Eliza felt to him like a clear spring. What are you doing? Let me go. Chapter 12. Don't push Eliza too hard. Eliza was grabbed by Wu Liang's large hand and struggled desperately to break free as if she had been electrocuted. Don't be nervous. I just want to talk to you about serious matters. Wu Liang released his hand, and the smile on his face faded somewhat. Eliza looked at him with suspicion. Chief Wei Xian probably needs to rest and recuperate properly these days. Wu Liang said, You'll need to take good care of many things in the tribe. This is my duty. She nodded, her tone softening. A tribe cannot become powerful simply by having weapons. Wu Liang continued. Do you know what's most important for a tribe to truly establish itself in the long run? Eliza thought for a moment. Of course, it's population and food. That's right. Wu Liang nodded approvingly. I'm working on the population issue. As he said this, he gave Eliza a meaningful glance. This made Eliza's cheeks, which had just calmed down, start to burn again. As for food, Relying solely on hunting is too unreliable. Wu Liang walked to an open space nearby. This land is very fertile. If we start farming now, we'll never have to worry about going hungry again. Grow your own land? Eliza frowned. It's about finding the seeds of various plants, sowing them, letting them grow and mature, and then harvesting and storing them. Wu Liang smiled, squatted down, and grabbed a handful of soil. Don't worry, I can teach you how to grow it. In this way, we can grow what we want to grow and make it grow more, bigger, and tastier than wild ones. Eliza was confused. Grow them ourselves? But plant growth is determined by the earth. How can we interfere? Who says you can't? Wu Liang smiled. The earth can also be pleased. As long as we understand her temperament and know what she likes, we can make her bear abundant fruit for us. It's just like people understand. Eliza seemed to understand, but not quite, and felt that Wu Liang's words had a hidden meaning. Wu Liang shared some basic agricultural knowledge with Eliza, who listened intently. For example, how to cultivate the land, how to fertilize, how to irrigate when to sow, and how to maintain and harvest. Eliza listened completely stunned. Every word Wu Liang uttered seemed to open a door to a new world for her. This knowledge was something she had never encountered before. Who taught you all this? Eliza couldn't help but ask. The way she looked at Wu Liang had changed. She had let down her guard and was now filled with curiosity and curiosity. A very powerful old man. Wu Liang made up a story off the top of his head. Looking into Eliza's eager eyes, he had already made his judgment. This woman is indeed different from Wei Ziyan. Wei Ziyan is a typical warrior who worships absolute power and can subdue her with strength. This Eliza, however, is more like a scholar. As a priestess, her pride comes from her wisdom and faith. If we use the same old methods, like we did with visions, to deal with her by brute force, it will only make her resent us. To conquer this woman, you must utterly defeat her on a spiritual level, in the very field of her pride intellectual power. Let her understand that her little knowledge is utterly insignificant in front of me, Wu Liang. This way, Eliza will develop a sense of admiration for him, and only then will she be willing to open her heart. Yes, this little vixen does have a bit of a haughty personality. Having figured this out, Wu Liang's strategy became clearer. He noticed a speck of ash on Eliza's face and gently wiped it away on her delicate cheek. It's dirty here. Wu Liang's movements were natural and gentle. Eliza was startled, feeling a tingling sensation quickly spread from her cheek throughout her body. What are you doing? Eliza felt inexplicably panicked. Her heart raced, and her mind went blank. By the time she realized what was happening, Wu Liang had already withdrawn his hand. He held a tiny speck of black ash between his fingertips and waved it in front of her. Is the high priest so cowardly? Well, look. Wu Liang smiled, and his smile looked especially handsome in the morning sunlight. Eliza jumped back like a startled fawn. You. Eliza stammered, covering her face, glaring at Wu Liang with a mixture of shame and anger. You're already so familiar with each other. Why is the high priest still shy? Wu Liang shrugged. He decided to stop teasing her and turned to walk towards the blacksmith's workshop. Eliza covered her burning cheeks, her feelings extremely complicated. This man sometimes infuriated her, and other times he seemed like a wise man, inspiring a strange sense of admiration in her. Eliza found herself really wanting to get to know him better. She looked down at her hands and remembered what Wu Liang had just said about farming. Perhaps she should give it a try? As Wu Liang walked, he was making plans in his mind. A proud woman shouldn't be pushed too hard. You need to keep her in suspense, playing hard to get. Let's start by promising her something lucrative about agriculture, just to get her excited. After some time, I'll find another opportunity to flirt with her. I'm not afraid she won't take the bait. While thinking about this, Wu Liang had already arrived at the blacksmith's workshop. A gust of hot wind blows in your face, and the place is already bustling with activity. Kayla, along with dozens of female warriors, was diligently forging various ironwares under the guidance of the blueprints left by Wu Liang yesterday. In addition to more spears and machetes, they have even begun to try making some simple household utensils, such as iron pots and daggers. Wu Liang nodded in satisfaction, but he did not give any orders. He walked to a corner by himself, picked up a piece of charcoal, and began to draw new blueprints on a flat stone slab. He wasn't drawing weapons, but rather things with more complex structures. There were wheelbarrows, plows for turning over the soil, and distillation equipment in bottles and jars. Eliza followed from a distance. She didn't get close, but just stood outside the workshop, watching the man squatting on the ground, intently drawing something. The sunlight shone on his profile, making his features exceptionally clear. At this moment, Wu Liang no longer possessed that frivolous and domineering air. Instead, he exuded a calm and focused charm. Eliza's heart fluttered for no reason, and she became engrossed in watching. The blueprints drawn by Wu Liang were quickly put into production. When the first wheelbarrow was built, the entire tribe was once again in an uproar. The women gathered around the strange wooden cart with only one wheel, marveling at it. They discovered that with this device, a single woman could easily move heavy objects that would normally require 2 or 3 people to lift. Whether it's charcoal, or bricks, efficiency has more than doubled. Wu Liang, just how many amazing things are in your head? A female soldier excitedly shouted at Wu Liang as she pushed a wheelbarrow loaded with bricks. Wu Liang simply smiled and did not reply. This is just the beginning. Chapter 13. Wu Liang, you're going to be a father. In the days that followed, Wu Liang was extremely busy. He went around instructing the women in the tribe on how to do their work. You can't build this wall like that, and you need to dig the foundation deeper. No, you need to use stones and clay to tamp it down, otherwise it will collapse when it gets soaked in rainwater. I've told you so many times, just watch and see, go, and modify the flue of the brick kiln. That way you can save half the charcoal. And the roads, pave all the main roads in the camp with gravel. I'll check in a few days. I don't want to see mud everywhere after it rains again. Wu Liang would wander around the tribe every day, stopping to give instructions whenever he saw something he didn't like. The women of these tribes were initially somewhat unconvinced, but when they built their first real brick house, all their resentment vanished. They had never seen such a sturdy house. The walls are made of red bricks, the roof is covered with blue tiles, and there are wooden windows that can be opened and closed. The female soldiers who moved and cheered with excitement. This is worlds apart from a tent made of animal hides. These brick and tile houses are dry, bright, and very warm. Wu Liang's reputation and trustworthiness have once again risen significantly in this all-female tribe. How much longer is the leader going to keep him? Honestly, forget it. The high priest hasn't even had his turn yet. Why are you in such a hurry? I can only look but not touch. I can't live like this. All right, get back to burning bricks. Stop getting worked up. Soon, a house-building craze swept through the entire Blackrock tribe. All the women, as long as they weren't engaged in combat or production, joined the massive infrastructure construction effort, cutting down timber, mining clay, and firing bricks and tiles. Under Wu Liang's guidance, these women gradually built many new brick and tile houses in the Blackrock tribe. In this way, the layout of the entire tribe became more orderly. The residential area, production area, training area, and sacrificial area were clearly separated. The smooth stone-paved road connects the various areas, and there are even drainage ditches dug along the roadside. The village's environmental sanitation has been dramatically improved. In the blacksmith's workshop, the furnace never stops even when the workers rest. These women work day and night, producing a steady stream of weapons such as spears and machetes. In addition to crafting weapons, they also began manufacturing various household items. In less than a month, the Black Rock tribe has undergone a complete transformation. Now, when Wu Liang walks around the camp, every woman who sees him casts admiring and adoring glances at him. Wei Zian saw all of this. As the leader, she could clearly feel that the tribe's cohesion and fighting power had increased more than tenfold in the past month. She herself also had several in-depth exchanges with Wu Liang during this month. Each interaction made her more and more infatuated with this man, unable to extricate herself. His strength lies not only in physical power, but also in wisdom and control. She even came up with an idea that she herself found absurd. Perhaps she had entrusted herself and the entire tribe to this man. As for the other woman, High Priestess Eliza's feelings were far more complicated. She would secretly watch Wu Liang wander around the tribe every day, and if she didn't see him for a day, she would feel a strange emptiness in her heart. She witnessed firsthand how Wu Liang used his knowledge to gradually transform the tribe into the prosperous and comfortable place it is today. She also secretly led a few members of her clan to try out the farming knowledge that Wu Liang had previously shared with her on a small plot of land. Following Wu Liang's instructions, they planted some wild wheat seeds. After regularly watering and weeding, I was surprised to see green wheat seedlings sprouting from the soil. At that moment, Eliza was deeply shaken. From then on, she would unconsciously look for Wu Liang, listen to him teach the female artisans, and watch him plan the architectural layout of the tribe. She even hoped that Wu Liang would take the initiative to come to her and talk to her about new and interesting things. However, apart from being busy with the tribe's construction and occasionally greeting her when they bumped into each other on the road, Wu Liang had no other communication with her during this period. This estrangement made Eliza feel like she was being scratched by a cat. Wu Liang. That day, Wu Liang was inspecting the foundation of the newly built city wall. Wei Zian suddenly hugged him gently from behind. Her movements were gentle and full of feminine warmth. This was completely different from her usual aloof and superior demeanor. What's wrong? Wu Liang turned around and looked at her with some surprise. Wei Zian didn't speak, but simply took Wu Liang's hand and gently placed it on her flat stomach. Her face showed a hint of nervousness and shyness. Wu Liang, I have great news for you. You're going to be a father. Wu Liang was stunned for a moment. Then he understood. Huh, Vixen, you're pregnant? Wu Liang was overjoyed. His long-term efforts had finally yielded results. How could he not be excited? Wei Xian leaned on Wu Yang's shoulder somewhat shyly and responded softly. Ding. The host's first offspring has been successfully conceived. Ding. After the offspring is born, the host will receive a special attribute bonus based on the offspring's potential. The offspring will inherit some of the host's and mother's talents and skills. Wu Yang's breath hitched slightly. Then, cheering, he swept Wei Xian up in his arms. Amidst her delighted screams, he announced with a burst of laughter. Our leader is pregnant. From today onwards, our leader needs to take good care of herself during the pregnancy. When this news was announced, the entire Blackrock tribe was in an uproar. Their leader is pregnant. This means that the tribe will have successors in the future. This is fantastic news. That evening, the tribe held another grand bonfire party. The night was as dark as ink, and everyone was immersed in the joy of the leader's successful conception. In front of Wu Yang's newly built two-story brick and tile house, a pretty, fair-skinned figure quietly arrived at the door. Eliza looked uneasy. Finally, I took a deep breath and made up my mind to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. Come in, Wu Yang said without turning his head. He was sitting in his study on the second floor, drawing a map of the great wilderness mountain region on a piece of sheepskin. The map shows the mountains, rivers, and forests surrounding the Blackrock tribe, as well as the approximate territories of several known neighboring tribes. The door was gently pushed open, and a uniquely feminine fragrance wafted in on the breeze. Wu Yang paused, his pen poised, and turned around in surprise. Eliza stood somewhat awkwardly in the doorway, wearing an elegant white linen dress and her long hair draped over her shoulders. This made her less aloof and dignified than usual as a high priestess, and more gentle and graceful like a girl next door. Under the bright lights, her cheeks were flushed with an unnatural blush, and her eyes were somewhat evasive. She even nervously gripped the hem of her clothes with both hands, looking as if she had mustered up a lot of courage. High Priest, is something the matter so late? Chapter 14 Eliza. All you need to do is become my woman, Wu Yang's woman. Wu Yang put down his charcoal pencil and looked at her with great interest. Judging by the timeline, he had left the High Priest hanging for a month, and it seemed he couldn't hold back any longer. Eliza opened her mouth. She was deeply moved when she heard the news of Wei Xian's pregnancy today. At that moment, she suddenly felt very envious of Wei Xian. That night, she watched as the entire tribe reveled, while she hid alone in a corner, feeling an unprecedented loneliness. She remembered everything Wu Yang had done for the tribe during this time. She recalled the playful look that man would occasionally give her, and the sound she heard outside the tent that night that made her blush. Impulsive thoughts began to grow wildly in her mind. And so, she came. But when she actually stood in front of Wu Yang, she felt lost and timid. My new house is finished today. Eliza kept her head down, her voice barely audible. Some things inside are very heavy. I'd like to ask you to help me move them. That's a really bad excuse. Wu Yang suppressed a laugh and pretended to suddenly understand. Oh, I see. Wu Yang didn't expose Eliza's little scheme. Let's go then. I'd be happy to help you. Eliza was overjoyed, but she immediately turned away to hide it and quickly led the way. Wu Yang followed behind her, his gaze fixed on her swaying waist and long legs. Enjoying the beautiful scenery along the way, we soon arrived at Eliza's new home. The house was empty except for some furniture and boxes that had just been moved in. Those are the boxes. Eliza pointed to several large wooden crates in the corner, feeling somewhat guilty and avoiding Wu Yang's eyes. That's it, Wu Yang asked casually. Eliza's voice lowered even further. Wu Yang quickly moved the boxes to the room on the second floor, following Eliza's instructions. All right, High Priest, is there anything else I can help you with? Wu Yang dusted off his hands, stood at the top of the stairs on the second floor, and looked at her with a smile. No, that's all. Eliza stood in the center of the first floor living room, looking completely lost. Thank you. Simply saying thank you doesn't convey any sincerity. Wu Yang walked down the stairs step by step, approaching Eliza. Eliza nervously backed away until her back hit the cold wall, leaving her nowhere to retreat. What do you want to do? She looked up in alarm at the man who was a head taller than her. His strong masculine scent, mixed with the smell of sweat, hit her so hard that she felt suffocated and her legs went weak. Didn't you already know what I wanted to do? Wu Yang reached out and braced himself against the wall next to her ear, casting her entirely in his shadow. His voice was deep and magnetic, like the whisper of a devil, echoing in the silent room. High Priest, the chieftain is now pregnant. Isn't it my turn to serve you now? Could it be that you came to see me tonight, High Priest, really just to move some boxes? Why have you been appearing around me, intentionally or unintentionally, for the past month? Why do your eyes look unhappy when I talk to other women? Why do you blush, your heart race, and you run away every time I look at you? With each question Wu Liang asked, he drew closer to Wu Yang's conclusion. Eliza's heart was pounding like a drum. She felt as if all her pretenses had been ruthlessly torn away by this man. In front of Wu Liang, all her thoughts were laid bare. Don't talk nonsense. Eliza seemed flustered and turned her face away. She was still making a final, futile struggle. No. Wu Liang chuckled and gently lifted her chin with one hand, making Eliza look at him. Who was eavesdropping outside Wei Xian's tent that night? High priest, aren't you tempted? Whoosh. These words made Eliza blush instantly. I don't know what you're talking about. Fine, you can go now. A sudden surge of inexplicable shame and indignation made Eliza bite her lip and push open the door. He knew it all along. He knew it from the very beginning. For the past month, he's been watching himself make a fool of himself. You've already called me here, and now you want me to leave? That won't do. Wu Yang looked at her with a smile. You're not leaving, huh? Then I'll leave. Eliza, as if in a fit of pique, turned and walked towards the door. That won't do either. Wu Yang's voice came from behind, and then Eliza was grabbed from behind and easily hoisted up by Wu Yang. Let me go. Let me go. Eliza twisted and turned on Wu Yang's shoulder, pounding his broad back with her small fists. High priest, there's no reason to let go of prey that's delivered to your door. Just accept your fate. Wu Yang carried her, laughing heartily, and strode up to the second floor. He kicked open the door to the second floor bedroom. Wu Yang roughly threw Eliza onto the large bed. Before Eliza could even get up, Wu Yang's tall figure had already pressed down on her. He raised her wrists above her head and restrained them firmly with one hand. You monster! Let me go! Eliza writhed violently, her eyes watery and her face flushed. Demon! Wu Yang leaned down, almost touching her ear, and whispered with a chuckle. Soon you will find that demon is actually a compliment. Have you forgotten why you brought me back? The tribe's population needs to increase. Have you forgotten that too? High priest, do you intend to shirk your responsibilities? Wu Yang stared into Eliza's big, watery eyes, his every word spoken in a domineering tone. Eliza, tell me, don't you want to experience the pleasures of being the chief? Wu Yang's words were like sharp knives, piercing Eliza's heart. Yes. What right do I have to resist him? This man is powerful and wise. His arrival brought life and vitality to the tribe, along with iron tools, brick houses, and crop cultivation techniques. He is now practically an indispensable part of the tribe. And he's right. After Visian successfully conceived, shouldn't she, as the high priestess, take on the responsibility? Even when I went to see him tonight, wasn't that exactly what I was thinking? Why did you back down and become cowardly at the very last moment? Eliza, what's wrong with you? Wu Yang, perhaps you were right. Thinking of this, Eliza felt as if all her strength had been drained away. She stopped struggling, looked intently into Wu Yang's eyes, and said softly, take whatever you want tonight. Seeing Eliza's appearance, Wu Yang reached out and stroked Eliza's delicate face. Eliza, you are a smart woman. You should know what you will get by following me. I can not only make the Blackrock tribe stronger, but I can also take you to see a wider world outside. I can teach you knowledge and make you the most learned woman. I can give you great power. Wu Yang's gaze became intense and domineering. And you, Eliza, only need to become my woman, Wu Yang's woman. Eliza looked at the domineering man in front of her, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. A surge of intense emotion could no longer be contained. She knew she had nowhere to run, and she shouldn't run away. Eliza, be brave and go hug him. You've always thought that way, haven't you? He's right in front of you. Wu Yang. Eliza suddenly stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Wu Yang's neck. I promise you. Chapter 15 unlocks the agricultural technology tree. Wu Yang smiled. The proud high priest finally let go of his pride and defensiveness. He lowered his head and captured her lips with his. With gentle guidance and exploration. The night is getting darker. The second floor, long blessed with sweet dew, is suddenly beset by a fierce wind and rain. Eliza felt like a small boat in a storm, being swept and tossed about by giant waves. All restraint and pride were shattered in the storm. My mind went blank. I lost the ability to think. She could only cling tightly to the man in front of her, as if he were her only piece of driftwood in this vast ocean. She finally understood why someone as powerful as Wei Xian would become so docile and submissive in front of this man. Because what he brings is an irresistible thrill and intoxication. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the second stage of the mission. Completely conquer the high potential target, Eliza. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the first bloodline link with a high potential target Eliza, triggering the conquest reward. Task evaluation, perfect. Suddenly, a series of system notification sounds rang in Wu Yang's mind. It's here. Conquering Nyx unlocked the industrial technology tree, giving him a foothold in the industry. The High Priest will then be responsible for the development of the agricultural technology tree. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1. Double the stamina consumed by the host. Wu Liang felt a warm current instantly flow through his body, and the fatigue from the battle he had just experienced was swept away. Wu Liang let out a low roar, feeling his energy reaching its peak. Reward 2. Level bonus. Receive double the experience points for target Eliza. Boom! A surge of information and energy, even more powerful than before, flooded into Wu Liang's mind and body. He could clearly feel that his physical strength, reaction speed, and power had all undergone a qualitative leap in that instant. He opened his personal attribute panel and saw that his level had jumped from LV20 to LV40. Cool, Wu Liang roared. This experience is intoxicating. As long as Wu Liang continues to conquer high-level targets, his strength will skyrocket. Reward 3, skill return. Target Eliza has been detected to possess the tribal heritage skill. Language of nature LV3, magic. Double enhancement in progress. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new skill. Earth's Grace LV6, magic. Skill description. Blessing of the Earth LV6. As a darling of the Earth, you can sense and guide the life force of all things. This skill can accelerate plant growth, soothe animal emotions, heal non-fatal wounds, and provide an innate intuition for the fertility of the soil. A profound and mysterious knowledge and insight instantly entered Wu Liang's soul. Even with his eyes closed, Wu Liang could still see the entire room. They can even see further and feel the life force of the entire tribe in a special way. His hearing became extremely acute. The old tree outside the window sways gently in the night breeze. The little grass in the flower pot downstairs is slowly growing, its roots yearning for water. He could even feel the life energy flowing gently like a stream within Eliza's body. This feeling is amazing. Eliza's fusion after clearing the level. Wu Liang discovered that he had now transcended the realm of mere physical power and stepped into the entirely new domain of magic. If the burning of beast blood is the warrior's berserk power, then the blessings of the earth are the druid's natural power. One physical attacker and one magical support. Now we have both offense and defense. Wu Liang was extremely satisfied with this new skill. With his skill, the promises he made to Eliza about agriculture were no longer empty words. He could be like a true god, bringing forth all things and turning stone into gold. But the biggest reward is yet to come. Reward 4. Mission exclusive reward. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the brand new agricultural technology tree. Ding! The basic modules of the agricultural technology tree have been unlocked. Land reclamation, basic breeding, and livestock domestication. Wu Liang's consciousness sank into the system space, where a brand new technology tree icon, radiating green light, appeared before him, standing alongside the industrial technology tree. Without hesitation, Wu Liang immediately clicked on the icon, and instantly a torrent of knowledge flooded into his mind. Land reclamation. From the most primitive slash-and-burn agriculture to deep cultivation using plows, and then to building terraces and irrigation canals to transform saline alkali land and swamps. All knowledge about land use and redevelopment is readily available. Basic breeding. How to select valuable crops from thousands of wild plants. How can we use hybridization and selective breeding to increase crop yield, improve taste, and enhance disease resistance? Livestock domestication. How to capture, soothe, and tame wild animals. How to build suitable habitats for them and provide them with suitable feed. How to transform them from ferocious wild animals into docile livestock, providing the tribe with a stable source of meat, fur, and even labor. If the industrial technology tree is the strong skeleton of the tribe, then the agricultural technology tree is the flesh and blood that allows the tribe to survive for a long time. With it, the Black Rock tribe will completely break free from the hunter-gatherer lifestyle and enter a stable agricultural era. This means stable population growth, further refinement of the social division of labor, and a huge leap in tribal strength. Industrialization is the foundation of the nation. Agriculture is the means to maintain stability. You really are a considerate and thoughtful system. Wu Liang mentally gave the system a big thumbs up. He opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing within them. In his arms, the exhausted Eliza had already fallen into a deep sleep. Her face was still flushed, and she seemed to be having a sweet dream, with a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth and a look of satisfaction on her face. At this moment, Eliza resembled a kitten seeking warmth, curled up in Wu Liang's arms. With the two major technological pillars of industry and agriculture, future development will have the most basic support. The next step is to transform these technologies into real strength. First and foremost, the food problem must be solved immediately. We must begin large-scale land reclamation tomorrow to stockpile enough food before winter arrives. Secondly, military training should also be put on the agenda. Having iron weapons alone is not enough. A real army also needs to be trained, disciplined, and armed with tactics. Wu Liang took a deep breath, got out of bed, and walked to the window. He pushed open the window and looked at the quiet tribe under the night sky, his eyes burning with a fierce ambition. He seemed to already see it in the near future. A torrent of steel, forged by his own hands, will surge forth from this mountain and sweep across the entire world. Just as Wu Liang was full of ambition and planning for the future. A series of urgent and frantic shouts shattered the tranquility of the night. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Chapter 16 Bloodfang Tribe, a Komen. Ugh! Wah! The sharp and urgent sound of the bugle broke the tranquility of the morning. Like a sharp knife, it pierced the ears of every member of the Blackrock tribe. This is a top-level alert. Enemy attack! It's an enemy attack! Quick! Grab your weapons! Prepare for battle! The female warriors shouted and quickly assembled in the open space in the center of the tribe. Upon hearing the bugle call, Wu Yang's lips curled up slightly. Just in time, the tribe had just developed iron equipment, and these ignorant fools came knocking on their door, which served as a whetstone for these female warriors. Inside the tribal camp, each of the female warriors carried an iron spear or an iron axe. The air was chilling and the atmosphere was oppressive. Wu Liang, Wei Ziyan, wielding two broadswords, strode over. Her pretty face was tense, and her beautiful eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit. Which ignorant tribe dares to provoke Blackrock? Wei Ziyan's face was filled with murderous intent. In times of war, she was always the first to charge into battle. However, she had only taken 2 steps when she was stopped by a strong arm. Wei Ziyan, you shouldn't go this time. Wu Liang stopped Wei Ziyan. What's your status now? You're carrying our child. As the mother of my first child, you still want to fight someone to the death? Wei Ziyan was stunned, feeling the immense force coming from his wrist. She argued, but I am the tribal chief. Fighting is my duty. That's not the case now. Wu Liang stared into Wei Ziyan's eyes. From now on, your responsibility is to take good care of your pregnancy and give birth to our child healthy. I'll take care of things in the tribe. His tone was domineering and left no room for argument. Wei Ziyan's heart skipped a beat. She wanted to argue, but the man's gaze always easily dismantled all her strength. In the end, she could only bite her lip and reluctantly hum in agreement. At that moment, Eliza, supporting herself against the wall, walked out of the room. She walked with an awkward gait, her legs trembling slightly. The female warrior's eyes turned strange upon seeing this. What's wrong with the high priest? Eliza felt the gazes directed at her, and her cheeks flushed slightly. She was both ashamed and angry, and glared fiercely at Wu Liang. That bastard. They don't know how to cherish themselves at all. Wu Liang seemed not to notice her gaze, merely glancing at her indifferently. You two, just stay put. In your current state, you'd fall over with a gust of wind. Don't go up there and make things worse. Eliza gritted her teeth in anger, but was powerless to refute. Last night's frantic demands truly drained her completely. Now she has difficulty walking. Kayla, Wu Liang shouted to the crowd. Exist. The tall female warrior Kayla, holding a brand new iron spear, strode forward. Who are the enemies? How many are there? Wu Liang asked. It's the Bloodfang tribe. They're to the west, and there are probably 200 or 300 of them. They've probably already crossed our outer perimeter cordon. Kayla answered quickly, her voice filled with excitement. Bloodfang tribe? The name flashed through Wu Liang's mind. He had learned from Wei Xian that this was another large tribe in the vicinity, second only to the Blackrock tribe in strength. This was also the tribe that had previously fought with Wei Xian for ownership of Wu Liang. Wu Liang guessed that the Blackrock tribe's recent iron smelting activities had attracted the other party's covetousness. Adding to the fact that Wei Xian's side snatched people away last time, it seems they're now planning to settle both old and new scores. 200 or 300 people. Wu Liang smiled. Their weapons must all be stone and bone tools, right? Yes. Kayla's tone was firm. Very good. Wu Liang nodded, his gaze sweeping over the elite female warriors equipped with iron weapons. It's not about quantity, it's about quality. Kayla, bring 50 men and come with me. Wu Liang's voice echoed throughout the entire camp. The rest of you, guard the tribe. Protect the chief and the high priest, as well as our houses and food. Today, let the Bloodfang tribe see what the difference in generations really means. Yes, a group of elite female warriors roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. They held their iron spears and axes high, their eyes gleaming with fanaticism. For the past month, they have been forging and using these weapons every day. I've long been eager to test their power in a real battle. Wu Liang didn't take any weapons. He simply moved his wrists and felt the surging power within his body. At level 40, plus the newly acquired skills Beast Bloodburn and Earth's Grace, dealing with a group of primitive people wielding stone tools was incredibly easy. Let's go. We'll make sure they never return. Wu Liang suddenly turned around and strode towards the tribe's gate. The female soldiers followed closely behind, like a pack of female leopards armed with steel, revealing their ferocious fangs. Wei Ziyan and Eliza stood there, looking at Wu Liang's tall and straight back, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Wei Ziyan was still filled with worry. Although she knew Wu Liang was very strong, he had never been on the battlefield. Facing hundreds of fierce, battle-hardened enemies, can Wu Liang really handle it? Eliza whispered. Don't worry, don't you know him? He never does anything he's not sure he can do. Today, perhaps we will get to know him all over again, and I think he will bring surprises once again. Eliza couldn't help but recall Wu Liang's domineering behavior from the previous night. That power still sends shivers down her spine whenever she thinks about it. Below the gentle slope on the west side of the Black Rock village, Akman, the leader of the Bloodfang tribe, was wielding a huge bone club, urging her warriors to charge forward. This is a woman with a similarly tall and fit figure, black hair braided into a long plait, and her face covered in face paint. Wearing a tiger-skin skirt, she exudes power and wildness. She has a similar temperament to Wei Ziyan. Both are warrior-type women. However, her facial features were soft, her figure was well-proportioned, and her long, straight legs gave her a different charm from Wei Ziyan. Charge! The women of the Black Rock tribe have all gone to their homes to have babies. They stole the man who was originally ours, and now Wei Ziyan has been drained dry by that man. Take all their food. Take all their houses. That man belongs to our Bloodfang tribe. Akoman's voice was hoarse and provocative. The 200 or 300 Bloodfang female warriors behind her simultaneously erupted in a jubilant shout. Wielding a variety of stone axes, spears, and bone knives, they surged wildly toward the gate of the Black Rock tribe stronghold. Their scouts had previously discovered that the Black Rock tribe was full of strange activity. The digging and the billowing black smoke were all too abnormal. This time, they came out in full force, intending to annex the Black Rock tribe in one fell swoop. They stole winter supplies and the man who was taken away by Wei Ziyan. But they still didn't understand. They had no idea what their old rival, whose strength was similar to theirs, had become. When they reached within 100 meters of the village gate, they all stopped in surprise. The gate of the Black Rock tribe slowly opened, and a tall man stepped out. He was wrapped in an animal skin robe, revealing his bronze, well-defined muscles. The man remained calm, with a playful, mocking smile playing on his lips. Behind him followed only 50 female soldiers. That's all the people? Akman paused for a moment, then burst into wild laughter. Ha ha! Is Wei Ziyan scared out his wits, sending out so few people to their deaths? Or was this all the fighting force they have left in their tribe? Chapter 17. Stab these Bloodfang tribe women to death. The warriors of the Bloodfang tribe also burst into laughter. The way they looked at Wu Liang and the 50 female soldiers was like looking at a flock of lambs to the slaughter. However, their laughter quickly caught in their throats, because they saw that the weapons held by the 50 Black Rock warriors gleamed in the morning light. What is that? Akman squinted, staring at the iron spears and axes in the hands of the Black Rock tribe's female warriors. Chief, who cares about those things? Don't forget why we are here today. A soldier nearby spoke up, and Akman, without thinking, nodded and gave the order. Bloodfang warriors, charge. Tear them apart. Akman raised her beast bone club again. In her view, the Black Rock tribe was no match for her fierce attack of several hundred people. Kill. The warriors of the Bloodfang tribe launched a charge. Wu Liang stood at the front of the line, watching the enemy surge in like a tide, his face showing not a ripple of emotion. Kayla. He spoke calmly. Exist. Do you remember what I taught you? Remember. Everyone form ranks. Raise your spears. Kayla let out a roar. The 50 Black Rock warriors immediately sprang into action, quickly forming 3 tight rows. Squat down the front row, half squat in the middle row, and stand in the back row. 3 rows of gleaming iron spearheads formed a chilling steel jungle. This is the simplest spear formation that Wu Liang taught them. Hold your ground. No one is to move without my order. Wu Liang's voice reached the ears of every soldier. The Black Rock warriors' hearts began to race, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. Roar! The dozens of Bloodfang warriors at the forefront, wielding stone axes, charged forward madly. Now! Prick! Wu Liang's icy voice rang out. Kill! 50 Black Rock warriors shouted in unison, channeling all their tension and excitement into this single strike. They used all their strength to thrust their iron spears forward. Kayla yelled, stab them harder. Stab these Bloodfang tribe women to death. Uft, uft, uft. A series of sharp sounds of blades piercing flesh rang out rapidly. The Bloodfang warriors at the forefront were in deep trouble. The Blackrock tribe's iron spears easily pierced their thick leather armor. Each thrust penetrated deep into their flesh. Chest, throat, abdomen. Blood gushed out like a fountain at that moment. The first rank of Bloodfang warriors charging forward screamed in agony as they fell to the ground, their bodies pierced and dead. The entire battlefield was stunned by what they saw in that instant. The warriors of the Bloodfang tribe watched as their comrades were easily killed, like skewers of meat. Their stone axes and spears were as fragile as clods of mud against the enemy's iron weapons, crumbling at the slightest blow. What kind of power is this? What kind of weapon is this? Fear spread like a plague among the warriors of the Bloodfang tribe. The warriors of the Blackrock tribe were equally shocked. They looked at the iron spear in their hands, which had taken a life with just a single thrust forward. Feeling the slight resistance from the spear tip, an unprecedented sense of power and confidence surged within him. Ironware. This is the power of iron. This is simply a gift from the gods. Put away your spears. Wu Liang's voice rang out again. The Blackrock warriors withdrew their spears, once again drawing gushes of hot blood from the Bloodfang tribe warriors. Second row, move forward. First row, back up. The ranks shifted rapidly, and the blood-stained spearheads were once again pointed forward. Ackman stood there, unable to understand how the Blackrock tribe had become so powerful. She looked at the 50 Blackrock warriors. Their formation remained impeccable. The spears in their hands dripped with blood, like a group of emotionless killing machines. Finally, her gaze fell on the man who hadn't laid a hand on her the entire time. He remained standing there, a faint smile on his face. A strange anger welled up in Ackman's heart. This man should have belonged to her. That damned Visean. She stole everything from me. Damn it, we can't win with this kind of fighting style. Devil. The Blackrock tribe must have received the devil's blessing. This is practically the devil's way of fighting. Warriors in the Bloodfang tribe screamed. Seemingly unable to bear the fear of reaping lives, he threw away the stone spear in his hand and turned to run away. Her breakdown was like toppling the first domino. Run. We can't beat them. Panic erupted, and the Bloodfang tribe's lines collapsed instantly. They were no longer fierce warriors, but a flock of sheep terrified. They turned and fled for their lives in a frantic rush, pushing and trampling each other. Stop right there. Don't run. Get them. Ackman was furious as his group charged towards him, their men radiating murderous intent. How could he be so terrified by his opponent in just one round? This is absolutely absurd. Trying to run? Wu Liang looked at the crumbling Bloodfang camp and sneered. The game has only just begun. All troops pursue. Remember, only kill those who resist. Tie up all those who surrender. Yes. The Blackrock warriors received their order and let out a deafening cheer. They abandoned their formation and transformed into a pack of tigers unleashed, chasing after the fleeing Bloodfang warriors. A chase and a massacre ensued. Wu Liang's gaze, however, was fixed on Ackman. She can't escape. This war has completely transformed from a defensive battle into a one-sided hunt. The Blackrock warriors, equipped with iron spears and axes, were simply outmatched by the Bloodfang warriors, who were still in the Stone Age. Kayla took the lead. She was tall and incredibly strong, and the iron spear in her hand moved with tremendous force. She caught up with a slow-moving Bloodfang warrior, who turned around to try and block with his stone axe, but the axe shattered instantly. The iron spear, its momentum undiminished, pierced directly through the opponent's chest and exited through his back. Without even pausing, Kayla pushed off the spear with her foot and continued chasing the next target. The same applies to the other Blackrock warriors. The iron weapons in their hands gave them an overwhelming advantage. Enemies that used to require several swings to defeat can now be taken down with just a spear and an axe. The warriors of the Bloodfang tribe were completely devastated. They cried out, abandoning their armor and weapons, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. Their pride became a huge joke in the face of these divine weapons that could cut through iron like mud. Don't run. All of you come back here. You damn cowards. Ackman continued his futile roars, trying to salvage the situation. She wielded a huge bone club, smashing down several of her own men who were trying to escape, but it was all in vain. The tide has turned, and people's hearts have turned away. Who will listen to her now? Ackman's eyes turned red as he watches people being slaughtered like vegetables. She let out a desperate roar, directing all her anger and resentment at the person who had caused it all. I'm going to kill you. Like an enraged lioness, Ackman charged towards Wu Liang, wielding a large bone club. She channeled all her strength into her legs, creating shallow craters in the ground beneath her feet, moving at an astonishing speed. However, Wu Liang simply watched her quietly. Just as Ackman rushed in front of Wu Liang, raised the beast bone club high, and prepared to smash it down with all her might. Wu Liang made a move. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Akomen's powerful blow slammed into the open ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Were they? Akomen was startled. Before she could react, a terrifying aura that made her feel suffocated came from behind her. She turned around abruptly and saw only a hand, which rapidly enlarged in her pupils. Too slow. Chapter 18. A complete defeat for the Bloodfang tribe. A resounding victory. Too slow. Wu Yang's voice was devoid of any emotion. Akomen's lower body tensed, and she swung the beast bone club backward. This strike was powerful and heavy, but it missed. It's still too slow. You won't be able to touch me at this pace. Wu Yang's voice, tinged with mockery, appeared to her left. Ackman turned and struck again. Only one thought remained in his mind: to smash the man in front of him to death. However, it was still empty. Wu Yang darted left and right beside her, managing to dodge her attacks every time. Seeing the amused smile on Wu Yang's face, Ackerman felt like a wild beast being caged and toyed with. The surrounding battlefield has gradually calmed down. Under Wu Yang's orders, the female warriors of the Black Rock tribe did not kill the Bloodfang tribe warriors who had already knelt down and surrendered. They formed groups of 3, pointing sharp iron spears at the prisoners and gathering them together. All eyes were focused on Wu Yang and Ackerman in the arena. Kayla and the other female warriors cheered loudly, brandishing their iron spears and axes as they watched Wu Yang toy with the Komen. That despicable man. Ackerman angrily launched into a tirade. "Haha, what's wrong? You seem angry. Then I won't play with you anymore." Wu Yang laughed heartily, and just as Aikman attacked, he met the whistling beast bone club head-on. A cruel glint flashed across Ackerman's face. Court death. It looked like Wu Yang's head was about to be smashed. Bang! A muffled thud. The sound of bones shattering that Akomen had anticipated did not come. She felt a numbness in her hand, and the beast bone club flew out of her grasp and stuck in the mud some distance away. Impossible. Ackman was completely dumbfounded. How is that possible? How is this possible? Is this man even human? I told you, you're too slow and too weak. Wu Yang shook his hand. Now, what skills do you still have? Unwilling to give up, Ackman suddenly lunged at Wu Yang with her bare hands. Weapons were taken away, strength was crushed, and speed was toyed with. Everything she was so proud of seemed like a joke in front of this man. Still not giving up? Wu Yang directly confronted Ackerman head-on, twisted her arm behind her back, and then slammed her to the ground. The skin felt soft and bouncy to the touch, and Wu Yang couldn't resist grabbing it a couple of times. Ning. Ackerman felt weak all over. She suddenly felt as if she had lost all her strength. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. Wu Yang straddled her taut long legs, pinching Ackerman's cheek with one hand. Are you convinced now? Surrender, and I won't kill you. Despair, a deep despair, enveloped Ackerman. She was a tribal chief, and now she was defeated so easily by a man. She lost miserably. Ding. High potential conquest target detected. Akomen, S rank. Target's identity, Bloodfang tribe leader. Target potential, S rank, talents, Bloodlust Berserk LV9, Wild Instinct LV7. Target's current status, willpower defenses are on the verge of collapse. Submission level plus 50%. Mission requirements. Within 3 months, make Ackman completely subjugate you, both physically and mentally, and willingly bear your child. Task rewards, preview. 1. Unlock the tech tree. Military tech tree, beginner. 2. Obtain Akomen's talent, Bloodlust Berserk, system optimized version. 3. Special reward. Unknown. Assessment based on task completion. Wu Yang raised an eyebrow. Good heavens, another S rank. The reward is quite generous too, a military technology tree, which is exactly what he needs right now. Hues, formations, military strategies, and fortifications all fall into this category. There are also talent rewards. This Bloodlust Berserk sounds more combat-oriented than Beast Blood Burning. If he can get his hands on it, his combat power will increase to another level. Wu Yang's lips curled into a slight smile. The way he looked at Ackman at that moment was like a hunter looking at prey that had fallen into a trap. Ackman trembled under his gaze. The man's eyes were filled with aggression and possessiveness, making her cheeks burn and her toes grip the soles of her shoes tightly. But she couldn't just give up like that. Ackman let out a furious roar, like a wounded lioness. He slapped Wu Yang's hand away, tilted his head back, and bit Wu Yang. Even if it means death, I will tear a piece of flesh from this despicable man. A hint of impatience flashed in Wu Yang's eyes. Act recklessly. Snap. A large punch landed squarely on Ackerman's face, leaving 5 finger marks. Before Akomen could resist again, a large hand had already gripped her slender neck, and Wu Liang lifted her up. Ackman's feet left the ground, and he had difficulty breathing. She struggled desperately, but Wu Liang's hands were like iron clamps, completely immobile. The feeling of suffocation made her vision go black. Stop! Release our leader! The captured Bloodfang tribe warriors were immediately excited upon seeing this scene. Let's see who dares to make a move. Kayla shouted, and the cold iron spear was aimed at the restless prisoners. Wu Liang, holding Ackman, spoke coldly. You think it's that easy to die? Your life is mine now. After saying that, Wu Liang threw Ackerman to the ground without any mercy. Cough, 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 cough. Ackman lay on the ground, coughing violently. Her disheveled appearance made her tremble all over. Humiliation. Shame. Her hands were gripping the soil tightly, her eyes empty and resentful. Tie her up. Wu Liang gave an order to Kayla, who was standing next to him. Tie her up tightly. Don't let her escape. Yes. Kayla immediately called 2 female warriors forward, who tied Ackerman up tightly. Ackman did not resist further. He just lay on the ground, staring blankly at the ground. It's all over. From this day forward, she is nothing more than a prisoner at the mercy of others. Wu Liang looked at Ackman, who was tied up with her hands and feet bound and hung up, and sized her up. The woman was very tall, and even though she was wearing simple animal skins, her voluptuous curves were still visible. Her bronze skin exuded a wild beauty, and her features were deep and three-dimensional. She was an absolute beauty. Fiery temper? It's okay. Even the wildest and most unruly horse just needs time to be trained and tamed. Clean up the battlefield. Wu Liang issued the order. Take all the prisoners back with you. Kayla, send a group of people to take over the Bloodfang clan's camp. From today onwards, their population and food belong to us. After saying that, he turned and left, not looking at Ackman on the ground again. When Wu Liang led his team back to the gate of the Black Rock tribe, the sun had just risen halfway up the sky. On the stockade wall, Wei Zian and Eliza were waiting anxiously. Wei Zian, with her slightly protruding belly, gripped the wall tightly with both hands. If Wu Liang hadn't strictly forbidden her from going into battle before he left, she would have already charged out with her double axes. Eliza stood beside her, her eyes also filled with worry as she gazed into the distance. Although she had great confidence in Wu Liang's abilities, anything could happen on a battlefield. They're back. They're back. The female warriors on the watchtower shouted excitedly, and the bugle call to welcome the triumphant return of the troops immediately sounded. Ugh! The deep, powerful sound of horns echoed over the camp, thrilling all the tribesmen. Visian and Eliza perked up and immediately looked into the distance. A group of people were walking towards the tribe, and Wu Liang was leading the way. He was still the same as always, with his hands behind his back, walking at a moderate pace. It was as if they weren't going to war, but rather taking a walk. Behind him stood 50 valiant female warriors. The iron spears in their hands gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and each of them radiated unprecedented confidence and pride. At the very back of the procession followed a large group of dejected prisoners, led by ropes. The number appeared to be several times greater than the number of soldiers who went to war. We won. We won. Chapter 19 Wei Xian's decision. Wei Xian's voice trembled with excitement. Eliza breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Seeing that Wu Liang was safe and sound, she finally felt relieved. A strange sense of joy and pride welled up inside me. This man is her man. The gate of the village slowly opened. Wu Liang led his team inside. Wu Liang. Wei Xian quickly came forward, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. I'm back. Wu Liang smiled at her. I told you it's nothing, so you don't need to worry. Eliza also came over and stood quietly to the side. Looking at Wu Liang, his eyes were watery and sparkling. Wu Liang winked at her, and Eliza lowered her head, somewhat embarrassed. The women of the tribe all gathered together. The entire tribe was ecstatic when they saw the large number of prisoners and the supplies the team brought back. My God, look at those prisoners. There must be at least 200 of them. Kayla, are you all right? That's amazing. Lord Wu Liang is incredible. Cheers erupted one after another. The female warriors, holding their iron spears high, basked in the admiring gazes of their people. You didn't see those idiots from the Bloodfang tribe charging at us with their broken stone spears and bone clubs. Lord Wu Liang instructed us to form a square formation, and when they charged close, we would thrust our spears forward. A female warrior demonstrated a thrusting motion. Their leather armor gets punctured easily. Those people hadn't even touched us before the first row of them collapsed. The women of the Bloodfang tribe were terrified. They tried to attack our spears with their stone axes, but the stone axes all shattered. The women around listened with excitement. Are iron tools really that powerful? It's more than just impressive. Another female soldier interrupted. They're absolutely invincible. There are 50 of us, and we just stand there taking turns poking them. There were 200 or 300 of them, and they couldn't possibly break through. Later, they were so scared that they turned around and ran away. If Lord Wu Liang has ordered pursuit, then it's even simpler. No matter how fast they run, they can't outrun our spearheads. Are any of us injured? Someone asked with concern. Kayla proudly puffed out her chest and answered loudly. Not a single one was seriously injured. Only 2 sisters twisted their ankles while chasing. Wow. The crowd erupted in uproar. 50 men fought against 200 or 300 men with almost 0 casualties, and they even captured so many prisoners. This is a miracle. Everyone looked at Wu Liang with admiration. In their hearts, Wu Liang is the one who led the Black Rock tribe to power. Wu Liang was very pleased. This is exactly the effect he wanted. A resounding, overwhelming victory is the fastest and most effective way to build prestige. He patted Wei Xian's hand and walked up to a temporary platform in the center of the tribe. All sounds fell silent instantly, and hundreds of eyes stared at him. The Bloodfang tribe intends to invade our homeland and seize our food and territory. We have won this battle. Wu Liang's voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to excite everyone. Good. The women of the tribe erupted in thunderous cheers. Wu Liang raised his hand and made a pressing motion, and the cheers immediately stopped. In this battle, we crushed the charge of 200 or 300 Bloodfang tribe members. Now, their leader and their warriors are our prisoners. From this day forward, their land and hunting grounds will belong to our Black Rock tribe. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in a deafening roar. Black Rock! Black Rock! Lord Wu Liang! Lord Wu Liang! The women were flushed with excitement, and they roared with all their might, venting their joy and pride. We have proven to everyone that the weapons forged from iron that we forged ourselves are invincible. Wu Liang raised his hand, and Kayla immediately handed him a stone spear and an iron spear. Wu Liang held a pole in each hand, and they clashed violently together. Click! A crisp sound. The thick stone spear snapped in 2 with a snap, the break point jagged and uneven. The Black Rock tribe's iron spears didn't even leave a single white mark. Did you see that? Wu Liang threw the broken stone spear on the ground. These are stone tools. These are the things we used to use. They're so fragile and easily destroyed. He raised the iron spear high again. And this is what we will rely on for the future. Hard, sharp, indestructible. From this day forward, our Black Rock tribe will arm every one of us with iron. We will use iron to reclaim more land. We will use iron to build a stronger home. His words were highly persuasive, each one striking a chord with the women of the tribe. They gazed at the iron spear gleaming in the sunlight, their eyes filled with longing and anticipation for the future. As for these, Wu Liang pointed to the bound prisoners. They will become the cornerstone of our tribe's rise. Go and mine, go and build our tribe. Who dares to disobey? Who dares to resist? His voice suddenly turned cold. Kill without mercy. The 3 cold words sent a chill down the spines of the prisoners. At last, Wu Liang's gaze fell on the bound Akman. Bring up the leader of the Bloodfang tribe. 2 female warriors shoved and pushed a Koman, dragging her down from the platform. Akman was forced to raise her head and look at the man on the high platform who had taken control of her fate. Her eyes were filled with humiliation and resentment. Vishen, Eliza. Wu Liang turned to the 2 women and spoke. I'll handle this Akoma myself. Wei Xian readily agreed. Of course, this is your right. Eliza nodded in agreement. Wu Liang, she is your spoils of war, so of course you can do whatever you want with her. The joy of victory permeated the entire Black Rock tribe. That night, the bonfire lit up the night sky. The aroma of roasted meat wafted through every corner of the tribe, and the women sang and danced around the campfire. Wu Liang sat in the main seat by the campfire. On the left is Visian, and on the right is Eliza. He held a ceramic bowl, sipping the cloudy fruit wine, his gaze calmly observing everything before him. Wei Xian looked at Wu Liang's profile. She knew that from this day forward, the landscape of this tribe, and even this entire region, would be completely changed because of this man. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. Wei Xian suddenly stood up and walked to the center of the bonfire area. All the singing, dancing, and noise stopped, and all eyes were on the leader. Wei Xian looked around at his people and shouted loudly. My people! Wei Xian's voice was clear and powerful. Today we have achieved a great victory. All of this was achieved under Wu Liang's leadership. From this day forward, our Black Rock tribe is invincible. Ah! The women cheered again. Wei Xian raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. But this is just the beginning. Her tone became serious. Defeating the Bloodfang tribe is not difficult, nor is annexing their land and population. But the most important thing is how to make our Black Rock tribe stronger. She paused, her gaze becoming incredibly firm. I, Wei Zian, as the leader of the Black Rock tribe, hereby announce a decision. Chapter 20 Wu Liang, you devil. Everyone held their breath. I am now pregnant with Lord Wu Liang's child, and my health is inconvenient. I am no longer able to lead the tribe in a battle and handle complex affairs as I used to. Therefore, I've made my decision. Wei Zian's voice suddenly rose in pitch. From today onwards, all power in the tribe shall be handed over to Wu Liang. He will serve as the acting leader of our Black Rock tribe. All matters of the tribe, regardless of their size, shall be decided by Wu Liang. His orders are my orders. They are the supreme will of our entire Black Rock tribe. These words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up huge waves. The entire tribe fell into a deathly silence. Then, a burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted. Lord Wu Liang, acting chief. Great. That's how it should be. We support the leader's decision. The women's faces showed no surprise or dissatisfaction, but rather an air of complete acceptance and ecstasy. In their view, it was a very wise choice for this omnipotent man to lead them. Wei Zian's decision was simply in line with everyone's wishes. Eliza looked at Visian and admired her courage. Her choice was undoubtedly right. Her gaze fell on Wei Zian's slightly protruding belly. Child. She needs it too. Wu Liang stood up and walked to Wei Zian's side. All eyes were once again focused on him. Since the leader and everyone trust me. Wu Liang's voice was deep and resonant as he waved his hand and raised his arm to shout. From this day forward, I will lead the Black Rock tribe to become the most powerful force in the great wilderness mountain. Simple, direct, and domineering. It ignited the passion of all the Black Rock tribe members. Regarding these prisoners, Wu Liang pointed to the prisoner of war camp not far away. Those who are willing to submit may live. Those who stubbornly resist will be executed immediately. I can forgive and forget everything that happened to the Bloodfang tribe. But since you stayed, you must go and mine, build roads, and reclaim wasteland for us. The Black Rock tribe does not employ idle people. They must learn our rules and participate in our production. As long as they behave themselves, they will have enough to eat and wear. I'm giving them a chance to integrate into the Black Rock tribe, but anyone who harbors ill intentions will be executed immediately. Use both carrot and stick approach. This decision was widely accepted by the people of the Black Rock tribe and received their support. Wei Zian was very pleased and approved of Wu Liang's decision. Ackman was kept in solitary confinement in a brick house. She was bound hand and foot and thrown onto the cold ground. Listening to the cheers coming from outside, her heart filled with despair. The door was pushed open. Wu Liang walked in. Two female soldiers followed behind him, each carrying a steaming bowl of meat soup and a rough earthenware bowl. Wu Liang waved his hand, signaling the female soldier to put the things down before leaving. Only he and Ackman remained in the room. Wu Liang squatted down and personally untied the ropes binding Akoman's hands and feet. Ackman moved her numb wrist, looking at him warily, wondering what he wanted to do. Wu Liang ignored her gaze and picked up the bowl of meat soup, handing it to her. Here's some freshly made meat soup. Have some. Ackman looked at the meat soup with oil floating on top of it in the bowl and swallowed. She hasn't eaten anything all day. But she didn't move. She just stubbornly turned her head away. Wu Liang smiled. He put down the bowl, then suddenly reached out and grabbed Ackman's chin, forcing her to turn her head and look at him. I'll say it again. I drank it. His voice was soft but chilling. Don't force me to use a forced infusion. Feeling the immense force from his fingers, Ackman's humiliated tears welled up in her eyes. You'll regret it if you don't kill me. After Ackerman finished speaking, he picked up the bowl and drank the broth in large gulps. The warm broth flowed into her stomach, dispelling some of the chill and restoring some of her strength. Very good. Wu Liang ignored Ackerman's harsh words and stood up to look at her. Ackerman's head was right up against Wu Liang's waist, looking down from a high vantage point. From today onwards, you will live here. Someone will bring you food every day, so you won't go hungry. Ackman looked at him puzzled. What do you mean? Don't look at me like that. Wu Liang smiled. You are the leader of Bloodfang. Of course you can't just die like this. I'm keeping you alive, so you can see with your own eyes how your tribe is being devoured by me, bit by bit, and how your people have forgotten you and turned to me for allegiance. He bent down and whispered in Akoman's ear. You will stay here as my guest for some time, until I feel you have found new use. After saying that, Wu Liang turned around and walked out of the room. Ackman sat frozen on the cold ground, gritting her teeth and clenching her fists tightly. Wu Liang, you monster! For the next few days, Ackman was kept locked in the brick house. The ropes on her hands and feet were replaced with iron handcuffs and shackles, and she tried many ways to break free, but to no avail. Two female warriors armed with iron spears were always on guard outside the door, making escape virtually impossible. Every day, someone delivers food and water on time. They didn't eat inferior, rotten meat, nor did they drink muddy water mixed with sand. To her surprise, the Black Rock tribe sent her nothing but well-cooked chunks of meat and fragrant broth. She was particularly obsessed with the meat soup, ever since Wu Liang had threatened her to drink it that night. In the Bloodfang tribe, where iron tools were unavailable, this was the first time in her life she had tasted cooked food other than roasted meat. In addition, the water they brought her was clean and clear and even sweeter. She didn't understand what the man named Wu Liang was trying to do. According to tribal rules, a rival leader like her would either be publicly humiliated and then executed. They were either treated as the lowest of slaves and subjected to endless torture. But what is it now? Are you going to raise her like a pet? The feeling of being manipulated was worse than killing her. That noon, the door was opened again. Wu Liang walked in. He wasn't wearing the animal skin today. Instead, he was dressed in a strangely made outfit. Wu Liang was also holding a tray with 2 ceramic bowls on it. Today I'm cooking myself, so you can taste my cooking skills. Wu Liang placed the tray on the ground. One bowl contained stewed meat, while the other contained some cooked green plants. Ackman watched him warily, without moving. Wu Liang didn't mind and sat down on his own. He picked up a sharpened wooden stick, forked a piece of stewed meat, put it in his mouth, and chewed it with relish. Yes, it's cooked just right. He forked off a bit of that green plant and ate it. The taste is also good. After doing all this, he looked at Ackman and raised an eyebrow. What? Are you afraid I'll poison you? Do I need to use such complicated methods to kill you? His words were full of disdain and mockery. Akoman's face turned red. This is a disgrace, a blatant disgrace. I'll eat it then. I'm not afraid of dying. Ackerman snorted and silently picked up another stick, beginning to eat in small bites. The stewed meat melts in your mouth, rich but not greasy. It was 100 times more delicious than any barbecue she had ever eaten before. The green plant, with its refreshing scent, cut through the greasiness of the meat, making her feel very comfortable. She quickly finished everything, and even couldn't resist licking the bottom of the bowl. Are you full? Wu Liang looked at her and smiled. Ackman didn't answer. She simply put the bowl aside. If you've eaten your fill, come for a walk with me. Wu Liang stood up. If you stay indoors all the time, you'll start to smell bad. Chapter 21. The most important thing is that it has to be you. Ackman was taken aback. Was he going to take her out? Don't even think about running away. Wu Liang seemed to know what she was thinking. You can't escape from this tribe. Ackman fell silent. She silently stood up and followed behind Wu Liang. The guards at the gate saw Wu Liang bring Ackman out, but simply bowed and did not stop him. When Ackman finally stepped out of that room and re-examined the tribe, the shock she experienced was far more intense than that day on the battlefield. Wu Liang led her to the tribe's work area. The first thing that catches the eye is the blacksmith's workshop. Boom, boom, boom. The huge piston-type bellows made a rhythmic sound, blowing large amounts of air into the blast furnace. The fire roared in the stove, distorting the surrounding air with its heat. Several female soldiers, drenched in sweat, were using tongs to hold a red-hot iron block and placing it on a huge anvil. Clang, clang, clang. Another female warrior swung a heavy iron hammer and slammed it hard onto the iron block, sparks flying everywhere. Beside them were rows of forged iron spearheads, iron axes, and even some iron tools that Akoman couldn't name. The clanging of the hammer was like heavy blows striking Akoman's heart. These things were what led to the destruction of her tribe. This is our blacksmith workshop. Wu Liang's voice rang out beside her. He who controls iron controls power. Your Bloodfang tribe is still using stones and bones. What do you have to fight us with? Ackman bit her lip so hard she couldn't speak. Wu Liang led her forward. They passed a construction site where a large number of women and some captured Bloodfang tribe women were busy at work. Some were mixing mud, some were making a kind of yellowish-brown brick, and some were using these bricks to build walls. One after another, brick and tile houses, just like the one she lived in, were rising from the ground. See, we no longer live in animal skin tents. Wu Liang pointed to those houses. We live in this kind of sturdy, clean house that is warm in winter and cool in summer. It won't leak even when it rains, and it's not afraid of strong winds. Ackman looked at the warriors who had once followed her across the grasslands, now toiling like slaves, and her heart bled. But she couldn't deny that those brick houses were indeed 10,000 times better than the best tents in their tribe. Wu Liang then led her to the edge of the tribe. Here, some women are using a strange wheelbarrow to transport loads of stones and timber from outside. That kind of wheelbarrow has only one wheel. But a woman can easily push loads several times her own weight with astonishing efficiency. This is a unicycle which I designed. Wu Liang's tone was very calm. With it, our transportation efficiency has increased more than tenfold compared to before. Ackman was numb. Ironware, brick houses, wheelbarrows. Everything in this tribe was beyond her comprehension. You must be wondering why your Bloodfang tribe is still desperately robbing others for their next meal. And yet our Blackrock tribe has been doing these things, developing and becoming so powerful. Wu Yang stopped and turned to look at her. Ackman certainly wanted to know. She craved an answer. Because robbery and plunder are always the most basic ways of survival. Wu Yang's eyes sharpened. Even if you succeed in robbing once, how much will you actually get? A few sacks of grain? Some tattered animal hides? And then what? After you've eaten and used it all, you go and rob the next time. People like you will forever live in a cycle of hunger and killing and will never make any progress. Wu Yang belittled and denigrated Ackman's original primitive way of life. Then his tone became arrogant. But we are different. In iron smelting, we acquired more advanced tools. Bricks were fired to build houses, providing a more stable place to live. We have revolutionized transportation, built our homes more efficiently, and made our tribe more fortified and difficult to conquer. Ackerman, what we've learned is a sustainable way of life, not to rob others like wild animals. Wu Yang's words, every single one, were like needles piercing Ackman's heart. The glory she was so proud of, leading her tribe to conquer everywhere, became so ridiculous and barbaric in Wu Yang's words. She always thought that being strong meant being able to defeat others and take things. But the man in front of her told her that true power lies in creation. Who are you? Ackman seemed somewhat lost, and her voice was hoarse. Wu Yang smiled slightly. You will get to know me. You'll gradually understand me. There's plenty of time. After giving Ackman a baptism, Wu Yang temporarily left her alone. This woman needs time to process this. Slowly erode her resolve. All that's needed next is for her belief to crumble. Wu Yang has more important things to do now. The victory in the war and the establishment of tribal prestige were only the first step. For a tribe to truly grow and prosper in the long term, force alone is not enough. It must have a stable and sufficient food source. They relied on hunting and gathering, completely at the mercy of the weather. The only way out is to develop large-scale agriculture. Now that his agricultural technology tree has been unlocked, it's time to take action and cultivate the wasteland. Knock knock. Wu Yang knocked on Eliza's door. High Priest, are you home? While calling out, Wu Yang skillfully pushed open the door and went inside. Wu Yang, you were looking for me? Eliza, in the room, was currently arranging some herbs. When she saw Wu Yang enter, she paused in her actions, and a charming blush appeared on her face. This high priest appears calm and noble in front of outsiders. She only revealed this shy, girlish demeanor in front of Wu Yang. My dear high priest, what are you busy with? Wu Yang smiled and walked over, gently wrapping his arms around her slender waist from behind. Eliza's body stiffened slightly, then softened in his arms, her long legs trembling slightly. That night of madness was unforgettable for her. As Eliza smelled the captivating masculine scent emanating from Wu Yang, she felt her heart beat faster. Nothing much, just tidying up the things used for the sacrificial ceremony. Her voice was barely audible. Those things can be dealt with slowly later. Wu Yang rested his chin on her fragrant shoulder and whispered in her ear. I've come to see you today because I have something even more important to ask you to do. The most important thing? Eliza looked up curiously. Yes, it has to be you. Chapter 22, you are the Minister of Agriculture of our Blackrock tribe. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Eliza's eyes sparkled as she turned and looked up at Wu Yang's face. Do you remember what I told you before about farming? Eliza nodded. Of course. When Wu Yang first told her about this, she thought it was a fantasy. But later, when she saw with her own eyes that the few grains of wheat she had planted had actually sprouted and grown into green seedlings. That shock is still fresh in my memory. I was just letting you try it out before. Wu Yang leaned close to Eliza's ear and whispered, his breath warm against her skin. Now we're going to do something big. Don't move or be nervous. I'm going to introduce you to something new. Eliza tensed up, even slowing her breathing. She waited quietly for the man behind her to make a move. This man has always been there for her, supporting her. Eliza now has complete trust in Wu Yang. A thought flashed through Wu Yang's mind. Ding. Share basic agricultural technologies with target Eliza. Yes. The next second, Eliza felt a buzzing in her mind, as if countless pieces of information had been injected into her. Knowledge about land, knowledge about seeds, how to cultivate land, how to sow seeds, how to water, and how to fertilize. Knowledge she had never heard of before, or even imagined, played clearly in her mind like scenes from a movie. From the most basic land reclamation and basic breeding to livestock domestication. This was a completely new world, slowly unfolding before her. Many. What is this? Wu Yang. Something suddenly popped into my head. Eliza looked slightly frightened. She covered her head, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This is all knowledge about agriculture. Take your time to digest it. Wu Yang explained. What kind of magic is this? Eliza could sense that this knowledge did not appear out of thin air. Instead, it was transmitted to her mind through Wu Liang's body. How are you feeling? Wu Liang held her in his arms and could clearly feel her body trembling. Mimi, Eliza was so excited that she couldn't speak coherently. I feel like I understand everything now. What amazing knowledge. I now know how to make the land fertile and when to plant seeds. Wu Liang, where did you learn all this? You can even make those wild buffalo and wild sheep behave like little dogs. Haha, that's a secret. I'll tell you later. Pop. Wu Liang kissed her cheek as a reward. These are the things I want you to do next. Eliza, I want you to lead the women of our tribe to cultivate a large field and plant it with grains and vegetables. Then we will tame those wild beasts and make them our livestock to provide us with meat and milk. Wu Liang's words undoubtedly painted a beautiful picture. Eliza's breathing became rapid. If this could be accomplished, it would be enough to change the fate of the entire tribe. The tribe envisions a future where they have an endless supply of food and milk. Eliza's heart was filled with excitement and pride at this moment. Come with me. Wu Liang led Eliza to the blacksmith's workshop and opened a warehouse next to it. Inside the warehouse, several brand new ironware items were neatly arranged. It was a tool with a very unique design, featuring a sharp, V-shaped iron blade at the front and a long wooden handle at the back. Eliza looked at these things with curiosity. This is called a plow, and it's specifically used to cultivate wasteland. Wu Liang picked up one item and weighed it in his hand. With it, the efficiency of turning the soil is dozens of times higher than that of using a stone hoe. Let the women of the Bloodfang tribe capture some strong bison to pull them across a large area of land. It won't take long. Besides plows, there were also some iron hoes and shovels in the warehouse. These were all drawn up by Wu Liang in his spare time over the past few days, and Kayla and her team rushed to make them. Eliza looked at the gleaming iron farm tools. Reflecting on my knowledge of farming, I felt a surge of energy. Wu Liang, it's me. An unusual light flickered in Eliza's eyes. I think I found something more meaningful than ritual. In the past, as the high priestess, she provided spiritual comfort to her people through prayer and rituals. But now, Wu Liang has given her a power that can truly fill the stomachs of her people. This is a real, tangible force that can change the lives of the people. It gave her a sense of satisfaction she had never felt before. You are different from others. Wu Liang stroked her long hair and said softly, You were born for agriculture. You are my goddess of harvest. Goddess of harvest. Eliza's heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks burned. Wu Liang always has a way of touching her most vulnerable spot. From today onwards, you will be the minister of agriculture of our Black Rock tribe, and the tribe's granary will be entrusted to you. Wu Liang took her hand. He took a heavy bag of wheat seeds from his system and handed it to Eliza. Minister of Agriculture. Eliza murmured the new word. A profound sense of responsibility and mission arose spontaneously. Okay, I definitely won't let you down. Wu Liang smiled with satisfaction as he looked at her spirited demeanor. Sometimes, spiritual conquest is more effective than physical possession in winning a woman's heart. Early the next morning, Eliza summoned a group of women from the tribe to a large open area within the tribe. Also brought along were more than 100 prisoners of the Bloodfang tribe. The prisoners were all dejected, unaware of what kind of torture awaited them. Eliza stood on a high ground, behind her dozens of brand new iron plows and hoes, gleaming coldly in the morning light. Today she changed into an outfit that allowed her to move around easily, which perfectly accentuated her alluring figure. Sisters, Eliza shouted, her voice echoing throughout the entire venue. Today we are gathered here to do something greater than winning a war. The women whispered amongst themselves, wondering what the high priest was saying. From today onward, we will use our own hands to grow our own food on this land. Eliza pointed to the vast wilderness beneath her feet, her voice filled with fervor. We want to cultivate farmland that belongs to our Black Rock tribe. We want to turn this barren land into a field of golden wheat fields and an abundance of fruits and vegetables. We will never have to worry about food again. The women were stunned. Growing grain? Many of them had witnessed the growth of wheat seedlings with Eliza, but it was only a small-scale experiment. Now, are we going to do it on a large scale? Will this work? I know what you're suspecting. Eliza saw through everyone's thoughts. Are you thinking that we can cultivate such a large area of land on our own? Don't worry, Lord Wu Liang. We have already prepared some amazing tools for you. With a wave of her hand, the female warriors behind her immediately brought out the iron plows and displayed them to the crowd. This is an iron plow. With this, the speed of turning the soil is dozens of times faster than when you use a stone hoe. Eliza pointed to the captives of the Bloodfang tribe as she spoke. All of you, pick up these iron plows and get to work. Chapter 23, Reclaiming Wasteland. Since there are no suitable livestock available, the people of your Bloodfang tribe will take their place. Don't feel insulted by us. Not killing you is already a great favor. As prisoners of war, you should be aware of your place and demonstrate your worth. After Eliza finished speaking, she immediately announced the start of the land reclamation work. She assigned 2 strong female warriors from the tribe to operate an iron plow together. The captives of the Bloodfang tribe were grouped into sets of 10. The female warriors of the Black Rock tribe tied ropes around their bodies, lined up in a row, and pulled the plow like oxen. At first, the prisoners were very unwilling. Without saying a word, Kayla walked over carrying a water-soaked leather whip. Snap! With one lash, a bloody gash appeared on the back of a prisoner. The prisoner screamed and dared not delay any longer, pulling forward with all his might. The effect of making an example of someone was immediate. The remaining prisoners, seeing the still-dripping blood whip in Kayla's hand, fell silent and exerted all their strength. Heave-ho! Heave-ho! Amid the shouts of the female soldiers, dozens of iron plows simultaneously pierced the hard earth. The sharp plowshare easily broke through the soil, turning up the black earth. Straight ravines stretch endlessly across the wilderness. The women of the Black Rock tribe, who initially thought it would be a chore, soon discovered the fun in it. They only needed to hold the plow and control the direction and depth. Most of the heavy lifting was done by the prisoners in front. In just one morning, a large area of land, equivalent to dozens of tents, was completely turned over. The women looked at the fruits of their labor, and their faces all showed excitement. My God, that's so fast. Yes, I thought it would take us a month to work on such a large area. This iron plow is amazing, and these prisoners are so useful. They looked at the Bloodfang tribe prisoners who were panting on the ground like dogs, without a trace of sympathy in their eyes, but rather as if it were their due. Eliza looked at the bustling scene before her and felt a great sense of accomplishment. Wu Liang stood under a large tree not far away, quietly watching all of this with a satisfied smile on his face. Prisoners do not deserve sympathy. Sometimes they need to be exploited to a certain extent before they will submit. The prerequisite for giving sweet dates is to first give big sticks. After all, in this primitive tribe, they believe that only the strong are worthy of ruling over everything. On a more distant hillside, Ackman was escorted out by 2 female warriors to watch the land reclamation ceremony. His former subordinates are now tied by the necks and driven around in the fields like livestock. She wanted to close her eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. But she couldn't control herself. Her gaze was drawn to the turned-up black earth. I was drawn in by the smiles on the faces of the Black Rock tribe women and by the bustling atmosphere of construction. The entire Black Rock tribe, from the chief to the ordinary tribespeople, they all threw themselves into this vigorous production campaign. This was a kind of cohesion that Akoman had never seen before. Did you see that? The female warrior escorting her was Kayla. There was a hint of smugness in her tone. We don't need to rob. We can grow more food than we can eat. But you just plunder and loot like locusts. Ackman's lips moved, but she couldn't utter a single word. The facts are clear, and any explanation seems weak and powerless. After the land is cultivated, it is time to sow seeds. Eliza directed the women to evenly scatter the carefully selected wheat seeds that Wu Liang had given her into the soft soil. When the last seed fell, Wu Liang came to her side. Thank you for your hard work, my goddess of harvest. Wu Liang pulled her into his arms and said with heartache, It's not hard work. Eliza leaned against Wu Liang's firm chest, a satisfied smile on her face. It's all worth it as long as I can see them sprout. In the days that followed, Ackman was invited to the hillside every day to watch the daily life of the Black Rock tribe. That evening, Wu Liang came to Ackman's room again. He didn't bring any food. He simply sat quietly opposite Ackman. Only a dim oil lamp was lit in the room, its tiny flame flickering and casting long shadows of the 2 people on the wall. Did you see it clearly? Wu Liang broke the silence first. Ackman raised her head, her eyes showing a hint of complexity and confusion. After a long silence, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice. How did you manage to do that? Knowledge changes destiny. Wu Liang spoke with a smile. And you're still stuck in the most primitive stage. Wu Liang walked up to Ackman and looked down at her. Tell me, Ackman, do you think your Bloodfang tribe's way of life has a future? Akoman's body trembled. The question was like a sharp knife, piercing straight into her heart. Future? The Bloodfang tribe is gone. What future are you talking to me about? You will either die in battle or be torn apart by wild beasts in the hunt. Even after a year of hard work, you might not be able to support yourself. This is your fate. Wu Liang's voice was cold and cruel. No, that's not it. Ackman tried to refute him weakly, but even she herself felt she lacked confidence. Isn't that so? Wu Liang sneered. Then let me ask you, if it weren't for us, after you plundered the Black Rock tribe, who would be your next target? After you've plundered all the tribes, what will you do next? As their leader, what can you offer them besides leading them to their deaths and repeating this meaningless slaughter? Wu Yang's questioning struck Akomen's soul like a heavy hammer. She couldn't answer. She couldn't even guarantee that her tribe would survive the next winter. You? Aikman looked at Wu Yang. What exactly are you trying to say? I want to give you, and your people, a choice. Wu Yang squatted down to be at eye level with her. A choice to survive and to live better. His eyes were full of aggression, as if he wanted to see right through Aikman. You have two paths before you. First, continue being my prisoner like this. I will erase every trace of the Bloodfang tribe's existence in this world. In less than 6 months, your people will completely forget about you as their leader. They will eat Blackrock tribe food, wear Blackrock tribe clothes, and fight for the glory of Blackrock tribe. And you will only be in this dark room, alone until you die. Aikman's face turned deathly pale instantly. She had no doubt that Wu Yang was capable of doing such a thing. The second way, Wu Yang's tone suddenly became seductive. Submit to me, become my person. Aikman suddenly looked up, a mocking expression on her face. Are you trying to persuade me to surrender? Wu Yang smiled. You can understand it that way, but please let me finish what I have to say first. If you submit, I will not only preserve the name of the Bloodfang tribe, but also allow you to continue as their leader. I will even give you land, give you tools, and teach you how to farm and build. Akomen, I will ensure that your people can also have enough to eat and wear, just like the people of the Blackrock tribe, and live in sturdy houses and have a bright future. And you will no longer be a leader who only leads his people to their deaths. You will become a hero who leads your people toward the light. Ackerman's expression shifted slightly. So what is the price? She raised her face, her expression one of utter despair. Of course there's a price to pay. Wu Yang extended a finger and pointed it at Aikman's head. All of this is on the condition that you submit to me as your master and your tribe become my vassals. And you, Akomen. Wu Yang reached out and gently lifted her chin, his thumb stroking her lips. You will become my woman. Chapter 24, The Earth's Blessings. What did you say? Aikman stared at Wu Yang in shock. She had considered countless possibilities, but never this one. Make her this man's woman? Is this man interested in her? Hateful. What does this guy think he is? Don't even think about it. Just kill me. Aikman sneered, showing no sign of backing down. Ding. Target. Akomen detected to be experiencing multiple negative emotions, including embarrassment, resentment, and anger. Ding. Target's aversion to host has increased by 100%. In Wu Yang's mind, a system notification sounded. Still disgusted? No rush. I have plenty of time to make you bow your head. Don't rush into a decision. Wu Yang smiled slightly, stood up, and stopped pressuring Aikman. I'll give you time to think about it. Once you've thought it through, tell me your answer. I hope you don't keep me waiting too long. After saying that, Wu Yang turned and walked out of the room. Only Aikman was left, curled up in a corner, gritting her teeth, her nails digging deep into her palms. Let the tears of humiliation and hope fall silently. Early the next morning, Wu Yang gathered everyone together. Whether it was the women of the Blackrock tribe or the captives of the Bloodfang tribe, they all gathered in front of the land that had just been reclaimed yesterday. Eliza stood next to Wu Yang, her expression somewhat tense. The prisoners of the Bloodfang tribe stood numbly, their faces etched with exhaustion from yesterday's arduous work pulling the plow. Akomen was also escorted to the scene by 2 female warriors. She looked like she hadn't slept all night. Her eyes were bloodshot and her face was pale. She watched all of this coldly, wondering what trick Wu Yang was up to now. Quiet down, everyone. Wu Yang walked up to a makeshift platform and glanced at the dark mass of people below. I know that many of you, especially those from the Bloodfang tribe, are now filled with resentment and incomprehension. Wu Yang's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. You don't understand why you're forced to work here like animals. His words ignited even more fury in the eyes of the Bloodfang tribe's captives. Wu Yang ignored their reactions. Today, I'm going to show you something. Let me show you how ignorant and ridiculous you are. At the same time, I will show you clearly what true power is. After saying that, Wu Yang jumped off the platform. Then he walked straight to the center of the field where the seeds had just been sown. What is Wu Yang planning to do? Wei Zian stood beside Eliza, watching Wu Yang's figure with curiosity. It looks like he's about to cast a spell. Let's just watch. Eliza had complete confidence in Wu Yang. Wu Yang slowly closed his eyes, stretched out his hands, palms facing the sky. Playing tricks. Aikman sneered. But at that moment, Wu Yang began to chant some obscure syllables. Aikman's eyes suddenly widened. Impossible. This guy can actually chant magic. You should know how rare magicians are. In the great wilderness mountains, only the high priests of each tribe know a little bit of magic. Sure enough, at that moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Wu Yang. Ding. Activate skill. Earth's Grace LV6. Launch. Wu Yang silently recited in his heart. The next second, a soft green light suddenly spread out from Wu Yang's body. The light, like warm spring water, instantly enveloped the entire vast field. Ding! The Earth's grace skill has been successfully activated. Plants in the selected area will mature to 45%. As soon as the system notification sound ended, a buzzing sound immediately filled the air. Everyone stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded. Then everyone saw that the land was covered in green light. One by one, tender green seedlings sprouted from the moist soil at a speed visible to the naked eye. They sprouted from the soil and unfurled their tender leaves. It was as if an invisible hand was pulling it upwards, causing it to grow rapidly, segment by segment. Oh my God, it sprouted. The seeds have sprouted. No, it's still growing. It's still growing. A gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. Lord Wu Liang is amazing. What powerful magic that is. Lord Wu Liang is mighty. Our Black Rock tribe is blessed by the gods. Their shouts were filled with fervor. No, this isn't real. The Bloodfang tribe prisoners were completely dumbfounded. They stood frozen in place, their bodies trembling with extreme shock and fear. What did they see? With such a powerful mage, they have no chance of winning. Besides, in that battle, the enemy didn't even use any magic, yet they were already utterly defeated. Now, they realized how wrong they were. The Black Rock tribe is invincible. This man, named Wu Liang, is invincible. Thump, thump, thump. A series of muffled thuds rang out. The prisoners of the Bloodfang tribe could no longer hold on. Their legs buckled, and they knelt down in droves. Their numb faces were filled with awe. Ackman stood there, her whole body cold, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her mind went blank. It's over. Everything is over. The moment all his people knelt down, Akoman's last shred of pride and will to resist was shattered. That green light lasted for a full 10 minutes before slowly dissipating. The once empty fields have now been transformed into a lush green sea. The wheat seedlings had grown to more than half a foot tall, swaying gently in the breeze, full of vitality. Wu Liang slowly opened his eyes, feeling a slight fatigue emanating from his body. As he looked at the crowd kneeling before him, and at the awe on the faces of the Bloodfang tribe prisoners, he felt a surge of emotion. The feeling of being in control made Wu Liang's lips curl into a slight smile. Iron can only conquer their bodies. Only a scene that is no different from a miracle can completely conquer their souls. His gaze finally settled on Akoman in the distance. From this moment on, the last vestige of this woman's resolve was torn open by her own hands. But now is not the time to focus on her. Wu Liang returned to the crowd and found Eliza. Eliza, the food problem is now solved. Now we just need to wait for the harvest. Right now, we still need to solve the meat problem. Eliza nodded. Go ahead and say it. We'll listen to you. Wei Xian, standing next to him, echoed this sentiment with equal certainty. You are now the acting chief of the tribe. You can simply give orders to everyone as needed. Wu Liang wanted to hear those words, and turned to look at the strong female warrior not far away. Kayla. Kayla rushed to Wu Liang in 3 quick steps and bowed respectfully. Lord Wu Liang, is there anything I can do for you? Her voice was loud and clear, filled with humility and reverence. Now I'll give you 50 of my most elite warriors. Wu Liang looked at her and slowly said, From today onwards, you will lead your people to the surrounding mountains and forests. Bring back every bison, wild sheep, wild horse, and wild boar you can see. Remember, I want you alive. Chapter 25, Taming Livestock, Whispers of the Prisoners. Yes, Kayla responded loudly. Wu Liang nodded, satisfied with her attitude. His finger gently touched Kayla's forehead, and a stream of information instantly flooded into Kayla's mind. Those are the techniques and knowledge for making various traps and lassos, as well as for driving away and capturing large animals. Kayla felt her head buzz for a moment as countless new and practical pieces of knowledge filled her mind. She was first stunned, then overjoyed. This is magic. Wu Liang withdrew his finger and said calmly, Use these methods to complete the task I have given you. We need a lot of livestock, the more the better. Yes, Kayla shouted excitedly, bowed respectfully to Wu Liang, and then turned to select her men. Watching Kayla's departing figure, Wu Liang turned to Eliza. Eliza, I need you to do some things too. Eliza's heart fluttered. He needed her. She looked at Wu Liang with a hopeful expression. Wu Liang, just tell me, what do you need me to do? Wu Liang extended his finger again, this time touching Eliza's smooth forehead. Unlike the hunting techniques given to Kayla, Eliza was given a more systematic knowledge. Basic animal husbandry. Build sturdy and well-ventilated livestock pens and distinguish the habits of different livestock. A balanced feed formula can quickly calm them down, provide initial treatment for some common diseases, and guide them to reproduce. Eliza greedily absorbed this unprecedented knowledge amidst the vast amount of information. From today onwards, You'll be in charge of the tribe's livestock operations. Wu Liang continued. All the wild beasts that Kayla captured are yours. I need you to turn them from wild beasts into docile livestock. Let them provide us with meat and milk. Let these livestock contribute everything to the construction of our tribe. Eliza's eyes sparkled, brighter than ever before. She looked at Wu Liang. This man had entrusted her with such an important task, which showed his immense trust and high expectations of her. Don't worry, Wu Liang. I will definitely do my best. Eliza nodded emphatically, her eyes resolute. Wu Liang smiled with satisfaction. Soon, Kayla led 50 of her strongest female warriors, carrying ropes and iron trap hearts, into the forest. With the capture knowledge given to her by Wu Liang, Kayla was full of confidence for this mission. Meanwhile, Eliza, along with the other women of the tribe and all the Bloodfang tribe captives, began directing the construction of livestock pens on a large open area outside the tribe. Following the knowledge taught to her by Wu Liang, she planned out different areas to be used for raising cattle, sheep, and horses. They were also taught how to dig deep pits, bury wooden stakes, and use tough vines to secure the fence. The mindset of those Bloodfang tribe prisoners was undergoing subtle changes, and their desire to resist was gradually fading. They dared not disobey Eliza's orders in the slightest, and worked even harder than the women of the Blackrock tribe. As evening fell, Kayla's team returned. Accompanying them was a huge commotion and a trail of dust. Dozens of panicked bison and hundreds of wild sheep were herded back by the female soldiers using ropes. The sounds of cattle and sheep could be heard continuously. These animals charged wildly, nearly breaking through the female warriors' encirclement several times. Quickly, drive them into the pen. Eliza stood at the entrance of the newly built livestock pen, giving loud instructions. The captives and the tribal women worked together to try to lure these rabid beasts into the enclosure. Just then, a particularly robust black bison suddenly let out an angry roar. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it suddenly turned around and rushed towards the densest part of the crowd. Get out of the way! Donji! The crowd immediately descended into chaos, and the women scattered in terror. The Bison King was about to charge into the crowd, causing a stampede. Don't move! A clear, cold shout rang out. Everyone was stunned. Eliza had actually stood alone in front of the raging bison. She had no weapon in her hand, but was carrying a large bundle of freshly cut grass that exuded a special sweet fragrance. That bundle of grass was specially selected and proportioned according to the knowledge taught by Wu Liang, and it has a natural attraction for this type of cattle. The bison angrily pawed at Eliza, its sharp horns aimed at her, ready to launch a deadly charge. Everyone held their breath in fear. However, Eliza showed no fear whatsoever. She calmly gazed at the Buffalo King and suddenly let out a low, rhythmic moan. This was also taught to her by Wu Liang, to imitate the sounds of cattle to express reassurance and non-threat. The raging bison stopped just a few steps away from Eliza. It was panting heavily through its nostrils, and its crimson eyes were filled with vigilance and suspicion. But the grass in Eliza's hand and the sound she made it hesitate. Eliza was overjoyed to see that her method had worked. He slowly handed the bundle of grass in his hand forward. The Buffalo King stared at the bundle of grass that smelled so enticing, then looked at Eliza, and hesitantly took a small step forward. It really works. Eliza relaxed slightly, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the bison calmed down, stuck out its tongue, and carefully curled towards the bundle of grass. The moment the tender, juicy grass entered its mouth, the bison completely relaxed. Seeing this, Eliza continued to hum in a soothing voice as she slowly backed away. Step by step, they led the strong, wild bison into the sturdy pen prepared for it. After the bison were subdued, the remaining cattle and sheep were guided much more smoothly, and the female warriors herded them into their respective enclosures. Eliza stood in front of the livestock pen in the setting sun. He looked at the livestock that had begun to lower their heads and graze on the fodder, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. In the following days, the tribe's crops grew rapidly under Wu Liang's ripening magic, changing every day. In the eastern pen, under Eliza's taming, the wild animals that had been captured began to gradually lose their wildness. They get plenty of delicious grass every day and begin to get used to being raised in captivity. Several ewes even gave birth to adorable lambs. Everyone in the tribe was busy, but their faces radiated an unprecedented sense of happiness. Food, the biggest problem that had plagued them for generations, seemed to have been completely solved by Wu Liang. In stark contrast with the captives of the Bloodfang tribe, they're still doing the hardest and most tiring work, but their mindset is quietly changing. They began to realize that the Blackrock tribe's strength was no accident. They began to secretly discuss it during breaks from work. Did you see that? The wheat seems to have grown taller again. And those sheep, They had several lambs born yesterday. I heard that the people of the Black Rock tribe will be able to drink goat milk every day from now on. When will we be able to live like this? These whispers, of course, did not escape Wu Yang's ears. He knew the time was almost right. At noon that day, all the Bloodfawn tribe prisoners were gathered in the open space in the center of the tribe after finishing their morning work. Wu Yang looked at them calmly. The prisoners were restless and uneasy, wondering what this lord was going to do next. They lowered their heads in awe, not daring to meet his gaze. Lift your head and look at me. Chapter 26. Wu Liang's overt scheme. Ackman wavered. Wu Yang's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. The prisoners hesitated for a moment, then slowly raised their heads. I know what you're thinking. Wu Yang's gaze swept across their faces, which were either tired or confused. You have seen our fields, you have seen our livestock. You envy them. You're even jealous. His words caused many prisoners to change their expression slightly. The man saw right through them. You don't need to be afraid. Wu Yang's tone softened somewhat. It's normal to have this kind of thought, because you have seen a better way of life, and you also yearn to live that kind of life. He pointed to the fields and livestock pens in the distance. Look, that is the future I have created for the Black Rock tribe. Our tribe will have an endless supply of food, milk, and clothes. And here, no one has to worry about starving to death tomorrow. And everything you've done in the past. Wu Lao's voice suddenly turned cold. Your so-called bravery and plunder are the lowest forms of survival, destined to be eliminated. These words were like a knife, piercing the hearts of every member of the Bloodfawn tribe. They lowered their heads in shame. Seeing their reactions, Wu Yang knew that the time was right. He then changed the subject and offered a sweet treat. Although you once provoked a war against us, I will not withhold your opportunities because of that. Upon hearing this, all the prisoners suddenly raised their heads. Your tribe has been defeated, but your people are still alive. From today onwards, I will give you a new way out. Wu Yang's voice was incredibly alluring. As long as you're willing to put aside the hatred of the past and work here sincerely to learn our techniques and rules, then you're no longer slaves. You too can become part of this tribe and have a stable life. Really, the crowd erupted in chaos. Is it true that Wu Yang hit someone? We're no longer slaves? As long as you work hard, you can become a member of the Black Rock tribe? Overwhelmed by immense joy, they were overwhelmed like a flood. For these women who had become prisoners and thought their future was bleak, this was a godsend. However, Wu Yang's next words poured cold water on their enthusiasm. He slowly turned around, his gaze falling on the stone house not far away, where Coleman was imprisoned alone. I welcome those who wish to stay in the Black Rock tribe and become members of the Black Rock tribe. Of course, I won't force those who want to return to their Bloodfawn tribe's homeland. I can either preserve the name of your Bloodfawn tribe, or I can grant you your freedom. But they must submit to the Black Rock tribe. And all of this is contingent on whether your former leader, Ackman, is willing to be of one mind with you. The prisoners' chatter abruptly ceased. Everyone followed Wu Yang's gaze to the stone house, their expressions becoming complicated. I gave her a choice. Wu Yang raised his voice. Make sure everyone, including Ackman in the stone house, can hear clearly. First, if Ackerman continues with her ridiculous pride, she will be imprisoned until death. And you, the Bloodfawn tribe, will become history, and no one will remember the name Bloodfawn anymore. Secondly, she submitted to me. Then I will not only retain the name Bloodfawn, I will also allocate you a new piece of land, give you seeds, give you tools, and teach you farming and animal husbandry techniques. With Bloodfawn becoming a subordinate tribe of Black Rock, your lives will be 100 times better than before. Your future, the survival of your tribe, is now in her hands. Is she going to sacrifice the future of the entire tribe for the sake of that little bit of dignity? Or should we let her make a wise choice for the sake of all of your future? I think you should know what to do. After saying that, Wu Yang said no more and turned to leave. This is a calculated move. He cleverly transferred all the pressure from himself onto Ackman. He turned the hopes of everyone in the Bloodfawn tribe into a weapon to force Ackman to submit. He wanted to make Ackman understand how ridiculous her so-called perseverance was. If she resists again, she will not be fighting against Wu Yang, but against the will of all her own people. Every human being wants to live better. Coleman, let's see how long you can hold out. Wu Yang's face was full of a triumphant smile. After he left, the open space became deathly silent. After a brief silence, an unprecedented commotion erupted from the crowd. What will the leader choose? Of course she'll choose the second one. Does she want our Bloodfawn tribe to be completely wiped out? But to submit to that man. So what if you submit? There's nothing shameful about submitting to the powerful. The most important thing is to enable everyone to live a good life. An older woman shouted. Her words ignited a flame in everyone's hearts. Yes, there's nothing shameful about it. They invaded the Black Rock tribe, yet received such magnanimous treatment in return. The fact that they weren't executed was the greatest mercy they could have received. Now, they can even have a better life and return to their hometown. What's wrong with that? What is their leader still insisting on? Thump. The older woman was the first to kneel down. She kowtowed heavily towards the stone house where Ackman was imprisoned. Chief, I beg you, for everyone's sake, for the future of Bloodfang, please grant my request. Her voice was choked with sobs and filled with pleading. Thump, thump. One by one, the Bloodfang tribe members knelt down. They made their most heartfelt plea to that small stone house. Chief, I beg you, we don't want the Bloodfang tribe to just disappear like this. Please give us a way to live. The cries of hundreds and thousands of people merged into a huge wave of sound, piercing through the stone wall and slamming into Akoman's heart. The sound was sharper than any sword, shattering her last line of defense. Her heart was wavering. Just 1 week later, the tribe has had its first bumper harvest. Under Wu Liang's continued nurturing influence from the earth, the first batch of various fruits and vegetables he planted have ripened. Eliza led the women as they harvested plump, green vegetables and heavy fruits from the fields. When the items were neatly piled up in the open space in the center of the village, the entire village was in an uproar, an abundance unlike anything ever seen before. The food was piled up like a mountain, exuding the fresh scent of earth and plants. The women of the Black Rock tribe cheered and sang and danced around the pile of food, praising Wu Liang's greatness. The Bloodfang tribe prisoners stared blankly at everything, swallowing hard. Their eyes were filled with envy and longing for the future. They had never seen so much food in their entire lives. However, the surprises Wu Liang brought them were far from over. On the other side of the village, a brand new kitchen, built of mud and stone, rises from ground. Under Wu Liang's personal command, several huge iron pots were placed on the newly built stove. Chapter 27, A brand new way of cooking delicious flavors. These iron pots were made by the blacksmith in the last few days. The pot has a smooth surface, allowing for even heating. With an iron wok, you can stir-fry and stew dishes. Wu Liang then had several large bags of small, golden yellow, unidentified particles brought over. Wei Xian, with her pregnant belly, walked over curiously. She's currently under close protection, but she still can't resist joining in the fun. Eliza was beside her, looking at the rapeseed, her beautiful eyebrows furrowing slightly. Wu Liang, this thing is hard and small. It won't even soften when boiled. How are we supposed to eat it? Wu Liang smiled. This is rapeseed. Wu Liang grabbed a handful and explained to the curious Wei Xian and Eliza. Crush it, press it, and you can get a good thing called rapeseed oil. Wu Liang had a large amount of rapeseed, crushed with a stone mortar and pestle, and then wrapped in thick animal hide. Then, he directed several strong female warriors to place the animal skin bag on a large, flat stone slab, and then place another stone slab on top of it. Wu Liang found a hardwood lever several meters long, wedged one end into a crack in the stone house wall, and pressed the other end onto the stone slab. Come on, Kayla, take a few men and press this log down hard. Wu Liang gave the order. Yes, Lord Wu Liang. Kayla responded and called to 4 or 5 female warriors, who together grabbed the end of the wooden bar and pressed it down with all their might. Heave-ho! Heave-ho! As the female warriors exerted their strength, the wooden bar slowly sank, applying immense pressure to the stone slab. The other women in the tribe gathered around, craning their necks to see what Wu Liang was up to. What do you think Lord Wu Liang is doing? I don't know, it looks so complicated. It must be some amazing thing we've never seen before. Just as everyone was discussing this, a yellowish liquid began to seep out drop by drop from beneath the squeezed animal hide bag. The water flowed into a ceramic jar, placed below, following the grooves pre-carved in the stone slab. A peculiar, fresh, plant-like scent slowly filled the air. Is this water? A female soldier asked in surprise. No, it's not water. Smell it. It smells nice. Eliza stepped forward, dipped her finger in the yellow liquid, smelled it, and then licked it with the tip of her tongue. It's smooth and smells nice, but it doesn't have much flavor. Wei Xian also took a little, put his finger under his nose, and smelled it. A pure aroma of plant oil filled his nostrils. Is this what you mean by making food taste better? That's right. As Wu Liang watched the rapeseed oil accumulating in the earthenware jar, his smile deepened. This is called rapeseed oil. With it, our food will be more delicious. With oil, the possibilities for cooking become limitless. Wu Liang directed several female soldiers to carry over the fattest wild goat, which was then slaughtered on the spot. He personally performed the procedure, and his technique was swift and skillful. Bleeding, skinning, gutting, and removing internal organs are all done in one go. Then he began to cut the mutton, explaining to the women watching as he did so. This is a leg of lamb. The meat is firm and suitable for roasting or stewing. This is pork tenderloin, the most tender piece of meat. Slice it and stir-fry it quickly over high heat for the best texture. These are lamb chops. The meat with the bone is the most flavorful. We'll braise them today. Don't throw away the mutton awfully either. Wash it clean, cook it into a soup, sprinkle some wild green onions, and it tastes amazing. The women of these primitive tribes had never seen such a meticulous division method before. In the past, when they ate meat, they would just throw a whole piece into the fire to roast or boil it in water. It was roasted until it was half-cooked and boiled until it had an extremely fishy and gamey smell. I've really seen something new today. Today, I'm going to teach you a new way of cooking. Wu Liang picked up an iron shovel and addressed the crowd. He first set up a large iron pot, and once the pot was hot, he scooped in a large spoonful of freshly pressed rapeseed oil. Sizzle. With a loud bang, accompanied by a rich aroma, it suddenly exploded. The women watching were startled and all took a step back. They had never seen anything like this before. The oil sizzled under the high temperature, and a rich aroma burst forth, filling the entire kitchen. It smells so good. Oh my God, what is that smell? It smells amazing. My mouth is watering. The women's saliva began to flow uncontrollably from their mouths. Wu Liang slid the sliced lamb tenderloin into the pot and quickly stir-fried it with a spatula. As soon as the slices of meat touched the boiling oil, they immediately curled up and turned from red to white. He then added a handful of chopped wild garlic and ginger slices, which further enhanced the aroma, making it more complex and layered. Add some bright green wild vegetables and stir-fry quickly for a few seconds. Finally, sprinkle on some salt grains that Wu Liang had collected from the salt mines in the wild and ground them up long ago, and a plate of stir-fried mutton with scallions is ready to serve. The lamb slices on the plate are white and tender. The wild vegetables are emerald green, and they are garnished with yellow ginger slices. Just looking at them makes your mouth water. Is it done already? Eliza looked at the dish in disbelief. It only took a few minutes. Try it. Wu Liang handed the plate to Wei Zian and Eliza, who were standing next to him. Wei Zian looked at the food on the plate, somewhat hesitant. Eliza was bolder and took the pair of chopsticks that Wu Liang handed her. These chopsticks were also made by a carpenter in the last 2 days. No one in the tribe has ever seen them before. Wu Liang gave Eliza a brief explanation of how to use it, and she learned it very quickly. She clumsily picked up a piece of mutton, blew on it to cool it down, and carefully put it in her mouth. The next second, her eyes widened suddenly. An indescribable deliciousness exploded on her taste buds in an instant. As soon as the slices of meat enter your mouth, an indescribable, delicious flavor explodes on your tongue. The aroma of oil, the spiciness of garlic, the tenderness of meat, and the freshness of wild vegetables blend together perfectly, creating an unprecedented taste experience. The sliced meat was very tender, melting in your mouth with almost no chewing, leaving only a mouthful of meaty flavor. How about it? Wei Zian asked nervously. Eliza blushed with excitement and took another big bite. He chewed and mumbled indistinctly. Delicious. So delicious. Wei Zian, you have to try it. Seeing her like this, Wei Zian couldn't resist and took a bite himself. Oh my God. She felt her head go blank for a moment. The taste made her so comfortable that she almost groaned out loud. She no longer cared about maintaining a leader's demeanor and started fighting with Eliza for the food. It's so delicious. A blush of happiness spread across Eliza's face. This tastes better than anything I've ever eaten. With his mouth stuffed full of meat, Wei Zian mumbled indistinctly. Delicious. Wu Liang, you're amazing. How can this taste so good? The women around them watched them wolf down their food, and their mouths watered even more. Lord Wu Liang, please let us have a taste too. Kayla couldn't help but shout. Haha, don't worry. There'll be plenty for today. Chapter 28 Ackman. It's not shameful to eat some meat. Wu Liang laughed loudly. He had the women continue pressing oil, while he began preparing the second dish, braised lamb chops. This time he used a more complicated cooking method, first blanching the lamb chops to remove the gamey smell, and then stir-frying them in oil until fragrant. Add water and some sweet wild berries, cover the pot, and simmer over low heat. While waiting for the stewed meat, he also stir-fried a few vegetarian dishes. Soon, the open space in the new kitchen was filled with 7 or 8 dishes. It has both meat and vegetables, red and green colors, and a fragrant aroma. Smelling the fragrance, women from the tribe gradually gathered around. They craned their necks, staring intently at the food, swallowing loudly. Stir-fried greens, stir-fried mushrooms, stir-fried sliced meat. The kitchen was filled with a delicious aroma, which carried on the wind throughout the entire tribe. The Bloodfawn tribe prisoners, who were working hard, stopped what they were doing when they smelled the aroma. I stared blankly in the direction of the kitchen, my stomach starting to rumble uncontrollably. What is this smell? I've never smelled anything like it before. Do the people of the Black Rock tribe eat such good food every day? Can we eat it too? Their eyes were filled with longing. In the solitary stone hut, Ackman also smelled this scent. She was leaning against the corner of the wall, staring blankly into space. These past few days, the pleas of her people have been echoing in her mind like a demonic chant, leaving her in a state of utter turmoil. Suddenly, a strong fragrance wafted into her nostrils. Ackman's stomach immediately let out an untimely growl. She swallowed hard, feeling both ashamed and angry. Damn it! What is that man up to now? She strained her ears, listening to the cheers and exclamations coming from outside, feeling a pang of discomfort in her heart, as if being scratched by a cat. She could imagine the people of the Black Rock tribe and her spineless tribesmen gathered together at this moment, enjoying a food she had never experienced before. She could only smell the stench here, enduring hunger and humiliation. This comparison shattered the last vestiges of pride in her heart. I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry at all. Ackman hugged her knees and buried her face in them. Dinner's ready. Come on, everyone get some. Wu Liang gave the order. The women watching cheered and immediately surged forward. Kayla, go and call over those prisoners from Bloodfang as well. Kayla, who was enjoying her meal, was taken aback. Lord Wu Liang, how can they be worthy of eating such delicacies? Just go when I tell you to. Stop with all the nonsense. Seeing that Wu Liang's expression had changed, Kayla quickly took another bite and ran out. Soon, the Bloodfang prisoners were gathered in the kitchen. Wu Liang glanced at it and said, the Blackrock tribe members will eat first, and the Bloodfang prisoners will line up behind them. There's no rush. Everyone will get to eat. Hearing this, none of the Bloodfang tribe's prisoners complained. Instead, I felt a sense of recognition. Wu Liang's actions were undoubtedly telling them that as long as they worked hard, they could also enjoy such delicious food. This green vegetable is so delicious. It's crunchy and sweet. This soup, oh my god, it's so delicious. I could drink the whole pot. I never knew meat could be so tender and fragrant. The meat I used to eat was practically wood. The entire tribe was immersed in a feast of delicious food. For the first time, the women discovered that eating could be such a blissful and enjoyable experience. They ate while awkwardly learning to use chopsticks. Although it was very difficult to get used to at first, everyone worked very hard to learn so that they could pick up the food faster. Looking at the women whose mouths were greasy and whose faces were beaming with happiness, Wu Liang felt a sense of satisfaction that he was in control of everything. Food is always the best tool for winning people's hearts. He wiped his hands, picked up a plate of freshly stir-fried meat slices, and walked over to Wei, Xian, and Eliza. Here, try this. Wu Liang, you're amazing. How did you do that? Wei Xian ate while praising the food, his eyes filled with admiration for Wu Liang. This is just the beginning. Wu Liang fed a piece of meat to Eliza's mouth, watching her eat it shyly yet contentedly. From now on, I will make sure you can eat this kind of good food every day. He thought to himself that just having vegetables wasn't enough. Once the wheat is ripe, it can be made into flour, and then there are even more ways to make it. At that time, noodles, steamed buns, dumplings, and baked flatbreads will be available. You can have anything you want. While everyone was enjoying the meal, Wu Liang's gaze fell on the stone house not far away. He carried a bowl of braised lamb chops, which he had specially reserved for him, and a plate of stir-fried vegetables, and walked to the stone house where a Koman was imprisoned. Open the door. The female soldier on guard opened the door. Inside the stone house, a Coco huddled in a corner, driven nearly mad by the aromas and cheers outside. She heard the gasps of amazement and satisfied groans of her people, sounds that pierced her heart like needles. Wu Liang placed the ceramic bowl on the ground in front of her. Eat. His voice was calm. The rich aroma of meat filled the Koman's nostrils, and her stomach rumbled involuntarily. The lamb chops were stewed to a glossy red color, the meat falling off the bone, and the broth was thick and rich. The aroma alone was irresistible. Ackman turned her head away, biting her lip, refusing to look at the bowl of meat. I don't want it. Take it away. Her voice was hoarse, with a hint of stubbornness. Yeah. Wu Liang wasn't angry. He picked up his chopsticks, took the largest piece of lamb chop, and started eating it by himself. He ate with relish, uttering satisfied exclamations. It tastes good. The cooking time is just right. The meat is tender and melts in your mouth. It's a pity that some people don't get to enjoy this. Ackman caught a glimpse of Wu Liang eating meat out of the corner of her eye, and her throat bobbed, feeling as if her mouth was about to water. Her body yearned, but her mouth resisted. After finishing one piece, Wu Liang picked up another and deliberately waved it in front of her. Look, your people are now enjoying good food and learning new ways of life outside. And you, their former leader, are left here starving. Do you think your persistence is still worthwhile? Wu Liang's words were like a sharp knife, piercing a Koman's heart. Everything she had seen over the past few days flashed through her mind. Amazing iron tools, sturdy houses, farmland that grows on its own, and now, unheard of delicacies. Her people's faces were no longer numb and desperate, but but filled with longing and enthusiasm for a new life. It seems that they no longer need their defeated leader. Seeing the wavering look in her eyes, Wu Liang pushed the bowl of meat she had already eaten further forward. Eat up. Ackman, it's not shameful to eat some meat. Only when you're full will you have the energy to think about your struggle. If you starve to death here, I'll have to collect your body. After saying that, Wu Liang stood up, turned around, and walked out without looking back. The stone gate was closed again. Only Ackman and the bowl of braised lamb chops, exuding a deadly allure, remained in the room. Her stomach growled even louder. Her body, her stomach, were desperately craving her. Ackman stared at the bowl of meat, her eyes filled with struggle. You wretched bastard, you left what you ate for me. You despicable man. Finally, she reached out her trembling hand and picked up the ceramic bowl. She first carefully tasted a sip of the soup. The rich and delicious flavor instantly overwhelmed her taste buds. It smells so good. She couldn't resist any longer, grabbed a lamb chop, and stuffed it into her mouth. Tasty. This mutton is absolutely delicious. That wretched Wu Liang. That wretched man, he's so delicious. Chapter 29 Bloodfang, Clan Defection. Humiliation, resentment, anger. All emotions are irrelevant at this moment. Ackman ate heartily, tears streaming down her face unknowingly, mingling with the meat juices as she swallowed them. She didn't know if her tears were from humiliation or from the fact that it was the first time in her life she had tasted something so delicious. All she knew was that when she took her first bite of meat, something hard within me has begun to crumble. The next day, the entire tribe talked about the food from the previous day. Did you try that braised lamb chop? Oh my God, I'm dreaming about that taste. I prefer the stir-fried pork slices. They're fragrant and tender. What kind of life were we living before? Only after meeting Lord Wu Liang did we learn what real life is. The women's faces radiated happiness and satisfaction, and their feelings for Wu Liang had grown even more fervent and adoring, beyond mere awe. Wu Liang did not let them remain only at the stage of reminiscing. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. Early this morning, he selected a group of women from the Black Rock tribe and the Bloodfang tribe who were quick-witted and agile, and formed a catering team. Wu Liang began to systematically teach them how to cook. From the most basic processes of pressing oil and grinding salt, to recognizing various edible wild vegetables and spices. Then there's the knife skills for cutting vegetables, the techniques for controlling the heat, and the practical operation of various cooking methods such as stir-frying, stewing, boiling, and steaming. Wu Liang was very patient. He taught him step by step. When stir-frying, the oil temperature should be high and the movements should be quick to lock in the moisture of the ingredients and maintain their tender texture. When stewing meat, you should use a low flame and simmer it slowly so that the flavors gradually seep into the meat. The longer it takes, the more tender the meat will become, and the richer the broth will be. Remember, add salt last. If you add it too early, the meat will become tough and dry. These things, which Wu Liang considered common sense, opened the door to a new world for them. They studied very hard, carefully memorizing every word Wu Liang said. As the highest-ranking members of the tribe, Visian and Eliza naturally didn't need to cook themselves. But they also spent almost every day in the new kitchen. The two women watched in fascination as Wu Liang transformed ordinary ingredients into exquisite dishes that resembled works of art. Wu Liang was happy to give them special treatment. Today I'm making sweet and sour pork. It's sour and appetizing. I'll make boiled sliced pork tomorrow. It'll be spicy and flavorful. The day after tomorrow, we'll roast a whole lamb, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Sprinkled with special spices, its aroma will waft for miles. Wei Xian's appetite had become somewhat picky due to her pregnancy, and now she was completely won over by Wu Liang's culinary skills. Her favorite thing to do now is to lean against Wu Liang and wait for him to feed her bite by bite. Wu Liang, you're amazing. I feel like I can't live without you for the rest of my life. Wei Xian squinted his eyes contentedly, like a cat that had just been fed. Eliza, on the other hand, was more interested in the principles behind cooking. Why does adding that sour fruit make the flesh softer? Why can different spices be combined to create so many wonderful flavors? She's like a curious child, always having endless questions. Wu Liang patiently answered her questions, and occasionally he would half-jokingly tell her a few things. The high priest was stunned by what he heard, and his admiration for Wu Liang deepened even further. The women of the Black Rock tribe are immersed in the joy of their leap in living standards. Meanwhile, the mindset of those captured from the Bloodfang tribe was undergoing a more profound change. They were no longer treated like slaves, with only heavy labor and cold leather whips every day. As long as they work hard, they can also get a hot meal and enjoy that dreamlike deliciousness. They were also given the opportunity to learn how to use chopsticks, and although they were clumsy, it meant a sense of recognition. Gradually, they stopped seeing themselves as prisoners. They began to envy the life of the Black Rock tribe and longed to become one of them. I was so stupid, really. Yeah, we were so stupid before. Why would we waste such a good life to rob something? Yes, the little bit of stuff we manage to snatch back every day isn't even enough for one meal for them. I wish we could stay here forever. This idea spread like wildfire among the women of the Bloodfang tribe. The hatred in their eyes when they looked at Wu Liang had long since vanished, replaced only by awe and obsequiousness. This man was practically a god in their eyes. They're the gods who bring them good days. In comparison, their leader, who is still imprisoned and refuses to bow his head, seems so much more of an eyesore. Finally, after another delicious dinner was served, the eldest woman of the Bloodfang tribe, who was the first to kneel down, led a group of people to the stone house where Akoman was imprisoned. They stopped crying and begging. They knelt silently at the entrance of the stone house, each holding a bowl of food. The meal was very simple, a large bowl of white rice topped with a few slices of stir-fried meat and some vegetables. But even such simple dishes exude an enticing aroma. The Black Rock female warriors guarding them did not stop them. They simply held their iron spears and watched coldly. This was tacitly approved by Wu Liang. Ackman, inside the stone house, heard the commotion outside. Through the crack in the door, she saw a dark mass of people kneeling outside, and the rice bowls they were holding. Her heart sank suddenly. Leader. The older woman spoke, her voice calm but resolute. We came not to beg you. We're here to tell you that we've made our choice. She paused, then said word by word. We want to stay here. We want to live a good life. We want to be part of the Black Rock tribe. You are our leader, and it is your responsibility to think about us. If you really care about us, you should know what to do. Another younger woman also looked up, her eyes glistening with tears. Chief, look at us. We are well-fed and warmly clothed, and no one beats or scolds us anymore. Lord Wu Liang also taught us farming techniques so that we could earn a living with our own hands. We never dared to dream of such a life before. Give up. Is your so-called dignity really more important than the future of all of us? If you continue, you will not be fighting against Lord Wu Liang, but against all of us. You are extinguishing all hope for the Bloodfang clan to live again. These words from my tribesmen are more hurtful than any weapon. Ackman's face turned deathly pale, and her body swayed precariously. Her sense of responsibility as a leader at this moment became the last straw that broke her back. She kept saying she wanted to be responsible for the tribe. But now, her people are telling her in the most direct way that her resistance is jeopardizing the future of her entire tribe. Wu Liang timed it perfectly and appeared at the back of the crowd. He didn't speak, he just watched quietly. But the pressure he brought made the air feel heavy. He was also holding a bowl in his hand, containing a carefully prepared dish. Braised pork belly. The pork belly, with its alternating layers of fat and lean meat, is stewed until it turns a bright red color, with translucent skin and a rich aroma that blends sweetness and saltiness. He walked to the stone house of Ackman and handed the bowl to the older woman. Let her choose for herself. Chapter 30 for Lord Wu Liang. Everyone worked hard. Wu Liang's voice reached everyone clearly, including Ackman inside the stone house. Is it a choice to eat this bowl of meat that represents abundance and the future, or to starve to death clinging to that pitiful pride? Her choice determines the fate of all of you. After saying that, Wu Liang turned and left. He gave the choice to Akoman, but then used the future of all the Bloodfang clan to deliver the final blow. The older woman, with trembling hands, carried the bowl of braised pork on her knees to the door of the stone house and raised it high. Chief, please choose the future for us. Leader, all the kneeling Bloodfang clan members shouted in unison, their voices filled with pleading and determination. Inside the stone house, Ackman leaned against the cold wall and slowly slid to the ground. The voices of her clansmen and Wu Liang's words accelerated the destruction of her will. Ding. Target Akoman's will has wavered, impacted by the will of her people. Submission level plus 15%. The system notification sounded in Wu Liang's mind. A slight smile played at the corners of his lips. It'll be soon, very soon. This wildest horse is about to be completely tamed. Ackman sat on the ground, tears silently streaming down her face. She knew she had no other choice. She slowly reached out and pushed open the unlocked stone door. The firelight outside illuminated her pale and desperate face. Ackman's surrender did not cause much of stir in the tribe. Everything seemed calm and natural. When she stepped out of the stone house and silently ate the bowl of braised pork in front of all her people, the women of the Bloodfang tribe cheered with relief in front of Akoman. The women of the Black Rock tribe responded with a triumphant smile, as if it were their due. In their view, it was only natural to submit to the omnipotent Lord Wu Liang. Wu Liang did not do anything to Ackman immediately. He simply arranged a clean brick house for her, lifted her confinement, and gave her the same treatment as ordinary members of the Blackrock tribe. He didn't even go to her room. Wu Liang knew clearly that now was not the time. Although Ackman's defenses have crumbled, it will take more time and more methods to completely subdue her, both physically and mentally. With the most pressing issue of food resolved, the tribe's development accelerated even further. Wu Liang wasn't idle either. He turned his attention to everyone's clothing. Currently, the women in the tribes, whether from the Blackrock tribe or the Bloodfang tribe, still wear rough animal skins. Even Wu Liang was the same. These clothes are not breathable, are uncomfortable, and can easily breed parasites if not properly handled. It's time to make a change. Food keeps us alive, but clothes allow us to live like human beings. One morning, Wu Liang summoned Eliza and Visian. He then summoned several key managers from the tribe and explained his new plan. We're going to start growing our own things and making our own clothes. Making clothes? Wei Zian was somewhat puzzled. What should we use? Animal hides would be fine, wouldn't they? Not good. Wu Liang shook his head. We want to make clothes that are 100 times better than animal hides. He pulled out several packets of different seeds from his pocket. These are flax seeds. These are rami, and this is called cotton. The fruits they produce can be processed into yarn and then woven into cloth. With fabric, we can make clothes that are lightweight, soft, comfortable, and breathable. As he spoke, Wu Liang pointed to an area on a distant hillside. And there, I will have mulberry trees planted all over that place. The leaves of the mulberry tree can be used to raise a kind of insect called silkworm, and the silk spun by the silkworm is the best textile material in the world. Eliza and Visian were stunned. Can plants be made into clothing? Can a silk spun by insects be used to make clothes? These concepts were completely beyond their comprehension. But because of their absolute trust in Wu Liang, they did not question him, but were filled with curiosity and anticipation. So what should we do? Eliza asked. It's very simple. Wu Liang was confident. He walked up to Eliza and gently pressed his fingers against her smooth forehead. Eliza, relax. Don't resist me. Now I'm going to teach you something. Eliza nodded obediently. Wu Liang will include all the knowledge about planting these fiber crops in the system. The basic techniques for silkworm rearing were directly instilled into Eliza's mind. Eliza swayed slightly. Then her eyes lit up with surprise. Her mind suddenly contained a wealth of knowledge about how to select land, sow seeds, fertilize, control pests, and harvest. I know everything. Eliza looked at Wu Liang with excitement. Wu Liang said calmly, Eliza, the Ministry of Agriculture is about to add a new area to its work, the cultivation of cash crops. I'm still entrusting you with full responsibility for this matter. You can select more key personnel to help you share the burden. Understand. I will complete all the tasks you have assigned me well. Eliza looked at Wu Liang with tender eyes and a gentle gaze. She straightened her full chest, full of energy. With technical guidance in place, all that's left is the labor force. Wu Liang assigned this task to Kayla. Kayla, lead the Bloodfang tribe to cultivate all those hillsides. Plant these crops, as Eliza requested. Tell them that these things are related to whether they can wear new clothes in the future, and encourage them to work harder. Yes, Lord Wu Liang. Kayla accepted the order and left. The women of the Bloodfang tribe displayed unprecedented enthusiasm after Wu Liang issued them a new mission. Firstly, it was to demonstrate his loyalty and gain Wu Yang's approval as soon as possible. Secondly, they themselves will soon be able to obtain clothes they have never seen before through their labor. With this belief, they worked 100 times harder than ever before when cultivating the land. Because this time, they were working for themselves. For a bright future that we can see and touch. For Lord Wu Yang's sake, let's all work hard. Ackman walked through the fields, watching his people sweat profusely, his emotions complex. Wu Liang also assigned her a job, but it was a very leisurely job, which mainly involved patrolling the fields every day. This was, of course, Wu Yang's deliberate arrangement. He wanted Ackman to witness firsthand how her people would completely forget their hatred and willingly serve him. Every day, Ackman walks silently along the ridges of the fields, observing everything. Eliza directed the people to sow seeds and water the plants. Kayla acted like a foreman, using a carrot and stick approach to keep her people under control. She watched the seedlings that had just sprouted from the soil grow rapidly under the occasional blessings of the earth bestowed by Wu Liang. She watched as new changes took place throughout the Blackrock tribe every day. More and more brick houses were built, roads were widened, and new calves were born in the livestock pens. Everyone is busy, but everyone's face is filled with smiles and hope. But she, the former leader of the Bloodfang tribe, was like an outsider, a superfluous person. Everything she knew, everything she upheld. All of this pales and laughs in the face of this rapidly changing new world. During the day, she watched the tribe's construction. That night, she returned to her room and stood alone facing the empty walls. Occasionally, Wu Liang would have someone bring her some special food or novel gadgets. For example, a comb polished smooth from animal bone, or a bar of soap that exudes a faint fragrance. He never comes in person, nor does he say anything. But this silent infiltration bothered Ackman more than any words. This man is like a master hunter. With delicious food, comfort, and just the right amount of care, a gentle net is woven to tighten its grip on her. She felt herself slowly sinking into depravity, yet powerless to resist. Chapter 31, Building a Loom. While Ackman was enduring this torment, each day feeling like an eternity, the first batch of flax and rami, nurtured by Wu Liang's daily bounty on the earth, has finally been harvested. When those long, tough plant fibers are harvested, when it was all piled up on the open ground of the village, everyone gathered around curiously. Lord Wu Liang, can these grass-like things really be made into those magical cloths? A bold woman asked. Wu Liang smiled and announced loudly, "Sure, starting today, I will build a machine that can turn this grass into cloth." His words filled everyone with anticipation. Ackman stood at the edge of the crowd, looking at Wu Liang, who stood on high and full of vigor. A spark of curiosity finally arose in my heart. The next day, Wu Liang began his plan. The so-called loom is actually the most primitive and basic type of hand-cranked spinning wheel and foot-operated loom in the industrial technology tree. But in the eyes of these tribal women who didn't even know what silk threads were, once this thing appeared, it was definitely a divine artifact bestowed by the gods. Wu Liang gathered all the women in the tribe who had construction experience and have been doing construction work for a long time. Some of them are skilled in carpentry, while others are skilled in blacksmithing. On a flat wooden board, Wu Liang used charcoal to draw detailed structural diagrams of the spinning wheel and loom. The dimensions of every part and the structure of every tenon and mortise are clearly marked. Look closely. This is the machine we're going to build. Wu Liang pointed to the blueprints and spoke to the craftsman. Your task is to make every single part exactly as I draw it. The craftsman stood around the blueprints, dumbfounded. What are these? My God, this thing is way too complicated. Lord Wu Liang, is it really possible to make this? Able. Wu Liang's answer was beyond question. He began to explain in detail the function of each part and how they are combined. His explanations were clear, easy to understand, and logically sound, which gradually helped the women who were initially confused understand. In the following days, the entire tribe's workshop area entered its busiest state. The carpenters were sawing wood and chiseling mortise and tenon joints with a clanging sound. The blacksmiths wielded their hammers, forging various iron connectors and drive shafts with a clanging sound. Everyone was mobilized, and the entire tribe worked together for this amazing machine. Wu Liang personally oversaw every step of the process. He has extremely high standards. If any part is even slightly off in size, he will demand it be reworked without hesitation. Under his strict supervision, one precision part after another was manufactured and then assembled under his personal guidance. Ackman comes to the workshop every day to watch. She watched as those complex structures, which had previously only existed on blueprints, gradually became a reality under Wu Liang's direction. She watched the man, sometimes sternly reprimanding the craftsman for his mistakes, and sometimes patiently explaining the technical points. His focused expression exuded a charm she had never seen before. It's the allure of creation, the confidence of being in control of everything. This was a completely different person from the cold-blooded Wu Liang she had seen on the battlefield. A ripple of emotion stirred within Ackman's heart. She found herself, when she looked at Wu Liang again, actually somewhat approving of him, even admiring him. It's done. Lord Wu Liang, we really did it. Finally, on the evening of the 5th day, the tribe's first treadle loom was assembled under everyone's watchful eyes. It was a huge wooden machine consisting of countless beams, pedals, shuttles, and heddle frames. It stands there quietly, its complex and exquisite structure full of the most primitive beauty of the industrial age. Everyone gathered around the machine, touching it with curiosity in their eyes. Lord Wu Liang, how do I use this machine? Yes, how can we weave cloth? I can't wait. In response to the public's clamor, Wu Liang immediately took action. He had someone bring over the thread spun from the pre-treated flax fibers. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he boarded the plane himself. With the support of systematic knowledge, Wu Liang skillfully threaded countless warp threads one by one through the heddle frame and reed, and then fixed them onto the cloth roll. This process is extremely tedious and requires a great deal of patience and care. Wu Liang did it meticulously, his fingers moving nimbly between the threads, as if weaving a work of art. That one move alone dazzled all the women present. Finally, the preparations are complete. Wu Liang sat in front of the loom and took a deep breath. He stepped on the pedal, and the heeled frames intersected, instantly splitting the warp threads into 2 layers, forming a shed. With his right hand, he slid the shuttle, which was filled with weft threads, through the opening of the shuttle with a snap. Then step down with the other foot, switch the heel, and pull the reed at the same time. With a clang, the latitude line that had just passed through was tightened. Smack, clang, smack, clang. The rhythmic sounds of machinery echoed through the workshop. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Wu Liang's hands and the machine. They saw that with each shuttle's movement and each strike of the reed, the shuttle moved back and forth. At the end of those densely packed warp lines, a flat, off-white patch is slowly growing out. 1 inch, 2 inches, 1 foot. Oh my God, cloth! Is this really cloth? Your Majesty, High Priest, the machines we built have actually woven cloth. A thunderous gasp erupted from the crowd. Ackman stood in the crowd, her lips moving slightly. Is this cloth? She watched the cloth being woven, her gaze finally settling on the man sitting at the loom, his expression focused. Wu Liang didn't stop. He knitted for almost an hour, until a large bolt of linen, about 2 feet wide and several feet long, was woven completely. He cut the warp threads, removed the cloth from the loom, and held it high. Although the cloth is somewhat rough, it is far superior to animal hide. From today onwards, our Blackrock tribe will use this fabric to make new clothes. Clothes that are 1,000 times better than the animal skins we wear now. Wu Liang's voice echoed throughout the entire workshop. Oh, oh, oh. All the women raised their arms and cheered thunderously. Wu Liang handed the piece of cloth to Eliza. Eliza, I will build a few more looms and spinning wheels next. You are responsible for organizing manpower and setting up a weaving training class. I want to teach every woman in the tribe how to spin and weave in the shortest possible time. No problem. Eliza excitedly took the cloth and stroked it with great affection. Wu Liang's gaze fell on the corner, and he walked up to Ackman. Your people will soon be wearing clothes made from it. They will forget the roughness and stench of animal hides. They will fall in love with their softness and comfort. Ackman held the cloth tightly, her knuckles turning white. She looked up into Wu Liang's deep eyes, opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Ding! Target Akoman has been detected to be in a state of deep self-doubt. Submission level plus 10%. Chapter 32, The Secret Gift. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Wu Liang's lips. He knew that Akoman, this wild horse, was only 1 step away from being completely reined in. He turned around and announced to everyone, Tomorrow, I will teach you how to dye cloth. Let's make our clothes colorful. The next day, Wu Liang led Eliza and some of his tribesmen into the mountains. Today they need to collect a lot of plants and some minerals to make dyes for fabrics. These red berries, when crushed, can be dyed a vibrant red. Those little blue flowers, after fermentation, can produce the purest blue color. And the yellow soil over there, after filtration and purification, is an excellent yellow dye. Eliza and the other tribespeople followed behind Wu Liang, listening and collecting information as they went. When Wu Liang and his group returned to the tribe, several large pots had already been set up. Under Wu Liang's guidance, the women processed the collected dyes. Then, the woven linen and kudzu cloth were soaked in dye vats of different colors. When the first piece of cloth, dyed bright red, was taken out of the dye vat and laid out to dry in the sun, all the women watching exclaimed in admiration. It had a texture that animal hides didn't have, a color they had never seen before, that clothing materials could have such a color. Following that sky blue, grass green, and bright yellow, rolls of colorful fabric were laid out to dry in the open space of the village. The women stroked the colorful fabrics, unable to put them down. A fondness for beautiful colors is a woman's nature. From today onwards, everyone in the tribe must follow the new rules regarding clothing. Wu Liang stood on a high platform, his voice carrying clearly throughout the entire venue. People of the Bloodfang tribe, you are now prospective members of the tribe. Of course you can wear newly made clothes, but only undyed, uncolored linen clothes. He pointed to the off-white, coarsest fabric. The women of the Bloodfang tribe stirred, their faces showing disappointment. But they had no complaints. On the contrary, they considered it a great favor from Wu Liang to be able to wear cloth clothes. Wu Liang continued, Ordinary members of the Blackrock tribe may wear clothes made of kudzu cloth that have been dyed. The colors are limited to yellow and green. The women of the Blackrock tribe were clearly treated better than those of the Bloodfang tribe, which gave them a sense of superiority. The warriors of the tribe and the heads of various departments, such as Kayla, you deserve the most credit, so you can wear softer cotton clothes, and you can choose between red and blue. Kayla and the other female warriors and managers immediately straightened their chests, their faces showing pride. This is an honor they earned with their sweat and loyalty. Finally, Wu Liang's gaze fell on Wei Xian and Eliza. A slight smile played on his lips. As for the tribe's highest leaders, namely myself, Vision, and High Priestess Eliza, we will wear clothes made of the most precious materials. He took out a small roll of cloth from behind him. When he unrolled the cloth, everyone gasped. That's silk. In the sunlight, the fabric shimmered and glowed, as if it were alive, radiating a soft and luxurious sheen. Its texture is visibly smooth and lightweight. Compared to it, other cotton and linen fabrics are like dirt on the ground. This is silk woven from silkworm silk, the most precious treasure of our tribe. Only the highest-ranking people are qualified to wear it. Wu Liang's words drew the final and most solid conclusion to this newly established class system. No one objected. In this world where the strong rule, a strict hierarchy is to be expected. Wu Liang used food, technology, and modern beautiful clothes to create a clear path for them to move up in society. If you want to live a good life and wear more beautiful clothes, then work hard and contribute to the tribe. This is more effective than any preaching. Next, Wu Liang began his fashion design course. He personally took charge, using iron shears to design different styles of clothing for women of different social classes. Although it was just simple cutting and sewing, it was a world of difference compared to the whole piece of animal skin that I used to wrap myself in. He taught women how to measure and tailor clothes, and how to sew with bone needles and hemp thread. Soon, a craze for making new clothes swept through the entire tribe. A few days later, everyone in the tribe put on new clothes. The women of the Bloodfang tribe wore simple linen robes, while ordinary women of the Blackrock tribe wore yellow or green linen blouses and skirts. Meanwhile, elite warriors like Kalo wore tight-fitting red or blue cotton outfits, looking dashing and heroic. The entire tribe has undergone a complete transformation. The women looked at each other in their new clothes, their faces beaming with joy. The climax of this fashion revolution was the silk gowns that Wu Liang personally designed for Wei Xian and Eliza. Wei Xian's dress was fiery red, with a simple yet elegant design that perfectly accentuated her tall, fit figure and passionate temperament. Eliza's dress was moon white, with a flowing hem that made her even more charming and alluring, exuding a mysterious priestess aura. When the two women appeared before everyone in their new dresses, the entire tribe fell silent. Everyone was stunned. They seemed not to be mortals, but goddesses who had stepped out of mythology. The women's eyes were filled with envy and longing. How wonderful it would be to wear such clothes. Wu Liang looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. This is the effect he wanted. Wu Liang came to Wei Xian and Eliza's side. Take this and come to my room tonight. He handed a roll of the finest silk to the two women. Eliza asked curiously, is this a gift for us? Wu Liang nodded, a meaningful smile appearing on his face, and said, that's right. I've prepared a special, secret gift for the two of you. It was late at night. The tribe gradually quieted down, with only the footsteps of the patrolling female warriors and the occasional bleating of cattle and sheep coming from the livestock pens in the distance. Wu Liang's room was brightly lit. This is the largest and most luxurious brick house in the entire tribe. The floor was covered with a soft animal skin carpet. The walls were adorned with exquisite ornaments, and a faint fragrance permeated the air. Wei Xian and Eliza sat somewhat awkwardly on the edge of the bed. They had already bathed and were wearing only simple cotton bathrobes, their wet hair draped over their shoulders, exuding the fresh scent of shampoo and soap. They clutched tightly in their hands the roll of silk that Wu Liang had given them during the day. Wu Liang, what exactly is this secret gift you mentioned? Chapter 33 A Coleman, Black Stockings for You. Wei Xian couldn't help but ask, her cheeks burning slightly. Wu Liang's meaningful smile during the day made her restless all afternoon. My body had already started to get restless. What Wu Liang gave her every day made her obsessed and intoxicated. Wu Liang, I want to see too. Eliza blinked her big, watery eyes, which were also full of curiosity and anticipation. Wu Liang smiled and suddenly took out a sharp pair of iron scissors and several finely ground iron needles from a wooden box. Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. Wu Liang made the two women stand up, then picked up a hemp rope and began to measure their bodies, from bust to waist to hips. Is Wu Liang all right now? Wei Xian appeared slightly nervous, and his breathing became rapid. Eliza was weak all over. Her face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed, and she could only barely stand by leaning on Vishen. Stand still, relax, and don't move. Wu Liang's voice was deep and magnetic, sounding both commanding and comforting. After taking the measurements, Wu Liang picked up some charcoal and drew several strange shapes on a wooden board. Then he picked up the scissors and began cutting the precious roll of silk. Vishen and Eliza stared wide-eyed. They saw Wu Liang cut the smooth, luxurious silk into oddly shaped pieces of cloth. There were two small bowl-shaped objects and a small, triangular piece of cloth. They couldn't understand what Wu Liang was doing at all. After cutting, Wu Liang picked up an iron needle and a fine thread made of silkworm silk and began to sew. His fingers were very dexterous, and his stitches were fine and even. The first piece was completed very quickly. It was a very strangely shaped object, made of silk. It consists of 2 hemispherical covers and several thin straps. What is this? Eliza asked curiously. This is called a rabbit cage. Wu Yang picked up the item and waved it in front of Eliza. The inner layer can lift them up, making them look better and more comfortable. Wearing it underneath, both Wei Xian and Eliza were stunned. In their minds, clothes are meant to be worn on the outside. There's no reason for them to be worn on the inside. Come on, let me teach you how to dress. Without saying a word, Wu Yang pulled Eliza over and took over the task himself. He untied Eliza's nightgown, as if stripping a jade lamb naked. Eliza gasped and instinctively tried to block with her hand, but Wu Yang grabbed her wrist. Don't be shy. What haven't I seen before? Wu Yang grinned mischievously. The rabbit cage was gently closed, and then the straps were tied around the back. The cool, smooth touch of the silk sent shivers down Eliza's spine. However, an unprecedented sensation came over me. She looked down and found it was indeed extraordinary. Supported by the rabbit cage, it appears even more magnificent and impressive. How are you feeling? Wu Yang asked. What a strange feeling. Eliza's voice was barely audible. It feels cool and refreshing, but not uncomfortable. That's right. Wu Yang then picked up another gift, a small triangular piece of silk cloth. This is called an ei. Before he could react, he helped Eliza put it on. When Vision saw Eliza wearing the whole rabbit cage outfit, she felt her face burning up. But she really wanted it. The thin silk clung tightly to Eliza's body, outlining her most alluring curves, its subtle glimpses exuding a deadly temptation. Wei Xian, it's your turn. Wu Yang turned to look at Wei Xian. Wei Xian bit her lip, but in the end, her face turned red, and she closed her eyes. Soon, she put on the same outfit. She was taller and more athletic than Eliza, and wearing this rabbit cage made her look even more wild and powerful. Compared to Eliza, her rabbits were much more plump. Wu Yang looked with satisfaction at the 2 beauties before him, who were very different in style, but equally vibrant and alluring. This is the kind of woman he wants. This isn't over yet. Wu Yang then took out 2 more large pieces of silk that he had cut out. He quickly sewed them together into 2 long, simple nightgowns. But this nightgown was made of semi-transparent silk and had a high slit on the side. When Vixian and Eliza changed into the 2 silk nightgowns, as she moved, her long, slender legs were faintly visible beneath her skirt, and the rabbit cage was clearly visible. Wu Yang. Wei Xian stomped his foot in embarrassment. I feel like there's something wrong with how I'm dressed like this. Wu Yang chuckled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Perfect, very beautiful. His eyes were openly admiring the 2 beautiful women. Suddenly, he pulled Wei Xian and Eliza into his arms, whispering warm breath in their ears. This outfit is only for me. Remember that? His words elicited a soft from Vision and Eliza. Were it only for him to see. This is Wu Yang's favor. Come on, let me take a closer look. That night, ugh, the battle horn is sounding, and the fighting is destined to be fierce and brutal. Rain patters on banana leaves, a sudden downpour and strong wind. The delicate flower is hard to bear. The next morning, when Ackman stepped out of her room, she immediately saw Wei Xian coming out of Wu Yang's room. Her steps abruptly halted. Wei Xian smiled, her expression exceptionally captivating. Her eyebrows and eyes exuded a languid and alluring charm. Her swaying waist as she walks exudes a unique charm. Ackman's gaze was fixed intently on them. Although she hadn't experienced some of these things herself, as the chief, she had heard them from the elders of the tribe. Last night must have been rainy and windy. Akoman felt a pang of jealousy, a strange mix of emotions welling up inside her. Just then, Wu Yang also came out of the room. Eliza, lie down a little longer. After saying that, he turned his head and saw Akoman peeking from not far away. Good morning, Ackman. Wu Yang smiled, closed the door, and walked straight over. He held in his hand a long, black object woven from silk threads. You've come at the right time. I have something for you. Ackman's heart skipped a beat. I have a strange feeling. Wu Yang walked up to Ackman. He didn't say anything, but simply handed over the black object in his hand. Ackman looked down. It was a pair of things woven from black silk threads. It has a light and thin texture and a smooth, cool feel. What's this? Ackman held it in her hand, asking curiously. Black silk. Here's Wu Yang's simple and clear answer. Black stockings. Ackman was even more confused. She had never heard of the word before. Wearing it on your legs. Wu Yang's gaze fell on Ackman's long, straight legs. Even in a loose linen robe, her long legs, full of power and beautiful lines, could not be concealed. This is the part of her body she is most proud of. Your legs are beautiful. Wu Yang was generous with his praise. Wearing it will make your legs more beautiful. His voice had a strange, magical quality. Ackman's heart began to pound uncontrollably. This man, is he praising himself? Does he admire himself? This is the first time. Ackman felt a little happy and excited. She looked at the pair of black stockings in her hand, then at Wu Liang's undisguised gaze. She couldn't deny that she was both curious about and longed for this powerful man. Her gaze involuntarily fell on the pair of black stockings again. Ackman couldn't imagine what it would look like to wear this thing on her legs. Real. Will it become more beautiful? Chapter 34. Komen figured it out. Once the thought appeared, it could no longer be suppressed. Ackman is a normal woman. She loves beauty and has needs. No woman can truly resist the allure of beauty, especially when a powerful man presents a gift. The longing in my heart began to surge uncontrollably. Do you like it? Wu Liang just looked at her quietly, smiling. I made this especially for you. Why don't you try it on? Ackman's breathing quickened slightly, and a hint of shyness appeared on her face. Okay, I'll give it a try. Even Ackman herself didn't realize that her voice had become much softer and more gentle. Wu Liang, I can actually agree to your request. But you have to promise me one thing. Ackman suddenly looked up at Wu Liang again, her eyes filled with humble pleading. Wu Liang raised an eyebrow, already guessing what she was thinking. Oh, tell me about it. From this day forward, you can no longer treat my people as slaves and prisoners. You must treat them the same as the people of the Blackrock tribe. Give them land, give them tools, and let them truly become a part of this place. Ackman finished speaking in one breath, straightened her chest, met Wu Liang's gaze without flinching. This was the last thing she did for her people as their leader. Of course, these are all things I promised, and I would have done them even if you hadn't said anything. Wu Liang looked at her. Even in the final moments before she was about to completely submit, this woman was still thinking of her people. He suddenly smiled. Komen, have you thought it through now? Yes, I've figured it out. Ackman nodded and gave a self-deprecating smile. She had nothing left to hold on to. Her beliefs had completely crumbled. Ding! Detected a significant shift in the target of Komen's mindset. Submission level plus 10%. All right, deal done. Wu Liang took a step back, his smile turning playful. Komen, it's time for you to keep your promise. Wu Liang pointed to the pair of black stockings and gently pinched her chin. I want you, Ackman. His voice was deep and filled with domineering possessiveness. Komen, become my woman. You will live with me and learn everything about us. Then, give birth to a child for me. Every word he said reached Ackman's ears. Become his woman. Having a child with him. Ido. Ackman lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Fight. S-rank conquest target Komen's submission rate, plus 30%. Ding. Congratulations, host. The mission to conquer Komen has made decisive progress. Mission progress update. Komen has been completely subjugated, both physically and mentally. Mission progress update. She has willingly borne you a child. Mission reward 1. Military technology tree, beginner. Mission reward 2. Obtain Komen's talent Bloodlust Berserk, system optimized version. A series of system notifications rang in Wu Liang's mind. Wu Liang smiled. The final touch had finally arrived. Unlocking the military technology tree means that he now truly has the greatest reliance to make a living in this world. Farming and textiles alone can only bring wealth, not strength. In a dog-eat-dog world, wealth without the protection of force will only make you a piece of meat that others covet. You never know when someone might take advantage of you. Wu Liang absolutely would not allow this to happen. Very good. Wu Liang's voice was deep and satisfied. Komen, this is your first smart choice. Wu Liang released his grip on Ackman's chin and instead gently stroked her cheek. Ackman's skin appeared somewhat rough due to prolonged outdoor activities, but it was full of healthy elasticity and warmth. Wu Liangwa. Ackman lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling, and dared not look him in the eye. She felt her cheeks burning, and the redness spread from her neck all the way to her ears. She had used up almost all her courage when she said she was willing. From this day forward, she will become this man's woman. We can talk about it later tonight. I have something to do. I'll come find you tonight. Wu Liang smiled, and his voice became much gentler. He gently stroked her lips from the corner of her mouth to her red lips, gave them a quick touch, and then left with a hearty laugh. Ackman stared at that broad, sturdy figure, standing there lost in thought for a long time. Looks like we're going to have another sister. Wei Shixin looked at Ackman and shook his head with a wry smile. She didn't feel any resentment towards Wu Liang taking Ackman under his wing. It's perfectly acceptable for a powerful man to conquer a woman. The fact that there was another person sharing Wu Liang made her slightly unhappy. Eliza stood to the side and spoke calmly. A man like Wu Liang would never be content with mediocrity. His world is still very vast. Wei Xian sighed. Yes, a person like him is destined not to be confined to a small place. He is like an eagle. He will fly higher and farther. Eliza laughed. Komen is just the first. In my opinion, we will have many more new sisters to meet in the future. Wei Xian laughed and said, That depends on whether Wu Liang's body can handle it. Forget it. As long as he satisfies me, I don't care about anything else. After she finished speaking, her expression turned slightly forlorn. I don't know when this child will come out. Wu Liang hasn't been with me for a long time. Eliza, is that really what you think? Wei Zian, you'll understand when you have children. Evening. After a long and agonizing wait, the day finally arrived. Wu Liang, who had been busy all day, arrived as promised and knocked on the door. I've prepared some dishes. I don't know if you'll like them. Ackerman opened the door, his fingers gripping his apron, looking slightly reserved. Wu Liang smiled slightly and naturally took her hand. Then I must try it properly. Dinner was simple, some stir-fries and roast meat, plus a little fruit wine. After a hearty meal, Wu Liang looked at Aikman's slightly flushed cheeks and suddenly stood up. Let's go. Let's take a shower first. Aikman hesitated for a moment, clenched her fist, and finally took long strides, silently following behind Wu Liang. Passing through the passageway with animal skin curtains hanging from the door, Wu Liang walked toward the separate room next to the bedroom. Pushing open the wooden door, a wave of warm, humid steam rushed out. The room was small, and the floor and walls were paved with polished bluestone slabs, which were very smooth. In the very center was a huge stone bath, about 7 or 8 square meters in size, filled with hot water and steaming. Towels and soap. These are all things made by Wu Liangkai. Wu Liang's gaze suddenly fell on the stool next to him, where some clothes were laid out in a colorful pattern. These were all Akoman's personal items that she had changed out of. Now that Wu Liang was staring at them, Akoman's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Will you take it off yourself, or should I help you? Chapter 35. Akoman fulfills her promise. Military technology, tree unlocked. I'll do it myself. Aikman responded in a low voice, avoiding Wu Liang's gaze. Her gaze fell upon the steaming hot bath, and her breathing became rapid. Wu Liang didn't urge her, but just watched her quietly. At this moment, Aikman had long lost the aura he once possessed as the leader of the Bloodfawn tribe. Once she sheds her tough exterior, she's just a shy woman. When a man stares at her like a hungry wolf, she gets just as nervous and shy. No rush, we have plenty of time tonight. Wu Liang smiled, took a step back, and leaned against the doorframe. He crossed his arms, adopting a posture of watching a good show. Akoman's face turned even redder. She bit her lower lip, turned her back, and began to clumsily unbutton her tattered animal skin coat. The animal hide fell to the ground, revealing her body, which was full of power and wild beauty. Years of fighting and hunting have made her tall and fit, without an ounce of excess fat. His skin was a healthy wheat color, and his legs were long, straight, and full of amazing explosive power. She carefully stepped into the bath, and the warm water instantly enveloped her body. Aikman couldn't help but let out a soft groan of pleasure. She rubbed her body with soap, creating delicate foam and a refreshing scent. Aikman has experienced the benefits of soap before, but every time she uses it, she feels its magic. I can feel every inch of my skin becoming smooth and clean. She washed very slowly and carefully today. Even though she seemed to be trying to stall for time, what was coming would eventually come. As she stepped out of the bathtub, Wu Liang's gaze roamed over her body without any attempt to conceal it, and Aikman wished she could bury her head in his chest. Come over. Wu Liang gave the order. Aikman obediently walked up to him. Wu Liang had her sit on the stone steps by the pool, then picked up the pair of black stockings and knelt down himself. Lift your legs up. Aikman stiffened, but still obediently raised her proud, long leg. Wu Liang gently grasped her ankle. Akoman gasped in surprise, as if stung by a scorpion, and tried to pull her foot back. In all her life, apart from fighting, no man had ever touched her like this. Don't move. Wu Liang's hands were as strong as iron clamps, firmly holding her ankle in place, preventing her from breaking free. His voice was deep and powerful, carrying an unyielding command. Aikman's body froze instantly. She could feel the temperature of Wu Liang's fingers. Through the rough animal hide, it burned her skin until it went numb. She gave up struggling and let Wu Liang do as he pleased. Wu Liang held her heels and stretched open the opening of her stockings. Starting from her toes, carefully slipped the thin stockings onto her toes little by little, and then slowly pulled them up. The silky fabric clung tightly to her calves, knees, and thighs. A silky, cool sensation came from her toes, instantly enveloping her skin. Wu Liang's unintentional touch caused Aikman's body to tense up. It was a strange feeling I had never experienced before. The stockings were tight, yet soft. Aikman couldn't help but lower her head and stare at her legs. She saw that the black veil, like a layer of mysterious mist, enveloped her skin. It concealed the tiny scars and rough pores, yet perfectly outlined the firm and beautiful lines of her legs. As the stockings were gradually pulled up, past the ankles, wrapped around the calves, and finally reached the thighs. Her long, powerful legs, honed by years of training, presented a stunning beauty that blended wildness and allure, all encased in black stockings. The black color perfectly outlined the firm and smooth lines of her legs, adding a layer of mystery and allure to her already powerful and beautiful legs. After she finished putting on both stockings, Wu Liang looked down at her with admiration in his eyes. "So beautiful," he exclaimed in genuine admiration. Ackman looked down at her legs, her eyes filled with curiosity and shyness. Is this what he meant by more beautiful? It is indeed very different. "Akoma, do you like it?" Wu Liang's voice made Ackman's heart skip a beat, and her cheeks instantly turned red, all the way to her ears. "Like?" He nodded slightly. She then realized the state of her posture. She tried to pull her leg back and hide it, but it was too late. Wu Liang's hand had already touched her thigh. Through the thin stockings, his palms were burning hot, as if they were about to set her skin on fire. "Now, it's time to fulfill the rest of your promises." Wu Liang's voice became hoarse as he leaned down, his hot breath brushing against Ackman's ear. "Become my woman." Ackman shuddered, closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled incessantly. "Wait for me." Ackerman struggled to get away, but Wu Liang naturally wouldn't give her another chance. He approached step by step, while Ackman retreated step by step until his back pressed against the cold stone wall of the bathroom, with nowhere left to go. Wu Liang reached out, put his arm around her waist, and pulled her into his embrace. "From today onwards, you are my woman, Wu Liang's woman." His voice was domineering and devoid of any emotion, yet it made Ackman's heart skip a beat. Hot breath sprayed on her face, and Ackman nervously closed her eyes. The moment their bloodlines truly connected, Ackman trembled violently. From this day forward, Akoman will no longer be the leader of the Bloodfang tribe. She was just Wu Liang's woman. A wild horse, completely tamed, has become a docile lamb. Ding! Detected that S-rank conquest target Akoman has been completely conquered, with a 100% submission rate. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the conquest mission. Make Akoman completely submit, body and soul. Ding! Mission progress updated. Obtain her to willingly bear your child. Activated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your first bloodline link with S-rank target Akoman, triggering the conquest reward. Task evaluation, perfect. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1. Unlock the tech tree. Military tech tree, beginner. Reward 2. Obtain Akoman's talent. Bloodlust Berserk LV9, system optimized version. Reward 3. Host level increased to LV60. All attributes increased by 150%. When a series of system notification sounds rang in Wu Liang's mind, an immense, unimaginable power erupted from the depths of his body in an instant. Wu Liang felt his bones cracking. His muscles were also expanding at a visible rate, becoming more resilient and full of explosive power. LV60. All attributes increased by 150%. Wu Liang could clearly feel that his strength, speed, endurance, and mental strength had all undergone a tremendous leap. Call. Wu Liang let out a breath. Holding Ackman, who was completely limp in his arms, he felt the surging power within his body. A satisfied smile finally appeared on his lips. Chapter 36 Armaments Plans put on the agenda. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight pierced through the cracks in the stone house's windows, illuminating the dust inside the room, Wu Liang opened his eyes from a deep sleep, feeling refreshed. The warm, full breasts pressed against his chest, and Wu Liang looked down at them. Ackman was curled up in his arms like a docile cat, fast asleep. Those long legs, still clad in black stockings, were casually draped over his body. It's just one page of entanglement, but it's been tainted by the flames of war, and now it has some holes. She slept really soundly. Wu Liang smiled, gently pulled his arm out, and carefully got out of bed. He clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power within him. With a thought, he brought up his personal attribute panel. Host, Wu Liang. Race, human. Level, LV60. Talent, bloodline infinite proliferation. Max unit production, passive. Skill 1, Beast Blood Burning LV10, active. Skill 2, Earth's Grace LV6, active. Skill 3, Bloodlust Frenzy LV9, system optimized version, active/passive. Tech Tree 1, Industrial Tech Tree, basic modules unlocked. Tech Tree 2, Military Tech Tree, basic modules unlocked. His gaze immediately fell on the newly added skills and technology tree. Bloodlust Frenzy LV9, system optimized version, can be activated actively or passively triggered when life is threatened. Once activated, all attributes are increased by 90%. Pain is reduced by 90%, and the user enters a berserk state that ignores pain for 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 24 hours. System optimization side effects. After the state ends, only moderate fatigue will occur, without negative effects such as decreased intelligence or inability to distinguish friend from foe. Wu Liang gasped. Abnormal. This skill is absolutely insane. All attributes increased by 90%. This almost doubled his combat power from LV60. Moreover, it doesn't have any serious side effects. Wu Liang immersed his consciousness back into his mind, eagerly checking out the newly unlocked military technology tree. Unlike the simple interface of the industrial tech tree, the interface of the military tech tree is full of a chilling atmosphere. The background is a crimson battlefield, with countless blurry phantoms of weapons floating within it. Currently, only the lowest level basic module is lit up. As Wu Liang's consciousness touched it, 4 brand new branches instantly unfolded in his mind, transforming into 4 incredibly clear, 3-dimensional structural diagrams. Powerful composite bow, made by pressing together various types of wood, animal tendons, and horn pieces. It boasts a range, accuracy, and power far exceeding that of ordinary single-piece wooden bows. Includes a complete guide to the manufacturing process and detailed information on required materials. Heavy repeating crossbow, a simplified version of the ballista made of hard wood and metal parts, which can be operated by 1 or 2 people. It has a magazine that can hold 10 crossbow bolts, and it can quickly wind up using the lever principle, enabling high-speed continuous fire in a short period of time. It possesses immense power, capable of penetrating regular leather armor within 50 paces. Includes a complete crafting process and detailed information on required materials. Tower shield, 1.5 meters high and 0.8 meters wide, made of multiple layers of hardwood boards pressed together, covered with tough animal hide, and wrapped with iron sheets around the edges. The shield is curved, which can effectively block arrows and impacts. It has slots on the side, which can be used to form a stable shield wall with adjacent shields. Includes a complete production process and detailed explanation of the required materials. 2-wheeled chariot. Pulled by 2 strong draft horses, the chariot body is made of wood and leather and can accommodate 1 driver and 1 combatant. The axle was reinforced and the wheels were covered with sheet metal, allowing for high-speed impacts on flat terrain, used to break up enemy formations or for pursuit. Includes a complete production process and detailed explanation of the required materials. Wu Liang looked at them one by one, his heart pounding. Composite bow, repeating crossbow, tower shield, chariot. Any one of these things, if taken out, would be enough to change the nature of warfare in this world. The composite bow means that his army will have a range advantage, allowing them to strike enemies from places they cannot reach. Heavy repeating crossbow. It's practically a machine gun from the primitive era. Imagine hundreds of crossbows firing at the same time. What a deathly barrage that would be. Any charge made of flesh and blood would be a joke in the face of such firepower. Tower shields are the core of heavy infantry phalanxes. With it, he can build a mobile great wall of steel and crush all enemies head-on. As for the 2-wheeled chariot, although it has high requirements for terrain, in open areas it is a ruthless killing machine. Hindi. Wu Liang had already begun to conceive of a completely new army in his mind. An impregnable defensive line composed of tower shield heavy infantry, with crossbowmen providing terrifying suppressive fire from the rear. Composite bow light cavalry harassed and pursued from both flanks, while 2-wheeled chariots provided the decisive shock force. Even if all the tribes of the Great Wilderness Mountain were tied together, such an army wouldn't be enough to fill his teeth. Under his leadership, the Black Rock tribe will be invincible in the Great Wilderness Mountains. Wu Liang's breathing became heavy, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. Thinking this, he turned to look at Akman, who was fast asleep on the bed. Akman, the former leader of the Bloodfang tribe, is a highly experienced fighter. Moreover, it possesses the bloodlust berserk skill. Such terrifying combat talent should absolutely not be wasted. With just a little training, it would be perfect for a Koman to lead and train this new army. In this way, she was promoted from a loser to the commander of the new army. This trust and honor was enough to make her devoted to him and have no other thoughts. With her in command, she could perfectly unite the surrendered soldiers of the Bloodfang tribe and completely transform them into her own forces. A win-win situation. A Koman. Wu Liang walked to the bedside, looked at her sleeping face, and murmured to himself, "Your value goes far beyond simply being my woman." Wu Liang wanted to make her the sharpest knife in his hand. Having figured all this out, Wu Liang could no longer lie still. He put on his clothes and strode out of the stone house. The tribe has already awakened in the early morning, and busy figures can be seen everywhere. Spinning yarn and weaving cloth, repairing houses, and making toolsit was a thriving scene. But Wu Liang knew that all this peace and prosperity was fragile without the support of strong military force. He must strengthen the Black Rock tribe's military as soon as possible and turn all his ideas into reality. Wu Yang strode towards the tribe's artisan area. At this moment, the furnaces in the artisan area were burning brightly. Since the textile project began, this place has become one of the busiest places in the entire tribe. Dozens of skillful tribespeople, led by a woman named Ula, worked tirelessly every day to manufacture new spinning wheels and looms. Their status also rose accordingly, and they became highly respected technicians in the tribe. When Wu Yang strode in, everyone stopped what they were doing and bowed respectfully to him. Lord Wu Yang. Wu Yang waved his hand, glanced at the textile tools that were already taking shape, and nodded in satisfaction. Hurrah! Gather all the best craftsmen. I have something new for you to make. Wu Yang's voice was filled with unquestionable authority. Yes, the old craftsman Ula dared not delay and immediately blew the bone whistle. Soon, more than a dozen of the most skilled female craftsmen gathered in front of Wu Yang. Chapter 37, How did it feel the first time last night? All eyes turned toward them with a mixture of curiosity and awe. Without wasting words, Wu Yang had several huge, perfectly planed wooden boards brought in. Then I picked up a piece of charcoal and started drawing directly on it. The first thing he drew was a tower shield. Look closely, I call this a tower shield. Wu Yang explained as he drew. It is 5 feet high and 2.5 feet wide, and must be made of 3 or more layers of the hardest wooden boards pressed together. The outside should be covered with the thickest bison hide, and the edges should be wrapped with iron. Wu Yang drew it very carefully, even clearly marking the position and structure of the handle and armband on the back of the shield. Look here. He pointed to the side of the shield. We need to make grooves and tenons here, so that the shields can be tightly fastened together like this, forming a wall. The craftsmen huddled together, staring wide-eyed at the huge, heavy shield on the wooden board. They used to use shields, but they were all made of woven rattan, or small round shields made of a single layer of wood, which could only barely block stone spears and bow and arrows. The one Wu Yang painted is practically a movable door panel. If this thing is made, and people hide behind it, what can possibly hurt them? Before they could recover from their shock, Wu Yang started drawing on another piece of wood. This time, he drew a heavy repeating crossbow. This thing is 10 times more complex than the loom of that time. The crossbow features a sophisticated body, a robust arm, and a trigger and gear mechanism made of metal. There is also the wooden quiver that could hold 10 crossbow bolts, and a cocking mechanism designed using the lever principle. As Wu Yang drew, he explained the principles and functions of each component in the simplest language. The crossbow bolts in the quiver will automatically fall into the arrow slot due to gravity. By pulling this lever, you can complete both the hanging and winding actions at the same time. Then, pull the trigger and fire. Pull the lever again, and the next arrow will fall automatically, ready to be fired again. Continue until all 10 arrows in the quiver are used up. The craftsmen were completely dumbfounded. Their brains were completely unable to comprehend something that was beyond their cognitive scope. A bow that can fire continuously? They simply couldn't imagine the power of this weapon once it was created. But it's too complicated. Lord Wu Yang, is it really possible to create this thing? Ula's voice was trembling. To her, the linkage between the trigger and the lever seemed harder than plucking stars from the sky. Of course, Wu Yang said firmly. As he spoke, he adopted a more relaxed tone. Don't worry, I'll guide you, so don't feel pressured. As long as you follow my blueprints exactly, and the dimensions of every part are exactly the same, you will definitely be able to make it. We, the people of the Black Rock tribe, are the best. I believe everyone can accomplish this. Wu Yang's confident and encouraging tone inspired everyone present. That's right. We can definitely do it. Yes, we still managed to build a loom back then, even though the blueprints were so difficult to make. We could do these too. With Lord Wu Yang here, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. Everyone responded enthusiastically, full of energy. Everyone's eyes became fervent and determined. Next, Wu Yang drew an exploded view of the compound bow structure. It explains in detail how to select materials and how to use animal sinews and horns to increase the elasticity and toughness of the bow arm. Finally, he drew the saddle and stirrups. These two things are called a saddle and a stirrup. Wu Yang pointed to the blueprints. By securing the saddle to the horse's back, the rider won't slip. By putting our feet in the stirrups, we can ride on horseback and completely free our hands, and even stand up on horseback. Wu Yang did not explain what it meant to free his hands on horseback or to stand up, but the Black Rock tribesmen present were all selected from elite warriors. They had a vague feeling that these two seemingly simple little things could greatly enhance their combat power. After finishing all the drawings, Wu Yang straightened up and looked at the group of people in front of him who were completely shocked. From today onwards, this place will be renamed the Military Industry Workshop. Wu Yang raised one hand, clenched it into a fist, waved it, and announced loudly, "My people, your task is to build these things from the blueprints, one by one." Whatever materials you need, I'll give you them. All the iron and bronze tools in the tribe will be supplied to you first. Hurrah! Yes, Lord Wu Liang. Aladi raised his head, his face full of excitement, and straightened his back. You are the head of the military workshop. I'm giving you 30 days. Within those 30 days, I must see the first qualified tower shield and the first repeating crossbow that can be fired. Wu Liang's tone left no room for argument. Yes, Lord Wu Liang. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Ula responded loudly, his eyes shining with an unprecedented light. This is not just a task, but also an immense honor for her. After arranging all this, Wu Liang left the military workshop. As soon as he left, the entire workshop erupted in chaos. The craftsmen gathered around the wooden planks covered with design drawings, chattering away. My God, can that thing called a repeating crossbow really fire arrows in succession? That tower shield is bigger than our door. Who could possibly lift it? I think the most amazing thing is the stirrup. With it, can we use spears on horseback? Ula shouted. Stop arguing. Did you all hear Lord Wu Liang's orders? 30 days. We only have 30 days. Everyone get moving. Group up, take measurements, prepare materials. Anyone who slows down a group will have to go dig mud in the swamp. At a single command, the entire military workshop immediately sprang into operation. The sounds of sawing wood, hammering metal, and the shouts of craftsmen rose and fell. When Wu Liang returned to his residence, Aikman had already woken up. Awake? Won't you rest a little longer? Wu Liang walked over with a gentle smile and sat down by the bed. Where did you go? When Aikman saw him, her eyes darted away, and she subconsciously pulled the blanket tighter, trying to wrap herself up more tightly. I went out to explain some things. Last night was your first time. How did it feel? Wu Liang asked the question knowingly, a teasing smile on his face. Aikman's cheeks flushed instantly, and she buried her head in the blanket. I want to go back to my own room. A deep, muffled voice came from under the covers. That won't do. Chapter 38 Appointment of a Koman. Wu Liang resolutely refused. That won't do. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Wu Liang lifted a corner of the blanket, his gaze falling on Aikman's pretty face, which was still flushed. From today onwards, this is also your house. A Koman, you are my woman, so naturally you should live by my side. Aikman's body stiffened slightly. My woman. These 4 words were like a brand, seared on her heart. I am Wu Liang. Aikman stammered, unable to utter a single word of rebuttal. Clearly, she hasn't fully adapted to this new identity yet. All right, get up and eat something first. Wu Liang's tone softened, and he reached out to help her up. Aikman instinctively shrank back. I'll do it myself. She endured the soreness and discomfort deep within her body and struggled to sit up. The silky animal skin quilt slipped off her fragrant shoulders, revealing her smooth back and shoulders. It was covered with traces of last night's madness, like red plum blossoms blooming in the snow. You turn around. Aikman's cheeks instantly burned, and she frantically tried to find some clothes to cover herself. Seeing her embarrassed yet stubborn expression, Wu Liang smiled and didn't press her any further. He took out a brand new set of fine linen clothes from the cabinet next to him. Wear this. Aikman snatched it away, quickly turned around, and hurriedly put on. Only when the soft fabric clung to her body did she feel the awkwardness dissipate considerably. It looks like it fits quite well. Wu Liang's voice came from behind her, his gaze roaming unabashedly over her graceful curves. Aikman felt hot all over from his gaze, as if even the air had become scorching. All right, she whispered something, and just as she was about to stand up, her legs suddenly went weak, and she fell forward uncontrollably. Wu Liang swiftly grabbed her soft, smooth waist. What's the rush? Wu Liang's deep laughter rang in her ears. It's normal for your legs to feel weak the first time. A warm palm pressed against the soft flesh of her waist through the fabric, and Aikman's body tensed instantly. She could feel the strength in Wu Liang's fingers, and smell the masculine scent in her nose that made her heart flutter. I can walk by myself. Aikman struggled shyly in Wu Liang's arms, her coy and hesitant manner making Wu Liang laugh. Relax, I'll carry you. Wu Liang chuckled, and instead of letting go, he pulled her into his arms with a forceful pull. Aikman cried out in surprise and crashed into Wu Liang's solid chest. You! Aikman exclaimed in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, glaring at him with a mixture of shame and anger. But when she met Wu Liang's mocking eyes, she couldn't vent her anger. A Koman. Wu Liang lowered his head and spoke in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. You don't need to be so strong in front of me. I prefer the gentle way you were last night. The warm breath caressed her sensitive earlobe, and Aikman's heart skipped a beat, her ears turning bright red. Did you understand? Wu Liang asked again. Aikman remained silent for a long time, but finally could not resist and gave a very soft, Very good. Wu Yang smiled with satisfaction and carried her to the table, putting her down. On the table sat steaming hot meat porridge and golden wheat cakes, the rich aroma of which made Ackman's stomach growl loudly, even though she hadn't eaten all night. Her face turned even redder. She picked up her spoon, buried her head in her porridge, and silently drank it, trying to hide her embarrassment with her actions. Wu Yang stopped teasing her and walked to the door, giving a few instructions to the guards outside. Soon, Eliza and Kayla were summoned. Lord Wu Yang. Wu Yang, you were looking for us? Eliza paused for a moment when she saw Ackman inside the house. When she saw the lingering allure in the woman's eyes, a knowing glint flashed in her gaze. This most ferocious horse of the Bloodfang tribe was ultimately completely conquered by this man. Seat. Wu Yang pointed to the stool next to him. I called you here today to discuss some matters concerning military development and uniform production. Wu Yang briefly explained to the two of them the general's workshop and the creation of new weapons. Eliza and Kira were stunned. Tower shields, repeating crossbows, chariots. When they heard Wu Yang's description and the terrifying destructive power, they were almost startled and jumped up. Ignoring their shock, Wu Yang turned his gaze to Eliza. The weapons manufacturing has already begun at the military workshop, and now we need Eliza to take charge of the supply of materials and logistics. Timber, sinews, hides, copper, or all the materials needed to make these weapons. I'll trouble you to lead the men to collect them. Don't worry, I'll handle all of this. Eliza nodded immediately, her eyes resolute. Another issue is that the new army needs to have standardized uniforms. Wu Yang continued. Use the black linen we dyed to make training uniforms that are durable and allow for easy movement. Here are the design drawings. Take a look. Wu Yang casually took out a wooden board with a design drawing that he had prepared on the side. It already showed a simple clothing style that resembled modern training uniforms. It included a shirt, trousers, and a simple soft hat. Eliza looked at them and thought the styles of the clothes were extremely strange and novel. I will hand it over to the weaving team and urge them to produce some samples as soon as possible. Eliza readily agreed. Wu Yang nodded in satisfaction. After arranging all of this, he looked at Ackman. Why are you looking at me like that? Ackman's heart skipped a beat. The new army I'm building will be the Blackrock tribe's sharpest sword and strongest shield. Wu Yang's voice was full of power. And you, Akoman. Wu Yang paused, then said word by word. I appoint you as the chief instructor of this army. What? Ackman suddenly stood up, and in her haste, she knocked over the bowl of porridge in front of her. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Not only she, but also Eliza and Kayla next to her, couldn't hide their shock and surprise when they heard Wu Yang's decision. Chief instructor? Let him appoint a recently conquered, former mortal enemy to train the tribe's core and most elite army. Has he gone mad? Are you kidding me? Aikman's expression turned slightly serious. Wu Yang, aren't you afraid of me? What are you afraid of? Wu Yang interrupted her, a playful smile appearing on his face. Are you afraid that you'll turn around and kill me with my army, which I've armed with new weapons? He slowly stood up, his face revealing absolute confidence and arrogance. Akoman, you are a smart woman. Your people now eat my food and live on my land. Their future is in my hands. Without me, they are nothing. Wu Yang walked up to her step by step and looked down at her. Most importantly, his smile became meaningful as he reached out and gently stroked her flat stomach. You are already my woman. You will soon have my blood in your body. Tell me, what do you gain by betraying me? Every word Wu Yang said struck a chord with Aikman. You're really confident, but you're right. Everything I have is yours. Ackman remained silent for a while, then exhaled and sat back down with a wry smile. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Chapter 39, Successful Test Firing of the Repeating Crossbow. Wu Yang was very satisfied. After he took her virginity, the woman did become much more obedient and compliant. It's actually very simple. Wu Yang held up one finger. First, I will hand over all the warriors of the Bloodfang tribe to you and integrate them with the warriors of the Blackrock tribe. Akoman, I will give you the highest level of authority. Secondly, on the training field, your words are orders, and even I will not interfere. I have only one request. Wu Yang's eyes sharpened. I want you to train an iron army for me in the shortest amount of time. An invincible iron army. Can you do it? Ackman fell silent. She looked at Wu Yang, the man who had once humiliated her, but now gave her a brand new goal. Chief instructor, training an unprecedentedly powerful army? This mission rekindled a spark of passion within her, a passion that belonged to warriors. She is a born warrior, a born leader. If she were to be forced to do things like Eliza, such as spinning yarn, weaving cloth, farming, and planting crops, that would be the greatest torment for her. But now, Wu Yang has given her a stage where she can unleash her passion once again. Okay, I accept your appointment. After a long silence, Ackman took a deep breath and agreed, her eyes resolute. Kayla, Your task is to assist the Koman in training the army. Of course, after the military training has yielded some results, there are more important things that you need to do. Kayla's expression was resolute. She had long since completely trusted Wu Liang. Yes, Lord Wu Liang, I will do my best. That afternoon, it was right next to the original blacksmith's workshop, which is now the military workshop. The large open space was quickly cleared, and many tribesmen began to expand the military workshop with stones and wood. According to Wu Liang's plan, more smelting furnaces and forging areas will be built here. The woodworking workshops and warehouses will also be expanded to form a more complete military production base. Eliza, along with her people, inventoried almost all of the tribe's inventory. Timber, animal hides, animal sinews, copper, or all usable materials were sorted and prepared to be sent to the military workshop at any time. Meanwhile, the women of the tribe underwent a large-scale selection process under Wu Liang's orders. Some remained in the textile workshops, devoting themselves to the production of cloth and clothing. Another group of skilled individuals were selected by Shi to be the first batch of apprentices in the military workshop. The rest, including all the captured non-combatants of the Bloodfang tribe, were organized and put into larger-scale land reclamation and planting. The entire tribe is like a tightly wound, precise machine, with every gear spinning wildly, brimming with vitality. Time passed day by day. During this period, Wu Liang spent his mornings guiding the military workshop and his afternoons inspecting the uniform production progress in the textile workshop. He personally guides the resolution of technical problems encountered every day, demanding the utmost precision from every single part. Under the original production conditions, it was extremely difficult to completely replicate the design on the blueprints. Lacking precise measuring tools, Wu Liang taught the craftsmen to compare the measurements bit by bit using ropes and wooden rulers. Without lathes and planers, all the curved surfaces and grooves had to be polished by hand. However, these difficulties were overcome one by one under Wu Liang's strict supervision and the tribe's strong execution. On the 10th day, the first prototype of the tower shield was successfully manufactured. It was a massive, awe-inspiring shield. An adult woman, standing behind, could be almost completely obscured. Even with two strong women working together, they found it somewhat difficult to lift it. Wu Liang personally inspected the shield and ordered his men to launch a fierce attack on it with stone and iron spears. As a result, the tip of the stone spear shattered on the spot, and even the iron spear could not easily penetrate it. Great! Excellent! Wu Liang praised them highly and rewarded the craftsmen responsible for making the garments with 10 caddies of roasted meat and high-quality fine linen clothes on the spot. On the 15th day, after countless failures and modifications, the first prototype of the heavy repeating crossbow was finally assembled. Its appearance is rough, and the joints between the wood and metal look somewhat clumsy. But the dark, gaping quiver and the cold trigger exuded a chilling, killing intent. Amidst the expectant gazes of all the craftsmen, Wu Liang personally picked up the repeating crossbow. He had a straw target covered with thick cowhide erected 50 paces away. Click, click! Wu Liang pulled the lever to wind up the mechanism, which made a crisp sound. An arrow automatically fell into the slot and was securely locked on the string. He aimed at the target and pulled the trigger. Call out! A sharp whooshing sound rang out, and the crossbow bolt transformed into a black shadow, instantly embedding itself in the target. The powerful force sent the entire crossbow bolt into the straw target, leaving only a trembling, fletching outside. Wow! The onlookers gasped in astonishment. This power is several times greater than the bow and arrow used by the strongest hunter in their tribe. Wu Liang did not stop and continued to pull the lever quickly. Click whoosh! Click whoosh! Click whoosh! In one breath, he fired all 10 crossbow bolts from the quiver. The whole process was smooth and quick, taking less than 20 seconds. After the 10th arrow was fired, the poor straw target had been riddled with arrows and turned into a hedgehog. It was riddled with crossbow bolts, and the cowhide was torn apart. The scene was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by the terrifying power of the repeating crossbow. That's incredible. It's practically a human life harvester. We did it! We did it! After a brief silence, the leading old craftsman, Ula, was the first to react, and she excitedly waved her arms and shouted. The other craftsmen cheered and jumped for joy, feeling incredibly proud and honored. Very good. Thank you all for your hard work. Everyone will receive a generous reward. Wu Liang put down the crossbow, his heart filled with boundless pride. With these, everything will be much easier. A few days later, on a sunny afternoon, Wu Liang summoned all the warriors in the tribe. The Blackrock tribe originally had more than 300 warriors, and nearly 500 female warriors from the Bloodfang tribe who surrendered. There were more than 800 people in total, densely packed together, filling the entire open space. Amidst everyone's confusion, Wu Liang quickly led Wei Xian, Eliza, and Ackman onto the high platform. All eyes were instantly drawn to it. When the women of the Bloodfang tribe saw that Akman was also following behind Wu Liang, a small commotion arose in the crowd. What did they see? Their leader, Akman, wore a clean linen robe and had her hair neatly combed. That commanding presence that belonged to a Koman seemed to have returned. Moreover, she was standing with Wu Liang. What exactly happened? Quiet down. Wu Liang stood on the high platform. His gaze swept over the dark mass of people below, and all the noise immediately subsided. Today, I have gathered everyone here to announce one thing. Chapter 40, the new army is established. A Koman swears allegiance. Everyone held their breath. The first thing, Wu Liang pulled Akman to his side. From this day forward, Akman, the former chieftain of the Bloodfang tribe, is officially my woman. She will no longer be a prisoner, nor an enemy, but a member of our Blackrock tribe. The announcement caused an uproar among the crowd. The women of the Bloodfang tribe, in particular, were extremely excited and cheered loudly. Akman's body also jolted, and she looked at Wu Liang in disbelief. She never expected that Wu Liang would announce this in front of everyone. This is recognition of her and a complete transformation of her identity. Wu Liang continued. The second thing is also the thing that everyone in your Bloodfang tribe cares about the most. Wu Liang's gaze swept over the women with blood fangs. Their faces were filled with a hint of anticipation. Some of you probably already guessed what I'm going to say. That's right. I promised Akman that as long as she submits to me, I will give you a new life. Now, I will fulfill my promise. From this moment on, the Bloodfang tribe will no longer be an enemy, nor a prisoner. You will be officially incorporated into the Blackrock tribe and become a part of our Blackrock tribe. You will have the same rights as the people of the Blackrock tribe to receive land, tools, and houses. Similarly, we also have a right to learn skills and participate in construction. In the future, we will strive to create a better life through our own efforts. Boom! If the first announcement was a bomb, then the second announcement is a tsunami. An overwhelming joy instantly engulfed all the women of the Bloodfang tribe. Oh my God, did I hear that right? Are we free? Can we become members of the Blackrock tribe now? Can we also receive land and houses? After a brief silence, deafening cheers and cries erupted from the crowd. Overjoyed, they wept and embraced each other, releasing all the anxiety and fear they had felt during this time. Thank you, Lord Wu Liang. Thump, thump. Hundreds upon hundreds of Bloodfang tribe women knelt down in unison. Akman looked at the kneeling tribespeople below, her eyes slightly red, and remained silent. Wu Liang's gaze fell upon a strong, spirited female warrior in the crowd. Kayla stepped forward from the crowd and knelt on one knee. Lord Wu Liang. Her eyes were filled with fervent worship and awe. Get up. Wu Liang looked at the strong and spirited female warrior in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Kayla, let me ask you, what do you think of our current soldiers? Reporting, sir. Our soldiers are brave and fearless. Our weapons are invincible. Kayla answered loudly, full of pride. No, that's not enough. We need an even stronger army. Wu Liang shook his head. Army? Kayla was stunned. Yes, a well-organized, regular army, not a mob that only knows how to fight. Wu Liang nodded solemnly, then looked at everyone. Today, I have gathered everyone here to announce another matter. Wu Liang's voice clearly resonated throughout the entire venue. Our tribe is becoming increasingly prosperous. We have more food than we can eat and more clothes than we can wear. But he changed the subject, his tone becoming stern. Our wealth will surely attract the covetous eyes of many jackals around us. We must build a strong military force, strengthen our tribe's defenses, and prevent any external forces from attacking our people and stealing our prey. Only when we are strong enough can we protect our homes and people from harm. The crowd below the stage immediately stirred. Therefore, we can no longer be just a group of hunters. We must build a real army. An army that can protect our homeland and make all enemies tremble at the mere mention of our name. This army will possess the sharpest weapons and the strongest armor. They will enjoy the best treatment in the tribe. This army will have the best weapons, the best equipment, and the best training. Soldiers who join this army will no longer need to worry about food and shelter. Your only task is to fight, expand the tribe's territory, and win glory. Wu Liang's voice was full of inflammatory rhetoric, and the women in the audience were so excited that they clenched their fists. And this army is called the Black Rock Army. Black Rock, Black Rock. Some people in the crowd had already started shouting along. Wu Liang looked at the audience's reaction with satisfaction, then changed the subject. A powerful army must have a powerful commander. She must understand war. She must be a veteran. She must be ruthless. At the same time, they must also show absolute loyalty to our entire tribe. All eyes were on Wu Liang. Everyone is speculating about who this commander-in-chief might be. Leader Wei Zian? Although she's incredibly brave, it is clearly inappropriate for her to be pregnant now. Lord Wu Liang personally took charge? That's possible. Just as everyone was discussing this, Wu Liang pointed to Aikman next to him. Your new commander is her, the former leader of the Bloodfang tribe, a Koman. These words caused an uproar in the audience. The people of the Black Rock tribe were all dumbfounded. Why would you appoint an enemy leader who was a prisoner just a few days ago as the commander of your own army? Has Lord Wu Liang gone mad? The Bloodfang tribe members were utterly shocked. Lord Wu Liang, you actually want their former leader to command the new army? Everyone looked behind Wu Liang. Neither Wei Xian nor Eliza spoke. They simply stood quietly behind Wu Liang, which in itself was a statement. They unconditionally trusted any decision Wu Liang made. Akoman, are you willing? Ignoring the doubts and shock of these people, Wu Liang looked at Akoman. Are you willing to forge an invincible iron army for me and for this tribe? Ackman stood on the stage, looking at the familiar yet excited faces below. Seeing the rekindled flame of hope in their eyes, her nose suddenly stung and her eyes reddened. She took a deep breath and forced back her tears. She turned around and knelt on one knee in front of Wu Liang, her right hand on her chest. Ido. She knelt on one knee, placed her right hand on her chest, and with all her might raised her head and shouted, I, Ackman, swear to you, my life, my loyalty, are dedicated to you, dedicated to the Black Rock tribe. I'm willing to do this for you for the tribe. From this day forward, I will forge a mighty army and vanquish all enemies. Akoman, I will not let you down. Her voice resonated throughout the venue, clear and resonant, filled with determination and reverence. This kneeling gesture definitively signaled the end of the Bloodfang tribe's era. This also signifies that she and all the Bloodfang tribe members behind her will be completely loyal to Wu Liang from this moment on. Chapter 41, Establishing Authority. The new army begins training. Very good. Wu Liang nodded in satisfaction and personally helped her up. The members of the Bloodfang tribe below the stage watched as their former leader, now a general, pledged his loyalty to Wu Liang. The women of the Bloodfang tribe erupted in thunderous cheers. Their leader was not abandoned. She became the head instructor of the new army. At that moment, the last trace of doubt and unease in their hearts vanished. Instead, there was endless excitement and ecstasy. Lord Wu Liang has truly accepted them. Wu Liang announced loudly with satisfaction. This new army will be trained by a Koman. From today onwards, she will be the head instructor for all of you. Everyone must respect her and obey Chief Instructor Akoman's orders unconditionally. Wu Liang's voice was stern, and his gaze swept over the silent crowd. From this day forward, you are the first batch of soldiers of the Black Rock Army. Your glory will begin here. Anyone who dares to try to outsmart me will be severely punished. As soon as Wu Liang finished speaking, Kayla was the first to kneel down and shout loudly. Everyone followed suit, kneeling down on one knee and letting out a deafening roar. Black Rock Army! Black Rock Army! For the tribe! For the Black Rock Army! For Lord Wu Liang! Long live! The sound was deafening like a mountain roaring and a tsunami crashing. Everyone in the audience knelt on one knee, offering their knees and loyalty to Wu Liang on the high platform. At this moment, the Black Rock tribe and the Bloodfang tribe truly became one. Wei Xian and Eliza exchanged a glance. Both seemed deep shock in each other's eyes. They looked at Wu Liang's profile with awe. The next day, a large open space to the east of the tribe was cleared out and turned into a training ground for the new army. When Ackman first appeared here as the head instructor, everyone sensed the change in her. She was no longer the silent woman who followed behind Wu Liang. She changed into a tight-fitting outfit. Her long hair was tied up high, and her face was expressionless. Those eyes, which had been gentle and docile in front of Wu Liang, now turned as cold and sharp as blades. A long-lost aura of iron-blooded ruthlessness returned to her. The first batch of 800 new recruits selected for the Black Rock Army have already lined up on the training ground. 500 of them were warriors from the original Bloodfang tribe. The other 300 were the strongest women selected from the Black Rock tribe. They stood tall and proud, their eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. They thought that the so-called training was nothing more than practicing fighting, archery, or hunting wild beasts in the mountains. These are all their specialties. However, when Ackman walked up to them with a long wooden whip in his hand and a blank expression, they then realized that they had oversimplified things. Ackman walked to the front of the group, her gaze sharp as a knife, slowly sweeping over each person. The soldiers she saw felt as if they were being stared at by a ferocious beast, and they lowered their heads, not daring to meet her gaze. Raise your head. Ackman's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable air of authority. From today onwards, I am your head instructor. Forget your past. Forget whether you are from the Bloodfang tribe or the Black Rock tribe. Here, You have only one identity. New recruits of the Black Rock Army. My words are orders. Lord Wu Liang's will is the military code. Here, there are no tears of the weak, only the sweat and blood of the strong. What you are about to experience is brutal, hellish training. Those who can't hold out can get out now. The tribe doesn't support useless people. Her voice sent a chill down everyone's spine. Ackman's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. His gaze continued to sweep over each and every one of them. Jake, today is the first day, and I'm going to tell you some rules. From now on the training ground, there will be no sisters, no compatriots, only instructors and soldiers. My orders are everything. All you have to do is obey. Obey unconditionally. Did you understand? She suddenly raised her voice and shouted sharply. Understood. The female soldiers responded in unison, their voices loud and clear. Very good. A cold smile curled at the corner of Ackman's lips. Then, the first training item is standing at attention. Standing at attention? Everyone looked at Akoman with a blank expression. This was the first time they had ever heard this word. Ackman had long anticipated this scene. She was equally surprised when Wu Liang instilled training methods and all knowledge related to military training in her last night. There's actually a way to train soldiers? However, Wu Liang's words were an ironclad rule, and she naturally obeyed them unconditionally. Moreover, she herself was experienced in combat, and after absorbing those training methods, she admired Wu Liang even more. Such training can definitely create a formidable and powerful army. Everyone do as I say. Head up, chest out, feet together, hands pressed firmly against your trouser seams. Hold this position and don't move. As she spoke, she gave a demonstration herself. That was an extremely standard and upright standing posture. The female warriors looked at each other, somewhat bewildered. Standing still? Is this what training is? That's way too easy. Despite their doubts, they obediently followed Akoman's instructions and posed accordingly. At first, everyone felt very relaxed. But as time went on, problems arose. As the sun rose higher, its rays scorched the earth in their bodies. Sweat streamed down my forehead and into my eyes, stinging and burning. My legs started to ache, and my back started to feel numb. Every part of my body is screaming, wanting to move. Some of those with weak willpower have already started to sway their bodies slightly or whisper complaints to each other. Quiet. Who told you to move? Ackman's icy voice was like a bucket of ice water poured over their heads. Holding a wooden whip, she moved back and forth in the ranks, her eyes as sharp as an eagle's, not missing a single subtle movement. One of the female soldiers couldn't resist and slightly twisted her neck. Smack! A crisp crack of the whip. The wooden whip struck the female warrior precisely on the back, leaving a clear red mark. Ah! The female warrior cried out in pain. Everyone was startled by the sudden lash of the whip. They looked at Ackman in disbelief. She actually did it? Report, instructor. Why are you hitting people? One of the squad leaders couldn't help but question it. I told you, don't move. Ackman walked up to her and looked coldly at the squad leader. She moved, so she deserves to be hit. Chapter 42, what I want is absolute obedience. But we only moved slightly. Do we have to get hit for that? The squad leader said defiantly. The word slightly doesn't exist on my training ground. Ackman's voice suddenly rose in pitch. I said you can't move, and you can't even move a single finger. You, step forward. She pointed at the squad leader with her wooden whip. What do you want to do? The squad leader looked at her with some wariness, questioning instructors and arguing with superiors. According to the newly promulgated military regulations yesterday, what should the punishment be? Ackman asked sternly. The squad leader turned pale. Yesterday, after Wu Liang announced the establishment of the Black Rock Army, Akoman publicly promulgated more than a dozen basic military regulations. The first rule is absolute obedience to orders. Those who disobey orders will be punished, ranging from whipping to expulsion from the army. Mimi, the squad leader stammered, unable to speak. It seems you've forgotten. Ackman sneered. Let me help you remember. Ackman suddenly raised the wooden whip in her hand and lashed it mercilessly at the squad leader. Slap, slap, slap. 3 lashes in quick succession, fast and fierce. Each lash struck a different spot, causing the squad leader to scream in agony and crouch on the ground, clutching his arms. The female soldiers around them were all terrified, their faces turning pale, and they didn't dare to breathe. Is this still the same Ackman they know? He's like a demon crawling out of hell. Who else disagrees? Ackman, holding a wooden whip, surveyed the entire arena. No, right? Very good. Listen up, everyone. Those 2 people from earlier, their training time will be double today. Everyone else, stay standing. Anyone who dares to move an inch or whisper to each other will end up like her. After saying that, she ignored the squad leader who was squatting on the ground, crying, and continued to patrol the ranks. The entire training ground fell silent instantly, with only heavy breathing and the sound of the sun scorching the ground. Everyone was tense, barely moving, and even breathing was done very carefully. They finally understood. Akoman is serious. This training session is no joke. From the watchtower not far away, Wu Yang took in all of this. Wei Xian and Eliza stood beside him, watching the cruel scene on the training field, both feeling somewhat reluctant. Wu Yang, isn't Aikman a bit too ruthless? Wei Xian couldn't help but say, how can you build an iron army if you're not ruthless? Wu Yang's expression remained unchanged. Wei Xian, you know very well that the battlefield is 100 times more brutal than this. We are being ruthless to them now, so that they can survive on the battlefield in the future. A merciful general cannot command an army. You understand this principle better than I do. He looked at Aikman, who was holding a wooden whip under the scorching sun, with admiration in his eyes. This woman was born for the battlefield. Placing her in this position was absolutely the right decision he could have made. But they are, after all, our people. Perhaps you are right. Wei Xian sighed softly, wondering if her personality had changed since becoming pregnant. I feel like I'm not as passionate and decisive as I used to be. She's like a completely different person. Eliza looked at Aikman, who was now like a female tyrant on the training field, and couldn't help but say something. Yesterday, she saw Aikman carefully serving water to Wu Yang like a dutiful wife, but now. Wu Yang, you didn't tame her, you released a tiger that was locked in a cage. Eliza remarked. Wu Yang, however, smiled. As Eliza said, this was exactly the effect he needed. On the training field, screams and Akoman's roars rose and fell. She implemented the modern military training concepts that Wu Yang instilled in her very thoroughly. Absolute obedience, strict adherence to orders, emphasis on discipline and formations, all these principles were fully implemented. Aikman even went so far as to ingeniously combine her own set of jungle law principles with this. Standing at attention is just the most basic of the basics, an appetizer among appetizers. Next, we will conduct Q training. Forward, backward, left turn, right turn. These most basic actions cause these tribal people, who are used to being free and undisciplined, a great deal of hardship. People who use the same hand and foot, or who can't distinguish left from right, are everywhere. Aikman's wooden whip almost never stopped. Every day, the crisp crack of whips and the screams of female soldiers echoed across the training ground. After the basic drill training in the morning, everyone immediately began physical training in the afternoon. Now, everyone, run 20 laps around the training field. Those who finish in the last 10 don't get lunch. Aikman pointed to the training field, which was as big as several football fields, and gave his first order. What? 20 laps. A commotion immediately broke out in the queue. Running 20 laps on such a big track would kill a person. A female warrior from the former Black Rock tribe couldn't help but mutter to herself. That's too cruel. No sooner had she finished speaking than Aikman appeared in front of her. What? You have a problem with my orders? Aikman stared at her and asked coldly. I didn't. The female soldier felt uneasy under her gaze. Very good. Akoman nodded, and then, without warning, kicked the female warrior in the stomach. Bang! With a muffled thud, the tall and strong female warrior was kicked away. It rolled several times on the ground before stopping, clutching its stomach and howling in pain. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Aikman walked up to the female warrior and looked down at her. On my training ground, there are only yes and obey. Absolute obedience. If I hear any more doubts or complaints, the consequences won't be as simple as just kicking me. She turned around and faced the silent, trembling crowd once more. Execute the command. At a single command, the 800-strong force charged out like a herd of cattle whipped by a whip, as if driven mad. All day long, Aikman was like a tireless devil. The harshest methods were used to etch the words discipline and obedience into the very bones of every new recruit. That evening, Wu Yang was in his stone house, inspecting the newly crafted crossbow parts delivered by the military workshop. Suddenly, footsteps came from the doorway, which was covered by a curtain. Wu Yang, I'm done washing. Aikman walked in. She had already changed out of her sweat-soaked workout clothes. After taking a shower, I put on a long silk nightgown. The form-fitting fabric accentuated my proud silhouette. At this moment, the fierce aura that had been on Aikman's face during the day had disappeared, replaced by a gentle, sheep-like demeanor. Please sit down. Wu Yang pointed to the animal skin stool next to him. You must have had a tough day at training. Tell me, how did it go? It's all right, I'm not too tired. Aikman wiped the water droplets from her hair as she spoke. The problem now is that the new recruits are physically and disciplined, so we need to intensify their training. However, they all have a good foundation. With a little training and discipline, I believe they will soon be able to form a fighting force. Next, Ackman gave a detailed report on today's training content. She summarized all the problems she encountered and outlined her next training plan in a clear and organized manner, highlighting the key points. Wu Liang listened quietly, nodding occasionally. He discovered that Akoman indeed possessed an astonishing talent in military matters. She not only executes his orders perfectly, but also draws inferences from them and offers many constructive suggestions. After reporting on official business, Ackman did not leave, but stood quietly to the side, watching Wu Liang. His eyes seemed to be waiting for Wu Liang's praise. Wu Liang watched as she put down the blueprints, then stood up, walked over to her, and reached out to lift her chin. "You did a great job today." Upon receiving Wu Liang's affirmation, Ackman's eyes lit up instantly, and a genuine joy appeared on her face. "Wu Liang, I can do even better." She looked intently into Wu Liang's eyes. "She desperately needs recognition." "I know." Wu Liang smiled and gently stroked her lips with his fingers. "However, now is not the time to discuss official business." He lowered his head and kissed her. Chapter 43. Wu Liang, your gun is really tough. In the following days, Ackman's brutal training became the most eye-catching spectacle in the entire tribe. In just 3 days, more than 30 people were publicly whipped until their skin was torn and bleeding because they couldn't stand it or made mistakes. But these female warriors all have an indomitable spirit deep down. The harder you are beaten, the more determined you become to do your best. On the 5th day, when Akoman gave the order for everyone to turn right again, whoosh, 800 people moving in perfect unison. They turned around almost simultaneously, without the slightest hesitation. The synchronized movements and the sound of the wind they created sent chills down the spines of all the onlookers. It's only been a few days? How come it's like a completely different group of people? Akoman looked at the team that was beginning to take shape, and finally a satisfied smile appeared on his face. She knew this was just the beginning. A sharp sword has begun to reveal its edge in her hand. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. With Wu Liang's unreserved resource allocation, the production efficiency of the military workshop was astonishingly high. After the first batch of tower shields and heavy crossbows were successfully produced, Ula led the craftsmen to begin mass production. The black standard military uniforms are also being made at a feverish pace by the weaving women organized by Eliza. The prototype of a new army is gradually taking shape. During this month, the Black Rock Army's training also entered a new phase. After completing the most basic Q training, following Wu Liang's instructions, Ackman began to conduct targeted training for them, categorized by their respective military branches. 300 tall and strong female warriors were selected to form a heavy infantry phalanx. Their daily task is to lift logs weighing dozens of kilograms to practice strength and endurance. The other 200, who were relatively agile and had good arm strength, became archers. Their training plan was the 3-stage shooting tactic that Wu Liang taught to Ackman. The entire training ground was bustling with activity, with the female soldiers' slogans and Ackman's shouts barely stopping from morning till night. Over the course of time, the new recruits have gone from initially complaining endlessly to becoming numb and then gradually adapting. Not only did their bodies become stronger and more resilient, most importantly, their eyes changed. No longer free and undisciplined, when everyone stands together, they are neat, orderly, and obey orders. This pleased Wu Liang greatly. He hadn't expected Ackman's training to be so effective so quickly. This once again made him realize how right his initial decision had been. He had seen all of Ackman's efforts and decided to reward the woman. That afternoon, Wu Liang suddenly called Ackman over and asked her to come to him after training. That evening, after training, Ackman dragged his tired body and pushed open the door. The house was empty. Wu Liang is not here. She walked to the dining table and sat down, rubbing her sore shoulders. Today, in order to train heavy infantry in shield wall assault, she personally held the shield and was hit dozens of times. Now she feels like her bones are about to fall apart. Just then, the door of the stone house was pushed open. Wu Liang walked in from outside, carrying a square object wrapped in burlap. "You're here." Wu Liang saw her and smiled. Ackman stood up and instinctively went to greet him. "Where did you go?" "I went to the military workshop and brought you a gift." Wu Liang placed the object in his hand on the table with a mysterious expression. "Gift?" Ackman was stunned. She thought of those black stockings, and her cheeks flushed slightly. "What tricks is this man up to now? Open it and take a look." Wu Liang gestured. Ackman hesitated for a moment, then reached out and untied the burlap sack. As the layers of burlap were peeled away, revealing what lay beneath, Ackman's breathing became rapid. That was a set of armor. A set of pure black leather armor with a cold, gleaming sheen. It was completely different from the armor made of rough animal hides that were simply stitched together in the tribe. The leather armor in front of me has smooth lines and a beautiful design. Each nail plate is carefully cut and shaped to perfectly conform to the curves of the human body. Chest protector, shoulder protector, arm guards, leg guards. Everything is available. At the joints of the armor plates, fine metal rings are used for reinforcement. It ensures both protective capabilities and flexibility. What Akoman found most appealing was the design of this leather armor. It's not the kind of bulky, heavy full-body armor, but rather a set of tight-fitting, figure-hugging light armor. Especially the breastplate, which perfectly outlines the curves of a woman's body. The waist is cinched, giving it a dashing and powerful look, while also exuding a deadly sexiness. So beautiful. Is this for me? Akoman's voice was excited as she lovingly stroked the armor. Certainly, Wu Liang said with a smile. What? You don't like it? I love it. I love it so much. Akman hugged the leather armor to her chest like a child who had received a beloved toy. She is a warrior. For a warrior, what gift could be more heartwarming than a set of tailor-made, exquisite armor? What kind of leather is this made of? How can it be so tough, yet so light? She stroked the cool, smooth surface of the leather armor and asked with obvious delight. This is made from the hide of an armored rhinoceros. Wu Yang explained. I had the craftsman soak it in a special solution for 7 days and then repeatedly pound it with heavy hammers to achieve the tanning process it has now. Its defensive capabilities are sufficient to withstand the slashes of ordinary swords and knives. Try them on quickly. I'll help you. As Wu Yang spoke, he stepped forward, picked up the breastplate, and prepared to help her put it on. Akman blushed, but did not refuse. She obediently took off her linen outer robe, leaving only a close-fitting short shirt. Wu Yang wrapped the snow rabbit in the cold breastplate, then went behind her and helped her fasten the belt on her back. Inhale. Akman obediently took a deep breath, her lower abdomen instantly tightening. Wu Yang took the opportunity to tighten the belt to its maximum. All right. Akman looked down. The black leather armor perfectly covered her impressive bust and slender waist. This moment perfectly showcased her powerful and feminine figure. Next came the shoulder guards, arm armor, and leg armor. When the last piece of armor was on, Akman walked into the room and stood before the mirror made of polished copper plates, and she was completely stunned. Is the person in the mirror still her? Her neat short hair, paired with this heroic and dashing black leather armor, made her look like a Valkyrie emerging from the darkness. Wild, powerful, sexy. All the qualities blended together perfectly. Akoman, you are so beautiful. Wu Yang wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. Akman looked at the two people in the mirror. Her body stiffened slightly, but she quickly relaxed and let the man hold her. She looked in the mirror at the tall, handsome man and the dashing woman he held in his arms. Unconsciously, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and sweetness welled up in my heart. Being with this man doesn't seem so bad after all. Here, I have something else for you. As Wu Yang spoke, he turned around and picked up something from the corner of the wall. It was a long spear. A long spear made entirely of refined iron, gleaming with a chilling light. The gun is straight, with a triangular tip and a blood groove. It is clearly a murder weapon made for killing. Take it. Akman took the spear from Wu Yang. It felt cold and heavy in her hand. Wu Yang, your gun is really tough. Chapter 44 Black Wind Valley. I'm glad you like it. Wu Yang smiled slightly. That's a really good gun. I like it very much. Akman excitedly performed a gunfight on the spot. Buzz! The tip of the gun sliced through the air with a soft whistling sound. Akoman felt as if the gun had grown from his palm, making it as easy to control as his own arm. Thank you, Wu Yang. Akman turned around, looked at Wu Liang, and couldn't help but kiss him. This man understands her. He knew what she wanted. That's not enough. My gun is much harder than the one in your hand. A familiar, playful smile appeared on Wu Yang's face. He approached step by step, pinning Akman against the wall. Wearing such clothes, wouldn't it be a waste not to do something? Akman's heart raced instantly, and her cheeks flushed. Don't. Hush, my chief instructor Akman. Wu Yang put his arm around her slender waist, his voice deep and magnetic. Tomorrow, wear it and inspect your soldiers. Let them see how majestic their commander is. Tonight, let's have a rehearsal. The next day, it was early morning, just as dawn was breaking. Wu Yang heard some good news from the military workshop. The first batch of tower shields, heavy crossbows, and spears have been successfully manufactured and will be delivered on time today. The Black Rock Army's re-equipment plan has officially begun. When morning training began, Akman appeared on the high platform of the training field on time. He was dressed in black armor and held a long spear. Her long hair, tied in a ponytail, danced in the wind, exuding a cold and ruthless aura. This, Instructor Akoman's armor, is so beautiful. And that gun, I'm so envious. The entire training ground was amazed by her figure. The adoring gazes of the 800 soldiers brought a slight smile to Akoman's lips. A sense of pride and arrogance welled up within me. Everyone has it. Ackman's voice was loud and clear, reaching everyone's ears. You see the armor I'm wearing? That's right. This is the latest military equipment that Lord Wu Liang has created for us. And today, you will all receive new weapons and uniforms. Upon hearing this, all the soldiers became excited. As Akoman finished speaking, the new equipment gradually began to be transported from the warehouse to the training ground. Thump, thump, thump. The massive tower shields were neatly stacked on the ground. These tower shields are thick and heavy, over a meter tall, and are decorated with black flame emblems. The spear, forged from fine iron, gleamed coldly in the sunlight. There were also heavy repeating crossbows and those brand new black, standard military uniforms. All of this made all the soldiers breathe heavily and their eyes shine. From today onwards, this equipment will be your second life. Ackman glared at the group of female warriors from her high vantage point. First squad, 50 men, step forward. Collect your equipment. 50 female soldiers immediately ran out of formation and rushed forward excitedly. In an orderly fashion, they received their military uniforms, tower shields, and spears. Second squad, third squad. When all the female warriors changed into their uniform black uniforms, holding tower shields in their left hands and spears in their right, the entire team exuded an unprecedentedly grim and murderous aura, and the soldiers' sense of power and belonging naturally arose as a result. First row of tower shields, heed my command. Raise your shields. Akoman gave the order. The female warriors standing in the first row gave a low, powerful shout and raised their tower shields in front of them. Thump, thump, thump. The base of the 50-sided tower shield slammed heavily onto the ground, producing a series of dull thuds. Huge shields like a wall instantly lined up in front of the formation. The scene was majestic and awe-inspiring. Good. Wu Liang, who was observing from the watchtower, couldn't help but cheer. The mere act of raising the shield is full of power and discipline. Spearmen, take your positions. Akoman gave another order. The soldiers in the second row immediately stepped forward. Prick! At a command, the 50 soldiers in the second rank thrust their spears through the gaps between their shields. Whoosh! A barrage of spear tips instantly emerged, completely blocking the area in front of the tower shield and creating a death zone. Is this the gun and shield phalanx? Standing beside Wu Liang, Wei Xian looked down at the formation below, which resembled an iron fortress, and murmured in astonishment, his eyes filled with shock. Gun and shield, this was a new term she learned from Wu Liangko. She couldn't even imagine what it would be like to face such an enemy. What kind of flesh and blood could possibly break through such a defensive line composed of shields and spears? This is just the beginning. Wu Liang smiled. Only when we are equipped with better weapons will this defense line truly be impregnable and indestructible. Looking at these transformed warriors, Ackman felt a surge of pride. Very good. We have a new task today, which will also serve as a test of your training. Target, the Wind Wolves of Black Wind Valley, 30 miles to the west. The Wind Wolf is a pack of ferocious wild beasts, larger than ordinary wolves, extremely fast, with sharp claws and teeth, and exceptionally cunning. Before this, the Black Rock tribe's hunting teams never dared to provoke them easily. But now, Wu Liang wants Akoman to lead the new army and use them as a whetstone for the Black Rock army. Set off. Ackman didn't waste any more words. He pointed his spear forward and gave the order to set off. Black Rock army. Forward. Roar. All the warriors roared in unison. The column of soldiers, armed with tower shields and spears, moved forward in orderly formation, their steps steady and resolute. Wu Liang, along with Wei Xian, Eliza, and the crossbowmen, followed behind. The army set off, heading west. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of Black Wind Valley. A distinctive, pungent odor, characteristic of wild animals, began to fill the air. Halt! Stand your ground. Akoman raised his spear and gave the order. The shield wall formation immediately stopped. All the warriors lowered their center of gravity and cautiously observed the valley ahead through the gaps in their shields. A long, drawn-out wolf howl echoed from the depths of the valley. Immediately afterwards, the howls of wolves rose and fell from all directions. Soon, from behind a thicket of bushes, the figures of gray wind wolves began to emerge. Their eyes gleamed with an eerie green light as they stared intently at the uninvited guests before them, emitting low growls from their throats. More and more wind wolves are appearing. 20, 50, 100. Finally, a large pack of wind wolves appeared densely in front of the entire valley. Wu Liang estimated that there were at least 200 of them. Chapter 45. Teaching these beasts a lesson. More than 200 wind wolves completely blocked the entrance to the valley. In the dim valley, the eerie green eyes resembled countless flickering will-o'-the-wisps, radiating a chilling aura. The air seemed to freeze. The only sounds were the low growls emanating from the wind wolves' throats and the slightly heavy breathing of the female warriors. Even the elite soldiers who had undergone hellish training couldn't help but show nervousness when faced with such a massive horde of ferocious beasts. These female warriors were all skilled hunters in their time, but they had never seen such a scene before. In the past, encountering a pack of a dozen or so wind wolves while hunting was already a major problem that required careful handling. Now, there are more than 200. The sheer number of people created an invisible pressure that weighed heavily on everyone's mind. The female warriors' faces were somewhat pale, and their hands, gripping their spears, began to sweat with tension. What are you afraid of? Stay calm. Ackman's voice boomed through the ranks. This stern shout was like a thunderclap, dispelling the fear and gloom in everyone's hearts. You are the Blackrock Army. Remember this. You are the finest warriors, invincible. Her voice quickly calmed the somewhat panicked soldiers down. Everyone remembers how you usually train. Akoman's voice, like a resounding bell, struck the hearts of every soldier. Shield bearers, lower your center of gravity. Keep your feet firmly planted in the ground. Her reprimand instantly calmed the somewhat agitated formation. The female warriors gritted their teeth and gripped their tower shields even tighter, the lower edges of the shields embedding deeply into the soil. Wu Liang, standing at the back, watched this scene with satisfaction. That's right, it's normal to have pressure. The key is to maintain discipline under pressure, and that's how you train army. Wu Liang, is this really going to work? There are just too many of these wind wolves. Wei Xian stood beside Wu Liang, her hand unconsciously resting on her protruding belly, her eyes filled with worry. Although she was a seasoned warrior, the sight before her made her scalp tingle. Eliza gasped in shock. Normally, it would take at least 5 or 6 warriors to barely subdue a single wind wolf. Don't worry, just watch. Wu Liang spoke calmly, as if you were facing not 200 or so ferocious wolves, but a flock of lambs to the slaughter. After today, you will know the difference between our Black Rock tribe's army and the rabble of other tribes. In the valley, the pack of wind wolves was extremely patient. They waited, searching for a weakness in their formation. A particularly robust wind wolf with darker fur was clearly the alpha wolf of the pack. It paced back and forth at the front of the column, its cunning eyes fixed on the impenetrable shield wall. Finally, it seemed to lose patience. A whoop, a loud wolf howl echoed through the valley. Roar! All the wind wolves moved instantly. Like a gray tide, they surged towards the Black Rock Army's formation from all directions. Hold on, Akoman shouted sharply, his spear pointing steadily forward. Thump! 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 The sound of the wolves running was like a rapid drumbeat, and the earth trembled slightly. Through the gaps in their shields, the female warriors in the front row could clearly see the ferocious fangs and bloodthirsty eyes of the wind wolves. Fear gripped their hearts in an instant. But the brutal training these days has etched the instinct to obey orders into their very bones. No one backed down, no one screamed. They simply held on to their shields, placing all their hopes on the heavy tower shield in front of them and the spears of their comrades behind them. It's getting closer. Closer. The first wave of wind wolves slammed hard into the shield wall. Bang! 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 A series of dull, loud thuds like battering rams striking a city gate. The enormous impact shook the entire shield wall. The female soldiers in the front row let out a muffled groan. The force of the impact caused them to stagger backward, but they immediately gritted their teeth and pushed back. The slots on the sides of all the shields are tightly connected, forming an unbreakable hole with the 50 tower shields. The wind wolf's attack was forcefully blocked. Prick! This is the moment Ackman has been waiting for. The instant she gave the order, the second rank of spearmen, who were already prepared, thrust their spears out from the gaps in their shields with lightning speed. The sharp, triangular spearhead effortlessly pierced the wind wolf's soft belly and neck. Fresh blood gushed out instantly. A whoop! The piercing screams rose and fell. The dozens of wind wolves charging at the forefront didn't even get a clear look at the Black Rock Army soldiers before being riddled with bloody sieves by the dense forest of spears. These wind wolves howled and struggled, and soon collapsed before the shield wall, their warm blood staining the ground red. The wind wolves behind tripped over the corpse of their companion, and their attack became chaotic. Put away your spears. Prick! Akoman's orders were brief and efficient. The spearmen mechanically repeated the actions of retracting and thrusting. Each thrust inevitably takes the life of one or more wind wolves. Before the shield wall, a wall of flesh and blood made of wind wolf corpses quickly rose up. The bloody and efficient massacre left both Vis-Xian and Eliza on the watchtower speechless. That's all it takes to block it. Wei Zan muttered to himself, hardly believing his eyes. In her past understanding, When faced with a wolf pack charge of this size, the tribe's warriors relied on their individual bravery and experience to fight on their own. The battle scene was bound to be chaotic, and the casualties would certainly be considerable. But what about now? The BlackRock Army soldiers didn't even engage in direct hand-to-hand combat with the Wind Wolves. They simply hid behind their shields, calmly and repeatedly thrusting out their spears, like a group of emotionless butchers slaughtering livestock on an assembly line. This is the power of discipline and equipment, Wu Liang said calmly, but his eyes gleamed with excitement. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Achieve maximum damage with minimal cost. In a valley, the alpha wolf had clearly also noticed something was wrong. It let out a restless howl, commanding the wolf pack to halt their frontal assault. These beasts are clever. They began to try to flank them from both sides. Trying to flank us? Wu Liang sneered. Akoman. Exist. Ackman responded immediately. Let our archers teach these beasts a lesson. Yes. Akoman brandished her spear, pointing it at the wolf pack harassing her flank. Archers advance. Prepare for 3 volleys. Chapter 46 Open Pit Coal Mines, Limestone. The archers waiting in the rear immediately split into 3 rows, took a few steps forward, and raised their heavy repeating crossbows. Everyone raised their crossbows 45 degrees and pulled the triggers. First row, release, buzz. Nearly 100 repeating crossbows fired simultaneously. A dense barrage of crossbow bolts shot into the air, covering the wolf pack on the flank like a dark cloud. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp, piercing sound sent chills down one's spine. The pack of wind wolves, which was currently maneuvering around, had no time to react. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Arrows rained down. Each crossbow bolt carries enormous kinetic energy. Within a distance of 50 paces, it is enough to pierce through regular leather armor, let alone the fur of a wind wolf. Blood spurted out, and cries of agony filled the air. With just one volley, more than 50 wind wolves were pinned to the ground. Second row, release. Before the wolf pack could recover from the chaos, a second wave of arrows followed. Dozens more wind wolves fell. Third row, release. First row, loading complete. Fire. Terrifying, destructive power. Even though Ackman had expected it, she still felt a chill run down her spine when she saw this scene. This weapon, this battle formation, is truly terrifying. Fortunately, Wu Liang was no longer her enemy. Is this the power of the BlackRock Army? Madam, this is unbelievable. This is simply a one-sided massacre. Wei Xian stroked her protruding belly, muttering to herself. She glanced at Eliza beside her, who was also immersed in shock. They had all experienced countless hunts and battles, and knew all too well how terrifying the wind wolves were. In their memories, every encounter with the wind wolf pack meant bloody hand-to-hand combat and heavy casualties. But the current scene has completely changed their preconceived notions. War is, by its very nature, the most efficient form of slaughter. Wu Liang merely smiled slightly at the 2 women's reactions, his tone indifferent. Our soldiers are precious, and I don't want to see any of them die in the mouths of these beasts. If a problem can be solved with equipment and tactics, we should never resort to fighting with our own flesh and blood. Everything that was happening before his eyes was within Wu Liang's expectations, and even beyond them. After the test, Wu Liang was very satisfied with the performance of these repeating crossbows. The rate of fire and power of the heavy repeating crossbow far surpasses that of ordinary bows and arrows, and training a crossbowman is much easier than training an archer. Just as everyone was astonished, the 3 rows of crossbowmen took turns firing, creating a near-complete death zone in front of them. The pack of wind wolves howled in agony, completely stunned by the attack. Their proud advantages of speed and agility are useless against the BlackRock Army's indiscriminate area of effect attacks. Awu! The alpha wolf suddenly let out a roar, attempting to reorganize the pack. But now, apart from the BlackRock Army's formation, there isn't a single wind wolf that can still stand in the entire Blackwind Valley. All that could be seen were the corpses of wind wolves scattered everywhere, and the stench of blood. Puff! An arrow pierced the head of the wind wolf leader. Wu Liang put away the repeating crossbow in his hand and handed it back to the soldier next to him. Clean up the battlefield. Some people should stay on guard to prevent any stray wind wolves from launching a sneak attack. Wu Liang shouted, while everyone was still in a daze. The battle is over just like that? BlackRock Army suffered 0 casualties. For the first time, the female warriors of the BlackRock Army experienced what it meant to be utterly devastated. Although they were all eyewitnesses, they were still too shocked to speak when they saw the wolf carcasses scattered all over the ground. All of this stems from that man, from his new weapons and tactics. Ackman turned around and looked at the man who was walking towards her. Wu Liang's face didn't show much expression. It was as if the resounding victory before him was nothing more than a trivial matter. The more this happened, the deeper Ackman's awe of him grew. Wu Liang, we won. Ackerman walked up to Wu Liang and spoke excitedly. At this moment, Ackerman's black leather armor was stained with a few drops of wolf blood, which made her heroic face look even more cold and beautiful. Blackrock Army achieves initial victory. The Wind Wolf Pack is completely annihilated, and our army suffers no casualties. That's right, we won. Akoman, Blackrock Army, you trained very well. Wu Liang praised her generously and carefully reached out to gently wipe away a small blood stain on Aikman's cheek. I told you, I trust you with this army, and you've done a fantastic job. The touch of skin and words of approval made Aikman's heart skip a beat, and her cheeks flushed slightly. She felt that all the hard work and sweat she had put in was worth it at this moment. Vissian and Eliza exchanged a smile. Go, let the soldiers clean up the battlefield. Gather everything that can be used. Wolf skins, wolf meat, wolf bones, bring back everything useful, especially arrows. Those are not easy to make. Wu Liang patted her on the shoulder. Yes. Aikman nodded emphatically and turned to give the order. Everyone, clean up the battlefield immediately. Retrieve all the arrows. Inventory the spoils. Quickly. Roar. The female warriors responded in unison, bursting into a triumphant cheer. Everyone began the cleanup work with high spirits, pulling crossbow bolts from the wolf carcass, wiping them clean, and recycling them. Then they began skinning the wolf and cutting up the wolf meat. Although the meat of these wind wolves has a rough texture, it is a valuable source of meat and enough to feed the tribe for a while. Wolf pelts are excellent materials for making leather armor and winter clothing. These are all valuable resources. Lord Wu Liang, shall we return to the tribe now? So many wolf pelts and wolf meat. This is a bumper harvest. A squad leader excitedly ran over to ask for instructions. Norus. Wu Liang waved his hand and looked into the depths of Black Wind Valley. Akoman. Exist. You take a small team of 50 men and come with me to the valley to look for these two types of stones. Ackerman looked at the two stones Wu Liang took out of his bundle with some confusion. One is grayish-white, and the other is pitch black. Okay, I'll call some people to go with me right now. Although Ackerman was puzzled and didn't know what the two stones were, she was sure that what Wu Liang had mentioned must be very important. Soon, Akoman selected a team of men, led by Wu Liang, and began a thorough search of the entire valley. Wei Xian and Eliza followed behind Wu Liang. Eliza asked curiously, Wu Liang, what are those two things you just took out? Wu Liang smiled, but did not answer directly. Instead, they asked in return, what do you think our tribe lacks most right now? What's missing? Wei Xian thought for a moment. We have food, cloth, and salt now. It seems like we lack nothing. Eliza, being more perceptive, said thoughtfully, it's charcoal, right? There's never enough to burn, so the tribe's people have to cut down a lot of trees every day to make charcoal. Clever. Wu Liang flicked Eliza's nose, eliciting a coquettish reproach from her. Eliza is right, but only half right. We need energy that burns longer than charcoal, so that our smelting efficiency can be greatly improved. Upon hearing this, Eliza and Vissian instantly understood what was happening, and their beautiful eyes widened simultaneously. You mean, that's right, I discovered a secret here a month ago. This valley is not only home to wind wolves, but also rich in open-pit coal mines and limestone. Coal mine? Limestone. The two women were puzzled. These were unfamiliar words. Wu Liang pointed towards the depths of the valley, a smile playing on his lips. Yes, our goal today isn't just the wind wolves, but also them. Otherwise, why would I go through all this trouble, training troops and changing their equipment, just to wipe out a bunch of beasts? Chapter 47 Mining, Sand Digging, Lime Burning. Soon, Ackerman arrived with a group of people. Come with me. Wu Liang smiled mysteriously, waved to them, and walked towards the depths of the valley. The canyon is narrow and long, with bare rock walls on both sides. It is windy all year round and has sparse vegetation. Such places often indicate the presence of unique mineral resources. As Wu Liang walked, he carefully observed the rock's strata structure and color of the rock walls on both sides. Yes, the rocks here are limestone. Wu Liang reached out and touched a grayish-white rock, then rubbed the powder off his fingers. Limestone, that's a really good thing. Quicklime, when burned, is not only an important building material, but also a valuable resource used in many fields such as agricultural improvement and leather tanning. If he can find suitable clay, he can even make the most primitive cement. Cement, the cornerstone of the Industrial Revolution. With cement, the infrastructure of the Black Rock tribe will experience a qualitative leap. Then Wu Liang will be able to improve the building's sturdiness. City walls, houses, waterways, and roads. It's no exaggeration to say that Wu Liang will soon be able to transform the Black Rock tribe from a primitive stone village into an impregnable, fortified city. If reinforced concrete is built then. Wu Liang's heart began to pound. He continued walking in, his eyes searching the ground. Soon, he made another discovery in a ditch eroded by rainwater. These are black, oily stones. He picked up a piece and weighed it in his hand. Then I scratched it with my fingernail, leaving a clear black mark. It really is a coal mine. Wu Yang's breathing became heavy. If limestone is the cornerstone of a tribe's development, then coal is the fuel that drives the tribe to take off. With coal, he could use blast furnaces to produce better quality iron, and even steel. This means that Wu Yang's industrial technology has made a leap forward. In time, when steam engines are invented, they will all need this to function. Lord Wu Yang. Just then, a female soldier in charge of the search ran over quickly, carrying several stones in her hands. Sir, look at this. We found a lot of these black stones and some white stones in a cave deep in the valley. Wu Yang took it and looked at it. It was indeed the coal and limestone he had just discovered. Well done. Wu Yang patted her on the shoulder. Where is that cave? Take me there. Yes. Led by the female warrior, Wu Yang soon arrived at a cave deep in the valley. The entrance to the cave is small, but once you go inside, you'll find yourself in a completely different world. This is a huge natural cave, filled with large amounts of coal and limestone, with reserves far greater than Wu Yang had imagined. Haha, this time we've really struck it rich. Wu Yang was overjoyed. This is simply a natural treasure trove. What's the use of these stones? Ackman looked at the cave full of stones, a look of confusion on his face. Akoman, do you think our tribe has enough firewood for cooking? Of course not enough. Ackman answered without hesitation. Now that the tribe has a larger population, the amount of firewood consumed every day is huge, and the hunting team has to send a lot of people out to chop firewood every time they go out. This stuff is called coal, and it's a fuel that's hundreds or thousands of times better than firewood. With it, our tribe will no longer have to worry about firewood, and we can also use it to forge stronger weapons. Wu Yang picked up another piece of limestone. As for this, it's even more useful. He looked at everyone and spoke, word by word. After burning it, you can mix it with some soil and sand to turn it into a magical slurry. Once this slurry dries, it becomes as hard as stone, or even stronger. We can use it to build houses and city walls. At that time, our tribe will become an impregnable fortress. Listening to Wu Yang's words, they couldn't imagine what that scene would be like. But looking at Wu Yang's confident smile, they had no doubt about the truthfulness of his words. This man always manages to create miracles that they can't comprehend. Relay my orders. Wu Yang's voice became incredibly authoritative. From today onwards, Blackwind Valley is designated as a top-level restricted area for our Blackrock tribe. At the entrance of this valley, build high walls and watchtowers to create a fortified camp. From now on, Blackwind Valley will be guarded by a contingent of Blackrock Army soldiers who will not be allowed to approach. In addition, mobilize another 300 tribesmen carrying tools and supplies to come to Blackwind Valley immediately to begin mining coal and limestone. Wu Yang's orders were carried out swiftly. Akoman left 100 spearmen and shieldmen and 50 heavy crossbowmen to guard Blackwind Valley and personally plan the camp's defenses. The remaining warriors, after cleaning up the battlefield and collecting all the spoils, escorted the skinned and butchered wind wolves back to the tribe. When the triumphant army returned to the Blackrock tribe, all the tribespeople flooded the streets to welcome their return with the loudest cheers. As the creator of all this, Wu Yang did not bask in the joy of victory. His mind is now filled with cement and coal. Upon returning to the tribe, Wu Yang immediately convened a meeting with the old craftsman Ula and a dozen of the most skilled craftsmen. Lord Wu Yang. Upon seeing Wu Yang, Ula excitedly bowed. She had already heard about the discovery of the magical stone in Blackwind Valley, and she had been itching to see it the whole way there. You've come at the perfect time. Wu Yang nodded and looked at Ula. Ula, the first thing you should do is suspend the weapons project for a few days and focus all your efforts on producing pickaxes, shovels, and carts to supply Blackwind Valley. The second thing, as Wu Yang spoke, he placed the limestone and coal samples he had brought back from Blackwind Valley on the table. Ula, look at these stones. As Wu Yang spoke, he began drawing on the wooden board with a charcoal pencil. The first thing we need to do is build a furnace that can burn it thoroughly. I call a lime kiln. Wu Yang explained as he drew. The structure of a lime kiln is not complicated. It is simply a cylindrical vertical kiln built of stones and mud. There are ventilation openings and discharge outlets at the bottom and feeding inlets at the top. Given the craftsman's current experience in building stoves, this is entirely understandable. Your task is to build 10 lime kilns like this as quickly as possible, according to these blueprints. Wu Yang tapped heavily on the blueprints on the wooden board, his tone serious. Remember, the kiln walls must be made of refractory clay, and the stones must be laid thick enough. Yes, Lord Wu Yang, don't worry, we have experience. Although Ula still didn't understand the purpose of burning this, he was full of enthusiasm. Wu Yang is always right. She immediately led the craftsman away and got to work with great enthusiasm. After Ula left, Wu Liang called Eliza over. Eliza, immediately organized some people to help me find a type of clay by the river outside the valley. It must be fine and have a sticky texture. Also, dredge up a lot more river sand for me. The more the better. Clay and river sand? Eliza was puzzled. Don't worry about that for now. Just prepare the materials for me, and you'll find out when the time comes. Wu Liang's words were concise and to the point. Okay, I'll get right on it. Eliza suppressed her doubts and quickly gathered her people to make the arrangements. Black Wind Valley quickly became a huge construction site. The Black Rock Army soldiers were divided into groups responsible for mining and others for guard duty and transportation. Under Ula's leadership, the craftsmen were responsible for building the lime kilns. Meanwhile, a large number of tribesmen mobilized by Eliza were frantically digging for clay and sand along the riverbank. Everyone was full of energy. 3 days later, the first lime kiln was successfully ignited. Large quantities of limestone and coal were fed into the kiln from the top, and roaring flames burned inside, producing a tremendous roar. Chapter 48, The Birth of Cement. The intense heat from the burning coal distorted the surrounding air with its towering flames and soaring heat waves. Even from more than 10 meters away, you could feel the scorching heat. Soon, the limestone that had been put in burned until it was glowing red with coal. These are all high-quality anthracite coals, and they are highly carbonized. If Wu Liang had used this kind of consumable to burn lime in his previous life, he would probably have either been sprayed to death or made a losing deal. But this place is different. Black Wind Valley is full of smokeless coal. He couldn't find any bituminous coal, even if he wanted to, because the resources were too abundant. Moreover, normally anthracite is buried deep underground, and it is extremely rare to find it exposed on the surface. Regarding this, Wu Liang speculated that there may have been some dramatic geological changes in this area, which brought out the coal mines deep inside. But that's not important. If it hadn't been exposed, Wu Liang wouldn't have been able to discover it. As long as it's usable, it doesn't matter where it comes from. This is amazing, Lord Wu Liang. This coal is truly wonderful, far superior to the charcoal we burn. Ula stood beside the lime kiln, feeling the unbearable heat, his eyes shining uncontrollably. That's for sure. The temperature of charcoal can only reach 600 to 1,200 degrees Celsius at most, while coal, when fully burned and with forced air, can reach a high temperature of 1,000 to 1,700 degrees Celsius. Upon hearing this, Wu Liang smiled slightly and patiently explained. Celsius? What's that? Ula looked confused. Just forget about Celsius. Just produce according to my instructions. I'll teach you these things later. Wu Liang sighed, too lazy to explain any further. He almost forgot about these tribal peoples. Their culture was practically a wasteland, and they certainly couldn't possibly understand the culture and knowledge of Earth. It seems that cultural literacy work really needs to be put on the agenda. We should start with a 9-year compulsory education curriculum. Looking at the flames in the lime kiln, Wu Liang had a new plan in mind. After all, at most it's just burning lime or forging iron, which only requires accumulation and practice over time. Anyone with a little talent can do it quickly. But if there's no cultural foundation and the industrial technology tree develops to a higher level in the future, if you can't even read blueprints and numbers, it will seriously affect the efficiency of development. The lime kiln burned for a full day and night. On the morning of the second day, the old craftsman Ula was leading a group of people, standing guard in front of the lime kiln that had been extinguished and cooled down, their faces full of anticipation and tension. Lord Wu Liang. Seeing Wu Liang approaching, Ula quickly jogged over to greet him. Lord Wu Liang, the first kiln has been fired for a full day and night, as you instructed, and it has now cooled down. We're just waiting for you to open the kiln. Well done. Wu Liang nodded in satisfaction. He walked up to the lime kiln, reached out, and touched the wall. It was only slightly warm. Let's open the kiln. Wu Liang gave the order. Yes, Ula responded. He immediately directed several burly female craftsmen to use iron chisels and hammers to begin breaking open the pre-reserved discharge port. Clang, clang. The stones and soil that had sealed the opening were pried open one by one. As the last stone was removed, a cloud of scorching white dust billowed out. Everyone instinctively took a few steps back and covered their mouths and noses. A pile of grayish-white lumps rolled out of the discharge port. They were no longer the bluish-gray stones that had been thrown in before, but had become loose and whitish, as if they would crumble at the slightest touch. This is what was produced after burning. Ula stared wide-eyed, puzzled. It doesn't seem to be anything special. Don't rush. This is only the first step. Wu Liang smiled, and then, under his direction, the craftsman transported the scalding hot quicklime blocks to a large pit that had been dug to the side, and then began to slowly pour water on them. Sizzle. The instant the water came into contact with the rock, a loud noise suddenly rang out. A large amount of white steam instantly billowed out of the pit. accompanied by crackling and popping sounds. The once quiet pile of stones churned violently, expanded, shattered, and finally turned into a pile of scalding white powder. A wave of intense heat swept over them, causing everyone around to take several steps back. Oh my God, has this stone come to life? The stone is moving. What's going on? The craftsmen and the surrounding warriors were all terrified. Everyone stared in disbelief at the incredible scene before them. Wu Liang gestured for everyone not to panic and explained loudly. This bluish-gray stone is called limestone. After being calcined by coal at high temperatures, it becomes this thing, which I call quicklime. When these quicklime come into contact with water, they undergo a violent reaction, releasing a large amount of heat, and then turn into this white powder. This powder is called slaked lime. Wu Liang tried his best to explain in a way that Ula and the others could understand. If we expect them to understand the chemical principles involved, we'll have to focus on basic literacy education and 9-year compulsory education first. The crowd seemed to understand, but they all quieted down and were no longer afraid. As the reaction of the limestone gradually subsided, it had completely turned into a pile of fine white powder, wisps of steam rising from it. Wu Liang did not stop and directed his men to move the excavated clay and river sand over. Use the proportions I gave you. 1 part quicklime, 2 parts river sand, 3 parts clay, add water, and mix it all together. Wu Liang issued the order. Dozens of tribesmen immediately got to work, vigorously stirring the water in the huge pit with wooden shovels. Soon a pit of gray, sticky-looking mud appeared in front of everyone. Sir, what is this? Ula looked at the pile of mud-like stuff and became even more confused. Lord Wu Liang taught them to play in the mud. I call it cement. As Wu Liang spoke, he asked the craftsman to bring over 2 medium-sized stones. He personally used a wooden shovel to apply cement grout to the cross-section of a stone, then pressed another stone on top, and the gray grout was squeezed out from the gaps. After completing these tasks, Wu Liang directed the craftsman to use this mud to build a low wall about half a person's height next to it. Finally, use the prepared wooden boards to form a square frame. Pour in all the remaining cement grout and smooth it out. All right, now all we have to do is wait for it to dry, and the low wall will stick together and be too strong to be knocked down. The next morning, Wu Liang led everyone back to the low wall from the day before. After drying overnight, the cement at all the joints had turned into a hard, grayish-white color. Ula, try moving the stone on top, Wu Liang said to the old craftsman. Yes, sir. Ula stepped forward, took a deep breath, and used all his strength to move 2 stones from the low wall. However, the 2 stones seemed to be stuck together, remaining completely still. I'll do it. A burly female craftswoman stepped forward. Hey, she hugged the stone, roared, and the muscles in her arms bulged, veins standing out. Under the tense gaze of everyone, the stones on the low wall remained completely still. Wu Liang then brought in people to smash the wall with hammers, but apart from leaving a few white marks, they couldn't break it at all. It's really stuck. Incredible. It's like a single giant boulder. A gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd. Not bad. That's the magic of cement. Everyone, follow my instructions and increase production. Wu Liang gave orders to everyone. Yes, the success of the cement was like a raging fire, instantly igniting the passion of the entire Blackrock tribe. In the days that followed, a large construction site was newly opened up on the outskirts of Blackwind Valley. The original wasteland was leveled, and more than 30 lime kilns rose from the ground, lined up neatly in a row. From a distance, they looked like a group of silent giants exhaling massive heat waves, radiating a rugged industrial aura. The air throughout Blackwind Valley was filled with the distinctive smell of burning coal, as well as a faint smell of lime. Looking at all this, Wu Liang couldn't help but sigh. With these foundations, the development of the Blackrock tribe would take a qualitative leap. Fortunately, there is no Environmental Protection Bureau in this world. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully developed a revolutionary building material, cement, greatly advancing the progress of civilization. Ding! Industrial technology, tree module upgraded. Unlocked architectural engineering branch. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, a package of basic theoretical knowledge in architectural engineering. A series of system notifications rang in Wu Liang's mind, and the smile on his lips deepened. Chapter 49 Black Rock Phase 1 Project. Very good. With this, my infrastructure plans will be much easier to implement. That's enough knowledge. Wu Liang carefully reviewed the information in his mind. This award in architectural engineering couldn't be more timely, as this field is far more complex than simply teaching people how to lay bricks and build walls. Its content is all-encompassing, ranging from foundation exploration, structural mechanics, material proportioning, urban planning, and water supply and drainage systems. This led to the formation of a complete and vast knowledge system, encompassing the principles of various construction machinery. After giving Wula and the others a few instructions, Wu Liang immediately left Black Wind Valley and rushed back to Blackrock Tribe. Kayla, go and summon the chief, the high priest, and chief instructor Akoman. As soon as Wu Liang returned to the tribe, he saw Kayla standing at the gate. Yes, I'll go right away. Kayla accepted the order and left. Soon, Wu Liang gathered the core members of the tribe in his stone house. With her large pregnant belly, Wei Xian, Eliza resting her chin on her hands, and Aikman with her long legs crossed, the three stunning women sat quietly around Wu Liang. From the moment they entered, they watched Wu Liang sketching and drawing with charcoal on a wooden board. Several hours passed, and he showed no sign of stopping. This caused the three women to exchange curious glances. Wu Liang, what are you drawing? Wei Xian stroked her bulging belly and finally couldn't help but speak up. Wait a moment, it'll be ready soon. Wu Liang didn't even look up, continuing what he was doing. Eliza and Ackman exchanged a glance and decided not to bother Wu Liang any further. The three women simply watched quietly. After a long while, Wu Liang finally put down his charcoal pencil, stood up, and pointed to the nascent infrastructure plan of the Black Rock Tribe on the wooden board. Come and see, this is what our Black Rock Tribe will look like in the future. Wu Liang, full of vigor, pointed to the outermost edge of the drawing and drew a thick line. Here, I plan to first build a 10-meter-high, 5-meter-thick city wall at the entrance of the tribe, entirely constructed using the latest cement mixed with fire bricks and boulders. Every 50 meters along the city wall, a 3-story arrow tower was built, equipped with heavy repeating crossbows, so that an effective crossfire network could be formed. Hey, that means even if there's an external enemy attacking, it won't be so easy for them to break in. Wu Liang chuckled smugly and pointed to the center area of the drawing. You see, we need to redesign all the roads within the tribe and pave them with smooth stone slabs. More importantly, a complete underground drainage system should be built on both sides of the road so that even if it rains heavily, there will be no water accumulation in the tribe. Furthermore, I plan to build all new houses as 2 or even 3-story brick and stone buildings, and then install glass windows on them. I've named all of this the Black Rock Phase 1 project. There'll be Phase 2 and Phase 3 to come. Just you wait and see. The entire tribe will eventually take the form of a town or fortress. Wu Liang became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he could already see a city rising from the ground on this land. That seems pretty impressive. Visian, Eliza, and Ackman were completely dumbfounded. The three women looked bewildered, unsure how to respond. A city wall, 10 meters high, underground drainage system, glass window, a 3-story building? Some of these words were words they had never heard of before, and even those they had heard of could hardly imagine them. Take a 10-meter-high city wall, for example. How easy is it to build? Liang, I don't quite understand what you're saying, but is it really possible to do this? Eliza spoke with a hint of worry, as she usually thought about this the most, especially since she was in charge of logistics. They had some idea of the Black Rock Tribe's capabilities. Moreover, we're afraid our manpower and resources are insufficient. Don't worry, I have my own methods. I will personally teach everyone the brand new construction tools and knowledge. Wu Liang smiled confidently. By the way, the walls of our house don't look good right now, so I found a new material to paint them. This way, it's not only aesthetically pleasing, but it also protects the building's walls. Akoman asked, what is it? I call it putty. Wu Liang explained. However, to make putty, I need a mineral called alumstone. Akoman, inform the Blackrock Army tomorrow to send people to search Blackwind Valley and the surrounding area. This is a sample of alunite. It is usually white or light yellow and has a relatively soft texture. I plan to use Blackwind Valley as the center and conduct a comprehensive search of the surrounding mountains. We should be able to find it soon. Ackman took the stone Wu Liang handed her. It was smooth to the touch, something she had never noticed before. I wonder where this man was found. He seems to have gotten really into rock-related things lately, but the things he creates are truly amazing. Take the lime and the cement they made, for example. If they were to rely on themselves, they probably wouldn't be able to make it in their entire lives. I understand. I'll arrange for someone to go look for it first thing tomorrow morning. Ackman nodded emphatically. Wu Liang hummed in agreement, then looked at Eliza and continued. Eliza, the construction of the new city walls is the highest priority task. I know you're working hard with so many jobs, but I feel more at ease having you do this. Eliza, however, didn't seem to care at all and smiled sweetly. Liang, I'm not tired. The clansmen can handle many things on their own, so there's no need to keep an eye on everything. Just tell me what you need me to do, and I'll definitely take care of it. Wu Liang nodded with satisfaction. This matter is not difficult, but since you have more experience in managing logistics, we need you to coordinate it. I need you to mobilize all the tribe's people and build a construction team of more than several hundred people in the shortest possible time. Only in this way can we build the city wall in the shortest possible time. Eliza clenched her fist and laughed. No problem. Leave this to me. Seeing that both women had accepted the task and were full of enthusiasm, Wu Liang nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Wei Xian, standing to the side, watched Wu Liang's confident and commanding manner, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. This man always manages to bring her endless surprises and awe. And what about me? What can I do? Wei Xian did not want to be excluded. Since she got pregnant, she's been so idle she's practically rusting. Wu Liang smiled, took her hand, and said softly, "My dear leader, your task now is simply to rest well. Then we'll bring our child into the world healthy and strong. Everything else will be taken care of by me and everyone else. You just need to take good care of the house." Wu Liang's words brought a blush to Wei Xian's cheeks, but her heart was filled with sweetness. After arranging all this, Wu Liang's gaze returned to the blueprints. City walls, roads, and houses are all large-scale infrastructure projects. There are still many small items and accessories that are missing in daily life. For example, the glass used for windows is another project that needs to be addressed as soon as possible. Glass. Wu Liang tapped his fingers lightly on the drawing twice, then looked up at the three women and smiled mysteriously. "Tomorrow, I'll take you to see something even more fun." Chapter 50: Firing and Glass Blowing. Early the next morning, Wei Xian, Eliza, and Akman were dragged out of bed by Wu Liang. The three women were still sleepy, especially Eliza and Akman, who had been kept up by Wu Liang until midnight last night and were now completely exhausted. "Wu Liang, let me sleep a little longer. You guys kept me up all night." Wei Xian rubbed her stomach angrily, her face full of resentment. She's already prone to overthinking because she's pregnant, and being kept in suspense by these three men all night only made her more anxious and restless. Eliza and Akman exchanged a glance, their faces both blushing slightly. Wu Liang chuckled, put his arm around one of them, and said mysteriously, "Didn't I say I'd take you to see something even more fun?" Akman rubbed her eyes and glanced sideways at Wu Liang. I don't know where you got all that experience from. You're always making things difficult for people. Couldn't you have gone later?" She was taught a lesson by all sorts of new knowledge last night, and now she can't help but grit her teeth whenever she sees Wu Liang's smiling face. Let's go. I got up early this morning and made all the arrangements. I'm just waiting for the three of you to get here before we begin." The group arrived at the military workshop, where a new furnace had been erected. It looks smaller than a blast furnace for iron smelting, but its structure is more complex, especially in terms of the requirements for refractory materials and sealing. The roaring coal fire was burning in the furnace, crackling and baking the surrounding air to a scorching heat. Beside the new furnace, there was a pile of white sand, some burnt wood ash, and limestone brought back from Blackwind Valley. "The more fun thing you're talking about is watching you burn stones?" Akman looked at the bustling scene with a completely bewildered expression. "This is different from burning lime." Wu Liang grinned and pointed to the pile of sand next to him, saying, "Today, I will use these sands and stones to teach you how to make glass." "Glass? What's that?" The three women looked at each other in bewilderment. "Don't worry, you'll know once it's burned." As Wu Liang was speaking, a craftsman walked over. "My lord, everything is ready and we can begin at any time." Wu Liang nodded. "Let's get started." He directed the craftsman to mix the selected pure quartz sand, wood ash, and limestone powder together in a certain proportion. Then, carefully, all the prepared ingredients were placed into a clay crucible. The craftsman used long, specially crafted iron tongs to send the crucible into the roaring kiln. This sand is called quartz sand, which is the main material for making glass. The ash from plants contains alkaline components, which can lower the melting point. Limestone is also used to increase the stability of glass making. While keeping an eye on the roaring furnace fire, Wu Liang explained to the craftsman and three women beside him. "Oh." The craftsmen looked at each other in bewilderment, while the three women were completely confused, having no idea what quartz or melting point meant. Wu Liang shook his head, thinking, "This is all because I'm uneducated." Turn up the fan, set the temperature to the maximum. At Wu Liang's command, several craftsmen immediately began to vigorously pull the bellows. The coal burned fiercely in the kiln. The temperature soared rapidly, emitting terrifying heat waves that even the surrounding air began to distort. Firing glass takes some time. Let's go take care of other things first, and we'll come back to check on it tonight. Wu Liang looked at the craftsman beside him. "Just do as I say, and remember the temperature. Make sure to heat it to the highest setting." Wu Liang solemnly instructed. Yes. Although the craftsmen didn't understand, they were already used to unconditionally obeying Wu Liang's orders. What followed was a long wait. The temperature of the kiln was continuously pushed up, and even the kiln opening spewed out scorching flames. Until midnight, news came from the military workshop that Wu Liang had arrived again with three women. The timing was perfect. When they arrived, they could already see through the observation port that the mixture inside the kiln had completely melted. The contents of the crucible had now transformed from a solid into a pot of viscous, orange-red liquid. It was shiny and wriggling like lava. It's done. Wu Yang's eyes lit up, and he immediately told the craftsman to stop blowing air. Quick, get the crucible out. Wu Yang gave the order. 2 craftsmen used specially made extended iron tongs to lift the red-hot crucible out of the kiln and place it steadily on the sandy ground beside it. Oh my God, what is this? When you see that shimmering, deadly hot liquid in the crucible. Visian, Eliza, and Ackman all gasped involuntarily. Go and bring the newly made iron pipes, and make them according to the method I taught you. Wu Yang instructed the craftsman to find a long iron pipe. This iron pipe was specially made by the blacksmith. One end was a mouthpiece, and the other end was slightly enlarged. This iron pipe was specially made by the blacksmith. One end was a mouthpiece, and the other end was slightly enlarged. Under the tense gaze of everyone, Wu Yang instructed the craftsman to insert the enlarged end of the iron pipe into the crucible. Then, it was lightly dipped into the scalding liquid and quickly pulled out. At the end of the iron pipe, a clump of bright red, viscous substance, resembling maltose, had now adhered to it. Keep bragging. Do as I say, take it slow. Wu Yang gave the order. The craftsman hesitated for a long time, then brought the other end of the iron pipe to his mouth, took a deep breath, and slowly blew out. As the craftsman continued to blow air into it, the viscous, fiery red substance began to slowly expand and grow, forming a hollow sphere. The onlookers, including craftsmen and female warriors, all gasped in surprise. It's gotten bigger. Eliza covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide open, unable to utter a word. Wei Zian and Aikman were also stunned and subconsciously rubbed their eyes. Wu Yang instructed the craftsman to blow air into the iron pipe while rotating it. By using rotation and gravity, the molten glass can be made more uniform. Soon, a rough prototype of a bottle appeared. Wu Yang instructed the craftsman to press the bottom of the bottle onto a flat stone slab to create a flat bottom. Then, using a pair of pliers, I slightly adjusted the bottle opening and finally carefully knocked the still reddish glass bottle off the iron pipe. Put in a pit filled with wood ash and let it cool slowly. After doing all this, Wu Yangkai finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, once it cools down completely, you'll know what glass is. The waiting process is agonizing. Everyone was eager to see the finished product immediately. More than an hour later, after Wu Yang confirmed that the cooling process had been completed, the craftsman carefully took the bottle out of the ashes and wiped the dust off its surface with a piece of linen. When a crystal-clear bottle, shimmering in the sunlight, appeared before the crowd, the scene erupted in gasps of amazement. This is glass. Eliza stared at the glass bottle, her eyes shining. It's so beautiful. The bottle is completely transparent, allowing a clear view of the other side, though it is slightly distorted. Sunlight streamed through the bottle, casting a bright spot of light on the ground. Take a look. Wu Yang smiled and handed the bottle to Eliza, who was standing on tiptoe to look at it. The cool, smooth touch sent a gasp through Eliza's fingertips. Curious, she held the bottle up to her eyes and looked at Wu Yang's face through it. His handsome face looked somewhat strange behind the transparent bottle. That's amazing. Is this really made of sand? Chapter 51. Literacy class begins. Certainly. Wu Yang smiled slightly. Then the craftsman was instructed to take a lump of molten glass, blow it into a glass bubble, and quickly place it on a polished stone slab. Before it had completely cooled down, Wu Yang instructed the craftsman to quickly cut and flatten it with tools. With a hiss, white smoke rose up. After cooling naturally, a transparent glass plate immediately appeared in front of everyone. Wu Yang held up the glass plate and displayed it to everyone. With these glass panels, and by embedding them in the windows, our rooms will become bright and airy during the day. Sunlight can shine directly into the room through the glass, making it bright and warm, and most importantly, it can also block the wind and rain. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the beautiful faces of the 3 women in Wei Zian, and then added a sentence. We can even use it to make mirrors. This is much clearer than the mirrors we make now with polished copper, so that you can see yourselves clearly. Wow, a mirror that allows you to clearly see your own reflection? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the women around, especially the young and beauty-conscious ones, lit up instantly. Seeing the surprised expressions on everyone's faces, Wu Yang continued. This is just the beginning. From today onwards, the tribe will establish a glass workshop. We will produce a large quantity of glass windows, glass cups, and glass bowls so that everyone in the tribe can use them. Oh. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers and applause. As Wu Yang watched the cheering crowd, he was already thinking about other uses for the glass. The invention of glass is not just about improving daily life. It can also be used to make telescopes, microscopes, beakers, and test tubes. With these basic industries, there will be a better foundation for future technological development. Of course, before continuing to climb the technology tree, we must first lay a solid cultural foundation. Knowledge is always the primary productive force. Having solved the cement issue, they've now solved the glass issue. Their infrastructure building prowess is now maxed out. However, whether it's the cement ratio, the glass firing process, or more complex military equipment, achieving better results requires precise calculations and rigorous procedures. Now he can personally direct and explain. But the faster the tribe develops, the more things he needs to worry about. He can't be a caretaker on the front lines forever. He needs a group of technical talents who can read blueprints, understand principles, and even apply their knowledge to other situations. However, the tribe is currently undertaking large-scale infrastructure construction, and almost everyone is extremely busy. But time is like milk, you can always squeeze some out. Wu Liang planned to first gather a group of key members and those with bright minds from the clan and start with a literacy training class. He would squeeze out 1 or 2 hours every morning to teach the class himself. In this way, over time a group of teachers can be trained, and the work of popularizing culture can be gradually carried out. With that in mind, Wu Liang immediately announced the decision. The literacy class officially started the next morning. The first batch of trainees was small, only about 20 people. Leading them were Eliza and Akman, along with Kayla, Ula, and the group of craftsmen. Wei Xian also came, dragging her big pregnant belly over to join in the fun. Today I'll start by teaching you the simplest pinyin. Wu Liang stood in front of a wooden board blackened with charcoal and glanced at the group of people sitting below the podium. Without any unnecessary words, Wu Liang wrote a pinyin letter, read it aloud, and the people below followed suit. He made rapid progress, and had everyone copy down all the pinyin he had written on wooden boards. In just one morning, Wu Liang finished teaching all the pinyin. They listened with difficulty, but also very attentively. Eliza and Ula learned the fastest, while Visian, Akoman, and Kayla, relatively speaking, struggled to learn. It's a pity that the technology tree related to education hasn't been unlocked yet. Otherwise, I would have just instilled it into Eliza and let her teach them. Wu Liang sighed. Being a teacher is really not easy. After teaching pinyin for half a month, Wu Liang gradually began to teach everyone how to write and how to do arithmetic. Today, we will learn the 10 most basic numbers. Wu Liang wrote and read aloud at the same time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He didn't write any of the existing scripts of this world, but rather Arabic numerals from his original world. Wu Liang was a graduate of a proper university, and although he could not remember much, he was more than capable of teaching them. Of the students, Eliza was the most intelligent and quickly grasped the essentials. Wu Liang, do you think I wrote it correctly? As she wrote, she asked questions out of curiosity. That's right, Eliza, you're so smart, you learned it in no time. Wu Liang praised her face to face and casually pinched her pert buttocks. Don't get distracted, study hard. It's all your fault, Humph. Eliza blushed, gave him a playful glare, and then obediently continued practicing. On the other side, in Akoman, it was a completely different scene. She frowned, clutching a charcoal pencil as if she were fighting a ferocious beast. She was used to holding a gun and a knife, which required strength and stability. But it's difficult for her to write. She can crush the charcoal with just a little force, and in severe cases, she can break the wooden board in her hand. Beside her lay a pile of broken wooden planks that she had damaged during her studies. Damn it! Akman bit her lip angrily, remained silent for a long time, and looked at Wu Liang next to her with a wronged expression. Wu Liang, I won't have it so hard. Don't be nervous. I'll always be there for you. Wu Liang walked behind Akman and bent down, his warm chest pressed against her back. He took her hand that was holding the pen and guided her. Look, relax your wrist, and use your fingers to generate force, like this. His breath tickled her ear, making her feel hot and her heart race. Focus. Wu Liang gently bit her earlobe. Okay. Akman shuddered, her cheeks instantly turning bright red. Eliza, who was standing to the side, watched this scene with a hint of a smile in her eyes. This man always has a way of making any woman completely subservient to him. Wei Xian, who was heavily pregnant, put down her pen and leaned against Wu Liang from the other side. Wu Liang, I've finished writing this. Can you take a look at it for me? Okay, let me see. Wu Liang, with a woman on each arm, wore a satisfied smile. Ula and Kyla, along with the artisans around them, were helpless in the face of this. They've seen this scene every day since the start of the semester. Although the learning process was tedious, Wu Liang had plenty of ways to motivate everyone. After studying each day, in the afternoon, everyone threw themselves into the bustling construction of the village. Construction of the city wall has begun, with hundreds of tribesmen performing their respective duties on the construction site. Some were moving stones, others were mixing mortar. Everyone was chanting slogans and singing songs to cheer each other on. Hey, We workers have power. Hey, we workers have power. We're busy with work every day, building skyscrapers and constructing city walls. Hey, the bricks and stones are laid. Hey, the roads are paved, and our home has been transformed. The lyrics they sang were simple and straightforward, and the tune was catchy and full of rhythm. Wu Liang listened to everyone's singing, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. When Wu Liang first started teaching them to sing this song, everyone was a little reserved. But soon everyone discovered that the song's strong and powerful rhythm was perfectly in sync with their work movements. Soon, the entire construction site was filled with this energetic song. Everyone worked with increasing enthusiasm, full of fighting spirit and pride, and didn't feel tired even when they were sweating profusely. As expected of Wu Liang, he always has a lot of ideas. Eliza and Ackman stood not far away, watching this breathtaking scene, once again impressed by Wu Liang's methods. This man always manages to unite everyone's hearts as one. Chapter 52, Nighttime Tutoring. The Lever Principle. Cultural literacy campaigns and infrastructure development should proceed in tandem. Under Wu Liang's personal supervision, the construction of the tribe is progressing steadily every day. Every day before dawn, the huge construction site is already bustling with activity. Hundreds and thousands of people enthusiastically threw themselves into the great cause of building their homeland. Eliza and Ackman, one in charge of material allocation and the other in charge of labor arrangement, have become Wu Liang's right-hand men, managing the huge construction site in an orderly manner. As for Wei Xian, with her increasingly large belly, it was inconvenient for her to participate in labor. The biggest task every day is to arrange for people to prepare meals and deliver steaming hot meat soup and flatbread to each worker. After Ula and her group of craftsmen had a basic grasp of numbers and simple addition and subtraction, they were no longer completely clueless about the markings on Wu Liang's drawings. Although I still can't understand the very complex parts, at least I can understand how long and wide each part should be and how many parts are needed for each part. This small change more than doubled the production efficiency of the military workshop. The learning progress is still too slow. After finishing his class that day, Wu Liang couldn't help but frown. Using wooden boards and charcoal pencils as blackboards and chalk is ultimately too primitive. He needs a more convenient writing tool. We need to find a way to make paper. Right now, we still have to flush the toilet with water, which is really unbearable. Having made up his mind, Wu Liang began his papermaking project. Although papermaking technology is relatively complex, the materials can all be found. As for the brush, Wu Liang plans to make a goose feather brush, since even he doesn't know how to use a calligraphy brush, and it's also quite troublesome to make. The tribe now raises a lot of wild geese, and they have plenty of feather quills. Ink is even simpler. Wood ash and resin make a simple alternative for ink. Soon, Wu Liang led a group of people to the riverbank near the tribe, where dense reeds grew. He ordered a large amount of reeds to be cut down, and also had many scraps of discarded linen sent from the textile workshop. Once all the materials were gathered, Wu Liang directed the craftsmen to set up the large pot. After throwing all these things in, they added a large amount of wood ash and started steaming. The first step in papermaking is pulp preparation. The raw materials are boiled in alkaline water to remove impurities and separate the fibers. Finally, Wu Liang had someone place heavy stone slabs on top to squeeze out the excess water. After a series of complex processes such as steaming, filtering, pressing, and drying, the first sheet of dry, flat, and slightly yellowed paper was produced. A quill pen is made by plucking the longest feather from the wing of a wild goose. Use a knife to carve a slanted point at the end of the feather tube, and then make a small slit at the tip. And just like that, a simple quill pen is made. Wu Liang used burnt blackwood ash and soot from the bottom of a pot to make ink, which he then mixed with tree sap and water to quickly create the ink. That morning, when Wu Liang was in the literacy class, he held a quill pen, dipped it in ink, and wrote several clear characters on a piece of paper in front of everyone. All the trainees craned their necks to watch closely, constantly exclaiming in amazement. Wow, it's amazing. It's much better than charcoal pencils. Eliza gasped in surprise, her eyes filled with admiration and adoration as she looked at Wu Liang. From today onwards, everyone in the literacy class will have a stack of paper and a pen. Wu Liang announced loudly, I want you all to learn at least 100 commonly used characters within a month. Wu Liang's idea was undoubtedly wise. Since the invention of paper and pen, the efficiency of knowledge dissemination has increased significantly, and people's enthusiasm has also improved markedly. Most importantly, it's finally much easier for him to go to the toilet. Aside from worrying that using too much force would tear the paper with his fingers, Wu Liang is quite satisfied with the current paper. Eliza, Ackman, come home early tonight. After class ended that morning, Wu Liang called the two girls to his side and put his arms around their slender waists, one in each arm. You two studied so hard during the day, but your progress is still a bit slow. Starting tonight, I will give you extra lessons. Individual tutoring? Great. Eliza's beautiful eyes lit up, filled with anticipation. Ackman looked at him with some resistance. Wu Yang, I guess I'll pass. I'm already overwhelmed by studying all day, and I don't want to touch that damn thing again at night. I feel like my brain is about to explode. Learning those scribbled numbers and pinyin is more tiring than fighting 100 windwolves. Wu Yang smiled and pressed his face against Aikman's cheek. Don't worry, my teaching methods are different when I tutor at home compared to when I tutor outside. Wu Yang whispered in her ear, his warm breath making Aikman's ears turn bright red instantly. Wu Yang didn't explain further and turned to attend to other matters after finishing his sentence. What's this guy talking about tutoring with them? Why didn't he invite me to come along? Not far away, Wei Xian looked at the three people huddled together, stroking his large belly and frowning. After nightfall, Eliza finished processing the last batch of supplies and returned home, rubbing her aching temples. They found Wu Yang hunched over the table, rapidly drawing something with a quill pen. He was so focused that he didn't even notice Eliza's arrival. Liang, what are you drawing? She spoke softly, breaking the silence. When Wu Yang saw that it was Eliza, he put down his pen and stretched. You're back. I was drawing some auxiliary tools for building the city wall. Eliza stepped forward and looked at the blueprints with curiosity. The images on it were too complicated for her to understand. It was all lines, gears, and levers intertwined, with dense numbers and symbols she couldn't understand marked on the side. What is this? Eliza asked curiously. I call it crane. Wu Yang pointed to a core structure on the blueprint. Using pulley systems and lever principles, it allows even a person with little strength to easily lift a boulder weighing thousands of kilograms. Crane? Pulley system? Lever principle. Eliza was completely confused, but how could someone lift a boulder weighing thousands of pounds all by themselves? However, she didn't intend to ask any further questions. Wu Yang's creations were always so amazing. If he says it's possible, then it must be possible. He pulled Eliza's hand and made her sit on his lap, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Eliza's body tensed instantly, and her cheeks burned. She sat on Wu Yang's strong thighs and could clearly feel the astonishing heat and power shooting from her tailbone straight to the top of her head. Mimi. She wanted to say that she was too stupid to learn something so complicated. But Wu Yang didn't give her a chance to refuse. He held her soft, boneless hand, picked up the quill pen, and touched the tip of the pen onto the drawing. Look, this is called a pulley. Its function is to change the direction of force and save effort. A movable pulley can save half the effort. When we combine many pulleys together, we call it a pulley system. Wu Yang's voice was deep and magnetic, as if it possessed magic, striking Eliza's heart word by word in the night. Wu Yang's hand encircled her slender waist, while his other hand drew a mechanical structure diagram on her back. Therefore, as long as our rope and bearings are strong enough, theoretically we can move the whole world with very little force. When Wu Yang finished explaining the last point, Eliza was completely captivated. Liang, you know so much. Eliza stared intently at Wu Yang. I know more than just that. After saying that, he kissed her fiercely. Good. Eliza's mind went completely blank for a moment, shattered by the domineering kiss. She responded clumsily but passionately, wrapping her arms tightly around Wu Yang's neck, wishing she could meld herself into his body. The temperature in the room rose sharply at that moment. Wu Yang hugged her, kissing her as he strode toward the bedroom. Liang, wait. Eliza whimpered like a kitten in his arms. I still don't understand a lot of what you've said. It's all right. Wu Yang gently placed her on the soft animal skin bed. Tonight, I'll slowly teach you what the lever principle is. Cough. After finishing training the Black Rock Army, Akoman returned and stood at the door, clearing his throat as he looked at the two of them. Looks like I've arrived at the wrong time. Has the tutoring already started? Wu Yang smiled and extended an arm to Ackman. No, you've come at the perfect time. We're just about to begin. Chapter 53 Teacher Wu is working very hard. I'm very tired from training today. I'll continue tomorrow. Ackman's cheeks began to burn, and she looked away, wanting to find an excuse to slip away. Wu Yang slammed the bedroom door shut. No, not the car door. Learning without thinking is futile. We must learn. Wu Yang grabbed her forcefully, pulled her up by her slender waist, and lifted her up. Tonight is your first tutoring session, and no one is allowed to skip it. Wu Yang, you bastard. Put me down right now. Ackman was both ashamed and angry, and she pounded on that firm back with both hands. She now fully understands what this man meant by private tutoring. This guy just wants to mess with him in different ways. Eliza's face was also flushed, and her heart was pounding uncontrollably. Although it wasn't the first time, she still felt her legs go weak every time this man treated her so domineeringly. Put it down. That won't do. Wu Yang chuckled and gently placed Ackman on the bed. The large bed was covered with soft animal hides, and the oil lamp beside the bed emitted a dim yellow light that illuminated two rosy cheeks. Wu Yang looked down at them with a smile on his face. One is alluring and charming. The other is strong and healthy. Under the dim light, each has her own captivating charm. I said I would teach you more knowledge. Wu Yang leaned down and gently ran his fingers across Eliza's smooth, jade-like cheek, his voice filled with magnetism. Eliza, you're in charge of the tribe's overall logistics. How can you not understand math? You must learn addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, area, and volume. Akoman, you are the commander of the army. You can't just know how to charge in a battle. Troop deployment, logistics, tactical deception, and sand table simulations are essential courses for a qualified general. The night was as dark as ink. Inside Wu Yang's stone house, the candlelight flickered. No, Gu Liang. Eliza lay on the soft animal skin blanket, her voice trembling with sobs. Wu Yangzheng dipped his finger in oil and began to write and draw on her smooth skin. No good. We've only just begun. Wu Yang's laughter rang in her ears. I haven't reviewed the Pythagorean theorem that I taught you today. Ah, no. Eliza was powerless to resist and could only let him do as he pleased. Ackman, standing to the side, wasn't much better off. Akoman, can you feel it? This angle is a perfect combination of gravity and your own strength, which can maximize efficiency. Have you sensed the trajectory angle? Once you build cannons, you can apply this principle on the battlefield. Come on, next I'll teach you how to capture the hilltop. Let's start the sand table simulation. Some are happy, some are sad. Wei Zian next door tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. She is currently pregnant and already has light sleep, so the noise from the reading next door was driving her crazy. She touched her protruding belly. Baby, once you're born, Mommy will be able to win your dad back. She murmured to herself, a resolute look on her face. The next morning, Wu Yang walked out of his room feeling refreshed and full of explosive power. Eliza and Ackman, who had been tutoring all night, staggered out, leaning against the wall. That bastard. Ackman rubbed her aching back and cursed through gritted teeth, but the blush on her face wouldn't fade. She had to admit that her study session last night had been surprisingly effective. That knowledge is now as clear as if it were engraved in her mind. I see you're really enjoying yourself. Eliza glanced at her sideways, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Ackman's behavior last night was far more outrageous than that of this good student. You, Ackman, having her secret exposed, became furious and reached out to tickle Eliza. The two stunningly beautiful women immediately burst into laughter and playful banter. With dark circles under her eyes, Wei Zan glared at Wu Liang, who looked so energetic, and gave him a disgruntled look. Look at how smug you are. You must have worked very hard, teacher Wu. Wu Liang chuckled and leaned over to hug her from behind. He rested his chin on her shoulder and said softly, What? Is my leader jealous? Who's jealous? I'm just worried you'll ruin your health. Wei Zian retorted stubbornly, but his cheeks flushed slightly. Don't worry, don't you know me? I'm doing this to cultivate core talent for the future of the tribe. Wu Yang, without batting an eye, whispered in her ear. You, on the other hand, should rest well and give birth to our child healthy. That is the most important task. The warm breath on his ear made Wei Zian's body go limp, and most of the resentment in his heart dissipated. Snort. Wei Zian patted her stomach angrily. I don't care. I'm going to have extra tutoring after the baby is born. Double the amount. No problem. I'll do whatever you say, Wu Yang said with a smile, reassuring him. I'll make it up to you then. That's more like it, Vishen said, glancing at Eliza and Ackman over there before turning and going into the house. She was too tired. A week later, after Ackman led a team to retrieve a large amount of alum stone from mountains, Wu Yang taught the craftsmen how to make putty. When the first stone house was freshly painted, revealing clean, smooth walls, the entire village was abuzz with excitement. The women surrounded the house as if it were some rare treasure. They carefully touched the smooth wall with their hands, letting out bursts of amazement. Meanwhile, on the construction side of the city wall, with the help of the lever and pulley system principles provided by Wu Yang, those boulders weighing hundreds or even thousands of kilograms were lifted. The women skillfully pried and lifted them, slowly transporting them to their designated locations. Truckloads of cement were pushed over, mixed with sand and gravel, and under the direction of the craftsmen, they were filled into the gaps between the stones. The foundation for the 10-meter-high city wall has been laid, and it is now rising inch by inch at a speed visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, a larger-scale project was underway inside the city walls. Wide stone-paved roads are being laid, and beneath these roads lies a more complex underground drainage system. Wu Yang's system is designed to ensure that even during the rainy season, the tribe will not be flooded or dirty. Since the introduction of paper and pen, the teaching efficiency in literacy classes has greatly improved. After explaining the basics, Wu Liang began to teach them more practical science and engineer knowledge, from basic geometry to the initial concepts of simple mechanical principles. He explained these modern scientific concepts to them in a way they could understand, breaking them down and making them easy to comprehend. Through Wu Yang's tireless efforts and his teaching day and night, a group of good students, led by Eliza and Ula, have been able to understand the simple drawings Wu Liang made and perform basic addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division operations. Under Ula's guidance, the craftsmen in the military workshop began to understand the dimensions and structures on the blueprints. As a result, the heavy crossbows and tower shields produced were significantly improved in both accuracy and quality. As for Ackman, although she still couldn't write well, she could barely understand the tactical diagrams that Wu Liang had specially drawn for her. If it weren't for Wu Liang's instruction, she would never have imagined that war could be fought like this. The mobilization and coordination of troops can be so exquisite. Daily military training is no longer just about standing at attention and physical exertion. Ackman began to combine the modern military concepts that Wu Liang had instilled in her with the law of the jungle in this world. Spear and Shield Battalion, advance 10 paces. Maintain formation. There must be no gaps between the shields. Archery Battalion, prepare for 3-volley fire. On my command, first row fire. Chapter 54. Use me in the first battle, and victory is assured. On the training field, a Koman, clad in black leather armor and wielding a long spear, exuded an imposing and dashing aura. Before her stood 800 Black Rock Army soldiers, all dressed in uniform black military attire, standing in neat rows, their military bearing magnificent. After a long period of training, they had been completely transformed. Their discipline and obedience reached an astonishing level. But that's not enough. A modern army needs a scientific organization, a clear division of branches of service, and more importantly, excellent commanders with the necessary capabilities. Today is the big day that the Black Rock Army is officially established. Wu Liang solemnly walked up to the high platform in the training ground and announced loudly, "From today onwards, the Black Rock Army will be officially established with 4 battalions. Wu Liang's voice echoed throughout the entire training ground. 1st Battalion, Gun and Shield Battalion. Composed of 300 of the strongest warriors, you are the bulwark of the Legion, an unshakable shield of steel. Your mission is to use your shields and spears to crush any enemy that dares to charge head-on. 2nd Battalion, Crossbow Battalion. It consists of 300 archers, 100 of whom are composite archers, and 200 are heavy repeating crossbowmen. You are the claws of the Legion, the messengers of death. Your mission is to cover the entire battlefield with your rain of arrows. 3rd Battalion, Scout Battalion. Composed of 100 of the most agile and forest-savvy soldiers. You are the eyes and ears of the Legion. Your mission is to scout out enemy positions, relay intelligence, and deliver a fatal blow to the enemy in the shadows. 4th Battalion, Cavalry Battalion. 100 men for now. You are the iron fist of the Legion, the key to victory or defeat. I want you to ride your war horses and charge across the battlefield, encircling, harassing, and pursuing, sweeping across the land like the wind." Every time Wu Liang announced the formation of a battalion, a thunderous roar erupted from below. Excitement and glory shone in the soldiers' eyes. Eliza. Wu Liang suddenly turned his head and looked down at the platform. Eliza, who was already waiting in the audience, quickly walked up to the stage. She held a tray in her hands, on which were stacks of armbands made of fine animal hides and a huge, rolled-up black flag. Wu Liang personally picked up the flag and shook it violently. Whoosh! A huge black flag was unfurled in the wind, waving in the breeze. At the center of the flag is a majestic black mountain peak depicted in bright red dye. At the top of the mountain, there's a crossed battle axe and a spear. The design is simple yet powerful, exuding a sense of strength. From this day forward, this will be the battle flag of our Black Rock Army. Wu Liang's voice was deep and powerful, echoing throughout the training ground. Black Mountain as the base, war as the peak. Our tribe will be as indestructible as these black mountains. Our army will be as unbreakable as these weapons. Wind, wind, strong wind, war, va, we must fight. 800 female warriors raised their weapons high and, following Wu Liang's voice, let out a roar like a tsunami. Their eyes gleamed with fanaticism. Wu Liang watched this scene with satisfaction. This was exactly the kind of cohesion and sense of honor he wanted. Akoman, Arif, you are hereby appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Black Rock Army, in command of all 3 armies. This battle flag is yours to command. Wu Liang solemnly handed the flagpole in his hand to Ackman. Ackman received the battle flag with both hands, knelt on one knee, and her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Akoman, I swear to serve the tribe to the death. I swear to protect the glory of the Blackrock Army to the death. Good. Wu Liang nodded and picked up an armband from Eliza's tray. The armband had 3 stars embroidered in gold thread. This is the commander's armband. Wu Liang personally put it on Aikman. From this day forward, seeing this armband means that military orders are absolute. Next, Wu Liang began to read out the appointments of the first batch of officers. Kayla, arrive. Kayla stepped out of the line, her face full of excitement. You are hereby appointed as the commander of the Gun and Shield Battalion. You are hereby awarded the officer's armband. Wu Liang handed her an armband with 2 stars. Yes. Appoint Una as commander of the Crossbow Battalion. Grant her the officer's armband. Appointment. One by one, names were called out, and outstanding soldiers stepped out of the ranks to receive armbands representing their status and honor from Wu Liang. From the most basic 10-man squad leader to the 100-man company commander, and then to the commanders of each battalion, a clear command system was thus established. The newly appointed officers were so excited that their faces turned red, while the other soldiers looked on with envy. This is exactly the effect Wu Liang wanted. The army has military law, military regulations, and above all, a military spirit. Wu Liang's voice rang out again. What is the spirit of our army? He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone, and roared, word by word. That means I'll be the one to fight the first battle, and victory is assured. I'll draw my sword against the enemy and be invincible. Use me in the first battle, and victory is assured. When facing the enemy, draw your sword. You will be invincible. Aikman was the first to raise his arms and shout. Use me in the first battle, and victory is assured. When facing the enemy, draw your sword. You will be invincible. The voices of 800 soldiers merged into a torrent, soaring straight into the sky. These 8 words are like a brand, deeply engraved into the soul of every soldier. Very good. A smile appeared on Wu Liang's face. A powerful army must not only be good at fighting, but also be good at singing military songs. Now, I will teach you to sing the first military song of our Blackrock Army. Sing? The soldiers were stunned. What did fighting have to do with singing? Wu Liang didn't explain, cleared his throat, and started singing. Forward, forward, forward. Children of Blackrock, hear the echoes from the mountains. The totems of our ancestors are burning in my heart. From animal hide tents to clashing iron armor, we stand firmly on the earth, under the blazing sun. The military songs were loud and clear, with stirring and high-pitched melodies. After the song was finished, the entire training ground fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this song, which they had never heard before. Good. Aikman was the first to react. She felt her blood boiling. One more time, Lord Wu Liang, sing it again. Wu Liang smiled and sang it again. This time, some soldiers have already started humming along. The 3rd time, the 4th time. As the sun rose directly overhead, the orderly and majestic songs had already formed a torrent, echoing throughout the entire tribe. Use me in the first battle, and victory is assured. When facing the enemy, draw your sword. You will be invincible. Wu Liang raised his arms and shouted, and 800 soldiers responded in unison, their voices echoing across the field. Other members of the tribe, whether busy on the construction site or working in the workshop, hearing the neat and loud singing, everyone couldn't help but stop what they were doing and look towards the direction of the training ground. Lord Wu Liang, the saddle and stirrups are finished. Would you like to go and take a look? The ceremony had just ended when Ulas suddenly arrived at the training ground. Oh, you guys are pretty quick. Pick one and take it to the horse farm. Chapter 55, Urgent Military Situation. Wu Liang was pleasantly surprised to hear this, and then took Aikman to the tribe's newly established horse farm. This place is home to hundreds of wild horses captured from the mountains and forests. When they were first captured, they were extremely fierce and difficult to tame. However, after a long period of taming by Wu Liang and the soothing effect of the Earth's grace skill, the first batch of warhorses had long been successfully tamed and turned into reliable steeds. Wu Liang personally selected a black steed, its body jet black and its hooves treading on white snow. This was a plump, tall black horse, which was soon fitted with a brand new saddle and stirrups. The brown saddle and silver stirrups gleamed in the sunlight. Wu Liang, what's the use of this? I can't understand why, Aikman asked, standing to the side. Just watch. Wu Liang smiled, flipped over, and steadily mounted the horse. He stepped into the stirrups, and his body instantly became one with the horse's back, his waist and horse as one, giving him a great sense of stability. Drive! Wu Liang gave a soft shout. He squeezed the horse's flanks with his legs, and the black horse raised its front hooves and neighed loudly, then charged out like a black lightning bolt. The female warriors training horses around them gasped in surprise. Wu Liang was on horseback, his body almost completely still. He can even easily bend down, pick up a twig from the ground, and perform all sorts of difficult maneuvers. This was a world of difference from how they used to ride horses, where they could only grip the horse's belly tightly with their legs and be jolted around until they were dizzy. Did you see that? Wu Liang rode back to Aikman, whose eyes were shining, with a confident smile on his face. This is the power of a saddle and stirrups. They connect man and horse as one, freeing your hands. With these, our warriors can use their weapons steadily on horseback, whether it's slashing or shooting arrows. Aikman's breathing became somewhat rapid. Great! This will make our cavalry even stronger. Wu Liang laughed heartily, dismounted, and handed her the reins. Go ahead. Experience it. Good. Aikman eagerly mounted his horse. Put your feet into this iron ring, Wu Liang said, pointing to the stirrups. Aikman stepped firmly into the stirrups, squeezed his legs together, and galloped off. As the wind whistled past his ears, Aikman felt 100 times more stable than when he was riding a horse before. Bring me the compound bow, Wu Liang shouted to the people next to him. The female warrior beside him handed Wu Liang a newly made composite bow from her back. Akoman, here you go. Wu Liang handed it to Aikman, who was galloping towards him on her imperial horse. The latter understood immediately, bent down, and took it from his hand. Aim at the target ahead. Fire. On horseback, Akoman easily turned around, drew her bow, knocked an arrow, and aimed it in the direction Wu Liang was pointing. Whoosh! The arrow shot through the air, and although it did not hit the bullseye, it landed firmly on target. Oh my God! This is amazing! The soldiers watching erupted in thunderous gasps. Very good. A satisfied smile appeared on Wu Liang's face. Akoman. Exist. Aikman immediately stopped his horse and looked at Wu Liang. Starting tomorrow, all Black Rock Army cavalry and scouts will undergo rigorous mounted combat training. Our cavalry and scouts must live up to their name. I want to see an iron cavalry capable of charging and archery in the shortest possible time. Yes. Aikman's voice trembled slightly with excitement. She could almost see a torrent of armored cavalry galloping across the desolate mountains, invincible and unstoppable. Time flies, and winter is just around the corner. The temperature in the great wilderness mountain dropped day by day, and a biting chill began to set in. The first phase of the Black Rock Tribe project was finally completed just before the long winter was about to begin. The tall and sturdy city walls, like a gray dragon, embraced the entire tribe. On the city wall, there is an arrow tower every 50 meters, where archers stand guard day and night, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Inside the tribe, wide stone-paved roads crisscross in all directions, beneath which lies a complex underground drainage system. Newly built stone and brick houses stand side by side, and every household has windows fitted with bright glass. The entire tribe no longer resembles its former primitive state. It has transformed into a sturdy fortress of considerable size. The artisan district and military workshops also expanded during this period. Dozens of kilns spewed smoke and fire day and night, providing the entire tribe with a continuous supply of industrial products. In the textile workshop, hundreds of looms clattered incessantly, producing fabric in an endless stream. The women spun and wove cloth while humming the songs Wu Liang had taught them. We workers have strength, hey? We workers have strength. We're busy working every single day, hey? We're busy working every single day. The literacy classes have yielded positive results, and Wu Liang has now largely handed over the daytime classes to Eliza. Wei Xian's belly was already alarmingly large. According to Eliza's calculations, the chieftain of the Vision tribe is due to give birth in a week at most. This once valiant tribal chief now, heavily pregnant, clings to Wu Liang for walks every day, asking him to tell her stories. After Wu Liang finished tutoring Eliza and Aikman in the evening, she would drag him to her room and torment him. Of course, it's about storytelling. Serious prenatal education. From a monkey trying to catch the moon to you, the great, releasing the floodwaters. 7 princesses and a dwarf arrive at Lu Zhishan's battle against Pan Jinlian. Wu Yang's language is vivid, his gestures are skillful, and his writing is lifelike. These novel and interesting stories captivated Wei Xian. Wow, this Commander Lu is really something. He even made Pan Jinlian unable to get up. Wei Xian, lying in Wu Yang's arms, raised his head, his face filled with disbelief. No matter how good you are, can you be better than me? Wu Yang chuckled. All you do is bully me. You know my current situation, and you still tell me those kinds of stories. Wei Xian was quite resentful. It'll be quick. Eliza said it'll happen in the next few days. Just be patient a little longer. On the Black Rock Army side, the effect was immediate after the first batch of saddles and stirrups were equipped to the cavalry battalion. Cavalrymen can now stand on saddle hooves and use their weapons with ease, even during high-speed charges. Cavalry battalion, charge with me. Drive. On the training field, Ackman, dressed in specially made black leather armor, took the lead. She stood firmly on the stirrups, her body moving rhythmically with the rise and fall of the warhorse. Her spear as steady as a mountain. Drink. 100 female cavalrymen simultaneously tapped their horses' bellies with their heels. 100 warhorses galloped across the training ground like arrows released from a bow, like a black torrent kicking up clouds of dust. The sound of horses' hooves thundered. Their momentum was terrifying. Under Akoman's guidance, they performed various complex formation changes. Even while speeding, he can draw his newly modified lightweight rapid-fire crossbow from his waist and fire at distant targets. Kill! With a roar from Akoman, the cavalrymen retracted their crossbows and drew their spears from their backs, holding them horizontally forward. Puffed, puffed, puffed. 200 spears, almost simultaneously, precisely pierced the enemy formation made of straw men, and the enormous impact tore the straw men to shreds. After a round of attacks, the entire straw doll position was reduced to a mess. Sigh. Ackman pulled on the reins, and the warhorse reared up, letting out a long neigh. She looked back at the cavalry she had personally trained, her eyes filled with pride and fervor. That's incredible. The power of such a mass charge is simply irresistible. Any defense line made of flesh and blood will be mercilessly crushed in the face of this steel torrent. Black Rock Army. Victory is assured. Ackman raised his spear and shouted, "Victory is certain! Victory is certain! Victory is certain!" 200 cavalrymen shouted in unison, their voices echoing across the fields. Akoman is a natural-born leader. Eliza stood beside Wu Liang and sighed sincerely. Yes, I just sharpened her knife a little more. Wu Liang smiled and reached out to put his arm around Eliza's slender waist. However, I still prefer the way you guys study in bed. Eliza's cheeks instantly flushed red. She glared at him irritably, but her body went limp involuntarily as she leaned against him. You're so mean. All you do is bully us. Peaceful days are, after all, fleeting. Summer, quietly passing by, leaving behind little secrets. That evening, Wu Liang was leisurely patrolling the streets with his hands in his pockets, whistling. Get out of the way. Suddenly, the sound of horses' hooves grew louder as they approached. A scout soldier responsible for long-range reconnaissance rode a fast horse into the tribe. Report, Lord Wu Liang. Urgent military intelligence. Chapter 56. The Rolanders have arrived. Reporting to Lord Wu Liang. The Rolanders' army has arrived. The scout tumbled off his horse, ignoring the mud and wounds covering his body, and scrambled to report to Wu Liang. The Roland Empire? Wu Liang's eyes sharpened instantly. He had heard this name countless times from Visian and Eliza. The current state of the Great Wilderness Mountain is all thanks to this empire. It is no exaggeration to say that the name Roland Empire is a lingering nightmare for the tribes living in the Great Wilderness Mountains. Don't panic. Tell me slowly. What exactly happened? Wu Liang frowned and added, how many of them came? Where are they now? The scout took a breath and began to report at a rapid pace. Return to my lord. About 5 days ago, a force from the Roland Empire set out from Iron Edge Fortress and entered the Great Wilderness Mountain through the Western Mountain Pass. There are about 100 of them, all cavalry. Just yesterday, they attacked the Green Vine tribe, which is closest to the edge of the Great Wilderness Mountain. When our people arrived after hearing the news, the entire Green Vine tribe had been burned down. They stole all the food, took the most beautiful women as slaves, and even killed a baby boy who had been born with great difficulty in the Green Vine tribe. Before I returned to report, they had already begun moving eastward toward the Emberfire tribe. Wu Liang nodded. Are you sure it's someone from Roland? The scout did not hesitate at all. His eyes were firm. I'm sure. They're all wearing silver armor, and the banners they're carrying feature the double-headed eagle unique to the Roland army. Understood, come with me. Wu Liang brought the scout to the council hall, and soon Wei Zan, Eliza, Ackman, and other key members of the tribe arrived. Inside the council hall, a fire was burning. People sat in order in front of a large oval table, their faces illuminated by the firelight. After the scout recounted everything that had happened, everyone's expression turned extremely grim. Beasts! Those damned Roland scum. The Roland pigs have indeed returned again this year. From the moment Ackman entered until he sat down, he was filled with malice and hurled insults at the Rolanders. Not only her, but also Wei Xian and Eliza's expressions were extremely grim. Wei Xian instinctively covered her protruding belly with her hands, her eyes filled with deep worry and hatred. The other tribal leaders in the hall also looked like they were gritting their teeth. For them, the name Roland Empire represents blood, tears, humiliation, and an irreconcilable feud. Wu Liang, give the order. Our newly trained Black Rock army is perfect for sacrificing these scum to our flag. I guarantee every single one of them will be chopped up. I'll absolutely slaughter these beasts, leaving not a single one alive. Ackman stood up, her eyes burning with determination as she asked Wu Liang for permission to fight. Notarus. Wu Liang waved his hand, gesturing for Ackman to sit down. Why Xian, people from the Roland Empire, do they come every year? Wu Liang turned his head to look at Wei Xian beside him. Every year before winter arrives, the Roland Empire's army would enter the Great Wilderness Mountain under the pretext of collecting taxes. The Rolanders steal our food, plunder our property, and kidnap women from our tribes to enslave us. Of course, most importantly, they kill all the men and male infants in our tribes. Judging by the time, it has indeed come to an end. Wei Xian stroked her belly, looking somewhat worried. These Roland people are vicious. Wu Liang, you should know that the Roland people killed almost all the men in the Great Wilderness Mountain tribe. But they need our tribes to continue to multiply, to provide them with wealth and a large number of female slaves. The Roland people try every means to stir up conflicts within the Great Wilderness Mountain, occasionally letting a few men slip into the Great Wilderness Mountain for our tribes to fight over. Of course, we know the Rolanders did it on purpose, but the tribes of the Great Wilderness Mountain have no choice. We need to reproduce. Only by continuing the lineage can we successfully resist. For them, it's just a game. I heard that those Rolanders even place bets every year to see which tribe will snatch a man. The Roland people allow us to get pregnant and give birth, but they absolutely forbid us from leaving behind a male infant. We usually choose to hide, but we are almost always discovered, so it is very difficult for a male infant to survive in the Great Wilderness Mountain. Eliza clenched her fists, her face contorted with anger. I see. After listening, Wu Liang nodded expressionlessly. The Rolanders are using taxation as a pretext to plunder and raid. These Rolanders wanted to systematically and long-term oppress and control the Great Wilderness Mountain. By slaughtering men, the tribe's lineage and resistance were severed, while at the same time, a certain degree of space for reproduction was provided to prevent the bloodline from dying out. By sowing discord among the various tribes, they instigated endless infighting among all the tribes in the Great Wilderness Mountain, thus turning the entire Great Wilderness Mountain into their backyard and slave market, where they could take whatever they wanted. The methods were indeed ruthless and effective. No wonder the tribes of the Great Wilderness Mountain have been struggling in the mud for so many years, with no hope in sight. Wu Liang, should we immediately evacuate everyone back to the city and strengthen our defenses? With her large pregnant belly, Wei Xian walked up to Wu Liang and asked with some concern. She was well aware of the Roland people's strength. Every arrival of the Rolanders was a humiliating catastrophe. This time, not only is there an adult male named Wu Liang in the tribe, but she's also very likely carrying a boy. If the Rolanders discover this, the consequences will be unimaginable. No! Upon hearing this, Wu Liang stood up and looked at everyone. Akoman is right. We have to fight. Chop those Rolanders to pieces. Listen up, all of you. Things are different now. We're not going to defend ourselves. We're going to take the initiative. I didn't build this army to be a coward. His gaze swept over everyone present, and every word he spoke resonated deeply. If they dare to come, I'll make sure they never leave. Besides, they're already at our doorstep. We can't hide from them. Strike. Strike those Rolanders hard. A single punch can ward off 100. We need to let them know that the Great Wilderness Mountain is no longer a place they can come and go as they please. How could he allow others to wantonly destroy the foundation and peaceful life he had painstakingly built? Wu Liang also realized that this was probably a rare opportunity. The 8 tribes of the Great Wilderness Mountain have been oppressed by the Roland Empire for many years. Although there are occasional frictions between them, they will inevitably unite against a common enemy. It was only because their forces were scattered and they fought individually that they were defeated one by the Rolanders. If I could step forward at this moment and thwart the Roland Empire's raids with overwhelming force, then the prestige of the entire Great Wilderness Mountain will be focused on the Black Rock tribe and on Wu Liang. When that time comes, if we want to subdue other tribes and unify the Great Wilderness Mountain, it will be just around the corner. Yes, that's exactly what we should do. Fight back. Wu Liang's words ignited Ackman's fighting spirit like a fire, and he stood up and shouted excitedly. Come with me. Chapter 57 Preparing for War. The fish takes the bait. Wu Liang stood up and walked to the side hall of the council hall, where a huge sand table was placed. This sand table was created by craftsmen under the guidance of Wu Liang, using an accurate scale. It meticulously recreates the topography and landforms of the area surrounding the Black Rock tribe, spanning hundreds of miles. The mountains, rivers, forests, and passes are clearly visible. There are many settlements within the Great Wilderness Mountain, but only 8 are large-scale tribes. They are Moon Spring Tribe, Blackrock Tribe, Bloodfawn Tribe, Hammerstone Tribe, Windchaser Tribe, Emberfire Tribe, Pastoral Song Tribe, and Saltmarsh Tribe. Their leaders, without exception, were all women. This is no coincidence, but rather a result of the distorted system structure formed under the oppressive policies of the Roland Empire. Come here. Wu Liang looked at the scout who had returned with the news. Point out the route the Rolanders took on the sand table. Yes. The scout walked up to the sand table. Pointing to the model of ironclad fortress, a line was drawn along a mountain pass, eventually stopping at a location representing the Greenvine tribe. Wu Liang nodded and said in a deep voice, I understand. The Iron Edge Fortress of the Roland Empire is the last city between the Great Wilderness Mountains and the Great Wilderness Mountains. After they attack the Greenvine tribe in their eastward advance, their next target should be the nearest Emberfire tribe. The incident involving the Greenvine tribe was merely a tactic used by the Roland people to make an example of someone, as they wanted to quickly undermine the will to resist among the various tribes of the Great Wilderness Mountain. The Rolanders are now sweeping through each tribe from west to east. At their speed, they will reach the territory of the Emberfire tribe in a day and a half at most, and it's only a matter of time before they arrive here. Wu Liang tapped his fingers lightly on the sand table, his gaze moving back and forth across the locations of the various tribes. His mind was racing with calculations. The attack on the Greenvine tribe is just the beginning. Next, the Roland Empire's army will plow through the entire Great Wilderness Mountain from west to east, like a comb. The Blackrock tribe is located in the easternmost part of the Great Wilderness Mountain and is relatively safe for the time being. But it's only temporary. Sitting idly by and waiting for death is definitely not his style. However, it is also not advisable to launch an attack rashly. He first needed to ascertain the true strength of the Roland Empire's army. Given the current speed and scale of the Black Rock tribe's development, especially considering the existence of this hidden male figure. If the Roland Empire discovers this, it will definitely provoke a thunderous attack. Akoman, give the order immediately. Wu Liang made a decisive decision. Order the scout battalion to be fully deployed, monitor the Roland Empire's army around the clock, and keep a close eye on the Rolanders' movements. I need to know the location, number of people, and equipment of each of their teams. Also, closely monitor the reactions of other tribes. By the way, let us quietly spread the news that our Blackrock tribe is now strong and well-equipped, and that we have built a 10-meter-high city wall. I want all the tribes in the Great Wilderness Mountain to know that the Blackrock tribe is now the safest place in the entire Great Wilderness Mountain. Yes, Ackman accepted the order, turned around, and strode away. Kayla, exist. You lead the Spear and Shield Battalion to the city walls immediately. The Crossbow Battalion, move to the city towers. All personnel, increase patrols, and be on high alert. Yes. Kayla accepted the order and left. Eliza. I'm here, Liang. Take inventory of all the tribe's war supplies. Weapons, ammunition, food, and medicine all must be recounted, and we must be prepared for war at any time. Also, inform Yura that the military workshops should now begin full-scale production of crossbow bolts and composite bow arrows. There's something else called a telescope. I'll give her the blueprints right away. You can help me supervise her to make it as quickly as possible. Put everything else on hold for now. Furthermore, immediately send men to Blackwind Valley to order all the miners and garrison troops there to return to the tribe, and to incorporate all the garrison troops into the tribe's city defense. Clear. Eliza immediately sprang into action. One command after another was issued by Wu Liang in an orderly manner. Under his command, everyone quickly calmed down and performed their duties. For a time, the entire Blackrock tribe was tense on the outside, but relaxed on the inside, filled with a chilling atmosphere as if a storm was brewing. After everyone left, Wei Xian looked at Wu Liang's face, which was calm and full of confidence. The worries in my heart have dissipated most of them without me even realizing it. Perhaps no matter how big the crisis, it seems to be nothing in front of him. She sat on Wu Liang's lap, pressing her cheek against his warm, broad chest. Feeling Wu Liang's strong heartbeat, Wei Xian said softly, Wu Liang, it's so good to have you here. Don't worry, I'm here for you. Wu Liang lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Take good care of yourself during pregnancy and give birth to our child healthy. That's more important than anything else. Leave those things outside to me. For the next few days, the walls of the Blackrock tribe were manned by guards every 3 steps and sentries every 5 steps. The female warrior, holding a repeating crossbow, warily gazed into the distance. Within the tribe, all production activities revolve around war. But bad news kept coming in. The scouts sent out by Komen kept bringing back reports of the battle situation in the west. This year, Roland has been exceptionally brutal, wreaking havoc upon entering a tribe. The Jinhua tribe was completely overrun in less than half a day. The men they had secretly kept for reproduction were killed, and the baby boys were taken away. More than half of the tribe was slaughtered, and the rest fled with their leader. Next, the Wind Chaser tribe suffered. Although they and the fleeing Emberfire tribe organized a resistance, it was to no avail. Wherever the Rolanders went, rivers of blood flowed, and not a blade of grass grew. Panic, like a plague, spread rapidly in the western part of the Great Wilderness Mountains. The large tribes were unable to withstand the attack, and countless small tribes, in order to survive, migrated frantically eastward in an attempt to escape the Roland army. It seems the Rolanders have ulterior motives this year. Perhaps they think the population of the Great Wilderness Mountain is growing too fast, too much. After listening to the scouts' report, Wu Yang seemed to be deep in thought. 3 days later, at dusk, the area outside the Black Rock Tribe city gate suddenly became unusually lively. Teams arrived one after another, coming from different directions, weary from their journey. The lookout post of the Black Rock Tribe sounded an urgent alarm. A large force is approaching the tribe. Wu Yang immediately climbed the city wall and raised a newly built telescope. Although the accuracy and distance are a bit lacking, they are barely sufficient. On the distant horizon, a long line of people could be seen. That was not the army of the Rolanders. The people in the group were dressed in rags and looked panicked, more like a group of refugees fleeing a disaster. At the very front of the group were 6 women with solemn expressions. Their clothes were all different, but they all carried the air of leaders who had long held high positions. Wu Yang's gaze swept over them one by one. A hot, sexy bridal mature woman with long, fiery red hair. A petite girl with a curvaceous figure and a youthful, childlike face, resembling that of a little girl. A gentle and refined woman with a touch of melancholy in her eyes. Each of the 6 had their own unique strengths and outstanding appearances. Wu Yang's gaze swept over the 6 people one by one, and the corners of his mouth slowly turned up. The fish has taken the bait. Wu Yang chuckled and gave the order. Prepare to open the city gates. Our guests have arrived. Chapter 58 has this world gone mad. This is the Black Rock Tribe. When the people of the 6 tribes arrived at the gates of the Black Rock Tribe, weary from their journey, when everyone saw the magnificent city wall, 10 meters high and built of huge stones and fire-resistant bricks, their eyes revealed an undisguised shock. Sulf, the leader of the Thresh tribe, rubbed her eyes. In her past impression, the Black Rock Tribe was just a large-scale primitive tribe. But what is this in front of me? The city wall is flat and sturdy, with a protruding arrow tower at intervals. The female warriors, armed with powerful bows and crossbows, were patrolling back and forth in an orderly fashion, exuding a chilling aura. The tall and heavy city gate was made of hard wood and iron sheets, and its hinges were thick, making it look indestructible. This is no longer a tribe. This is clearly an impregnable fortress. It's unbelievable how the Black Rock Tribe has become like this. Suena couldn't help but reach out and touch the wall, her eyes filled with undisguised envy. Wu Yang, look, those people are the leaders of the other 6 tribes. Visian and Eliza also came to the city wall. Visian stroked her big belly and pointed to the bottom of the city wall with one hand. Wu Yang looked in the direction she pointed, observing the 6 female leaders while listening to Wei Xian's introduction. Loria, the leader of the Pastoral tribe. She is a petite woman with an adorable, childlike face, a height of only 1.55 meters, but an unusually voluptuous figure. At that moment, she was holding a little lamb in her arms, its big, watery eyes looking pitiful. Senna, the leader of the Thresh tribe. She has a tall and fiery figure and is a powerful and mature woman. Holding a huge stone hammer, he was examining the city wall. Alessa, the leader of the Moon Spring tribe. This woman had the fairest skin and a gentle temperament. She was a wise woman as soft as water. The leader of the Chasing Wind tribe, Salon, with healthy, wheat-colored skin, a fit physique, perfectly proportioned body, and a pair of long, straight, and powerfully rounded legs. Ignis, the leader of the Emberfire tribe. This is a tall, slender, red-haired woman with a heroic and spirited appearance and sharp eyes. Fugloa, the leader of the Salt Marsh tribe. She was the oldest-looking mature woman, with a plump figure, wide hips that extended past her shoulders, and an abundance of milk that gave her a reliable, motherly feel. Open the city gates. Keeping our guests waiting is not the way to treat them. Wu Yang withdrew his gaze and gestured for Eliza to go and greet them. Gulp. Loria of the Pastoral tribe stood at the city gate, gazing at the huge archway. She couldn't help but swallow hard and hugged the little lamb in her arms tightly. She felt like a country bumpkin, experiencing her first time in the city. The sense of security that the city wall gave her could never compare to that of her tribal camp, which was surrounded by wooden fences. If we could live in a fortress like this, wouldn't we no longer have to be afraid when the Rolanders come? Once the thought arose, it grew wildly in her mind. Their warriors were dressed in iron and carried iron weapons, the kind of iron weapons used by the Roland people. Suddenly, Figueroa, the leader of the Salt Marsh tribe, spoke, her voice carrying a mature and refined charm. She pointed to the soldiers patrolling back and forth on the city wall. Look at their equipment and their aura. No wonder Ackman of the Bloodfawn tribe was defeated by the Blackrock tribe. He really is very powerful. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up at the city wall. The female soldiers were all dressed in uniform black military uniforms, full of spirit and exuding a chilling aura of killing intent. What an amazing warrior. If our Emberfire tribe had such a warrior, how could we have been defeated by the Roland people? Ignis of the Emberfire tribe clenched her fists tightly, her voice filled with resentment. Creak, creak. Just then, the heavy city gate slowly opened. 300 fully armed female soldiers from the Gun and Shield Battalion marched out of the city gate in neat formation. Drink. 300 female warriors from the Gun and Shield Battalion slammed their tower shields heavily onto the ground, and sharp spears pierced through the gaps in the shields, forming an impenetrable steel square. The spear was sharp, radiating a chilling light. The archers on the city wall were also ready to fire, their dark muzzles aimed at everyone below. The atmosphere was tense and menacing, causing the people from the 6 tribes to take a few steps back in alarm. Wu Yang smiled as he looked down at them from the city wall. His gaze swept across the faces of the leaders one by one. This kind of gift should be considered quite grand. Don't get me wrong, we're here to ask for help. One of the women from the 6 tribes rushed out of the procession and shouted toward the top of the city wall. We are from the Thresh tribe. This is our leader, Lady Cinna. We are from the Pastoral tribe. This is our leader, Lady Loria. We are from the Moon Spring tribe. Each tribe quickly announced its name. Welcome to the Blackrock tribe. Wu Yang, who was on the city wall, spoke first, and his voice attracted the attention of everyone from the 6 tribes below. They saw Wu Yang, and at the same time, they saw Wei Zian standing next to him. Let their leader in. Wu Yang spoke calmly. The rest of you, stay put outside the city. With a whoosh, the gun and shield formation neatly parted to make way for a narrow passage. Chief of Wei Xian, what do you mean by this? And who is that man? Ignis, the leader of the Emberfire tribe with fiery red hair, looked at Vis Xian with suspicion. Why is this woman standing next to this man, even treating him as if he were superior? Chief Ignis and all the chiefs, please come in first. Your questions will be answered soon. Wei Zian spoke calmly. Gentlemen, see you in the council chamber. Wu Yang waved his hand. Help Wei Zian turn around and leave. Damn it, what's wrong with Wei Zian? Ignis clenched her fists. Let's go. I don't think Wei Xianin will do anything to us. Don't forget why we came here. The leader of the Thresh tribe, Suina, was the first to walk into the city gate. The other leaders exchanged glances and then entered the city with a few of their entourages. Upon entering the city, their pupils contracted again. Everywhere you look, there's a busier and more prosperous scene. Wide and flat stone-paved roads, clean and tidy streets. The wide, flat stone-paved roads lead in all directions, and on both sides of the roads are rows of brick houses that have been built or are under construction. Some of them have been painted snow white and are fitted with transparent glass windows. All the Blackrock people came and went, busy at their respective posts. In the distance, thick smoke billowed from the massive workshop area, accompanied by the clanging and hammering sounds. Leaders, you have come from afar. Thank you for your hard work. A cool, clear female voice rang out. A woman with a voluptuous figure and stunningly beautiful face walked gracefully towards them, dressed in a long blue silk dress. Eliza. Suena looked the newcomer up and down and called out somewhat uncertainly. What exactly is going on with your Blackrock tribe? Eliza smiled slightly. It's a long story. Let's go to the council hall to talk. Lord Wu Yang and Chief Wei Zian are already waiting for you. Wu Yang. Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, the leaders were all taken aback. Is it the man on the city wall just now? Ignis, who usually looked down on men, immediately frowned upon hearing this. Who exactly is this Wu Yang? We're here to see you, Chief Wei Zian. Have you all lost your minds? Since when did it become a man's place to make decisions in the Blackrock tribe? Eliza's smile faded, but her tone remained neither humble nor arrogant. Chief Ignis, please watch your words. Lord Wu Yang is my man, and also the man of our chief. He is the most honored person in our entire Blackrock tribe. I will not allow anyone to blaspheme him. Ignis, this is the first well-intentioned warning. Her tone was firm and proud, with a hint of threat. What? Did that man bewitch the Blackrock tribe's chief and high priest? Eliza's words left the 6 female leaders speechless, hardly believing their ears. Has the world gone mad? Chapter 59 Negotiation Conditions. Filled with shock and doubt, Eliza led them to the council chamber. Wow, what a beautiful house. Upon entering, the leader of the Pastoral Song tribe, with her lowly-like face, displayed an exaggerated expression of amazement. I never imagined the Blackrock tribe had developed to this extent. Perhaps we really came to the right place this time, but how exactly did they do it? What exactly did that man, Wu Liang, do to Wei Zian and the others? The leaders of the 6 tribes surveyed the spacious hall, which was bright and airy with a smooth, polished stone floor. The walls were painted snow white, and several huge glass windows let in the warm winter sunlight, dispelling the chill. At this moment, in the very center of the hall, beside a huge wooden table, a young man dressed in black casual clothes and with a buzz cut was sitting leisurely in the main seat. To his left was Wei Zian, who was heavily pregnant, and a step further away was Aikman, who was dressed in exquisite black leather armor and looked dashing. Wu Liang, all the guests have arrived. Eliza came to Wu Liang's side, and he put his arm around her slender waist and pinched her buttocks. Thanks a lot. Eliza glared at him and sat down in the seat to Wu Liang's right. Wu Liang picked up a bright red apple from the fruit plate on the table and slowly peeled it with a knife. Please be seated, everyone. Wu Liang pointed to the seat next to him with his knife, his attitude nonchalant. This caused a sense of displeasure among the leaders of the 6 tribes, especially Cinna from the Thresh tribe and Ignis from the Ember tribe. Their brows were already furrowed. It seems that the Black Rock tribe has indeed undergone a change, and now a man is in charge of everything. Ignis snorted and casually dragged out a chair to sit down. Seeing this, the others hesitated for a moment before taking their seats as well. The Black Rock tribe has indeed changed, but it's under Wu Liang's leadership that these changes have occurred. Vishen stared at Ignis and spoke calmly. It's my permission for him to take the lead, and I'm happy to do so because he's my man. Eliza stared at Ignis. He's my man too. Ackman smiled and said, he is also my man. The 3 women exchanged a smile. Ignis and the other 5 female leaders were dumbfounded and all looked at Wu Liang. Wow, that's amazing. Loria from the Pastoral tribe, holding the lamb in her arms, stared wide-eyed, her face filled with shock. Wu Liang simply smiled and didn't say a word, and the surroundings fell silent. In the hall, only the soft slicing sound of Wu Liang's knife slicing fruit remained. Wei Zian and Eliza looked at Wu Liang, wondering what he was planning to do. Aikman, however, smiled proudly at Wu Liang's performance, crossed her arms, and closed her eyes to rest. After a long while, Wu Liang cut the peeled apple into several pieces, placed them on a plate, and pushed it to the center of the table. Leaders, please try this. It's a fruit we recently harvested. I call it an apple. It's a new variety, and it's quite sweet. He said it calmly. Are you kidding me? We didn't come here to eat fruit. Ignis slammed her hand on the table and stood up, glaring angrily at Wu Liang, who was sitting in the main seat. You don't like it? Then you're missing out. Wu Liang grabbed a piece of fruit and handed it to Wei Zian, then gave it to Eliza and Akoman. He took a bite and chewed it slowly. Silence fell again, broken only by the sound of a few people chewing apples. Lord Wu Liang. In the end, it was Alessa, the leader of the Moonspring tribe with the gentlest temperament, who mustered up her courage and spoke first. We came here this time because... I know why you've come. Wu Liang interrupted her, raising his head and slowly scanning the faces of each leader. His gaze was calm, yet sharp as a knife. Upon closer inspection, these 6 women are indeed exceptional. They were the most outstanding women in the great wilderness mountain, each with their own unique charm and beauty. Lowly type, mature woman type, healer type, girl next door type. This time, we've managed to gather them all. What are you looking at? When Ignis was looked at like that by Wu Liang, her heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively avoided his gaze. Damn it, that man. Ignis clenched her fists, suppressing the anger in her heart. The people from the Roland Empire are here. You can't defeat them. Some of your tribes are now gone, and some are on the verge of extinction. Your tribe is on the verge of collapse, and the lives and freedom of your people are under great threat. So you all want to come to me for refuge, am I right? Wu Yang's tone carried a hint of mockery. These blunt words made the faces of the 6 leaders turn somewhat ugly. We are not here seeking asylum. The hot-tempered Ignis slammed her hand on the table and stood up, her astonishingly full breasts heaving with each step. Wu Yang, right? Listen, the 6 tribes of us have come here to discuss something with you. We will unite the strength of all the tribes in the great wilderness mountain to resist the Roland people. Discuss. What gives you the right to negotiate with us? Join. What qualifications do you have to join forces with us? Do you think you're so easily defeated? Wu Yang laughed, a laugh filled with disdain. You guys, he pointed to the people present. I'm not targeting anyone in particular, but I'm saying that the subordinates of all the leaders here are a bunch of rabble who are still fighting with stone tools, and they're all trash. Wu Yang smiled and pointed a finger at Ignis over there, directly calling her name. The Emberfire tribe has been crippled. The next one will be your Thresh clan, or maybe your Pastoral, Saltwater, Windrunner, or Moonspring. Your so-called tribal alliance is nothing but a flock of lambs to the slaughter before the iron hooves of the Rolanders. As for me, I have strong city walls and an elite army. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and said, word by word, "Now, it's my decision whether or not to save you, not you trying to negotiate with me." Arrogant. This was the first thought that popped into the minds of all the female chieftains of the 6 tribes. "You, how dare you? Wu Liang, what gives you the right to look down on us like this?" Salon of the Chasing Wind tribe had a frosty expression and glared angrily at Wu Liang. "Your tribe has certainly opened my eyes, but don't forget that our 8 tribes are equal." The leader of the Thresh tribe, Suna, stood up, her face flushed with anger. "Oh, of course. Now, there are 7 major tribes, and Bloodfang has already been annexed by you. Wu Liang, first we need to make one thing clear. Our 6 tribes have come here, seeking an alliance to fight against the Roland people, not to beg for your charity." A Koman, standing beside her, narrowed his eyes slightly, staring intently at Suena's face. "Did I say something wrong?" Wu Liang raised his hand to comfort a Koman, then turned his gaze to Ignis beside him. "I heard that your Emberfire tribe resisted the most fiercely, but what happened? You were still chased around by the Roland people and had to run for your lives." Ignis wanted to retort, her lips trembling, but she couldn't utter a single word. Wu Yang's words were undoubtedly tearing open her wounds. "I admit that your Blackrock tribe may be very strong now." Ignis took a deep breath and spoke coldly. "But the Roland Empire is more powerful than you can imagine. They have well-equipped infantry and cavalry, numbering in the hundreds or thousands. Only by uniting can we have a chance of survival." A glimmer of hope? Wu Yang scoffed. "Your so-called alliance is nothing more than wanting my Blackrock tribe warriors to shed blood and sacrifice themselves for you, to be the ones to stick their necks out. After you drive back the Rolanders, you'll all go your own way again, and even start to be wary of me, won't you?" His words caused all the leaders present to freeze in shock, exchanging bewildered glances. They all knew that the Great Wilderness Mountain was never a monolithic entity. If the Rolanders hadn't pressed them so hard this time, they would never have had the chance to sit down at a table and talk. Wu Yang is right. They cannot simply ignore an existence like the Blackrock tribe. The hall fell into a deathly silence once again. The faces of the 6 leaders turned pale and then red, looking extremely grim. "So what exactly do you want?" The usually silent chief of the Salt Marsh tribe, the beautiful nurse-like woman Figueroa, asked in a deep voice. Wu Yang's gaze fell on her, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. "Hee, my thinking is very simple. All right, let's not beat around the bush and stop at the nonsense." Wu Yang leaned back in his chair, his hands crossed on the table. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 6 female leaders. "If you want our Blackrock tribe to help, fine. I have only one condition." Chapter 60. I want all 6 female leaders. My conditions are very simple. Wu Yang's gaze swept calmly over the 6 female leaders, as if he were examining his prey. "From today onwards, only the Blackrock tribe's voice will exist in the Great Wilderness Mountain. All 6 of your tribes must be incorporated into my Blackrock tribe and submit to the Blackrock tribe as their master. Relinquish all your power and land, and all your soldiers will be reintegrated into the Blackrock army. Your people will become subjects of my Blackrock tribe, and the 6 of you will become cadres of my Blackrock tribe. And..." Wu Yang paused, a playful smile curving his lips. His gaze swept over the 6 female leaders, each with their own distinct charm, with great interest. "You 6 leaders will become my women and pledge your loyalty to me. Simply put, what I want is not an alliance, but submission." After Wu Liang finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair leisurely and said no more. The entire hall was deathly silent. The 6 female leaders stared wide-eyed, unable to believe their ears. To merge into the Blackrock tribe? To serve him as their master? He wants them to become his women? They had considered that Wu Liang might make unreasonable demands, such as requiring a large amount of supplies or command authority. But they never expected that Wu Liang would be so arrogant. "You're dreaming. Wu Liang, don't think too highly of yourself. You expect us to submit to you? A man? What right do you have?" Ignis slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly, her full breasts heaving with the violent movement. "Wu Liang, we've come to form an alliance with you, not to become your slaves." "Well said." The leader of the Thresh tribe, Suna, also stood up, her face full of anger. "Our 8 tribes are of one heart and one mind. You have swallowed up Bloodfang, and now you want to swallow us too? You are making an enemy of the entire Great Wilderness Mountain. We would rather die fighting than surrender." Salon of the Chasing Wind tribe also made her stance clear, shouting sternly. Even the usually gentle Alessa and Figueroa were now ashen-faced, their eyes filled with anger and disappointment as they looked at Wu Yang. Only Loria buried her head even deeper in fright, the little lamb in her arms bleeding anxiously. Faced with the 6 people who were indignant, Wu Yang's companions, Wei Zan, Eliza, and Akman, remained as calm as a mountain. Wei Shixian stroked her belly, her face showing the calmness of someone who had been through it all. Eliza shook her head slightly. Although Wu Liang's domineering request was unexpected, it was just Wu Liang's style. Ackman scoffed, crossed his arms, and watched the scene with great interest. What she was more curious about was how Wu Liang would tame this group of unruly women. Despite the anger of the 4 female leaders, Wu Liang remained unusually calm. He even had the leisure to pick up a piece of apple and eat it slowly. In his mind, the system had already retrieved the attribute data of these 6 women. Ding! Host has triggered the unification of the Great Wilderness Mountain Quest. Ding! Mission objective: completely conquer all the female leaders of the remaining 6 tribes in the Great Wilderness Mountain. Ding! 6 high potential conquest targets detected. Target information and conquest rewards are being generated. Target: Ignis, chief of the Emberfire tribe. Potential rating: S rank. Racial trait: Fire affinity LV8, can manipulate fire elements, has high resistance to fire damage, and is immune to fire damage to a certain extent. Conquest reward: successfully conquering and completing the first bloodline link will grant double the racial talent. There's also a chance to learn the fire-based combat skill, Ember Frenzy, which allows you to control flames for attack and defense. The military tech tree will unlock branches related to alchemy, gunpowder, and incendiary weapons. Target: Suna, Thresh tribe leader. Potential rating: S level. Racial talent: superhuman strength LV7, born with superhuman strength, far exceeding that of ordinary people. Conquest reward: successfully conquering and completing the first bloodline link will grant double the racial talent. This will unlock the advanced alloy smelting and heavy forging equipment branches of the materials and engineering tech tree. Target: Salon, chief of the Windchaser tribe. Potential rating: Grade A. Racial trait: Swift Step LV7, greatly increases movement speed and reaction speed. Conquest reward: successfully conquering and completing the first bloodline link will grant double the racial talent. Agility attribute significantly enhanced. The military tech tree will unlock the following branches: Scout Special Operations and Advanced Scout Stealth. Target: Alessa, chief of the Moonspring tribe. Potential rating: Grade A. Racial talent: Fountain of Life LV6, can accelerate the growth of herbs and possess basic healing abilities. Conquest reward: successfully conquering and completing the first bloodline link will grant double the racial talent. There's a chance to obtain the Holy Light healing skill, which can quickly heal fatal wounds. The biomedical technology tree will unlock branches related to herb cultivation and improvement, basic biopharmaceuticals, antibiotic cultivation, and surgery. Target: Loria, chief of the Pastoral tribe. Potential rating: B+. Racial trait: Beast affinity LV6, easily gains the affection of animals and can communicate simply with some wild beasts. Conquest reward: successfully conquering and completing the first bloodline link will grant double the racial talent. There's a chance to acquire the Heart of Nature skill, which allows you to have simple interactions with animals and soothe their emotions. The second level module of the agricultural technology tree, Advanced Livestock Farming. This will unlock branches related to livestock gene selection and large-scale farming. Target: Fugroya, chief of the Salt Marsh tribe. Potential rating: B+. Racial talent: Physical strength LV5, endurance and recovery are superior to ordinary people. Conquest reward: successfully conquering and completing the first bloodline link will grant double the racial talent. There's a chance to obtain the Rock Skin talent. The skin can harden like rock, greatly increasing defense. The industrial technology tree will unlock the chemical technology tree, which includes branches such as refining, synthesis, and material science. Branches related to salt chemical industry and food processing and storage. Wu Liang's heart pounded wildly as he looked at the series of system notifications. These 6 women are absolutely radiant, walking treasures. Flames, alloys, special operations, medicine, aquaculture, chemicals. Each of these will have a crucial impact on his future development. Damn it, this time it really worked. Wu Liang's gaze toward the 6 women became even more intense. He's determined to have these women. Are you done talking? Wu Liang chewed the fruit in his mouth completely, swallowed it, and then extended a finger to gently tap the table. Now that you've finished speaking, it's my turn to speak. First, you need to understand that it's not me begging you now, but you begging me. Without me, you will all suffer the same fate, being slaughtered like pigs by the Roland people. You yourselves and your people will become slaves. Apart from Blackrock, there will be no more Emberfire tribe, Hammerstone tribe, etc. on the Great Wilderness Mountain. You will be completely wiped out from this land. Secondly, I'm not discussing this with you. I'm informing you. Either accept my terms, or get out of my territory now and go back to where the Rolanders' swords are on your necks. Don't give me that stupid talk about preferring to die, fighting rather than surrender. You've already fought. And what was the result? Ignis, how many people are left in your Emberfire tribe? 100? Or 200? Wu Yang's words made Ignis tremble with anger, but she could not utter a single word despite her lips moving a few times. You have no right to negotiate with me. Wu Yang turned his gaze to the others. I'm giving you time to consider, submit, or perish. A choice? Is this a choice? You're forcing us to die. Ignis roared. Quite the opposite. Wu Yang laughed and pointed at Ignis. Chief Ignis, I am giving you a chance to live, and to live a better life. Submit to me, and your people can live within my strong walls, where they can eat their fill and stay warm without having to live in fear anymore. And I will lead my army to drive the Rolanders out. If they do not submit, Wu Yang's smile turned cold. Then go and face the iron hooves of the Roland people with your so-called backbone and pride. Let's see if your bones are harder, or if the Rolanders' sabers are faster. I'll count to 3. 1. Chapter 61, they'll come back crying and begging me. 2. Wu Yang's voice was calm, yet made the 6 women present tense. Alessa, the leader of the Moon Spring tribe, had a gentle and pretty face full of struggle and pain. Her tribe was not good at fighting and could not fight against the Rolanders, so it would be best if she could be protected. 3. When Wu Yang counted to 3, Loria, who was holding the lamb, trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with helplessness. She didn't want to die, and she didn't want her people to die either. Everyone, your time is up. Have you made up your minds? Wu Yang's voice remained steady, devoid of any emotion, like a high and mighty god, coldly looking down on mortals struggling in the mire of fate. Enough! A furious shout shattered the silence. Ignis abruptly raised her head, her chest heaving violently, her eyes practically spitting fire. Impossible. We will never agree to this. You are humiliating us. Enraged, Ignis roared and was about to rush up and punch the arrogant man. Presumptuous. Ignis, this is the Blackrock tribe, not your Emberfire. A cold voice accompanied by a glint of light, and the sharp tip of the gun was already pointed at Ignis's nose. Akoman, are you really so willing to submit to this man? Ignis glared at her. At this moment, Ackman thrust out with a spear in hand, one foot on the edge of the table, his long legs straight, his body leaning back and the chair beneath him tilting backward, his gaze sharp. Of course, he's amazing. I love him. He's my man. Ackman blurted it out without hesitation. Wu Yang smiled with satisfaction. The lessons he had taken during this period had not been in vain. All right, put it away. Don't scare our guests. Wu Yang waved his hand, and Ignis pushed away Akoman's gun tip and sat back down. Wu Yang, you're taking advantage of our misfortune. Suina pointed at Wu Yang's nose and said, word by word, you won't succeed. Even if we die in battle, we will never bow down to an arrogant bastard like you, nor will we sell our bodies and dignity. We, the Thresh tribe, would rather die fighting on the land of the great wilderness. She turned to look at the other 5 leaders, a resolute look in her eyes. Everyone, I'm sorry, but my people are still waiting for me. Even if we die, we will die together. After saying that, she turned around and walked out of the hall without any hesitation. That tall and heroic figure, bathed in sunlight, appeared incredibly desolate, yet it also carried a fierce determination to rather die than bend. Well said. Ignis chuckled twice and followed Suina's steps. The women of our Emberfire tribe are no cowards either. You can only submit to us if we are all dead. Immediately afterwards, Salon from the Chasing Wind tribe also stood up. She didn't speak, but gave Wu Yang a deep look, her eyes filled with anger and resentment. Sorry to bother you. She nodded slightly to Vision and Eliza as a farewell, then resolutely turned and left. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 6 leaders had left. Clap, clap, clap. Wu Yang clapped and laughed. Very good. I admire your backbone. Don't forget what you said today. He then looked at the remaining tribal leaders of Moon Spring, Pastoral Song, and Salt Marsh. Phoenix. Wu Yang sighed, stood up, and stretched. You chose this path yourselves, and that's all I have to say. Eliza, see the guest out. Seeing Wu Yang's unwavering attitude, the remaining 3 women were stunned. They just gave up so easily? Shouldn't we try to persuade them again, or lower the requirements a bit? Is he really that confident? Is he so sure they can't live without him? Their tribe was the weakest and in the most difficult situation. Ignis and her ilk had the guts to die standing up, but what about them? Could they stand by and watch their people be slaughtered by the Rolanders because of their pride? The remaining 3, Alessa, Fugloa, and Loria, looked at each other, struggling with their own thoughts. 3 leaders, please. Eliza walked up to them and gestured for them to proceed. Alessa looked at Wu Yang, her lips moving slightly. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end it just turned into a sigh. He stood up, bowed slightly to Wu Yang, and then silently followed him out. Fugroya, The voluptuous and alluring woman gave Wu Liang a deep look. He glanced again at the composed Visian and Eliza beside him, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Lord Wu Liang. Fugro mustered her courage and tried again. Is there really no other way? We can offer you large quantities of supplies, and even send warriors to your command, just to ask that you protect our people. Her words were full of pleading. In her view, this was the biggest concession she could make. However, Wu Liang only gave her a cold look. My conditions will not change. Fraglia shook her head in disappointment, then turned and left. Wait for me. Loria glanced at Wu Liang, then at her departing companions. In the end, she picked up the lamb and jogged after it. Soon, the spacious council hall returned to silence. Only Wu Liang, Wei Zian, Eliza, and Ackman remained. Liang, are you really just going to let them leave like this? Eliza looked at the empty doorway and couldn't help but ask. Wei Zian also frowned. Wu Liang, if we push too hard, might it backfire? Wouldn't that push all the tribes to the opposite side? Wei Shixian stroked her belly and said softly, aren't they on the opposite side now? Wu Liang chuckled softly. You guys are just too soft-hearted. Do you really think that even if I agree to form an alliance with them today, they will genuinely fight alongside us? No, it won't. Before the two could answer, Wu Liang asked and answered his own question. They will only use us as a shield to make our Black Rock Army soldiers fight the Roland people to the death. Once we drive back the Rolanders, the first thing they'll do is deal with us. The Great Wilderness Mountain is too small to accommodate so many leaders. But now that they're all gone, hasn't our plan failed? Eliza was still puzzled. On the contrary, this is just the beginning. A knowing smile appeared on Wu Liang's lips. The more proud they are now, the more brutally reality will beat them. The more resolute they are in leaving now, the more humble they will be when they come back to beg me in the future. Only when they're completely desperate and place all their hopes on me will they truly submit to me, body and soul. What I need is not a group of scheming allies, but absolutely loyal people. He is neither a savior nor the Virgin Mary. What he wants is absolute control and complete submission. Ackman listened intently, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I think Wu Liang did the right thing. Ackman spoke, a hint of excited smile on her face. These women are all so arrogant. They'll never know who's in charge until we break their bones. Forced relationships are never sweet. They won't understand unless they suffer setbacks. What we gave them was their only way to survive. Hearing Ackman's words, Wu Liang laughed with satisfaction. Well said. All those evening strategic depth military lessons we've been taking these past few days haven't been a waste. Strategic depth. Upon hearing this, Ackman squeezed her legs together slightly. Wei Xian and Eliza looked at each other in bewilderment. When did these two become so compatible? Don't worry, they'll come back. Wu Liang picked up a piece of apple that had been cut earlier, put it in his mouth, and chewed it slowly. When the Rolanders held their swords to their necks, and their people died in droves. When those unrealistic fantasies are crushed by reality, they will remember what I said today. At that time, they will come back to me crying and begging. Everything becomes very simple. Chapter 62 Order. Black Rock Army, assemble. Akoman, pass on my orders. Wu Liang looked at Aikman beside him. The defenses on the city walls have been doubled, and the scout camps have expanded their reconnaissance range to monitor the Rolanders and the 6 major tribes. No one is to leave the city without my order. The Black Rock Army must continue its intensive training, making every one of our soldiers an elite force capable of taking on 10 men, especially the cavalry. Make the most of the advantages of saddles and stirrups. I need an iron cavalry that can be deployed at any time and crush all enemies. Yes, sir. Mission accomplished. A fighting spirit ignited in Ackman's eyes, and she felt incredibly excited. This is what it looks like to do great things. She is now willing and even proud to follow such a man. What we need to do now is very simple. Wu Liang looked towards the direction outside the city wall, a playful smile on his face. Close the door and watch the show. He wanted to see how long these 6 women could hold out, just as Wu Liang had predicted. In the following days, the news brought back by the scouts perfectly confirmed his judgment. On the first day, a scout came to report. Reporting to Lord Wu Liang, the 6 tribes, after traveling 50 miles from us, split up in a valley and returned to their respective territories. Ignis of the Ember clan and Cinna of the Thresh clan have combined a group of elite warriors from the 2 clans. It seems they've assembled a coalition of about 300 men and are heading towards the direction where the Rolanders appeared to meet them head-on. Take the initiative to fight back? Have those crazy women like Ignis been kicked in the head by a donkey? Ackman, who was wiping her spear nearby, sneered upon hearing this. A bunch of rabble, going to fight the Rolanders with nothing but hot blood? They're asking for death. Wu Liang listened calmly, his face expressionless. Understand. Keep investigating. I need to know every detail. Yes. New news came the next day. The combined forces of the Jinfire and Thresh tribes attempted to ambush the Rolanders as they approached them. Their plan was perfect, and they chose the ambush location very well. Unfortunately, they were discovered in advance by experienced Roland scouts. As a result, the ambush turned into an encounter battle. They were herded like ducks to an open riverbank. Then came a one-sided massacre. Of the 300 allied soldiers, fewer than a few dozen eventually escaped. Ignis and Suena are missing, and their fate is unknown. Led by their chieftain, Salon, the Wind Chaser tribe attempted to use their speed advantage and the mountainous terrain to escape a force of several dozen Roland cavalrymen. As a result, when the Rolanders discovered that their people had been scattered, divided, and surrounded by the enemy's iron hooves, they were shot one by one. Hundreds of elite soldiers died on the spot. Salon herself was only able to escape into the deep mountains and save her life thanks to the desperate cover of the remaining soldiers. Almost every day, news came back to the Black Rock tribe that the 6 tribes were fleeing in disarray and suffering heavy losses under the attack of the Roland people. The morning of the 6th day, Wu Liang was lying on a newly made rocking chair, basking in the sun and dozing off with his eyes half closed. The scouts brought news again. Reporting, sir. We have located the combined forces of the Moon Spring, Pastoral Song, and Salt Marsh tribes. They were ambushed by the Roland people in a valley the night before last, and almost the entire army was wiped out. Fortunately, they were more familiar with the terrain than the Rolanders and managed to shake off their pursuers. Wu Liang waved his hand after hearing this. I understand. It lasted longer than I expected. That's good. After hearing the battle report, a Koman, who was standing next to him, showed a hint of worry on his face. Wu Liang, if this continues, they'll all really die. Wu Liang smiled faintly. What's the rush? It's not the right time yet. Since they have chosen to die with pride, why shouldn't I grant them that wish? Wu Liang's tone carried a hint of mockery. Don't worry, they're not that easy to kill. As long as those 6 are all right, it doesn't matter to us whether the others live or die. Wu Liang stood up and led Aikman into the council hall, arriving at the sand table. The area was densely covered with small flags representing both sides. The red flags of the Roland people were everywhere in the desolate mountains, clinging tightly to the flags representing the 6 major tribes. It'll be soon. They'll be back sooner or later. The Black Rock tribe remained calm and peaceful for the next few days. The defensive forces on the city walls were further strengthened, and the scout camp's reconnaissance range was expanded to more distant areas. Besides handling tribal affairs, Wu Liang spends his days taking care of Wei Zian, who is about to give birth. In the evening, Eliza, a Koman, and I diligently studied the topic of resource transportation and conducted a large-scale strategic deep space military lesson. Day 10. When the scouts reported that the 6 tribes had been hunted down by the Rolanders to the point of having nowhere to go, the scouts reported that the tribes had been driven to the brink of extinction. The 6 female leaders, after struggling to escape the pursuit of the Roland people, reappeared outside the gates of the Black Rock tribe. This time, their team was in even worse shape than before, with everyone carrying injuries. Especially Ignis, Suena, and Salon, who no longer had their former arrogance. After waiting outside the city for a full hour, the tightly closed city gates slowly opened. It was still the same council hall and the same man sitting in the main seat. Oh, you guys are here again so soon? Wu Liang looked at them with a half-smile. What? Have you had enough of the scenery outside? Or do you think the Rolanders' swords aren't fast enough? These sarcastic words made the 6 leaders blush. Ignis's body trembled violently, her fists clenched so tightly that her nails almost dug into her flesh. But this time, she didn't have a reaction. Lord Wu Liang. It was Alessa from the Moonspring tribe who spoke, her gentle face showing pleading and pain. We are willing to acknowledge you as our leader and obey your commands, only asking that you send troops to save our people. Alliance leader. Wu Liang burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Chief Alessa, are you still half asleep? Or do you think I, Wu Liang, am a fool? He abruptly stopped laughing and stared at Alessa. Have you forgotten what I said last time? What I want is surrender. Utter, complete, and unreserved surrender. He's not some bullshit alliance leader. Wu Liang stood up, walked step by step to them, and looked down at them. It seems the Roland people haven't taught you a lesson deep enough. Not enough of your people have died. Wu Liang, what exactly do you want from us? Suena was so angry that she trembled all over and her face turned ashen. I don't want anything. To be honest, Chief Suena, I really admire your backbone. Wu Liang grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Since you chose to bear it all by yourself, then stick to it to the end. I'm not a saint, and I will not change my conditions just because a few of your people have died. If you cannot meet my conditions, I will not send a single soldier. However, I can support you in spirit. Keep it up. I believe in you. The 6 female leaders were once again expelled from the council hall. They stood on the bustling and clean, stone-paved road of the Black Rock tribe, watching the Black Rock tribe people coming and going, their faces beaming with happiness and peace. Then, thinking about their lost homeland and their people struggling in the wilderness, facing imminent death, a tremendous sense of sorrow and helplessness overwhelmed them. That evening, a scout rushed into the council hall. Lord Wu Liang, urgent military intelligence. Explain. Wu Liang stood in front of the sand table, examining the enemy and friendly forces' positions. Our scouts have discovered that the Rolanders have amassed a force of about 500 men, seemingly intending to launch a final encirclement of the remaining forces of the 6 tribes. They're trapped in the Wild Boar Ravine area right now, and they won't last past tomorrow, at the latest. Upon hearing this news, Eliza and Vision, who were present, both changed their expressions. Wu Liang. Good. Wu Liang waved his hand, signaling them to calm down. What is the attitude of the 6 leaders? Wu Liang looked at the scout. As you predicted, sir, the leaders of the 6 tribes have sent word that they have all agreed to your request. The scout looked excited. They are all willing to submit and agree to all your conditions. Please send troops to their aid as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Wu Liang slapped the edge of the sand table with both hands. Very good. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? What are you pretending for? I'm the one who has to clean up your mess. Wu Liang then looked at Aikman to the side. Akoman, the time is almost right. Pass down the order. Black Rock Army, assemble. I can't let someone else steal my prey. Chapter 63, A Plea for Help. Hopefully, it's not too late. As Wu Liang was mustering his troops in preparation for departure. Let's turn back time 10 hours. After the 6 female tribal leaders left the Black Rock tribe, they were immediately surrounded by the Roland people as soon as they reached Wild Boar Ravine. In their hasty resistance, they escaped to a place called the Deadwood Forest. This place used to be a dense forest, but after a wildfire many years ago, only countless charred and dead trees remained. The dead trees stood upright, their branches reaching out to the sky like silent tombstones. Besides the pungent smell of ashes from the burning dead forest, the air was also filled with the intense atmosphere of despair from the 6 tribes. The people of the 6 tribes were either killed or wounded, and most of them were scattered and disappeared by the Roland people. Right now, the number of people we can muster who are capable of fighting is less than 300. Most of them were seriously wounded and were currently huddled in the withered forest, sitting on the ground, resting with numb faces. In the center of a makeshift, rudimentary camp, 6 female leaders sat together in silence. Ignis's face was ashen, and dried blood still lingered at the corner of her mouth. Her pride has long since been shattered by reality. Suena leaned against a withered tree, tightly gripping the chipped stone warhammer, her eyes gazing blankly at the sky. What should we do? Loria, the leader of the pastoral tribe, broke the silence with a sob in her voice. The little lamb in her arms occasionally let out uneasy, bleating sounds. What else can we do? Ignis let out a shrill, agonizing laugh. Either die fighting or go back and kneel down, begging that man to take us in like dogs. When she said the word dog, her teeth clenched so hard they clicked in frustration. Ignis. Alessa looked at her with concern. We can't go on like this. Our people can't hold on any longer. They've run out of food, and the wounded aren't getting medical treatment. If this continues, we'll collapse on our own before the Rolanders even have to come and kill us. You mean we should become that man's women and hand over everything in the tribe? Suena suddenly raised her head, her eyes burning with anger. Alessa, are your bones really that soft? This is not weakness, Suena. This is reality. Alessa also became excited, and for the first time, a fierce expression appeared on her gentle face. Can our pride buy us food? Can it stop the iron hooves of the Rolanders? No, nothing at all. It will only send our people to their deaths in vain. Her voice trembled as she pointed at the wounded and listless tribesmen in the camp. Look at them. Look at these soldiers. What did they do wrong? Are you going to die with us just because we uphold our principles? I can't do it. I am the leader of Moonspring. I would rather give up everything as long as they can live. Alessa's words silenced both Suena and Ignis. The voluptuous Salt Marsh tribe chief, Fugloa, sighed softly to the side. Alessa is right. We are no longer entitled to talk about dignity. That man, Wu Liang, is arrogant and domineering, but he is our only hope now. You have all seen the strength of the Black Rock tribe. Their city walls are as solid as a rock, and their people live in peace and prosperity. Look at ourselves now. We're like a pack of stray dogs. If we all die, what's the point of fighting over who will be in charge of the great wilderness mountain? Perhaps submitting to him is truly the only way out. Fugroa's eyes were filled with complexity. She is a mature woman who understands how to weigh the pros and cons better than Ignis and the others. She knows which is more important, face or life. No, I absolutely won't. Ignis suddenly stood up, as if she were going crazy. Ignis, would rather die than grovel before man, nor would I become his plaything. Chief, something terrible has happened. Just then, a female warrior from the Wind Chaser tribe, who was on guard duty, came running over in a panic, her face full of terror. The Rolanders! It's the Rolanders! They're flanking us from 3 directions. What? This news came like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone frozen in place. How many people are there? Salon was the first to react and grabbed the soldier's shoulder. I can't see clearly. They're everywhere. There are at least 500 of them. 500 people. This number instantly became the last straw that broke their resolve. They are currently outnumbered, and all of them are wounded and demoralized. How can they possibly fight against 500 well-equipped and highly motivated Roland soldiers? Despair, like a tidal wave, instantly engulfed everyone. It's all over, completely over. Loria collapsed to the ground and burst into tears. Shut up. Ignis let out a roar, but her voice trembled slightly. She drew the Rolander's long sword from her waist, and a mad flame reignited in her eyes. Warriors of the Emberfire tribe, take up your weapons. Even if we die, we'll die standing. We want to take a piece of flesh from the Roland people. Roar. The few dozen surviving female warriors of the Emberfire tribe gave a tragic response. Thresh tribe, charge with me. Suena also raised her warhammer. She was not afraid of death, but she was unwilling to die such a pathetic death. Salon silently drew a delicate dagger from her waist and said to Alessa, Fugroya, and the others, you take your people and try to break out from the north. We'll cover your retreat. The only gap is to the north. But they all knew that this so-called gap could very well be a trap deliberately left by the Rolanders. No, Alessa shook her head, tears streaming down her face. If we're going to die, we'll die together. Seeing this tragic scene, Ignis suddenly laughed, a laugh filled with utter desolation. She looked up in the direction of the Black Rock tribe, her eyes resolute as she murmured to herself, Wu Liang, it's a pity you won. You won't wait until I go back and beg you. Just when everyone was in despair and preparing for a final, desperate struggle, Fugroya suddenly stood up. What's the panic? We don't have to die like this. Salon, your people are masters of running in stealth. Immediately send someone to the Black Rock tribe for reinforcements. Tell Wu Liang that we agree to all of his conditions. Suena glared at Fugroya. You spineless coward, what's wrong with you? Agree to his request first. Fugroya's gaze was deep as she swept over the other 5 women. I understand. You've made up your mind. I'll send someone out immediately. Salon immediately took action against Fugroya. Suena and Ignis exchanged a glance, their faces still showing resentment. Damn it, even if it's a lie, I'm still not satisfied. Ignis looked up at the sky and closed her eyes tightly. Loria held the little lamb in her arms, at a loss, while Alessa sighed softly. What's meant to come will come eventually. I hope it's not too late. Chapter 64 That man has arrived. Black Rock Army. Assemble. Wah. A desolate yet powerful bugle call soared into the sky. Dust billowed and a murderous aura filled the air at the Black Rock tribe's training ground. The torches crackled and popped, illuminating the faces of every soldier with a bright red glow. The armor was cold, and the spears were sharp, and those more than 100 warhorses, clad in simple leather armor and equipped with saddles and stirrups, created a breathtaking aura. Black Rock Army, take a head count. Ackman, clad in brand new iron armor and wielding a long spear, rode a black steed at the head of the procession. Report. Gun and Shield Battalion, assembled. Archery Battalion, all assembled. Cavalry Battalion, all assembled. Scout Battalion, all assembled. Wu Liang, dressed in a specially made black leather armor, stood on a high platform, with Eliza and the soon-to-be-born Wei Zan standing behind him. His gaze swept over the orderly and solemn military formation below. My warriors, Wu Liang began his mobilization speech. As you all know, the Roland army has already invaded the Great Wilderness Mountain. They burned, killed, looted, and did whatever they pleased. The remaining forces of the 6 tribes of the Great Wilderness Mountain are besieged by the Roland people in Wild Boar Ravine. They have run out of ammunition and food and are in imminent danger. Now their leader has lowered his proud head and sent people to ask us for help. Tell me, what should we do? Wu Liangda's voice suddenly rose, echoing across the square like a thunderclap. Kill, 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 kill. A roar like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami echoed over the Black Rock tribe. That's right. Our iron hooves will crush the bones of any invading enemy. In this battle, we have only one objective. Wu Liang stood on the high platform, looking down at the faces below, all brimming with fighting spirit. We want the entire Great Wilderness Mountain to know who the true master of this land is. Roar, roar, roar. A roar like a mountain collapsing, and a tsunami soared into the sky. All the warriors raised their weapons high, their blood boiling, their fighting spirit at its peak. Set off. Wu Liang waved his hand dismissively, without uttering a single unnecessary word. Yes. Akoman accepted the order and pointed her spear forward. Black Rock Army. March 4th. The massive city gates slowly opened, and the scout battalion was the first to rush out, transforming into streaks of black lightning that disappeared into the distant horizon. Immediately afterwards, the cavalry battalion, personally led by Akoman, roared out like a black torrent, billowing dust into the sky. Finally, there was the gun and shield battalion led by Kayla. They marched forward with neat and heavy steps, like a moving steel fortress steadily advancing. Eliza and Visian stood on the city wall, watching the army depart into the distance. Don't worry, he'll win. Eliza gently supported Vision and said softly. Wei Zian stroked his swollen belly, feeling the life throbbing inside him, and nodded heavily. Deadwood Forest. 500 Roland soldiers have completed the encirclement on 3 sides. They were well equipped, wearing silver armor and carrying sharp longswords and heavy shields. Instead of launching an immediate attack, they slowly tightened their encirclement. Look at these wild women from the desolate mountains. Their eyes are just like a pack of she-wolves cornered. A centurion Roland, mounted on horseback, pointed his whip at Ignis and the others in the woods, and burst into laughter. Boss, stop wasting time talking to them. Let's go and bring them here. The soldier next to him licked his lips, his eyes filled with greed. What's the rush? The centurion snorted coldly. Of course we need to capture them alive, especially those female leaders. But we can't push them too far, otherwise we won't be able to explain ourselves to the commander. These women are all quite beautiful. If we could bring them back alive and present them to the master, it would be a great achievement. Their conversation was unrestrained and clearly heard by everyone in the forest. You bastard. Suena was so angry that she trembled all over, and the veins on the back of her hand, which was gripping the warhammer, bulged. Ignis bit her lip hard, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. She would rather die in battle than endure the humiliation of being captured. Sisters, let's fight them. Ignis raised her long sword and let out a final roar. Let's give it our all. Killing 1 is enough to make the profit. Killing 2 is a bonus. The remaining less than 300 female warriors of the tribe, dragging their wounded bodies, let out a tragic and resolute cry. They knew this might be their last battle, and their eyes were filled with madness. Loria put the lamb in her arms on the ground, and even though she was terrified, she still resolutely pulled out a small dagger. Alessa and Figueroa exchanged a glance, both seeing the bitterness and resolve in each other's eyes. Salon, is there any news from the people you sent to request help? Fogloya asked, clinging to her last shred of hope. Salon gave a bitter smile and shook her head. In such a short time, even if they receive the message, we don't know when they will arrive. Figueroa took a deep breath and turned her gaze toward the Blackrock tribe. Wu Liang, you absolutely have to come. Kill. Centurion Roland suddenly swung his long sword forward. Rush. 500 Roland soldiers roared battle cries and charged forward from 3 directions. Ready for battle. Ignis, Suena, and Salon roared and led the way to meet them. Just then, a sharp whistling sound suddenly rang out across the night sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound was urgent and rapid, coming from behind the Rolanders. It's a bow and arrow. Well, my eyes. Before the Roland soldiers behind them could react to what was happening, they were pierced through the body by a series of powerful arrows. Amidst screams, a large number of Roland's troops fell instantly behind the charging formation. What's going on? Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Behind us. Behind us. The arrogant centurion suddenly turned around. On the distant hillside, rows of black figures appeared out of nowhere. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds more arrows rained down like a storm, precisely covering the rear of Roland's army. Screams rose and fell, and blood stained the earth red. In just 2 volleys, Roland's army of 500 men lost nearly 100 men. Reinforcements. Our reinforcements have arrived. It's the Blackrock tribe. It's their flag. In the Deadwood Forest, a Windchaser clan member spotted a Black Rock banner fluttering in the wind on a distant hillside and shouted excitedly. What? Ignis and the others were all stunned and looked over in surprise. It really is the Blackrock tribe. Did that man really come? Just as everyone was in shock and stunned silence, a heavy, rhythmic roar sounded. Like rumbling thunder, it came from the other side of the horizon. Chapter 65 renforcement arrive. Thump, 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 thump. The rhythmic, heavy thud of horses' hooves drew rapidly closer. The earth is shaking. The charred branches in the Deadwood Forest were trembling and shaking. Centurion Roland looked in alarm toward the sound, his pupils shrinking sharply. A torrent hidden in the night suddenly appeared in their sight. They were all female riders, wearing uniforms he had never seen before. This was definitely not the army of the Roland people. Cavalry. Enemy cavalry. Prepare for battle. Shield bearers. Charge forward. Centurion Roland realized what was happening and roared loudly. He couldn't understand where these mountain tribes got their cavalry from. Where did these guys come from? Blackrock Army. Charge! Ackman took the lead, her spear gleaming coldly, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. Behind her, more than 100 Black Rock cavalrymen roared, lowered their bodies, and pointed their spears at the increasingly chaotic formation of the Roland people in front of them. Crush them. Kill. More than 100 people roared in unison, the sound even drowning out the sound of horses' hooves. It's a Coman. It really is a Blackrock tribe cavalryman. Salon immediately recognized the tall figure at the front. Ignis and the others stared in disbelief at the scene. These are the Blackrock tribe's cavalry? Fire arrows! Fire arrows! In Roland's army, the Centurion hastily gave orders, firing scattered arrows at the charging Blackrock cavalry. However, attacks lacking power and accuracy were unable to inflict any real damage on the Blackrock cavalry. In the blink of an eye, the cavalry formation had crashed into the hastily assembled shield formation of the Rolanders. A Coman, riding at breakneck speed, pierced the Centurion's chest with a single shot. Well, the Centurion looked down at the spearhead that had pierced his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. With a flick of his wrist, Ackman sent the corpse flying and crashing to the ground. Kill! Under a Coman's leadership, the Blackrock cavalry quickly broke through the Roland's defensive line. Screams, the clanging of weapons, and the neighing of war horses filled the air. The Roland soldiers never dreamed that these suddenly appearing cavalrymen were so well equipped. With just one charge, the Black Rock cavalry shattered the so-called three-way encirclement of the Roland people, tearing it in two. The cavalry battalion did not stop. Led by a Coman, they circled in a wide arc, preparing for a second charge. Wu Yang's figure appeared on a hillside, not far away. He sits at the center, like a ruthless chess player overlooking the entire chessboard. His gaze swept across the battlefield, finally settling on the 6 women in the withered forest. Seeing that they were all alive, though in a sorry state, Wu Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, we made it in time. If 1 or 2 of these precious children were to die here, he would be heartbroken. Ignis also noticed Wu Yang's gaze from afar, and she subconsciously straightened her back. That annoying guy actually came in person. The other 5 women also looked towards Wu Yang. Their expressions varied and complex. All troops, advance. Protect them first. As Wu Yang's voice rang out, the crossbowmen on the hillside began to move forward. On the other side of the hillside came the sound of synchronized footsteps and the clanging of metal. Gun and shield battalion, advance. Kayla's powerful voice rang out. A square formation of hundreds of female warriors appeared on the battlefield, marching with heavy but firm steps. Holding massive tower shields as tall as a person in their left hands and long spears in their right, they formed a moving wall of steel, slowly and steadily pressing towards the scattered Roland soldiers. The crossbowmen's arrows continued to rain down from the hillside, accurately reaping the enemies who were trying to regroup. The cavalry battalion stood watch on the flanks, ready to launch another deadly charge at any moment. The gun and shield battalion advanced steadily from the front, constantly shrinking the enemy's living space. Don't panic. Hold the line. Hold the line. An officer, his eyes blazing with fury, brandished his long sword in an attempt to reorganize the ranks. But his soldiers were terrified. Behind them, a hail of arrows rained down like the grim Reaper himself. The flanks are an unstoppable torrent of steel. Their morale was on the verge of collapse. However, at that moment, another rapid sound of hooves came from behind. Reinforcements. It's our cavalry battalion and the alchemy musket squad. The desperate Roland soldiers were instantly filled with ecstatic joy. In the distance, a Roland cavalry force of about 200 men was seen rushing towards them, kicking up clouds of dust. Accompanying them were dozens of soldiers carrying a strange metal tube. Wu Yang stood on the hillside, squinting at the reinforcements. His gaze immediately fell on the soldiers holding metal pipes. This thing looks like a musket. Wu Yang muttered to himself. Wu Yang, their reinforcements have arrived. Aikman stopped her horse in front of Wu Yang, her tone carrying a hint of solemnity. I saw it. Wu Yang remained calm. Cavalry, retreat. Create distance and harass with arrows. Gun and shield battalion, advance slowly. Compress the space. Archery battalion, prepare to fire upon and eliminate enemies carrying muskets. The Roland reinforcements arrived on the battlefield quickly. The cavalry commander, witnessing the carnage on the battlefield, turned ashen-faced. Damn barbarians, alchemist musketeers, fire. Blast their shield wall to pieces. The dozens of soldiers wielding alchemy muskets quickly stepped forward, forming a line under the cover of the cavalry, and aimed their black gun barrels at the Black Rock Army shield wall. Bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled explosions, accompanied by a large cloud of white smoke, suddenly erupted. Clang, clang, clang. The projectiles bombarded the tower shield, producing a dense cacophony of sounds. Even a heavy tower shield, encased in iron and specially reinforced, was blasted into flying with chips and sparks when hit by these alchemical projectiles. Several shields were pierced, and the warriors behind them fell to the ground wounded. This musket is more powerful than I expected, but its accuracy is terrible. Wu Liang seemed to be deep in thought. Wu Liang, what do we do? With these muskets, we can't possibly break through. Ackman urged his horse to Wu Liang's side, his face full of anxiety. Cavalrymen are most afraid of this kind of dense long-range firepower. Before they even get close, they may be knocked down and their horses may fall. Don't rush. After their first round of firing, they'll be in a reloading gap. I'll have the crossbowmen fire a volley. Then you lead the cavalry to harass them for a while, take out some of the musketeers, and quickly disengage from the battle. When the time comes, you lead the cavalry battalion and pretend to be outmatched, making it look like you're fleeing, and lure all these Rolanders to the canyon over at Wild Boar Ravine. Wu Liang remained calm. Archery battalion, fire a volley. Chapter 66, Falling into the Trap. Closing the door to beat the dog. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wu Liang gave the order. Immediately, a dense volley of arrows whistled down upon the Rolanders, this time aimed directly at the musketeers who were still loading ammunition. Ah, damn it. It's an arrow. Get out of the way. Uft, uft. The sound of arrows piercing flesh was incessant. In an instant, more than a dozen musketeers were riddled with bullets and fell to the ground screaming in agony. Now, charge! Wu Liang's voice rang out again. Cavalry battalion, charge with me. A Coman spurred his horse and led the cavalry battalion out. The enemy cavalry is coming. Protect the musketeers. Cavalry, engage them. The Roland cavalry commander was both shocked and furious, and quickly dispatched a portion of his cavalry to try to intercept them. But the Blackrock cavalry's goal was not to engage in a prolonged battle with them. Scatter! Harass! A Coman shouted. More than 100 cavalrymen immediately broke into smaller groups and bypassed Roland's cavalry from the front. Then, from the flank, they plunged fiercely into the ranks of musketeers. Spears were brandished, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Musketeers, who had no close combat skills, were completely helpless against high-speed charging cavalry. Another scream of men and horses crashing down ensued. A Coman spurred a musketeer away with his spear and immediately turned his horse around. Withdraw. The whole process was smooth and fast, like lightning. By the time the Roland cavalry reacted and tried to encircle them, a Coman had already led his cavalry battalion in a circle and quickly disengaged from the battlefield, leaving behind only a scene of devastation and the corpses of more than a dozen musketeers. That damn guy. The Roland cavalry commander was so angry that he started cursing. In just one encounter, their alchemical musket squad lost nearly half its members. Seeing this, Wu Liang chuckled and gave the order. Gun and shield battalion. Alternate cover. All retreat. Be quick and keep your formation intact. Archery battalion. Cease fire and catch up with the main force. Commander Roland was momentarily bewildered and uncertain upon seeing the Black Rock Army retreat. Chase. All troops give chase. Don't let a single barbarian escape. Commander, be careful. This might be a trap. The adjutant beside him spoke up to remind him. Shut up. The commander glared at him fiercely. Pass on my order. All troops advance. Annihilate them before Wild Boar Ravine. Yes. The adjutant dared not persuade him any further and could only obey orders to give chase. They've taken the bait. Seeing that the Rolanders had all gone to pursue the cavalry led by a Coman, Wu Liang immediately ordered the spear and shield battalion to retreat and outflank the Rolanders, slowly following behind them. In the deadwood forest, Ignis and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. What happened? Why did Wu Liang leave? Suena gripped the warhammer, somewhat puzzled. The overwhelming momentum of the Black Rock Army when they appeared is still fresh in my mind, so why did they suddenly turn around and run away? He's luring the enemy. Figueroa spoke slowly. Her gaze was fixed on the direction in which the Black Rock Army had retreated. Look in that direction. Isn't that Wild Boar Ravine? Figueroa voiced her guess. We are all familiar with the terrain of Wild Boar Gorge. It is the only narrow canyon in the vicinity. There are steep mountain walls on both sides, with only a narrow path in the middle, which is a natural ambush site. You mean Wu Liang wants to lure the Roland people in a Wild Boar Ravine and then ambush them? Alessa immediately understood what Figueroa meant. The Rolanders wouldn't be that stupid, would they? They wouldn't go into a Wild Boar Ravine, even if they got there. Wu Liang is too naive. Ignis scoffed dismissively. That's not necessarily true. If the Roland people are careless, they will definitely pay the price. Suena seemed to be deep in thought. Let's go. Let's follow them and see. Ignis gritted her teeth and made a decision. She wanted to see what tricks Wu Liang was up to. Akoman's cavalry battalion kept turning back to harass them with arrows. It slowed down Luo Banran's pursuit speed, but always maintained a subtle distance, preventing them from getting away. Faster. Faster. They're just ahead. Commander Roland brandished his whip, frantically urging his soldiers on. He was completely oblivious to the fact that the terrain ahead was becoming increasingly narrow and the mountain walls on both sides were getting higher and higher. Black Rock Army was not far ahead, and it seemed that if they just put in a little more effort, they could catch up. Ackman, mounted on his horse, glanced back at the approaching Roland pursuers, a cold smile playing on his lips. She looked up at the mountain walls on both sides of the canyon. At the top of the walls, under the cover of night and trees, she could vaguely see dark shadows. That was the crossbow battalion that Wu Liang had arranged long ago. Everything was going according to Wu Liang's plan. They've entered the canyon. Chase them. Upon witnessing this, the Roland cavalry commander shouted excitedly. Charge in. Kill them all. Commander, there might be an ambush ahead. The adjutant finally couldn't hold back any longer and shouted loudly again. I always felt something was off about this. They withdrew too decisively. Get out of here. Shut your jinx mouth. The commander suddenly swung his whip, nearly striking the adjutant in the face. He ignored all advice and charged into Wild Boar Ravine. Ha ha, barbarians, your death is nigh. His laughter echoed through the narrow canyon, sounding particularly jarring. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of Roland soldiers rushed in. Did all these Rolanders really go in? Salon was stunned as she watched the Roland soldiers disappear into the canyon entrance. These Rolanders are finished. Suena sneered and pointed to the Black Rock Army's spear and shield battalion, which had fallen behind and was now being followed by Wu Liang and Kayla. Hundreds of massive tower shields blocked the canyon entrance, slamming heavily onto the ground with a dull thud. The spearheads pointed outwards through the gaps in the shield wall, blocking the Rolanders' only escape route. Run! Why have you stopped running? Commander Roland, who was leading the pursuit, saw Akoman and his cavalry suddenly stop, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Why should I run? My mission is accomplished. Akoman sneered. Everyone block this road. Don't let a single Rolander pass through. Commander Roland laughed heartily. Just a few of you. Alchemy Musket Squad, prepare. Kill everyone except this woman. Ackman couldn't help but laugh. You should look at the top of your head first before you speak. It's bad, Commander. There really is an ambush here. The adjutant rushed over in a panic, his face ashen. Commander Roland's mind went blank for a moment. When he looked up, he saw that the cliff was full of figures with torches lit up. Damn it. Retreat now. He had no time to regret not heeding his adjutant's advice. He was so focused on pulling hard on the reins, trying to turn the horse around. But in this narrow canyon, it's not so easy to turn around. The Roland cavalry in front tried to retreat, while the infantry behind them, unaware of what was happening, pushed forward, and the entire formation instantly descended into chaos. Retreat. Retreat now. Damn idiots, get out of my way. The commander roared at the top of his lungs. Just then, Wu Liang's cold voice came from above the canyon. Release the arrows. Chapter 67 Annihilation, Victory. Raise your shields. Raise your shields now. Get out of here immediately. My leg has been shot with an arrow. Help me. Help me. In the blink of an eye, the narrow canyon was covered with a dense barrage of arrows, like a black rainstorm falling from the sky. In an instant, the sounds of arrows piercing flesh, screams, and wails echoed throughout the entire Wild Boar Ravine. In such narrow terrain, Roland's soldiers were crammed together, with nowhere to hide or conceal themselves. People were packed together, horses were packed together, making them perfect sitting ducks. Under the barrage of arrows, there was nowhere to hide. Asterisk, puffed, 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 asterisk. The sounds of arrows piercing leather armor and striking flesh were incessant. Each sound was accompanied by the screams and falls of a Roland soldier. The warhorse was shot, fell to the ground with a mournful cry, threw the rider off its back, and was trampled by the chaotic infantry behind it. The entire Roland army formation collapsed completely under the first wave of arrows. Retreat. Retreat now. Charge. Charge out. Charge out from the back. Commander Roland brandished his longsword, roaring hoarsely as he tried to lead his men out of the entrance. Stop pushing. People in the back, stop pushing. Let's out. Let's out now. Chaos, trampling, and desperate cries echoed throughout Wild Boar Ravine. Stay calm. Everyone stay calm. I told you, there was an ambush. The commander's adjutant was still trying to maintain order. But before he could even utter a sound, 3 arrows pierced his chest, and he fell from his horse in despair, only to be trampled to pieces by the other war horses. The shadow of death loomed over the hearts of every Roland soldier. At the entrance to the canyon, Kayla's gun and shield battalion had formed an insurmountable wall of steel. Their escape route was completely blocked. On the other side of the canyon, Akoman's cavalry battalion had already formed ranks. More than 100 spears were aimed at the exit of the canyon, waiting for the prey to run into them. Above the canyon, Wu Liang looked down and waved gently. Second round, release. Another volley of arrows rained down, reaping the lives of those Rolanders who were still struggling. Ignis and the others outside the canyon were speechless as they watched this scene. Just now, they were doubting that Wu Liang's plan was too naive and that the Rolanders wouldn't fall for it. However, all's fair in war, and Roland's cleverness backfired. Charge out. Commander Roland brandished his longsword, attempting to lead his men out of the entrance. Prepare for the enemy. Kayla's powerful voice rang out. The soldiers of the gun and shield battalion gave a low shout in unison, lowering the angle between their shields and the ground, and thrusting their spears out from the gaps in their shields. Puff, puff, puff. The first few Roland cavalrymen, along with their horses, were instantly skewered like candied hawthorns. The mournful cries of war horses and the screams of soldiers mingled together, and the cavalry following behind could not stop at all. In the chaos, the muskets were not reloaded in time and became useless as fire pokers. In an instant, people and horses were thrown into chaos, and everything was in complete disarray. Ahead lay an insurmountable wall of steel, and overhead hung a relentless rain of deadly arrows. Despair, like a tidal wave, overwhelmed the hearts of every Roland soldier. Their morale completely collapsed at that moment. I surrender. Stop shooting. I surrender. Finally, some soldiers threw down their weapons, knelt on the ground, and burst into tears, burying their faces in their hands. 1, 2, 3. More and more people threw down their weapons and knelt down to beg for mercy. Above the canyon, Wu Liang stood on a protruding rock, coldly looking down below. Bowman, halt. Wu Liang issued the order. The rain of arrows in the canyon came to an abrupt end. At this moment, in the entire Wild Boar Ravine, besides the mountains of corpses, only a handful of people were still standing. Leading the group was Roland's cavalry commander, covered in blood and with an arrow lodged in his body. He was like a wounded lone wolf, panting heavily, staring intently at the black figure above the canyon. Come out. Fight me like a man. He mustered all his strength and let out a final roar. Wu Liang looked at him with a playful smile on his face. He slowly walked down the mountainside, and Kayla's gun and shield battalion immediately made way for him. The ground of the canyon was already stained red and soaked with horse blood and human blood. Wu Liang stepped onto the slippery, blood-soaked ground and went straight to the Roland man. Want to fight me? Wu Liang's tone was flat, but tinged with sarcasm. You coward! You barbarian who only knows how to scheme and plot. If you got the guts, fight me fair and square. Do you dare? The cavalry commander leaned on his long sword, panting heavily, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Duel! Wu Liang suddenly laughed. Ha ha! His laughter echoed through the silent canyon, sounding particularly jarring. Are you out of your mind? Wu Liang's smile vanished, and his eyes instantly turned icy. You are now my prisoner, my spoils of war. What right do you have to make demands of me? You? The cavalry commander was speechless, his face turning a deep purplish red. Wu Liang was too lazy to waste any more words with him, and gave a wink to Aikman who had just arrived. Akoman understood, stepped forward, and with a flick of his lance, struck the cavalry commander precisely in the back of the knee. Thump! The cavalry commander screamed and knelt heavily in the pool of blood before Wu Liang. Akoman spun around, and the cold tip of the gun was already pressed against his throat. Clean up the battlefield. Recover all usable arrows, armor, and weapons. Especially take all the muskets back. Akoman, tie him up, along with the others who are still alive, and take them back. The Rolanders' corpses were piled up and burned, billowing black smoke. After dealing with the prisoners, Aikman came to Wu Liang's side. Everything has been taken care of. Wu Liang nodded, his gaze sweeping over the bustling battlefield and landing on the group of figures with complex expressions not far away. The leaders of the 6 tribes stood there watching the Black Rock Army's actions. Let's go over and talk to our friends. Wu Liang spoke calmly as he walked towards them. Akoman and Kayla immediately followed with a squad of guards. The expressions of the 6 female leaders also turned serious. The look in his eyes as he looked at Wu Liang was complex, containing shock, awe, and resentment, among other things. It seems you all look quite well. Your message was timely. Otherwise, we might not have been able to catch up any later, and I'll only be able to come and collect your bodies. How do you think you should thank me? Wu Liang smiled and spoke in a relaxed tone. Thank you, Lord Wu Liang, for disregarding past grievances and coming to my rescue. Figueroa stepped forward first, bowed slightly, and spoke sincerely. We, the 6 tribes, will never forget this kindness. Ignis, standing beside her, frowned. What favor? It's clearly a transaction. Wu Yang glanced at her and chuckled. Of course, he knew what these women were thinking. Whether it's out of gratitude or a transaction, I saved you all, and according to the customs of my hometown, I must repay you with my body. Chapter 68. It's born. Bloodline returned. Now that the Rolanders have been defeated by you, Alessa organized her thoughts. We think we should first try to gather up the tribesmen who were scattered in the previous battles. They're still struggling in the wilderness, in a very dangerous situation. Ignis gritted her teeth and took a step forward. Wu Yang, we did ask for help, and you did save us. We are very grateful. But don't forget, our men are also fighting desperately in the Deadwood Forest, buying time for your ambush. Suena also stepped forward. We stand by what we've said. We will honor the Black Rock tribe as the strongest tribe in the Great Wilderness Mountains. Isn't that enough? Wu Yang couldn't help but laugh as he listened to their words, and raised his hand to interrupt them. All right, stop with this nonsense. Isn't it just an attempt to renege on their debt? Just as I expected. These women, deep down, have never changed their little schemes. When they need your help, they'll agree to anything and everything. Once the crisis is over, they immediately want to renege on their promises. Gathering our people and rebuilding our homes is no problem. I will have our Black Rock tribe members help. The Great Wilderness Mountain is not safe now either. These Rolanders are only a small part that has just caught up. I think it is very unsafe for you to be out there. Come back to the Black Rock tribe with me first, then we'll talk. After saying that, Wu Yang ordered Aikman to bring in the cavalry battalion, which quickly surrounded the 6 tribes. Wu Yang, what do you want to do? Suena gripped her warhammer tightly, her expression wary. Don't be so nervous. Let's go back to the Black Rock tribe and rest for a few days. We'll settle our accounts slowly. After saying this, Wu Yang turned and left, leaving behind a group of cavalry to protect the 6 tribes. On their way back to the Black Rock tribe, the Black Rock army had won a battle, escorting the Roland prisoners and a large amount of captured supplies. Their morale was high, and their steps were light. However, the 200 or 300 people that the 6 tribes had managed to gather in the middle of the procession presented a completely different picture. Wu Yang deliberately placed them in the middle of the group, where they were protected by Aikman and the cavalry battalion at a distance. With surveillance from both sides, they had absolutely no chance of escaping. It's all your fault, Figueroa. What do you mean by feigned surrender? Now look what's happened. We've all fallen into that man's trap. Ignis lowered her voice and complained. She glared fiercely at Figueroa beside her, her eyes seeming to want to devour her alive. Suena gripped the warhammer so tightly it creaked, and said in a muffled voice, What's the point of saying all this now? Wu Yang has us cornered. Let's just take it one step at a time. If he dares to use force against me, he'll just die again. Ignis, at least we and our people survived. Figueroa spoke softly, glancing indifferently at the woman next to Suena. At that time in the Deadwood Forest, facing the Rolanders' encirclement on 3 sides, she saw absolutely no hope. The despair in her people's eyes is still etched in her mind. Asking Wu Yang for help is their only way out. Survive? Live like this? What's the difference between us and prisoners of war? Ignis gave a cold laugh. I would rather die in the dead forest. Ignis stopped talking. Alessa, who had been silent all along, spoke up, her voice gentle and soothing. We all agreed to Figueroa's decision at the time. What gives you the right to criticize her now? If it weren't for Wu Yang sending troops, we would all be corpses by now. Her words silenced everyone. That's the truth, and there's no way to refute it. Wu Yang rode his horse at the very front of the group, completely ignoring what the women behind him were thinking. He rode on his tall war horse, his mind constantly replaying the battle with the Rolanders. This victory seemed easy, but it was all based on the amplified effect of the surprise attack. The Roland people still had a backward understanding of the Great Wilderness Mountain tribe. The Black Rock army was indeed stronger than the warriors of the tribes in the Great Wilderness Mountains, but the Roland people were well equipped and highly trained. The enemy was also equipped with a number of alchemical muskets, so these Rolanders shouldn't have been able to unleash their full power. Wu Yang noticed that some incantations were engraved on those muskets, which should be the effect of magic. I don't know who trained these guys, distributing magically enhanced alchemical muskets to a group of soldiers who can't control magic. It was their bad luck that this explained why, in actual combat, these alchemical muskets looked impressive but were actually quite weak. In reality, they didn't utilize the magical effects of these muskets at all. Otherwise, the Black Rock Army's gun and shield battalion would be unable to resist at all, and breaking through the tower shield would be a very easy task. This was verified when Wu Yang tested it. Luck, surprise attack, and the opponent's underestimation of the enemy were key factors in this victory. The Black Rock Army needs more rigorous training. The captured alchemical muskets can be used, but people with magical abilities must be selected to form the musket battalion. Once industrial technology is established, we can create magically enhanced rifles, submachine guns, and maxim heavy machine guns. Thinking of this, Wu Liang couldn't help but laugh. A group of people from a primitive tribe who came out of the great wilderness mountain actually had products that were beyond their time and civilization. It might be limited in its power against powerful individuals with magic, but against ordinary soldiers, it's an absolute battlefield, life-reaping machine. Once he conquers these 6 tribal leaders, his own technology tree will be upgraded. This brings us one step closer to industrial revolution. Just as the group was about to approach the territory of the Black Rock tribe, a series of rapid hoofbeats came from ahead. They are scouts from the Black Rock tribe. Wu Liang's heart skipped a beat. Had something happened to the tribe? Had the Roland people launched a surprise attack on their homeland with other forces? His face instantly darkened. The scout spurred his horse and arrived in the blink of an eye. Before he could even rein in his horse, he dismounted and ran to Wu Liang's horse. Lord Wu Liang, Chief Wei Xian's water has broken. She's going into labor. What? Wu Liang's mind went blank. Counting the days, it should have been around these few days, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Akoman, it's me. Wu Liang was about to instruct Aikman to look after the troops when he rushed back ahead. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in my head. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your first offspring has been successfully born. Offspring bloodline rating detected. SSS level. Strongest bloodline return. Mechanism triggered. The offspring is born with the Berserker God of War physique. Effect. A born warrior, born with strength 1,000 times greater than an ordinary person, can enter a berserk state during battle. All attributes increase 1,000-fold, and is immune to pain. Bloodline return in progress. Congratulations, host, you have simultaneously acquired the Berserker War God physique. Your skill Beast Blood Burning has resonated with the Berserker War God physique, evolving into Berserker Blood Boiling. Level cap increased. Effects greatly enhanced. Congratulations, host. Your skill Bloodlust Berserk has resonated with the Berserker God of War physique and evolved into Crimson Judgment. Level cap increased. Effects greatly enhanced. Achievement rewards are being distributed. Congratulations. You have received a complete set of fundamental theoretical knowledge on steam machinery and basic technical drawings for steam machinery. Congratulations. Your industrial technology tree module has been updated, and the steam industry basic module has been unlocked. The reward has been sent to your system space. Please check it. Chapter 69, My Son Wu Qi. It's born. Wu Liang's face lit up with surprise. As soon as the system notification sounded, he immediately felt the feedback effect of his bloodline. He could clearly feel his strength, speed, and physique increasing wildly at an unbelievable speed. Immediately afterwards, a vast and complex torrent of knowledge surged into his consciousness. Boiler, piston, connecting rod, crankshaft. Everything from the most basic principles of steam engines to the manufacturing process of high-pressure boilers flooded into Wu Liang's mind. Steam technology will further liberate the Black Rock tribe's productivity. Wu Liang's eyes were shining. Although he had been looking forward to it, he did not expect the bloodline feedback and reward from his offspring to be so generous. I don't know if it's a man or a woman. Wu Liang murmured a sentence. Wu Liang, what's wrong? Aikman, who was standing next to him, noticed his unusual behavior and asked nervously. Wu Liang snapped out of his elation and raised his hand to indicate that he was all right. Akoman, this is your responsibility. Escort the prisoners and spoils, settle the people of the 6 tribes, and return at full speed. I understand. Don't worry about leaving it to me. Aikman nodded in understanding. Okay, I'll go first. Wu Liang spurred his horse's flanks, and the warhorse neighed as it sped off towards the Black Rock tribe. Soon, the towering walls of the Black Rock tribe appeared on the horizon. Lord Wu Liang has returned. Open the city gates immediately. On the city wall, the sentries on guard spotted him immediately. The city gates opened quickly. Wu Liang did not slow down at all, rushing into the city like a whirlwind and heading straight for his residence. The tribe was bustling with activity. When the tribespeople saw Wu Liang return, they all stopped and bowed respectfully. Wu Liang had no time to pay attention to any of this. He dismounted and casually tossed the reins to a soldier who came to greet him. Liang, you're finally back. Upon seeing Wu Liang return, Eliza, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, immediately came to greet him. How is Wei Xian? What about the child? Don't worry, mother and child are safe. Eliza smiled too. It's a boy, very healthy, and he cried very loudly when he was born. Although Wei Xian was exhausted, he was in good spirits. Hearing this, Wu Liang finally felt completely relieved. He strode into the room, where several maids were scrambling to tidy up. I'm back. Wu Liang walked quickly to the bedside, his voice filled with tenderness. On the bed, Wei Zian looked exhausted, his hair soaked with sweat and clinging messily to his pale cheeks. She looked extremely weak, but her bright eyes shone with a gentle light the moment she saw Wu Liang. Liang, this is our child. Wei Zian looked at him, her eyes slightly red, but a happy smile on her lips. Wu Liang carefully took the child from her arms. The little one was sleeping soundly, his still developing little face rosy and wrinkled. But Wu Liang found it pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at it. This is his son, the continuation of Wu Liang's bloodline. The little guy seemed to sense his father's presence. In his sleep, he smacked his lips and waved his little hand, grabbing one of Wu Liang's fingers. Ah, good lad, just like me. Wu Liang laughed heartily. Let's give him a name. Wei Zian said softly. Wu Liang held the child and pondered for a moment. Let's call him Wu Qi. Wu Qi signifies his arrival at the Blackrock tribe, marking a new beginning for everything. Wu Qi is a good name. Wei Zian silently repeated it to himself, a gentle smile on his face. Not long after, the sound of a large army returning could be heard from outside the city. A Koman, mounted on his horse, with a stern expression, directed the Blackrock army to handle the post-war affairs in an orderly manner. The Roland prisoners were disarmed, strung together with ropes, and escorted by soldiers, dejectedly headed toward the prisoner of war camp prepared specifically for them. The captured weapons, armor, and supplies were piled up like mountains and were counted and registered by the logistics personnel. The remaining 200 or 300 soldiers from the 6 tribes were politely invited to a newly cleared open space. Temporary tents have been set up for them, and Blackrock cavalry are patrolling around at a leisurely pace. The 6 female leaders were led to a relatively spacious brick house. The room contained simple tables and chairs, a bed covered with clean animal hides, and also provided clean water and some fruit. But none of the 6 of them were in the mood to touch those things right now. The door slammed shut behind them, though it wasn't locked. But the 2 fully armed Blackrock soldiers standing at the door already said it all. Asshole! Ignis could no longer contain herself and kicked the stone table with a loud thud. Her heroic and spirited face was filled with humiliation and anger. What is this? Are they locking us up like prisoners? Vogloya, is this what you meant by feigning surrender to buy a chance to survive? Now look what's happened. We've all fallen in the trap he set. She glared at Figroya, her eyes practically spitting fire, as if she wanted to tear the woman who had come up with the plan to shreds. Figroya's expression was calm, but her voluptuous body was slightly tense. She didn't refute, but simply said, at least we and our people are still alive. Living? Living like this. Ignis let out a cold laugh and looked around the room. What's the difference between this and being a prisoner? I'd rather die fighting in the Deadwood Forest than suffer this humiliation here. What's the point of saying all this now? Suina, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up, revealing that their weapons had long been confiscated. That bastard Wu Liang never had good intentions from the start. He's got us figured out. We're like meat on a chopping board now, completely at his mercy. If he dares to use force against me, I'll just die. A resolute glint flashed in Suena's eyes. Ignis stopped talking. The gentle Alessa sighed softly. We all agreed to Figroya's proposal back in the Deadwood. Now that something has happened, how can we put all the blame on her? Yes. Even the usually timid Loria mustered her courage and quietly echoed her. If it weren't for Lord Wu Liang's intervention, we might already be. She didn't dare to continue, but her meaning was already quite clear. Salon leaned against the wall, arms crossed, brows furrowed. Enough. Ignis interrupted them irritably. I don't want to hear this. What are we supposed to do now? Just sit here and wait for that man to come and enjoy us one by one. Ignis went to the door and banged on it. We want to see Wu Liang. Tell him to come here. The guard at the door was expressionless, but his tone was very polite. My apologies, leaders. Lord Wu Liang is currently with Chief Wei Zian, who has just given birth. He gave instructions that no one should disturb him. What? Vixian gave birth. The 6 women inside the room were all taken aback. Yes, Chief Vixian has given birth to a healthy baby boy for our Blackrock tribe. The guard's tone was full of pride. Then when can we see him? Chapter 70 Compensation for Wei Zian. Alessa pressed for an answer. The guard shook his head. Lord Wu Liang did not say. He told the chiefs to rest here and not to worry about anything they needed. He also said that if anyone was bored, they could show them around the Blackrock tribe. After saying that, the guard fell silent. The 6 female leaders inside the stone gate looked at each other in bewilderment. Ignis's fists clenched so tightly they cracked, her nails digging deep in her flesh. In the following days, Wu Liang seemed to have completely forgotten about these 6 women. He is indeed very busy. He spends most of his time with Wei Zian and his newborn son, Xiao Wuqi. Although being a new dad can be a bit chaotic, he enjoys it. That day, Wu Liang was clumsily changing Xiao Wuqi's diaper. The little guy, quite disrespectfully, peed on his hand, making Wei Zian giggle. Look at you. You can't even change a diaper properly. I'll do it in a bit. Wei Zian leaned against the headboard, a happy smile on his face. It's my first time being a father. I have no experience. Wu Liang wiped his hands helplessly, looking at his son grinning again in his arms, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What are your plans to do with those people? Wei Zian teased his son's chin, asking seemingly casually. Are you really planning to keep them locked up like this indefinitely? Wu Liang threw the used diaper into the basin, picked up his son again, and kissed his chubby little face. What else can we do? Of course, we'll do it the way we agreed. Wu Yang's tone was very calm. He leaned over the headboard, teasing the child in his arms as he casually answered. I'm providing them with good food and drink, and I'm even sending people to protect their safety. Isn't that great? You know that's not what I meant. Wei Zian rolled his eyes at him. Ignis and the others are all proud and arrogant leaders. You're treating them like prisoners and keeping them under house arrest. Wei Zian's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Especially Ignis and Suina. They're not people who give in easily. If we push them too hard, won't they become desperate and do something drastic which could backfire? Wei Zian's concerns are not unfounded. The women of the Great Wilderness Mountain are inherently wild and proud. Getting them to willingly submit to a man is harder than killing them. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Wu Liang smiled. Besides, where can they jump over walls now? Wu Liang sneered. Their tribe was decimated, and their people are all on my territory, eating and drinking my food. What do they have to fight for? He paused, then looked away from his son and at Wei Zian. Of course, you can't deal with an unruly wild horse by just using a whip. You have to give it a little treat every now and then. But before that, we must first completely shatter their arrogance and backbone. For now, let them wait. Wu Yang's plan was simple, just one word, delay. I just want to leave them hanging and deflate their arrogance. The more anxious they are, the less I can see them. Only when their pride has been worn down and they have truly recognized their current situation can I talk to them effectively. What I need are people who are completely obedient. You should know this best. Upon hearing this, Wei Zian blushed slightly, recalling the process of being conquered in the past. And what about their people? Wei Zian asked again. The clansmen are easy to deal with. Wu Liang said. I will have a Komen break them up and integrate them into the various production and combat sequences of our Black Rock tribe. If they eat our Black Rock tribe's food and live in our Black Rock tribe's houses, it won't be long before they forget which tribe they used to belong to. At that time, who else can these 6 commanders with no troops rely on besides me? I'll do whatever you say. After listening to Wu Yang's plan, Wei Zian nodded and said no more. Let's not talk about that anymore. I'll make it up to you tonight. I'll brush up on my parenting knowledge with you. Wu Liang put the child aside, mounted his horse, and looked down at Wei Zian. Bad guy. Wei Zian gave a coquettish laugh, her eyes filled with spring-like joy. In the following days, apart from making up for Wei Zian by playing with his son, Wu Liang would lock himself in his study whenever he had free time. No one is allowed to enter this place except himself. In the room, a huge wooden table was covered with thick sheets of paper, covered with all sorts of strange lines and symbols. Boiler, piston, connecting rod, crankshaft, gear. These were blueprints for steam power machinery that came to mind. From the most basic principles of the steam engine to the manufacturing process of high-pressure boilers. How to apply steam power to production and military applications. Meanwhile, Ignis and her 6 companions were being driven to the brink of madness. They went to Wu Yang's residence every day to request an audience, but each time they were turned away by the guards for the same reason. They wanted to find either Ackman or Eliza, but it seemed like the 2 of them had already planned it. They either say they're busy, or they simply refuse to meet with anyone. They were completely isolated. What terrified them even more were the tribespeople they had brought with them. After being settled in the past few days, they had been taken away in batches by the Black Rock tribe. Some were assigned to cultivate farmland, while others were assigned to mine. Some of the young and strong were directly incorporated into the Black Rock Army's reserve force. No, this can't go on. Inside the room, Ignis paced back and forth restlessly, like a trapped animal. If this continues, our tribe will really be wiped off the list of tribes in the Great Wilderness Mountain in less than half a month. But what can we do? He won't see us at all. Suena also looked worried. Can't you see? He's forcing us. Fugroya sighed softly. She had completely seen through Wu Liang's intentions. Forcing us to completely give up resistance and bow down to him without reservation. I absolutely will not. Ignis gritted her teeth. I'd rather die than become that man's plaything. For a moment, the entire room fell silent. Every face was etched with resentment and despair. Just then, the door was pushed open. A female warrior from the Black Rock tribe walked in, carrying several brand new clothes in her hands. 6 leaders, Lord Wu Liang has given orders. Tonight, the tribe will hold a victory banquet to celebrate our army's great victory over the Roland people and the birth of our young lord. Please have the 6 of you change into your new clothes and be there on time. The 6 people stared in disbelief at the exquisitely crafted long dresses. A victory celebration banquet? After the female warrior finished speaking, she put down her clothes and turned to leave. After hiding from them for so many days, are they finally going to show their faces now? A huge bonfire was lit in the central square of the Black Rock tribe, illuminating the entire night sky as bright as day. The aroma of roasted meat mingled with the rich fragrance of ale, filling the air. The tribe's people and warriors gathered around a campfire, singing and dancing, their laughter echoing through the sky. 6 leaders appeared in the square. Wearing those brand-new long dresses, they perfectly accentuated their stunning figures. Seeing this joyful scene before them, everyone's feelings were extremely complex. Their appearance was like wolves mingling with a flock of sheep, completely out of place with a joyful atmosphere around them. All eyes turned to them without prior arrangement. Once upon a time, they were the undisputed leaders of their respective tribes, revered by thousands. But now, they have become fish on someone else's chopping board, at the mercy of onlookers and at the mercy of others. The enormous difference in their circumstances almost made proud and arrogant people like Ignis and Suena grind their teeth to dust. Ignis snorted. "Cheer up, everyone. Don't let them look down on us." Chapter 71. Wu Liang, the sole leader of the Black Rock tribe. "I'd like to see what he's up to." Suena snorted coldly, crossed her arms, and slightly raised her chin. Salon remained silent, her eyes sharpening as she scanned her surroundings. Alessa and Fugroya exchanged a glance, both seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes. They know they are all just putting on a brave face, but what else can they do besides keep going? What's meant to come will come sooner or later. The timid Loria shrank back in fear, instinctively hiding behind Alessa, not daring to look at the people around her. Just then, the crowd suddenly erupted in enthusiastic cheers. "Lord Wu Liang has arrived." The crowd automatically parted to make way for each other. Wu Liang strode out. He had changed into clean clothes today. His short black hair made him look energetic and neat, and a confident smile graced his handsome face. Beside him was Wei Zian, who was holding a baby in his arms and whose body had recovered considerably. After giving birth, she lost some of her former sharpness and gained more maternal kindness and love. Beside them stood the equally radiant and alluring high priestess Eliza and the dashing female, General Akoman, wielding a long spear. Wu Liang walked to the high platform next to the campfire. He glanced around at the cheering tribesmen below, then pressed his hands down, and the noisy square immediately quieted down. "My people, brave Blackrock Army warriors." Wu Liang's voice was strong and clear, reaching everyone's ears. "Today, we are here to celebrate 2 great joys. The first thing we did was defeat the arrogant Rolanders. We defended our homeland with their blood. We washed away the shame they brought to the desolate mountains. We forged the glory of the Blackrock tribe with the bones of our enemies. We have proven to everyone that the people of the great wilderness mountain are not lambs to be slaughtered. From this day forward, no one will dare to look down on us on this desolate mountain." "Ah, Blackrock! Blackrock!" A deafening roar erupted instantly. The soldiers below cheered and jumped with excitement, waving their hands or their weapons. Wu Liang smiled and gestured for the cheers to subside slightly before continuing. "The second joyous occasion is the birth of my son, Wu Qi. Our Blackrock tribe has once again welcomed the birth of a new bloodline." He held the swaddled baby high in his arms, proudly showing it to everyone. "What does this mean? The reproduction of our great wilderness mountain people is no longer under the control of the Roland people. I declare to all of you that as long as I, Wu Liang, am alive, the women of the great wilderness mountain will no longer have to worry about population and will never again be oppressed by Roland's iron hooves. We must fight, 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 smash everything that stands in our way. Wu Qi will grow up under your watchful eyes and learn the bravery, resilience, and indomitable spirit of our Blackrock tribe. For the Blackrock tribe, for Lord Wu Liang, for the sake of young Master Wu Qi." The crowd erupted in cheers. Ignis looked coldly at Wu Liang on the stage, her heart filled with disdain. This guy really knows how to win people over. After the cheers subsided slightly, Wu Liang handed the child to Wei Zian beside him, then turned his gaze to the 6 female leaders at the edge of the square. His gaze made all 6 of them tense at the same time. "Today we also have 6 distinguished guests." Wu Liang spoke, and the square fell silent once again. All eyes followed him, turning to Ignis and the others. They are the leaders of the 6 tribes: Ember, Thresh, Windseeker, Moonspring, Pastoral, and Saltmarsh. Not long ago, they, like us, also suffered a brutal attack from the Roland people. But now, they and their people are safe. Wu Liang paused for a moment, then changed the subject. "However, I think many people may not know this yet. Before the troops were dispatched, the 6 leaders made promises to me and to the Blackrock tribe. The announcement will now be made by Chief Wei Xian. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Xian stepped forward, holding the child. As the leader of the Blackrock tribe, it was most appropriate for her to say what was to come. I, Wei Xian, in the name of the Blackrock tribe chief, hereby declare. Her voice was clear and firm. From today onwards, I will relinquish my position as chief, and Wu Liang, my man, will be the sole and supreme chief of the Blackrock tribe. His will is the will of the Blackrock tribe. After she finished speaking, she bowed deeply to Wu Liang. Greetings, chief. There was not a single objection from the crowd. Instead, they erupted in even more enthusiastic cheers. This is a fact they have long acknowledged. In the square, all the members of the Blackrock tribe knelt on one knee, their shouts echoing across the sky. Then, Vishen's gaze turned to Ignis and her group of 6. There is actually a third piece of great news today, which Chief Wu Liang has entrusted to me to announce to everyone. Before that, let's give a warm welcome to our sisters from the 6 tribes of Ember, Thresh, Windseeker, Moonspring, Pastoral, and Saltmarsh. Under the wise leadership of Chief Wu Liang, they have made the most sensible decision to lead their people to completely integrate into our Blackrock tribe family. From this day forward, there will be no more 8 tribes in the great wilderness mountain. There will only be one voice, and that is Blackrock. Whoosh! In the square, all eyes were on them. There were curious and scrutinizing eyes from the Blackrock tribe members, and even more so, expectant and hopeful eyes from their own tribesmen. They were put on the fire. In such a high-profile setting, in front of their own people, how should they answer? Admit? That would mean they completely gave up everything, entrusting their own and their people's fate entirely to Wu Liang. Deny? It's tantamount to personally pushing himself and his people to the opposite side of the desolate mountains. Tell them that their leader is a treacherous person who has brought shame upon his people, and that they will once again be driven to the brink of starvation and hunted by the Rolanders. She will lose everyone's support in an instant. Some tribesmen may not know what's going on. On behalf of everyone, I'll ask the 6 leaders, and they'll find out. Therefore, I am here to confirm this matter with the 6 female leaders on behalf of Chief Wu Liang and all the human races. Her eyes sharpened. 6 leaders, you promise that as long as the Blackrock tribe sends troops to rescue us, you and your tribe will completely submit to Chief Wu Liang and the Blackrock tribe, and serve him as your master. Now the Roland people have been defeated, and Lord Wu Liang has fulfilled his promise and saved you and your people. Isn't it time for you to fulfill your promises? These words struck the hearts of 6 women like a heavy hammer. Their worst fears have come true. Wu Liang didn't stoop to coercing him in private. What he wanted was for them to admit their submission in front of everyone. In an instant, thousands of eyes focused on them. The Blackrock tribe members around them began to discuss the matter. So that's how it is. They agreed to submit, which is why Lord Wu Liang sent troops. Of course, we have to admit it. Our Lord Wu Liang saved their lives. That's right. It's the rule of the great wilderness mountain. How can you go back on your promise? Look at that redhead. He looks so defiant. Is he trying to renege on his debt? The murmurs were not loud, but every word reached the ears of the 6 people. Their faces flushed red and then turned pale. Refusing to pay? They do want to. But in this situation, they feel like they have thorns in their backs. Fugroa knew that this ordeal was inevitable and there was no way to avoid it. She took a deep breath, stepped forward, and bowed her head slightly. In the Saltmarsh tribe, Fugroa is willing to obey Lord Wu Liang's orders. Ignis stared at Fugroa in astonishment, gritting her teeth. Traitor, how could you bow down to him? Isn't that the truth, Chief Ignis? Our insistence is pointless. Alessa, standing next to her, smiled and seemed to have figured something out, letting out a sigh of relief. Once there's a first one, there's bound to be a second. The gentle Alessa also stepped forward and said softly, the Yuequan tribe obeys Lord Wu Liang's orders. Ignis bit her lip so hard it almost bled. She could feel Wu Liang's gaze lingering on her face with great interest, as if he were looking forward to seeing her erupt in rage. Chapter 72 Bastard. He really started attacking us. Chief Wu Liang, I am very grateful to you for saving our people. The pastoral tribe awaits your lord. The timid Loria stepped forward hesitantly and stammered her response. Salon glanced at Ignis and Suena, whose faces were ashen, beside her. He glanced at the menacing black rock warriors around him, then gritted his teeth and lowered his head. The Wind Chaser tribe keeps its promise and is willing to follow Chief Wu Liang. Now, only the 2 most resolute individuals remain. Ignis's body trembled slightly, a sign of extreme anger and humiliation. Her dignity and pride were utterly shattered and trampled underfoot at that moment. Suena's fists clenched so tightly they cracked, and she bit her lip hard as she struggled with her thoughts. What did Leader Ignis and Leader Suena say? Wu Liang stood on the high platform, looking down at the 2 of them. Chief Ignis, Your people are still waiting for your decision. Ignis suddenly raised her head and met Wu Yang's deep eyes. Circumstances are beyond our control, so let's just accept it. Salon sighed and tried to persuade Ignis. Ignis bit her lip until it bled, but she felt no pain. But she also knew that if she didn't back down today, he and his people will definitely not have a good end. Tears of humiliation welled up in her eyes, but she forced them back. Finally, she managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. The Emberfire tribe obeys orders. After saying that, she seemed to have all her strength drained away. All eyes were on Suena, who was at the very end. Suena glanced at Ignis, then at the others, and finally her gaze settled on Wu Yang. Fine, Wu Yang, you're ruthless. She shook her head. Then it lowered its proud head. Thresh tribe, obey orders. At this point, all 6 tribes had nominally submitted. Very good. A satisfied smile appeared on Wu Yang's face. He raised a large bowl filled with fruit wine and shouted to everyone, "Welcome to Blackrock from the 6 tribes. From this day forward, all of you are members of the Blackrock tribe. Your glory is the glory of the Blackrock tribe. Rejoice, for our ever stronger Blackrock tribe. From this day forward, the great wilderness mountain is officially one family. Long live Blackrock. Come on, cheers to our new family. Cheers." A deafening roar of cheers erupted once again in the square, lasting for a long time. Amidst the deafening cheers, the figures of the 6 female leaders appeared so desolate. Wu Yang tilted his head back and drank the wine in his bowl, but his gaze passed over the revelers and landed on that gentle and graceful figure. Alicia Moon's Spring Tribe. The casualties of battle and the production of medicine in Wei Xian made him realize how important medical care and medicine are in this primitive and barbaric world. A powerful force needs not only a capable army, but also a logistical support system to heal the wounded and save lives. A meaningful smile appeared on Wu Yang's lips. He has already decided on his next goal. The celebration banquet continued. Wu Yang walked down from the high platform, walked straight through the jubilant crowd, and came to the 6 people. Ignis and Suena immediately looked at him warily. Wu Yang didn't even glance at them. His gaze remained fixed on Alessa. "Chief Alessa, may I speak to you in private?" Wu Yang's voice was not loud, but it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples among the 6 female leaders. Ignis stepped forward warily, blocking Alessa's path. "What do you want to do?" "Chief Ignis, don't be so tense." Wu Yang smiled, but his gaze went past her and remained fixed on Alessa behind her. "I just want to talk to Chief Alessa about her people. There's nothing we sisters can't talk about in public." Suena also spoke in a deep voice, and she and Ignis flanked Alessa, protecting her completely. Alessa gently tugged at Ignis's sleeve and whispered, "Ignis, it's all right." She knew they were now like meat on a chopping board. They had no way to resist whatever Wu Yang wanted to do. Provoking him will do no good for anyone. "Lord Wu Yang, what would you like to discuss?" Alessa peeked out from behind Ignis and asked softly. Looking in her clear yet slightly uneasy eyes, Wu Yang's smile deepened. "There are too many people and too much chatter here. This is not the place to talk." He stepped aside and gestured for him to enter. "Come with me." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards a relatively quiet area outside the square. Alessa hesitated for a moment, glancing at Ignis, who was shaking her head at her, but finally bit her lip and followed. "Alessa." Ignis was so anxious that she tried to pull her away, but a strong arm stopped her. "It's a Koman." She had appeared there at some point, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword, staring blankly at Ignis. "Chief Wu Yang just wants to talk to Chief Alessa. Why are you so agitated?" "You." Ignis looked at her former tribal ally, now Wu Yang's most loyal lackey and woman, and was so angry that she couldn't speak. "A Koman, don't forget, you were once a tribal chief." Suena shouted angrily. "Of course I remember." Ackman's eyes remained completely unmoved. "It is precisely because I remember that I am even more clear that following Wu Yang is the only way out. You'll understand soon enough." Before the celebration banquet was over, Ignis and Suena returned to their residence. The lively celebrations outside seemed particularly noisy to them. Figueroa, Salon, and Loria had no choice but to come back as well. Bang! The moment the stone door closed behind her, Ignis could no longer suppress her rage. She kicked the wooden table in the room hard. The ceramic plate holding the fruit fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. "This is outrageous. This is outrageous." She paced back and forth in the small room like a lioness trapped in a cage, her chest heaving violently. "What does he take us for? A bunch of groveling dogs? To force us to bow our heads in front of everyone? This is humiliation. Utter humiliation." Suena's face was extremely pale. She plopped down on the edge of the bed, ran her hands through her hair, and scratched them irritably. "What's the point of saying all this now? We've already bowed down to him in public. From today onwards, we are Wu Yang's people. Her voice was filled with despair and self-mockery. Who are his people? Ignis turned sharply and glared at her. I only compromised temporarily for the sake of my people. A temporary compromise? Suena raised her head and gave a mocking laugh. You're deceiving yourself, Ignis. Do you really think that man will give us a chance to turn things around? Did you see the way he looked at us? We're his prey. Fugroa leaned against the corner of the wall and sighed softly. Wu Liang won't make things difficult for us, don't worry. Lord Wu Liang, the timid Loria retorted softly, at least we're still alive, and our people are still alive too. Live? Live like this, without any dignity. Ignis sneered. You two traitors, I'd rather die. Enough. Salon was upset, and although her voice wasn't loud, it silenced everyone. Her face bore a trace of weariness and sorrow. What's the point of us arguing here? It just makes us a laughing stock for outsiders. Then what do you suggest we do? Ignis frowned. Are you just going to accept your fate like this? Salon shook her head, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. I don't know. Let's just take it one step at a time. At least for now, he still needs us to appease his own people, so he shouldn't do anything to us in the short term. Suena gazed out the window at the night. My only worry right now is Alessa. I wonder what will happen to her after Wu Liang summons her. Ignis slammed her fist against the wall. Is there even a question? Damn it, he's really starting to attack us. He's going to take us out one by one. She didn't say anything more, but everyone understood what she meant. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Alessa was led to a clean room belonging to Wu Liang. This place is much larger and more exquisite than the brick house they live in. The room was lit by a bright oil lamp. The floor was covered with a thick animal skin carpet, and the air was filled with a faint, pleasant aroma of wood. Alessa followed behind Wu Liang, her heart pounding with anxiety. Lord Wu Liang, what exactly are you trying to say? Chapter 73. The choice is in your hands. Wu Liang looked at the gentle and graceful woman in front of him. She lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes with both hands. Her long eyelashes cast a shadow under the light, concealing the emotions in her eyes. Please sit down. Wu Liang pointed to the wooden chair next to him, then casually sat down in the main seat and poured himself a glass of warm water. Alessa stiffened for a moment, but still obediently sat down on the wooden chair. He only sat on half of his buttocks, his posture stiff. You don't need to be so nervous. Wu Liang took a sip of water, his voice calm. I called you here alone not because I wanted to do anything to you. Upon hearing this, Alessa seemed to relax a little, but she still didn't dare to look up at him. I just want to talk to you about a deal, or rather, give you a new option. Wu Liang put down his water glass, interlaced his fingers on the table, and leaned forward slightly. A powerful sense of oppression washed over her, and Alessa's heart began to beat even faster. Trade? Choose. She couldn't understand what kind of deal she could make with this man. I don't understand you. Alessa's voice was gentle and her tone soft. Alessa. Wu Liang stared into her eyes. The Moon Spring tribe is famous in the great wilderness mountains for their expertise in identifying herbs and treating injuries. Am I right? Alessa looked up, a hint of confusion in her clear eyes. Our tribe does indeed know some knowledge about herbs, and all the tribes in this desolate mountain region know this. Very good. Wu Liang was satisfied with her reaction. As you can see, although we won this battle against the Rolanders, we also suffered heavy casualties. For a tribe to become strong, it is not enough to rely on warriors who can fight. It also needs healers who can save lives. He stood up and walked over to Alessa. The towering figure loomed over Alessa, bringing her immense pressure. She instinctively tried to shrink back, but found that she had nowhere left to retreat. I need you, Alessa. I plan to set up a special medical camp in the tribe to treat the wounded and research medicines. And you are the most suitable person in my heart. Alessa was stunned. She considered many possibilities. She had considered that Wu Liang might threaten her or take advantage of her, but she never expected that he would make such a request of her. Set up a medical camp? Let her be in charge. This doesn't seem like a bad thing. What can I do? She asked somewhat uncertainly. There's a lot you can do. Wu Liang said. You can compile your tribe's knowledge about herbs and teach it to more people. You can lead them to gather herbs and make medicine for their wounds. To show my sincerity. Wu Liang then changed the subject. Starting tomorrow, the remaining members of your Moon Spring tribe will be provided with the best accommodations, and their food rations will be the same as those of the Black Rock tribe warriors. Moreover, they don't need to mine or cultivate farmland. Their job is to assist you in setting up this medical camp. Alessa's heart skipped a beat. These conditions are too good to be true. She could perfectly understand the meaning behind Wu Liang's words. He was giving her, and her people, a choice. A choice to exchange knowledge and obedience for dignity and preferential treatment. Alessa, come with me. Wu Liang suddenly got up and led Alessa to the wounded soldiers' camp. As she pushed open the door, an even stronger odor hit her, causing Alessa to instinctively frown. A few oil lamps were lit in the room, making the light dim. Rows of simple wooden plank beds were filled with wounded Black Rock Tribe warriors. Most of them were wounded in the Battle of Wild Boar Ravine. Some people had broken arms, some had injured legs, and many more were wrapped in thick, blood-stained burlap. Not all of them emerged unscathed from the battles with the Rolanders. Several women from the Black Rock Tribe were frantically changing their medicine and feeding them water, but they were clearly short-handed. Moreover, Alessa found their methods of treating wounds to be far too crude. They simply rinsed the wound with water, applied crushed herbs, and then wrapped it haphazardly with a strip of cloth. "This is our tribe's wounded soldiers' camp." Wu Liang's voice rang in Alessa's ear. "You saw it too." Wu Liang pointed to a female soldier whose wound was inflamed and said in a deep voice, "My soldiers are brave and fearless in battle. They are willing to shed their last drop of blood for the Black Rock Tribe. But when they get injured, there's very little I can do for them. We don't have real doctors, and we don't know how to treat complicated wounds. They don't know how to prevent wounds from festering, let alone how to alleviate their pain. You should also know that many times we can only watch helplessly as these soldiers die not on the battlefield, but from the pain and infection after the war." His voice carried a hint of heaviness and helplessness. Wu Liang looked at Alessa. A powerful tribe can not only have warriors who can fight, but also doctors who can save lives. Alessa opened her mouth, but didn't know how to start speaking. "I won't force you." Wu Yang's tone was very calm. "The choice is yours." He pointed to the room full of wounded soldiers. "You can bring your people who know about herbs here. Use your knowledge and hands here to save the lives of these warriors and earn the respect of the entire Black Rock Tribe. I assure you that as long as you can save lives, you will receive the best treatment, the most abundant supplies, and the respect of everyone." After saying that, Wu Yang just looked at her quietly, without saying another word. Inside the room, the groans of wounded soldiers rose and fell. A young soldier, writhing in pain, bit down hard on a piece of wood, veins bulging on his forehead, his whole body trembling. Alessa's heart was clenched by the sight. She was born with a compassionate heart. Seeing this, she almost instinctively wanted to go forward and help. "Think about it carefully. I've figured it out. I'll bring people here tomorrow." After saying that, Wu Yang turned and left. When Alessa returned to her lodgings, the atmosphere inside was heavy. Ignis, Suina, Salon, and Figueroa were all sitting there. Loria paced anxiously at the door, and when she saw her return, she was the first to come to greet her. "Sister Alessa, you're back. He didn't do anything to you, did he?" All eyes were on Alessa's face. Ignis's eyes were particularly sharp as she looked Alessa up and down, as if trying to find some clues about her. "What did he say to you?" Ignis's tone was harsh. "Did he threaten you?" Alessa shook her head, her face still somewhat pale. She walked to the table, poured herself a glass of water, and drank it down in one gulp. Only then did she feel her chaotic thoughts calm down a bit. "He didn't threaten me." She took a deep breath and recounted everything she had seen and heard in the wounded soldiers' camp, as well as what Wu Liang had said to her. The room fell into a deathly silence. The women all wore the same expressions of shock and disbelief as Alessa had shown before. "A wounded soldiers' camp? You want people from your Moonspring tribe to be doctors?" Chapter 74. I don't want to make any more futile struggles. Sui Na was the first to break the silence, her brow furrowed and her face full of doubt. "Would he really be that kind? There's definitely something fishy going on here." "That's right." Ignis immediately agreed, slamming her hand on the table and standing up, pacing back and forth in the room. "This is definitely one of his new tricks. He's trying to divide us and make us fight amongst ourselves." She stopped, pointed at Alessa, and spoke vehemently. "Alessa, don't be silly. He only took you to see those wounded soldiers because he knows you're soft-hearted. Once you agree to his request, it's like you've completely given in to him. The alliance we've worked so hard to maintain has been torn open by you." Alessa was speechless. She admitted that Ignis had a point. But Ignis, he's right." Alessa mustered her courage and looked up at her. "Our people are skilled in healing and herbal medicine. To send them to mine now would be the greatest insult to them. If we can use our own hands to heal the wounded and bring dignity and a better life to our people, then why not? You're just making excuses for your own weakness." Ignis said angrily. "I'm not." Alessa's voice rose as well. This was the first time she had ever spoken so loudly in response to Ignis. "I'm the chief of the Moon Spring tribe. I am responsible for my people." The two argued, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. "All right, let's all keep quiet." Finally, Figueroa, who had been silent all along, spoke. Her voluptuous body leaned back in the chair, but her eyes were clear. "Ignis, calm down." Alessa calmed down too. She looked at Alessa. "Do you think Wu Yang's suggestion is genuinely intended to allow your people to make the most of their talents?" Alessa thought for a moment and answered seriously. I don't know, but he definitely needs doctors to reduce casualties in his army. Ignis sneered. You're so stupid. Perhaps. I don't want to struggle like this anymore. Alessa took a deep breath, her eyes hardening. We have already publicly sworn allegiance to him, and our people have been scattered and incorporated into the Blackrock tribe. We are now like fish on a chopping board. He can make the cut whenever he wants. Instead of sitting here, living in fear every day, waiting for him to deal with us one by one, we might as well take the initiative to do something. At least, if I agree to his request, my people will be freed from arduous labor, to be able to live in a better house and eat better food. We can use our own hands to save people and earn the respect of others. This is the best outcome for me and for the Moon Spring tribe. Alessa's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing everyone present to fall into deep thought. Loria tugged at Alessa's sleeve and whispered, Sister Alessa, I support you. Salon, who was standing to the side, also sighed. Aleza's words resonated with her. The people of the Wind Chaser tribe are skilled at tracking and taming animals, and now they've been assigned to do odd jobs, which must be hard for them to accept. If there's an opportunity for the clansmen to give full play to their talents, it might not be a bad thing at all. Only Ignis and Suena still looked grim. So you've made up your mind? Suena asked in a deep voice. Alessa nodded emphatically. I made up my mind. I'll take my men to the wounded soldiers' camp first thing tomorrow morning. You. Ignis was furious. She hadn't expected Alessa to make such a decision. Alessa, you'll regret this sooner or later. Ignis made a harsh statement, then abruptly turned and walked back to her bed, turning her back to everyone without saying another word. The atmosphere in the room became oppressive again. Fugloa looked at Alessa's resolute back, then at Ignis's tense shoulders, and sighed softly. Alessa ignored Ignis's anger and sat down, silently planning what she needed to do the next day. There were many wounded soldiers in the wounded soldiers' camp, and she needed to bring along all the tribespeople who knew about herbs. You'll also need to prepare clean linen, boiled water, and various hemostatic and anti-inflammatory herbs. Her thoughts were completely absorbed in how to treat the wounded soldiers. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Alessa then brought more than 20 women from her tribe who knew about herbs to the wounded soldiers' camp. They stayed up all night, preparing a lot of mashed ointment and clean strips of cloth. When the group of women appeared at the door, the Blackrock tribe women who were taking care of the wounded inside the house were stunned. What are you doing here? A tall, dark-skinned woman asked warily, her hand unconsciously reaching for the knife at her waist. Alessa ignored her hostility and simply said gently, We're here to help. Chief Wu Liang has already agreed. Hearing that it was Wu Liang's order, the hostility of the Black Rock women lessened somewhat. Alessa offered no further explanation. She walked straight into the house, which reeked of blood and herbs. The conditions in the wounded soldiers' camp were even worse than she had seen yesterday. As the night passed, the wounds of several wounded soldiers began to fester and ooze pus, and they were delirious with fever, muttering incoherently. On the arm of a young female soldier was a deep wound that exposed the bone. Yesterday, I just got it simply bandaged, but now my whole arm is swollen like a piece of wood, and my skin is burning hot. Quick, bring me hot water and salt. Alessa immediately gave instructions to her people behind her. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable calmness that immediately soothed the somewhat panicked Moonspring tribesmen. Soon, hot water and salt were brought over. Under the astonished gaze of the Black Rock tribe women, Alessa carefully cleaned the female warrior's wounds with salt water, washing away the dried blood and pus little by little. Her movements were gentle, yet decisive. The intense pain caused the unconscious female warrior to scream in agony. Hold her down, Alessa said without looking up. Several women from the Quan Quan tribe immediately stepped forward and hurriedly held down the female warrior's body. After cleaning the wound, Alessa took out a small pinch of green powder from her leather pouch and sprinkled it evenly on the wound. Alessa used clean linen to re-bandage the wound. After doing all this, she straightened up, her forehead already covered in a fine layer of sweat. All right, I've treated her wounds, and her fever should go down soon. She spoke to the Black Rock woman beside her, who was already stunned. Could you please find someone to help her change into clean clothes and give her some water? The Black Rock woman nodded blankly. They had never seen a wound treated like this before. In their minds, if you get injured, you just apply herbal medicine and wrap it with cloth. Whether you survive or not depends entirely on how tough your luck is. With their first successful case, Alessa and her people immediately got busy. They divided into several groups and treated the wounded soldiers' wounds one by one. Cleaning, disinfection, medication application, and bandaging. The entire wounded soldiers' camp became orderly after their arrival. Most of the soldiers who were groaning in pain calmed down and fell into a deep sleep after being treated by them. The air in the wounded soldiers' camp seemed to have become less polluted. All of this was observed by Wu Liang, who was standing in a corner outside the wounded soldiers' camp. He didn't go in. He just watched quietly. The Blackrock tribe warriors, who were originally hostile to Alessa, began to change their expressions little by little, from vigilance to suspicion to surprise, and finally to admiration and gratitude. When a female warrior whom Alessa had healed struggled to say thank you to her, Wu Liang knew that he had made the right first move. Chapter 75, Making the Best Use of People, Differentiation, Utilization, and Transformation. Upon returning to his residence, Wu Liang summoned one of his personal guards. Go, pass on the message. From today onwards, all members of the Moon Spring tribe will be assigned to the medical camp, under the full responsibility of Alessa. The medical camp supplies have been upgraded to the highest level. Whatever herbs, cloth, or food they needed, they were given priority in being provided for. In addition, we will allocate them a separate plot of the best brick houses as their living quarters, which will be closer to the wounded soldiers' camp and make it easier for them to work. The guards immediately obeyed and left. Wu Liang leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Alessa's side is on track now. Next, it's the turn of the other 5 unruly women. He wanted each of them to clearly see what they would gain by obeying him and fulfilling their value. Blind resistance only wastes one's dignity and time, yielding nothing in return. Not long after, Ignis, Suina, Figueroa, Loria, and Salon were brought before Wu Liang. After these few days of house arrest and the reprimand at last night's banquet, their arrogance has been significantly suppressed, especially Ignis, who still stood ramrod straight with her chin held high. But in those fiery red eyes, there was less provocation and more complexity. Why did you call us here? Suina spoke first. She was the most straightforward and couldn't keep her mouth shut. Wu Liang smiled, and his gaze swept across the faces of the 5 women one by one. Of course it's a good thing. He stood up and walked over to the 5 people. As you may have heard, Alessa and her people have set up a medical camp to treat the wounded in the tribe. They did a great job and made a contribution to the tribe. So I gave them the reward they deserved. The best food, the best lodging, and the respect of the entire tribe. They certainly knew what Wu Liang was talking about. The whole tribe has been talking about this all day. They could even hear praise for Alessa from the guards watching over them. Wu Liang continued. The Blackrock tribe does not support idlers, much less enemies. I brought you and your people here not so you could eat for free. Now, I'm giving you a chance to prove your worth. He first looked at Suina, who had a hot figure and a defined expression. Chief Suina, I have heard that your Thresh tribe is blessed with superhuman strength and a special affinity for fire. Suina snorted, which was taken as tacit agreement. Very good. Wu Liang nodded. My military workshop is currently working overtime to forge weapons and armor, and we are short of manpower. Starting tomorrow, you and all the members of your Thresh clan will go to the armory to help out. What? Suina's eyes widened. You want us to go to the military workshop? Of course, this is to leverage your expertise. Wu Liang smiled and said, you should be very good at and willing to stay in that environment. Snort. Xiao Nao was speechless. She was extremely unwilling to be asked to forge weapons for Wu Liang, but she really wanted to see what the Black Rock military factory was like. Wu Liang turned his gaze to Ignis. Chief Ignis, a warrior of the Emberfire tribe, is renowned for her bravery and skill in battle throughout the great wilderness mountains. Ignis stared at him coldly, without uttering a word. Akoman's cavalry battalion is currently expanding and undergoing intensive training. You have a wealth of combat experience, so you can be her second-in-command and help her train new recruits. You want me to train your army? Ignis thought she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Is there a problem? Wu Liang countered with a question. Wu Liang, don't go too far. Ignis's anger was ignited. Sending her to train the soldiers of the Blackrock tribe is an utter disgrace. Too much. Wu Liang's face darkened. Ignis, get your identity straight. The cold words seemed to lower the temperature in the room. Ignis's body was tense, her chest heaving, but in the end, she swallowed back the defiant words. Wu Liang's gaze then fell on Figueroa and Loria. Chief Figueroa, the Salt Marsh tribe excels in overall management. Chief Loria, the Pastoral tribe excels in animal husbandry. The tribe's logistics and agricultural production are now under the responsibility of High Priestess Eliza. From now on, you two will follow her and learn how to manage a large tribe of several thousand people. Figueroa and Loria exchanged a glance, showing little sign of refusal. Figueroa bowed slightly. Yes, Chief Wu Liang. She saw the situation more clearly than anyone else. Any resistance now would be futile. Loria responded timidly, not daring to look Wu Liang in the eye. Finally, Wu Liang looked at Salon. Chief of Salon, a member of the Wind Chaser tribe, is a natural hunter and scout. My scout battalion needs talents like you. Starting tomorrow, you and your people will work with the scout battalion, responsible for guarding and reconnaissance around the tribe. Salon bit her lip, but finally nodded. Compared to mining and doing odd jobs, this was indeed a more suitable arrangement for their tribe. All right, did you all understand? Wu Yang looked around at everyone. This is the opportunity I'm giving you. If you do well, you and your people will be able to earn respect and preferential treatment, just like the Moon Spring tribe. If anyone dares to outwardly comply but inwardly defy, or try any tricks. Wu Yang didn't finish his sentence, but the coldness in his eyes said it all. Take them down and hand them over to their respective supervisors. Wu Yang waved to the guards. The 5 female leaders, each with their own complex feelings, were led away from the room. Ignis's back view was filled with anger and resentment. Suena looked frustrated, while Fugroya remained calm, but a hint of worry lurked deep in her eyes. Loria and Salon, on the other hand, were more bewildered and submissive. Wu Yang watched the direction they left in, his heart at peace. Differentiation, utilization, and transformation. He intends to completely assimilate these 6 tribes, along with their expertise and people, and turn them into the foundation for his expansion of hegemony. The next day, before dawn, a commotion broke out in the Thresh tribe's camp. The soldiers of the Blackrock tribe, holding a list, began loudly ordering the members of the Hammerstone tribe to assemble. Suena stood at the very front of the line, her face dark. She didn't sleep all night. The thought of leading her people to work as blacksmiths for Wu Yang today made her feel a tightness in her chest. That was a humiliation even more intense than being defeated and captured. Everyone perk up. Suena growled at her people. Don't let the Blackrock tribe look down on our Thresh tribe. Her people also had solemn expressions, but their eyes burned with an indomitable spirit. They are the people of the Thresh tribe, and they have their own pride. Soon, led by the Blackrock soldiers, Suena and her more than 100 tribesmen arrived at the military workshop located on the west side of the tribe. Before you even get close, a wave of scorching heat hits you, accompanied by a constant clanging sound. When Suena finally saw the entire military workshop, she was completely stunned. Is this a military equipment workshop? Chapter 76 Leader. Can you train me personally? This is practically a miniature forging city. Dozens of enormous furnaces, like rows of steel behemoths, stand on the open ground. Flames burst forth from the furnace opening, turning half the sky crimson. The craftsmen bustled about in the furnace. The bellows were turned, and the sound of metal hammering filled the air. You are Sinna, the leader of the Thresh tribe? Ula walked over and greeted him in a flat tone. It's me. Suena suppressed her shock and straightened her back. Chief Wu Yang has given the instructions. Ula pointed to an empty forging area not far away. That place will belong to you from now on. Your task is to forge weapons and armor for the tribe. We need you to provide whatever we ask for. Don't worry, as long as you can produce qualified products, there will be enough materials. I'm still very busy. Call me if you need anything. After saying that, Ula turned and left. Suena looked at the brand new forging table and tools, her feelings complicated. Leader, a member of the tribe walked up to Suena, his voice somewhat hoarse. Suena took a deep breath, her eyes regaining their resolve. Get to work, she said through gritted teeth. He wants to see what our Thresh clan is capable of, right? Then let him see. Use our best skills to create the best weapons. I want to see what Wu Yang is made of and show him the might of the Thresh tribe. Suena's roar ignited the fighting spirit of her people. Meanwhile, on the huge training ground to the east of the tribe, Ignis is experiencing the same shock as Suena. She was brought here by a Coleman. On the training ground, thousands of soldiers from the Blackrock tribe were undergoing rigorous drill training. They were divided into several square formations, including a spear and shield battalion armed with huge tower shields and long spears, and a crossbow battalion equipped with powerful composite bows and heavy repeating crossbows. Every soldier wore the same standard leather armor and carried a fine weapon. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, and their commands were clear and unambiguous. Forward, backward, turn, raise shield, fire arrow. Every movement seemed to be performed by the same person. That unwavering discipline and the sheer unity of the people sent a chill down Ignis's spine, even though she was also renowned for her fighting prowess. Her Emberfire tribe is full of brave and skilled warriors. But that was a kind of individual bravery, a kind of scattered fighting. The army before them had already transcended the category of tribal warriors. This is a true, iron-blooded army. So what do you think? Do you like it? Ackman stood beside Ignis, arms crossed, a hint of smugness in his voice. Ignis's cheeks flushed slightly, and she gave a cold snort. It's all just for show. Real fighting relies on guts and courage. Yeah. Ackman smiled. She suddenly shouted at a formation not far away. Kayla, bring your people over here for a drill. The commander of the gun and shield battalion, Kayla, immediately responded and led her 100-man squad, running over in orderly steps. Target, wooden stakes ahead. Attack freely, Ackman ordered. Drink. At Kayla's command, the 100 soldiers instantly split into 3 ranks. The first rank of soldiers slammed the tower shields into the ground with a loud bang, forming an impenetrable shield wall. The soldiers in the second and third rows thrust their spears out from the gaps in the shields with lightning speed. Puff, puff, puff. The dense barrage of spears accurately pierced the bullseye of the wooden stake 100 meters away. After striking, it quickly withdrew. The whole process was smooth and swift. Ignis's pupils contracted sharply. She could imagine that on the battlefield, any cavalryman facing such a moving steel hedgehog would be in a nightmare. This is just the most basic gun and shield coordination. Ackman said calmly. If they were facing cavalry, their formation would be denser and their attacks more lethal. She then pointed to the crossbow camp in the distance. See those heavy repeating crossbows? They can fire 10 bolts at a time, with a range of 300 meters. 100 heavy crossbows firing simultaneously is a death rain composed of 1,000 crossbow bolts. No shield can withstand such a barrage of attacks. With each word Akoman spoke, Ignis's heart sank a little deeper. The true strength of the Black Rock Army delivered a resounding slap to her face. Faced with such a well-organized and well-equipped army, her pride was simply laughable. Wu Liang sent you here, not so you could be a spectator. Ackman looked at her. Your task is to work with us to train the new recruits to be like this. He gave you an opportunity to learn and observe up close. How much you learn is up to you. After finishing speaking, Ackman turned and walked towards the training team. Ignis was left alone, standing there, her expression shifting. Night has fallen. Heavy snow fell, enveloping the entire Black Rock tribe in a blanket of white. The tribe's victory celebration had ended several days ago, but a lingering warmth of the revelry seemed to still be present in the air. This is especially true for the female warriors who made outstanding contributions in the Battle of Wild Boar Gorge. Today is their harvest day. According to the latest reward order issued by Wu Liang, all warriors who have shown bravery in battle are eligible for rewards. For these female warriors who have been fighting for years and lack the comfort of men, the best reward would be a strong man. The captured Roland soldiers, more than 100 strong men, became the focus of this reward. In the open space in the center of the tribe, a special distribution meeting is underway. Ackman personally presided over the ceremony, allowing the female warriors to come forward and choose their spoils of war in turn, according to the magnitude of their achievements. Most of the chosen Roland men looked bewildered and fearful. The female warriors who won the hearts of their desired men were all beaming with joy, making no attempt to hide their excitement. They patted the men's chests and buttocks, picked one out, and led it away. Then, without waiting, he dragged his prize back to his residence. It is foreseeable that the Black Rock tribe will not be peaceful tonight. Wu Liang did not go to the scene. He stood in his residence, looking through the glass window at the distant open space, at the shadowy crowd and firelight. In his view, this method of rewarding female warriors was somewhat crude, but extremely effective. This will not only greatly boost morale, but also solve the problem of the gender imbalance within the tribe. Most importantly, this is a gesture of power. Leader, a voice sounded behind me. Wu Liang turned around and saw Kayla standing prettily at the door. Tonight, she unusually changed out of her military uniform and wore a tight leather skirt that perfectly accentuated her fit and powerful figure. She wasn't stunningly beautiful, but she possessed a unique, mature, and wild charm. Her skin was flushed, and you could feel the heat on her face even through the air. Her wheat-colored skin had a pinkish blush, as if she had just drunk a lot of fruit wine. He stared intently at Wu Liang. It's Kayla. I don't think it's your shift today. Is there something you need? Wu Liang asked. I would like to ask the chief to accompany me on a patrol of the city's defenses. I spent the whole day training with Chief Instructor Ackman, and there are many things I don't understand. Chief, can you train me personally? Kayla's voice trembled slightly, and it also became somewhat alluring. She took a deep breath, walked to Wu Liang's side, and stared intently into the man's eyes. It seemed like they had mustered up a lot of courage. Wu Liang glanced at her and immediately understood her intention. This brave and fearless female warrior on the battlefield developed feelings for him. Chapter 77 Viral Attack in the Cold Winter. Good. Wu Liang did not refuse. A look of surprise immediately flashed in Kayla's eyes. The two walked out of the house one after the other and stepped into the swirling snow. On the tribal city walls, there is a towering watchtower at regular intervals. Wu Liang and Kayla, step by step, climbed the highest watchtower through the thick snow. From here, you can get a panoramic view of the entire tribe. The lights of countless homes flickered in the wind and snow, bringing a touch of warmth to this cold night. Chief, look, our tribe is growing bigger and bigger. Kayla stood beside Wu Liang, her voice filled with emotion and admiration. She was born and raised in the Black Rock tribe and witnessed firsthand how the tribe, under Wu Liang's leadership, gradually developed from a small tribe struggling to survive to its current size. especially after Wu Liang appeared. The changes in the tribe were earth-shattering. Strong city walls, spacious brick houses, inexhaustible food, and an invincible army. All of this was brought about by the man in front of me. That's not enough, Wu Liang said calmly. My goal is the entire Great Wilderness Mountain, and even the world outside the mountain. His words startled Kayla. She stared intently at Wu Liang's profile. In the torchlight, his handsome and masculine features appeared so captivating. This man possessed the broadest mind and the most terrifying ambition she had ever seen. She was merely an insignificant battalion commander under his command. An impulse made her unable to suppress her emotions any longer. Her healthy body was as hot as a ball of fire. Wu Liang's body stiffened slightly, but he did not push her away. Kayla's voice trembled slightly. I know I am not worthy of you. I am not as noble as Chief Visian, nor as powerful as Lady Akoman. But I'm willing to do anything for you, even die for you. Please, let me also offer my loyalty to you. Her words were direct and passionate. Are you asking me to talk back? Wu Liang turned around and looked at the female warrior whose face was covered in tears, yet who still looked up at him stubbornly. Yes, my lord, there are still many training techniques I need to learn from you, please. Her eyes held undisguised, pure admiration and adoration. Wu Liang never hesitated to bestow his favors upon a loyal soldier. All right, Kayla, I accept your loyalty. Wu Liang slowly lowered his head. Kayla's body trembled violently, bursting forth with unimaginable passion. The wind and snow howled outside the watchtower. In the cold winter night, the scalding heat lingered, making one oblivious to the chill. Kayla went from being nervous to completely going crazy. She used all her strength to please her king. Tonight, Kayla's soul is completely imprinted with this man's mark. Ding. Target Kayla's submission level has reached 100% max. Target has developed a die-hard loyalty. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the special individual mission. Conquer Kayla completely in one fell swoop. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the first bloodline connection with the high potential target Kayla. Potential rating B. Triggering the conquest reward. Task evaluation. Perfect. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1. Double the stamina consumed by the host. Reward 2. The target racial talent, Resilient Physique LV5, passive, increases defense and stamina, has been acquired and upgraded to Iron Body LV5, passive, greatly increases physical defense, damage reduction, and abnormal status resistance. Reward 3. Military Tech Tree upgrade, including blueprints for tower shield enhancement and heavy infantry armor. A powerful force instantly filled Wu Liang's limbs and bones. He could feel his body becoming more indestructible, and in his mind, he also gained knowledge about how to forge stronger shields and thicker armor. Looking at Kayla, who was limp as a rag doll in his arms, but whose face was radiant with happiness, Wu Liang felt a sense of peace. He gently stroked Kayla's sweaty hair. This night was an unexpected bonus for him. The harsh winter cold soon enveloped the entire Great Wilderness Mountain. The continuous heavy snow has transformed the Black Rock tribe into a world covered in silver. Beneath this beauty lurks a deadly crisis. The first to encounter problems was the wounded soldiers' camp. Due to the sudden drop in temperature and the already weakened immune systems of the wounded soldiers, a strange illness began to spread rapidly in the wounded soldiers' camp. The initial symptoms were just coughing and runny nose, accompanied by chills. Alessa and her Moonspring tribe initially used some herbs to ward off the cold, without paying much attention to it. But soon, the situation got out of control. More and more wounded soldiers began to show symptoms of persistent high fever, body aches, and weakness. In severe cases, patients may experience difficulty breathing and cough up phlegm containing traces of blood. Panic, like the plague itself, quickly spread through the wounded soldiers' camp. Chief Alessa, 2 more people are failing. A young Moonspring woman ran to Alessa, crying to report. Alessa rushed into the room, which was packed with patients. An air thick with the stench of sweat and medicine made one want to vomit. She saw 2 young female soldiers lying on the straw mat, their bodies convulsing. His face was bluish-purple, and his breathing was extremely weak. No matter how her people fed them medicine or tried to cool them down with damp cloths, it was all to no avail. Finally, in their agonizing struggle, the 2 soldiers' bodies slowly stiffened, and they fell completely silent. The room was deathly silent. Despair and fear were written all over everyone's faces. Why did this happen? Alessa swayed, her face as pale as paper. Her proud knowledge of herbal medicine seemed utterly powerless in the face of this unknown disease. This feeling of powerlessness nearly drove her to a breakdown. And this is just the beginning. The virus spread faster than anyone imagined. Soon, the members of the Quan tribe who were responsible for taking care of the wounded also fell ill one after another. The virus spread silently from the wounded soldiers' camp to the entire Black Rock tribe. Initially, there were only a few isolated cases, but a few days later, people with coughs and fevers could be seen everywhere in the tribe. The entire tribe was plunged into panic. People dared not go out or talk to others, for fear of contracting that strange disease. The once bustling village had become lifeless. Wu Liang stood in his room, listening calmly to Ackman's report. Chief, there are now more than 300 infected people in the tribe, and the number is still increasing. Everyone says it's because the gods are angry and have cast a curse. Chapter 78, I need your loyalty. This isn't some kind of curse. It's probably some kind of unknown virus. Winter is the time when respiratory epidemics are most likely to spread. Wu Liang shook his head. The respiratory tract? Wu Liang, if it's not a curse, go and relay my orders. Wu Liang interrupted Ackman and gave the orders directly. Seal off the wounded soldiers' camp. No one is allowed to enter or leave at will. Everyone who has had contact with the patient is now under quarantine for observation. Tell everyone to stay in their rooms and minimize going out. Yes. Ackman was puzzled, but she immediately accepted the order and left. Wu Liang stood alone by the window, looking at the desolate tribe outside in the wind and snow. The current outbreak is clearly a typical case of acute respiratory infectious disease. In my previous life, this might have just been a common flu. But in this primitive tribe with virtually no medical care, it was a plague that could destroy the entire tribe. Alessa, I'll give you this chance this time. Wu Liang muttered to himself. Their gaze turned to the dwellings of the women of the Moon's Spring tribe. Meanwhile, the wounded soldiers' camp had become a living hell. Alessa's eyes were bloodshot as she directed her people to brew herbs. The air was thick with the smells of medicine, sweat, and a nauseating stench of decay. Bowls of herbs were poured down his throat, but it was as if they had sunk to the bottom of the sea. The patient's condition not only did not improve, but worsened. Coughs and painful gasps rose and fell. I can't do it anymore. A Yuekwan woman who was taking care of the patient suddenly went limp and collapsed to the ground. Alessa's heart sank. It's over. She was completely helpless against this sudden illness. Don't panic. Alessa forced herself to calm down. Help her to the empty room next door, quick. Soon, one after another, several more Quan people showed the same symptoms. The virus spread throughout the Black Rock tribe. Wei Xian's room was warm and cozy. The fire in the fireplace was burning brightly, but she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. The little Wu Qi she was holding in her arms had a rosy face that was now flushed red, and he was breathing rapidly. The little body twitched slightly due to the high fever, and it made a faint cry. How could this happen? How could this happen? Wei Xian's tears fell in large drops. She kept wiping her son's forehead with a damp, soft cloth, but she couldn't lower his frighteningly high temperature at all. She had tried everything, but it was all in vain. Vishen, Eliza rushed in from outside, her face equally grave. Something terrible has happened. The tribe's people. Before she could finish speaking, she saw the appearance of little Wu Qi in Wei Xian's arms and immediately gasped. Even Xiao Wuqi. Eliza, go find Wu Liang and bring him back. Just as Wei Xian was about to look for Wu Liang appeared at the door. I'm here. Wu Liang, something terrible has happened. Wei Xian rushed towards him, clutching the child, her face filled with panic. Wu Liang took the burning hot baby, Wu Qi, from her arms, checked the temperature of the child's forehead, and frowned almost imperceptibly. Don't panic. He handed his son back to Wei Xian. He'll be all right. Eliza, Wu Liang turned to the high priest. Do as I say. Immediately have the women in the weaving workshop make a batch of things that can cover the mouth and nose with the finest linen. Everyone in the tribe should have one. Cover your mouth and nose? Eliza was puzzled. Yes, like a cloth, but it should be able to hang on your ear. Wu Liang gave a brief description of the mask design. Tell them that this can help prevent the virus from getting in. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. Eliza immediately accepted the order. Wu Liang, what about you? Wei Xian asked anxiously. Don't worry, I'll go to the wounded soldiers' camp. Wu Liang took a deep look at his son. After saying that, he turned around and strode out. The wind and snow were even stronger than before, and the entire tribe seemed to be shrouded in a white curtain, deathly silent and oppressive. Wu Liang headed straight for the wounded soldiers' camp, which had been sealed off by the soldiers. Upon seeing him, the guards immediately and respectfully made way for him. Alessa, do you want to save them? Wu Liang approached Alessa. Alessa subconsciously raised her head and met those deep eyes. Wu Liang spoke slowly. Do you want to save your people? Save this tribe? Save all those suffering from the virus? Alessa's pupils suddenly contracted. Do you have a solution? Come with me. Wu Liang led Alessa to a clean room. This was something he had prepared for Alessa long ago. Inside the room, the fireplace was burning brightly, warming the entire space. Alessa stood at the door, somewhat uneasy. Seat. Wu Yang pointed to a wooden chair next to the fireplace. His voice was calm, devoid of any emotion. She obediently sat down, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her dress. Wu Yang didn't look at her. Instead, he walked to the table, poured 2 glasses of warm water, and handed one of them to her. Drink some water to warm yourself up. Alessa took the ceramic cup in a daze. The warmth of the cup's wall seeped through her fingertips, giving her icy hands a little feeling. You work very hard, harder than anyone else. Wu Yang finally spoke. Alessa's body trembled violently, and she looked up at him blankly. However, efforts without direction and in the wrong direction are useless. Her face turned pale, her lips moved, but she couldn't utter a single word. This illness is not a curse from any god. Wu Yang looked directly into Alessa's eyes. It is a kind of thing, a tiny bug that is invisible to the naked eye and unimaginably small. These little bugs travel from one person's body to another's body through a person's breath and saliva. They multiply rapidly in the human body, damaging it, causing fever, coughing, and eventually death. Wu Yang used the simplest, most straightforward, and even somewhat crude language to explain the concepts of virus and contagion to the woman. Alessa was completely stunned. Small insects? Tiny insects invisible to the naked eye? Is it transmitted through breathing and saliva? What kind of theory is this? Think about it. Why did it first break out in the wounded soldiers' camp? Because the people there are the weakest, and the little bugs are the easiest to invade. Why did people in the entire tribe start getting sick later? Because you go to take care of patients, talk to them, and interact with them. Those little bugs landed on you, and then you spread them to even more people. Wu Yang's voice wasn't loud, but every word struck Alessa's heart like a heavy hammer. She recalled everything that had happened in the past few days, one detail after another flashing through her mind. The soldiers who first fell ill had their beds very close together. The first Moonspring woman to collapse had just been caring for the most seriously ill patient the night before, and he had even coughed saliva all over her face. Later, everyone who had been in and out of the wounded soldiers' camp gradually developed symptoms. Everything was exactly as Wu Yang had said. How do you know all this? Alessa was puzzled. That's not important. Wu Yang slowly walked up to her and looked down at her. The important thing is that I can give you the power to save everyone. I can give you true knowledge. It will help you understand what these little bugs really are and teach you how to kill them and how to stop their spread. Of course, I won't give all of this to you for nothing. A slight smile appeared on Wu Yang's lips. I need your loyalty. Chapter 79 Medical Unlock. Alessa's lips trembled. Can she refuse? Look outside. The tribe is in turmoil. Even her most trusted tribesmen have fallen. She was incredibly vulnerable in the face of this terrible plague. Think again about what Wu Liang just said. Rejecting him is tantamount to rejecting the only hope of saving everyone. If I offer my loyalty, can I really save them? Her voice was hoarse, with a slight, almost imperceptible tremor. Certainly. Wu Liang nodded with a smile. Good. Alessa looked up at Wu Liang and slowly closed her eyes. I'm willing to give everything I have. Wu Liang reached out and gently pinched her chin. You'll get everything you want. Wu Yang's voice left Alessa's confused mind blank. A pair of strong arms lifted her up and gently placed her on the carpet beside the roaring fireplace. The warm firelight cast long shadows of the two people onto the rough wall. They twisted and intertwined wildly. Pop! Wu Yang shuddered as a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the first bloodline link with the high potential target, Alessa, triggering the conquest reward. Task evaluation, perfect. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1. Double the stamina consumed by the host. Reward 2. The host has gained a new talent, Life Perception LV15. Effect. Can perceive the vital signs, heartbeat, body temperature, respiratory rate of a designated target within a 30-meter range, assisting in assessing their health status and emotional fluctuations. Reward 3. Biomedical Technology Tree unlocked. Basic modules already unlocked. A massive torrent of information instantly flooded into Wu Liang's mind. From a most basic cell biology to microbiology, and then to disinfection, epidemic prevention, and basic pharmacology, a completely new and magnificent world of modern medicine slowly unfolded before him. A genuine smile finally appeared on Wu Liang's lips. It's done. Wu Liang extended a finger and tapped it on Alessa's smooth forehead. Ding! Transfer biomedical technology tree. Basic. Knowledge to target Alessa? Yes. The next second, a stream of knowledge, gentler yet equally vast than the information Wu Liang had received before, flooded into Alessa's brain. Alessa, who was in a coma, had her eyebrows furrowed tightly. Countless images and words seemed to flash rapidly through her mind. Those things that Wu Liang called little bugs now had a clear image in her mind. Some of them looked like balls, some like rods, and some like spiral whips. Their names are bacteria and viruses. Their transmission route is no longer the vague sounds of breathing and saliva. Instead, it gave us a clearer concept. For example, droplet transmission and contact transmission. How to kill them. High temperature boiling, scorching sun exposure, and a magical liquid called alcohol. How to treat the diseases they cause. Instead of haphazardly boiling a bunch of herbs into a soup, the focus is on analyzing the truly effective components within the herbs. Different medications are used to treat different symptoms, such as fever, cough, and inflammation. Alessa suddenly opened her eyes. She stared blankly at the handsome face above her, her eyes filled with unprecedented shock and fervor. It turns out that healing the sick and saving lives is such a profound and complex subject. At that moment, the last trace of humiliation and resentment in her heart completely vanished. Instead, there's a sense of worship and awe. This man gave her a key to unlock a new world. How are you feeling? Wu Liang's voice rang in her ears. Alessa snapped out of her daze and looked into Wu Liang's eyes. Wu Liang. She shouted those two words with all her might. You're right. I understand everything now. Very good. Go and realize the true value of the Moon Spring tribe. Wu Liang nodded in satisfaction and stood up from the animal skin rug. He looked down at her as if she were his most perfect work of art. Of course, this is a favor you have done for me. Before that, I still need to... Alessa gently clasped her hands together, and Wu Liang supported the back of her head. Alessa had no idea how long she had been fiddling around in front of the fireplace. By the time she finally came to her senses from the shock, the fire in the fireplace had gone out. She straightened her slightly sore body and silently dressed herself. Alessa, from this day forward, the medical camp will have the highest priority. Wu Liang walked over and put his arm around her waist. You can mobilize anything in the tribe that is related to medical care. Good. Alessa nodded and stated her request. First, immediately transfer all patients, regardless of their severity, to the wounded soldiers' camp for the strictest isolation. A restricted area shall be established 50 meters outside the wounded soldiers' camp, and no one shall be allowed to approach it. Secondly, all those caring for patients must wear masks and change them daily. After contact with patients, hands must be washed repeatedly with hot water and wood ash. Third, I need a large amount of clean water, and all the water used for patients must be boiled. All the clothes and tableware they used must also be steamed in boiling water for a long time. Fourth, I need some specific herbs, not to be mixed together and boiled, but to be processed separately. I need help with the selection and cooking. At last, Alessa stared into Wu Liang's eyes and said earnestly, Wu Liang, I need alcohol. Wu Liang looked at her well-organized and logically sound arrangements and nodded in satisfaction. No problem, I'll take care of the alcohol. Come with me. Wu Liang led Alessa directly to the tribe's forging area. At this moment, Suena is leading the people of the Hammerstone tribe in forging weapons with great effort. The harsh knocking sounds and the roaring fire filled the place with power and heat. Suena. Wu Liang's voice drowned out the clanging of the blacksmith's hammer. Suena stopped wiping the heavy hammer, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and turned around. When she saw Wu Liang, and then saw Alessa standing behind him, her brows furrowed immediately. How did this gentlewoman end up here with Wu Liang? Moreover, she sensed that Alessa seemed different. Wu Liang, what's the matter? Suena's voice carried a hint of impatience. She harbored resentment towards Wu Liang for breaking up their clan and assigning them to various places to work. Stop all work you're doing. Wu Liang's orders were simple and direct. From this moment forward, you and your people will obey Alessa's commands. What? Suena's fiery temper flared up immediately. We're supposed to listen to her. She's just a herbalist. Does she know anything about forging? Why should I listen to her? Wu Liang, don't go too far. Chapter 80 The Birth of Alcohol. Alessa didn't speak. She just watched her quietly. That calm gaze, ironically, made Suena feel a little uneasy. Wu Liang gave her a cold glance. More than 300 people in the tribe have been infected with the plague, and Alessa can now save them. Xiao Nao was speechless. She knew, of course, about the plague in the tribe. Some of her people had also fallen ill. She was just unconvinced. I need you to build something. Alessa spoke up, taking out a drawing of a simple distillation apparatus. This is a stove connected to a sealed earthenware jar, which contains fermented fruits or grains. The steam in the tank is drawn out through a conduit. After passing through a long cooling pipe filled with cold water, the liquid that flows out is what I need. As Alessa drew, she explained the principle of distillation in the simplest language. What the hell is this thing? Suena looked doubtful. This is called a distiller. Don't worry about it for now. Wu Liang was too lazy to explain further. I need to see the samples tomorrow. You don't have much time. All right, since it's something that can save lives, I have no other objections. Sui Na took a deep breath, suppressing her dissatisfaction. Sisters, let's get to work. After leaving the military workshop, Alessa, accompanied by the guards Wu Liang had assigned to her, headed straight for the wounded soldiers' camp, which had already been sealed off. A strong smell of blood could be smelled from afar, and wails and coughs rose and fell. Upon seeing her, the guards immediately raised their weapons in alarm. This is a restricted area. The leader has ordered that no one is allowed to approach. I came here on the leader's orders. Alessa glanced at the guards and said seriously, "From now on, I'm in charge here. Open the door." The guards, upon hearing this, allowed them to pass and pushed open the wooden door. The patients in the barracks were mostly lying haphazardly on straw mats, many of them huddled together. The women in charge of care all wore masks and were responsible for feeding the patients the herbal medicine. "Everyone stop." Alessa's voice made everyone turn their heads and stop what they were doing. "Now follow my instructions. Take all the mildly ill patients who can still walk to the open space to the east. Separate them from the severely ill patients. Open all the windows to let the air circulate. Clean up all the dirt on the ground and cover it with wood ash. From this moment forward, no one is allowed to feed the patient anything without my permission." Alessa's orders caused a commotion in the wounded soldiers' camp. Why should we listen to her? This is how we've always treated it. Exactly, she's from the Moonspring tribe. Who knows what she's up to? Doubts arose, as most of the women responsible for taking care of the women were from the Blackrock tribe. The Moonspring women behind Alessa were somewhat timid and unconsciously shrank back. "Shut up!" A furious shout rang out, and Akoman suddenly entered with a squad of warriors wielding spears. Her icy gaze swept across the entire room, and everyone fell silent. According to Chief Wu Yang's order, from this moment on, all affairs of the medical camp shall be under the full responsibility of Chief Alessa. Her orders are the leader's orders. Akoman's voice was strong and powerful. Anyone who dares to disobey will be punished for treason. The women who had been making a fuss immediately shut up. Ackman walked to Alessa's side and whispered, "Wu Liang wants me to fully cooperate with you. What do you need me to do?" "Thank you. Please help me maintain order." Alessa gave her a grateful look. "I don't want to harm them. I want to save them. Do as I say, and they have no chance of survival. Now act immediately." Under the supervision of Akoman and the guards, the quarantine work began. Patients with mild symptoms and those with severe symptoms are strictly separated. The women of the Moonspring tribe, wearing hastily made, thicker, multi-layered linen masks, began cleaning the camp. They dragged all the filthy straw mats and cloths out and piled them up in a distance, preparing to burn them together. The ground was repeatedly washed with wood ash and water. The entire afternoon was spent in a tense yet orderly flurry of activity at the wounded soldiers' camp. On the other side, Sui Na stared at the blueprints of the still, studying them. "Chief, will this thing really work?" A craftsman from the Thresh tribe approached, looking puzzled. "How could steam turn into water and still flow out of the pipe?" "How should I know?" Sui Na snapped at him irritably, but then quickly suppressed her anger. "Stop talking nonsense and do it according to the picture. The fermentation tanks are made from the best clay, and it's not difficult to make a few tanks. That cooling pipe should be made of thin copper sheet rolled up, with a groove made on the outside, so that we can easily pour in cold water." Despite her resentment, once Sui Na decides to do something, she will give it her all. She directed her people, dividing the work among them. Wu Yang didn't leave. He just stood not far away and watched. Such a groundbreaking creation required his personal supervision to ensure its absolute success. He would walk over from time to time to correct some details. Although Sui Na didn't say it, she was secretly surprised. Wu Yang's understanding of this device was far deeper than she had imagined. Every suggestion he made went straight to the heart of the matter, leaving even this experienced old craftswoman with no choice but to admit his point. This man is not only skilled in warfare, but also knowledgeable in forging. Time passed by, and the sky gradually darkened. With everyone's efforts, a simple but complete distillation apparatus was finally built. "Bring the fermented fruit," Wu Yang ordered. Soon, several large jars of wild fruits, which had been fermenting for several days and smelled sweet and sour, were brought over and poured into the distillation tank. Seal the jar tightly, and seal all the gaps with wet mud. Not a single inch of air can leak out. Light the fire, start with a low flame, and heat it slowly. Under Wu Yang's command, the furnace was lit. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the long copper pipe. Time passed slowly as the fruit in the jar gradually heated up, making a bubbling sound. A faint fruity aroma began to waft through the air. "Look, the pipe is hot," a craftsman exclaimed. Sure enough, the copper pipe connected to the earthenware jar began to get hot. "Pour in cold water," Sui Na shouted. The tribesmen, who were already prepared, immediately poured buckets of cold well water into the stone troughs wrapped with copper pipes. Sizzle. The scorching copper pipes sizzled and emitted a large plume of white steam when they came into contact with the cold water. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Just then, a drop of crystal-clear liquid trembled and condensed at the end of the cooling pipe. Then, with a drip, it fell into the ceramic bowl that had been prepared beforehand. Then, the second drop, the third drop. Drops of liquid gathered into a thin stream of water, slowly flowing into the bowl. An extremely strong, never-before-smelled pungent odor instantly spread, causing everyone to involuntarily take a step back. What is this smell? It smells so strong. Suena's eyes widened as well. She cautiously leaned closer and sniffed the scent. Spicy hot. Wu Liang stepped forward, dipped his finger in the liquid, and flicked it lightly, sending the liquid flying into the furnace fire. Call! A small cluster of blue flames burst into flames for a moment, then quickly went out. Ah! The surrounding craftsmen all screamed in fright. Can this water be set on fire? Suena was completely stunned. This is called alcohol, and we've succeeded. Chapter 81 Penicillium, the primitive antibiotic. I know about fruit wine, but what is alcohol? Can it cure diseases? Suena didn't understand the word. No, but it can kill viruses and bacteria. Wu Liang filled the prepared glass container with alcohol. These were hard-won items, and he dared not waste a single drop. Wu Liang closed the lid and explained. This stuff is flammable and explosive, and it can kill bacteria that we can't see. What are bacteria? Suena felt like she was starting to grow a brain, and her scalp was itchy. Bacteria are just tiny, invisible insects. Simply put, it's these little bugs that are causing our illness. They're the culprits behind this plague. Wu Liang held up the glass bottle in his hand, shaking the transparent liquid inside. Use this alcohol to wipe the wound and clean the utensils, and you can kill them. This will prevent the wound from festering and prevent the patient from dying from a wound. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Using alcohol to disinfect the environment is more effective in preventing the spread of the epidemic through contact. We need more alcohol, the more the better. Wu Liang gave Suena some instructions. From now on, Suena, your most important task in charge of the military workshop is to produce alcohol. I want you to be divided into 3 shifts, and the furnace must not be turned off for 24 hours. You are in full charge of this matter. If you need any manpower or materials, just go to Ackman or Eliza, and they will meet all your requirements. This is both a delegation of authority and a form of trust. Suena took a deep breath, puffed out her proud chest, and sweat dripped deep in her body. Don't worry, Suena, will definitely make more alcohol. I'm not doing it for you, but for everyone. Please don't misunderstand. Understood, whatever makes you happy. Wu Liang nodded indifferently. All right, send a first batch of alcohol to the medical camp immediately. As soon as Wu Liang gave the order, the people around him began to move. The distilled alcohol will be packaged, sealed, and transported to the wounded soldiers' camp. In the medical camp, the camp was divided into a severe case area and a mild case area, with patients kept at a distance from each other. All the windows were wide open, letting in a cold wind. Although it was cold, the air was definitely much fresher. Chief Alessa, Chief Wu Liang asked me to deliver this. A guard came running in, panting, carrying a clay pot. Alessa's eyes lit up instantly. She quickly went to meet them, took the earthenware jar, and opened the lid. What is this? Ackman, who was next to her, also smelled it and asked with a frown. It's made with alcohol. Alessa exclaimed excitedly. Without offering much explanation, she immediately took action. Bring me clean linen. The more the better. She called out to the Moon Spring tribesmen behind her. Soon, rolls of brand new linen were brought over. Alessa carefully poured out some alcohol and soaked a piece of linen. In front of everyone, she first carefully wiped her hands, from her fingertips to her wrists, leaving no corner untouched. The cool liquid evaporated quickly upon contact with the skin, taking away a trace of heat and leaving behind an unprecedented feeling of cleanliness. From now on, everyone who comes into contact with a patient must wipe their hands with this alcohol before and after contact. Alessa's voice was clear and powerful. Then, she picked up a wet piece of linen and went to a soldier who was groaning incessantly because of an infected leg wound. The soldier's wound was swollen and red, with yellowish-green pus oozing out and emitting a foul odor. What do you want to do? The Black Rock warrior responsible for taking care of him watched Alessa warily. Save her. Alessa ignored her, squatted down, and gently wiped around the wound with the burlap smeared with alcohol. The intense, stinging pain caused the soldier to scream in agony, his entire body tensing up. Don't move. Alessa held her down. Bear with it. The pain is a good thing. It means the alcohol is killing the virus near your wound. The people around were startled, and some of the more timid ones even took 2 steps back. Alessa didn't stop. She wiped the wound again and again with alcohol-soaked cotton pads, cleaning away the pus and dirt bit by bit. Each wipe made the soldier tremble with pain. Strangely, after the screams, she felt a burning, cool sensation coming from her wounds. The deep-seated swelling and itching seemed to have lessened somewhat. When an entire wound is cleaned up, revealing the bright red, tender flesh, Alessa changed to a clean piece of linen, disinfected it with alcohol again, carefully covered the wound, and finally bandaged it. Only after she had done all this did she stand up. Watch him, and tell me how he feels in an hour. After speaking, Alessa turned and walked toward the next patient. She used the same method to clean the wounds of patients with external injuries. She also diluted some alcohol with water and had the people of Yuekwan use it to wipe the patient's bodies to physically cool them down. She also had the alcohol sprinkled evenly in the corners of the barracks and into the air. For a moment, the entire medical camp was filled with that pungent, acrid smell. The presence of alcohol temporarily stabilized the situation in the medical camp. The infection from the external wound was effectively controlled, and physical cooling also temporarily saved some patients with high fever from life-threatening situations. The sanitation conditions of the entire camp have undergone a dramatic transformation. However, both Alessa and Wu Liang knew that this was far from enough. A viral lung infection causes severe coughing, difficulty breathing, and persistent high fever. This is the most deadly killer in this plague. Alcohol can kill viruses and bacteria outside the body, but it is powerless against infections inside the body. 2 days have passed, and although the mortality rate in the medical camp has been contained, the condition of patients in the intensive care unit has not fundamentally improved. Late that night, Wu Liang arrived at the medical camp. The camp was brightly lit, and everyone was busy working in an orderly manner. Changing dressings, wiping the body, and feeding water, everything was done in an orderly manner. Alessa has lost a lot of weight, and you can tell she's been very tired lately. Upon seeing Wu Liang, she quickly walked over. Wu Liang, alcohol can only control external infections. But those critically ill patients have such severe lung infections that their own immune systems are probably not enough to sustain them. She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. I know. Wu Liang nodded, his expression solemn. We need to develop a drug. Come with me. He led Alessa to a makeshift tent in a corner of the camp used to store food. Because of the plague, the grain here has been left untouched for a long time after it became damp, and the air is filled with a musty smell. The woman on guard saw Wu Liang and was about to bow when she saw him, but Wu Liang waved her away. He lifted a sack of grain, and an even stronger musty smell wafted out. The grain on the top layer of the burlap sack had grown patches of green mold due to dampness. This grain has gone bad. We have to throw it away quickly, or we'll get sick if we eat it. Alessa frowned. Wu Liang shook his head and squatted down. No, the baby is right here. He pointed to the disgusting and filthy greenish mold. Alessa was stunned. The knowledge base that Wu Liang had transmitted to her mind was running rapidly, and countless fragments of information began to be pieced together. Bacteria, fungi, microorganisms. A word suddenly popped into my mind. It's antibiotics. Wu Liang, you're a genius. Chapter 82, Willow Bark Soup, the primitive penicillin experiment. How could I not have thought of that? She murmured to herself. That's right. Wu Liang gave her an approving look. You should know from your medical knowledge that some fungi produce something that specifically kills other fungi. And these penicillium molds in front of us can be used to make antibiotics, using moldy things to save people. If it weren't for Alessa's exposure to entirely new medical knowledge, she would have definitely thought Wu Liang was a madman. But now, looking at the greenish mold, her eyes were full of excitement. But what should we do? She asked impatiently. First, we need to provide these fungi with a culture environment so that they can multiply in large numbers. Wu Liang stood up and carefully explained the method. Prepare some broth or cook grains into a paste as their food. Then, carefully plant these penicillium molds on the food, place them in a warm and humid place, and let them grow wildly. Once they are covered with mold, we will collect their culture medium. The medicine we need is in that liquid. Wu Liang used the simplest language to describe the most primitive methods of culturing and extracting penicillin. Given the limited environment and resources, we could only use such primitive techniques. I see. Alessa carefully noted down all the key points and nodded vigorously. I'll take care of it right away. Let's get right to it. Alessa immediately summoned her most trusted members of the Fountain clan. They found a clean earthenware pot and, as Alessa instructed, cooked a thick cereal porridge and broth. Then, using a sterilized knife, scraped the green mold off the grain and transplanted it onto a new culture medium. Dozens of ceramic pots were neatly arranged in a separate tent that was kept warm and humid. The atmosphere in Wei Xian's residence was somber. Little Wu lay in a soft animal skin swaddling cloth, his little face flushed red and his breathing rapid. Wei Xian sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes red and swollen. She hadn't slept for several days, and her face looked haggard. Penicillin requires time to culture, and it's too late to help in an immediate situation. Wu Liang had some willow trees brought to him, and the bark was peeled off and boiled in water. Willow bark contains a substance called salicin, which can be converted into salicylic acid in the human body. This is the original form of aspirin. It has significant antipyretic and analgesic effects. Currently, this is a very convenient option for fever reducers. Under Wu Liang's personal command, the willow bark was cut into small pieces, thrown into a ceramic pot filled with water, and boiled vigorously over a fire. Time passed second by second, and the water in the pot gradually turned dark brown, with a strong bitter smell permeating the entire room. Wei Ziyan stared nervously at the pot of dark, murky medicinal soup, his heart pounding with anxiety. An hour later, the medicinal soup had been boiled down to only a small half pot, and its color was as dark as ink. Wu Liang had the women filter out the dregs of the medicine using several layers of clean linen cloth, resulting in a bowl of thick, brown liquid. It's too bitter, the child can't drink it. Wu Liang tasted a little bit, and the bitterness made him frown. He thought for a moment and said to Eliza, "Go and get some honey." Honey was added, which slightly neutralized the unpalatable bitterness. Wu Liang carefully scooped up a little bit of the dark brown willow bark soup with a small wooden spoon. He blew on it to make sure it wasn't too hot before gently bringing it to Xiao Wuqi's lips. Perhaps sensing his father's presence, the sleeping Wu Qi instinctively opened his little mouth. A spoonful of slightly sweet and bitter medicinal soup was fed to him. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the tiny baby. Wei Ziyan's heart was in his throat, his hands were clenched tightly together, and his knuckles turned white from the force. 1 spoonful, 2 spoonfuls. I fed him the small half bowl of medicine soup in several portions until he finally swallowed it all. After doing all this, Wu Liang laid his son back down and covered him with a thin animal skin. About 2 hours later, Eliza, who had been standing guard by her side, suddenly let out a soft cry. "Look!" Wu Liang and Wei Ziyan turned around abruptly. A fine layer of sweat appeared on Xiao Wuqi's forehead and the tip of his nose. Wu Liang reached out and touched Xiao Wuqi's forehead. The previously scorching heat has subsided considerably. The fever has subsided. Wei Ziyan was overjoyed and gently touched her son's cheek with her finger. Wu Liang pulled her into his arms and gently patted her back. "Don't worry, my son is fine." Outside the window, the sky was already beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn. Wu Liang instructed Eliza to organize a large quantity of willow bark soup to be supplied to the wounded soldiers' camp. "She's sweating. Look, she's sweating. The fever's gone down. It really's gone down. We're safe." The wounded soldiers' camp was filled with shouts of joy. After drinking the medicinal soup, most patients' body temperature gradually decreased, and their pained expressions gradually eased. Their gazes towards Alessa and the Moonspring women now held a deep sense of gratitude. However, Alessa herself dared not relax at all. She knew better than anyone that reducing the fever was only a temporary solution. To truly resolve this epidemic, those dozens of pots of mold will still be needed to play a role. Willow bark soup can only relieve their symptoms, not cure them. Inside the tent, the surface of the grain paste and broth had been fermenting for some time. It is now completely covered by a thick, fuzzy, bluish-green fungal carpet. "That's fine." Wu Liang came over to check the color and thickness of the fungal carpet and nodded to Alessa beside him. "Now collect all this liquid." Wu Liang gave the order. "Remember to be gentle and never get the mold itself into the liquid." The women of Yuequan carefully tilted the earthenware basins, using fine linen as a filter. The turbid, pale yellow culture medium was filtered out little by little and collected into a clean ceramic jar. This is the most primitive and crudest penicillin extract. It not only contains life-saving antibiotics, but also a large amount of impurities and toxins. Using it directly carries extremely high risks. But right now, there's no other choice. To verify the efficacy of the medicine, Wu Liang had someone bring in a livestock. Soon, an injured and infected wild boar was carried over. After the wound was cleaned with alcohol, it did not continue to worsen. However, the severe internal infection had exhausted its life force, and it was now on its last breath. "Bring it over here," Wu Liang said in a deep voice. "Use it to save this wild boar first. If it works, it can be used on humans." Alessa had the wild boar's mouth pried open. Then, using a wooden spoon, a spoonful of yellowish liquid was forcibly poured in. The liquid smelled extremely foul, and the wild boar instinctively struggled, but it was too weak to resist. 1 spoonful, 2 spoonfuls. Half a bowl of liquid was poured into its belly. After all that has been done, all anyone can do is wait. Time passed second by second, and suddenly the wild boar convulsed violently. Then it started vomiting. He vomited up all the foul-smelling liquid in his stomach, as well as some undigested food residue, making a mess all over the floor. What happened? Chapter 83 Reprimands and Rewards. Seeing the wild boar's unusual behavior, someone exclaimed in alarm. However, Wu Liang's eyes suddenly lit up, because he saw that after the violent vomiting, the wild boar was slightly stronger than before. Feed him again, Wu Liang shouted sternly. Alessa understood, pried open the wild boar's mouth again, and poured the remaining medicine in. This time, the wild boar did not vomit. It simply lay there quietly, its chest rising and falling more and more rhythmically. An hour later, the wild boar actually managed to stand up on its own, albeit unsteadily. Although still weak, he is indeed out of danger. He stood up. He's alive. He's really alive. This medicine is truly amazing. The crowd erupted in cheers. It really worked. Alessa excitedly grabbed Wu Liang's hand, her face beaming with joy. Alessa, Wu Liang patted the back of her hand. Now, let's use these medicines to save everyone. Yes. Alessa immediately led the women from Moonspring to repackage the medicine and enter the intensive care unit. The first person to receive the medication was a female warrior who was already in a semi-comatose state. Her lung infection was extremely severe. Every breath felt like a bellows, and she was on the verge of death. Alessa personally fed the medicine into her mouth. Half a day later, the female soldier's breathing actually became much more stable. Another day passed, and she was able to drink water on her own, having regained much of her energy. The effects of the original penicillin were immediate. The tribe's production and daily life began to fully recover. Instead of panicking and hiding at home, people went out and, under Alessa's unified command, threw themselves into the large-scale production of medicines. Some people were responsible for boiling the willow bark soup, while others were responsible for preparing the culture medium. Wu Liang specially trained a group of people to take care of the precious penicillium mold and the filtering solution. Quick, quick, cold water. Don't let the pipes get too hot. At the military workshop, Sui Na shouted at the top of her lungs. Sweat streamed down her bronze cheeks, sliding down her collarbone and into the deep cleavage, her glistening, full breasts throbbing wildly. Around her, the artisans of the Hammerstone tribe were busy at work. They continuously produced alcohol to disinfect the tribe. Wu Liang gave her full authority, so she had to make a good impression. Not for anything else, but just to prove a point. Chief, great news. Incredible good news. A young Thresh woman rushed in from outside. What are you yelling about? Is the sky falling down? Suena snapped angrily, wiped her sweat, and was about to explode. It's a miracle drug. Chief Alessa created a true miracle drug from moldy grain. The girl shouted breathlessly. At the medical camp, many critically ill patients who are on the verge of death have come back to life. Suena froze abruptly, turning back to look at the girl in disbelief. The workshop fell silent instantly, and everyone stopped what they were doing. Are you telling the truth? Suena stepped forward and grabbed the girl's shoulder. Absolutely true, Chief Suena. The girl exclaimed excitedly. They said that it was Chief Wu Liang who taught Chief Aleza the knowledge. First the willow bark soup to reduce fever, and then the medicine made from mold to save lives. Wu Liang, Suena murmured. It's that man again. Let's go take a look. When Suena walked out of the military workshop, the entire Blackrock tribe was in an uproar. If people previously felt only awe and respect for Alessa, now that feeling has evolved into fervent worship and adoration. When Alessa dragged her weary body out of the wounded soldiers' camp, a large number of her people had already spontaneously gathered outside. Upon seeing her appear, everyone immediately knelt down. Thank you, Chief Alessa. You are our savior. The overwhelming wave of gratitude filled Alessa with mixed emotions. As Suena watched all this, she clenched her fists tightly. After the advent of new drugs, the number of deaths from severe infections stopped increasing. As the number of new infections decreases, patients begin to recover and return to normal life. Within just over 10 days of the original penicillin extract being produced, a severe epidemic was effectively contained and gradually eradicated. After the last patient left the isolation camp, the wounded soldiers' camp was completely emptied and their belongings were burned and buried. The entire Blackrock tribe finally returned to normal order. Alessa and her Moonspring tribe are revered as heroes. Wu Liang seized the opportunity and formally established the medical camp as one of the core departments of the tribe, with Alessa in full charge. The women of the Moonspring tribe have gained the approval of the Blackrock tribe's indigenous people and enjoy the heartfelt respect of everyone. After the revelry, Wu Liang summoned the remaining 5 female leaders. The fireplace was burning brightly in the spacious room. Ignis, Suna, Fugloa, Loria, and Salon stood side by side. The 5 people lowered their heads, none of them daring to look at the imposing man in the main seat. Alessa was already sitting to Wu Liang's left. Wu Liang held a glass of warm fruit wine, swirling it slowly as his gaze swept across the faces of the 5 people. The plague is over, and we have all survived. He spoke, his voice not loud, but it made all 5 of them freeze at the same time. In this disaster, Alessa and her people proved their worth. They earned everyone's respect and earned the best life for themselves. Wu Liang paused, put down his wine glass with a soft sound. And what about you? He raised his eyes, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp. And where is your value? The 5 people lowered their heads even further. Ignis. Wu Liang was the first to call out names. Ignis's body trembled violently, and she abruptly raised her head, stubbornly meeting Wu Liang's gaze. I see you're very motivated on the training field, but that's not enough. Wu Liang said coldly. Your pride is worthless except for making you feel good. It cannot forge a single weapon for the tribe, cannot grow a single grain of food, and cannot save a single life in the face of a plague. Alessa has proven to you that true strength does not come from your pathetic pride. Ignis's lips trembled, and she couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Wu Liang stopped looking at her and turned his gaze to Sui Na. Shuna, you are an excellent craftsman. The still you led your people to build was a great contributor to this victory over the plague. Do you understand? The skills of your Thresh tribe can make us stronger. Sui Na's body visibly relaxed. Although Wu Liang's words were stern, they contained a hint of affirmation. I see, she said in a low voice. Then, Wu Liang looked at Fugroya and Loria. You two, one of you will be in charge of logistics, and the other will be in charge of animal husbandry. The smooth operation of Alessa's medical camp during this epidemic is inseparable from the clean food, water, and supplies you provided. Your work is equally important. Fugroya and Loria exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of relief in each other's eyes. Although their work was insignificant, it was appreciated by Wu Liang, which made them feel much better. Finally, there's Salon. Salon, your scouts did a good job carrying out the quarantine order. Discipline is the cornerstone of a tribe's strength. I hope you can instill this discipline in everyone in the scout camp. Salon nodded vigorously. Yes, Chief. She never had many worries. Wu Liang said she was doing a good job, so she continued to do it well. After he finished speaking, the room fell into a long silence. The 5 female leaders had different feelings. All right, you may all leave now. Think carefully about what I said today. After reprimanding the 5 women, Wu Liang waved his hand. The Black Rock tribe does not support idlers, but it will also not mistreat anyone who makes a contribution. The 5 people bowed and silently withdrew. When only Wu Liang and Alessa remained in the room, Wu Liang stood up, walked to her side, and gently embraced her. Alessa, thank you for your hard work these past few days. A warm breath brushed against her ear, and Alessa's body softened. She leaned against Wu Liang's broad chest, feeling his strong heartbeat, and her heart was filled with an unprecedented peace. It's what I should do, she said softly. No, this is the honor you deserve. Let me reward you properly tonight. Wu Liang stroked her soft, long hair, gradually probing into her warm, mysterious place. Chapter 84. Suena, you have great talent. Outside the room, Igni and her 5 companions walked silently in the cold night wind. The banging that had just happened in the room felt like a huge boulder pressing on their hearts, leaving everyone with extremely complicated feelings. Ignis walked to the front, her fists clenched tightly. Is pride worthless? She kept repeating Wu Liang's words, each one piercing her heart. She refused to accept it. She is the leader of the Emberfire tribe, the proudest warrior on the great wilderness mountain. But she was powerless to refute that man. Damn it! Ignis slammed her fist against the stone wall beside her, the hard stone making her hand bones ache. Ignis! Suena followed, looking at her with a frown. What's wrong with you? Suena's emotions were equally unsettled. But unlike Ignis's pure anger, she felt more of a shock and deep reflection. She had expected Wu Liang to belittle her as well. After all, she was one of those who stood up and openly opposed him at the previous meeting. But he didn't. This left Suena with mixed feelings. On the one hand, she felt resentful about submitting to this man. On the other hand, Wu Liang's knowledge and foresight forced her to admit that this man was indeed qualified to say those things. I'm fine, Alessa has changed. Ignis withdrew her hand. She simply found her own value. Froya said softly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. Just as Chief Wu Liang said, the Black Rock tribe doesn't support idlers. Alicia earned respect for herself and her people through her knowledge and abilities. What about us? Her words silenced everyone. Salon didn't say anything and walked silently. Loria kept her head down the whole time, her small body huddled inside her large robe. Today, seeing Alessa's current status and glory, she felt not only envy, but also a great deal of fear. What's so great about her? I despise Alessa. Ignis curled her lip in disdain, but everyone could hear the sourness in her words. This time, Suena didn't side with Ignis and retorted. Alessa saved the entire tribe, including yours and mine. You have no right to say that about her. Suena, Ignis glared at Suena. Did I say something wrong? Suena met her gaze without backing down. Perhaps Wu Liang is right. Now is not the time for us to throw tantrums. Pride is something we prove ourselves, not something we do here. After saying that, Suena ignored the trembling Ignis and strode towards the military workshop. Wu Liang affirmed her skills, so she was determined to use them to create something that would impress him. Watching Suena's departing figure, Ignis's expression grew even more unpleasant. Even Suena, who has always shared her hatred of the enemy, said so. Could it be that she was really wrong? Fugroya sighed, patted Loria on the shoulder, and said softly, "Let's go back and rest. We have a lot to do tomorrow." She led the preoccupied Loria and the innocent Salon toward their dwelling. Only Ignis remained standing there, her fiery red hair flying wildly in the night wind. She looked up toward Wu Yang's room, where the lights were still on. She could almost picture what was happening in the room right now. An unprecedented sense of frustration and resentment gnawed at her heart. Wu Yang, I will never admit defeat like this. She gritted her teeth and spoke slowly and deliberately. After the shadow of the plague dissipated, the Black Rock tribe regained its vitality for development. Taking advantage of the momentum, Wu Yang used the medical camp as a model to carry out sweeping reforms to the entire tribe structure. The responsibilities of each department have been clearly defined, and the reward and punishment system has become clearer. Anyone who can contribute to the tribe can obtain corresponding status and resources. These simple and direct rules greatly motivated everyone. In this transformation, the most eye-catching element is undoubtedly the military-industrial workshop. Suena seemed to be holding back a lot of energy. Since that night's meeting, she had hardly left the forging area. She led the artisans of the Hammerstone tribe, working day and night to study the still. They disassembled and reassembled, constantly trying to improve every detail. The winding method of the copper tubes, the flow rate of the cooling water, and the control of the heating intensity. They experimented repeatedly at every step and recorded detailed data. Wu Liang had visited several times, and, seeing their almost obsessive enthusiasm, he secretly nodded in approval. That's exactly the effect he wanted. A combination of encouragement and affirmation, the carrot and stick approach, is always the best way to win people's hearts. When Wu Liang arrived at the military workshop again that day, a much stronger aroma of wine wafted towards him than before. "Leader!" When Suena saw Wu Liang, her eyes lit up, and she immediately went to greet him. Her face was streaked with black ash, and sweat soaked the stray hairs on her forehead, which clung tightly to her bronze skin. The simple leather tube top she was wearing was soaked with sweat from continuous labor. Her already stunning fullness, when tightly outlined, reveals her breathtakingly voluptuous curves. As Suena's movements became increasingly apparent, she frantically swung up and down. "Come and see. We succeeded." Suena's tone was filled with barely suppressed excitement and pride. She pulled Wu Liang along to a newly built, more sophisticated and complex distiller than before. At the end of the cooling pipe, a ceramic jar was already half full of clear, transparent liquid. "We improved the heating and cooling process to allow for double distillation." Suena pointed at the equipment, her smug expression radiating a mature and charming glow. "Wu Liang, look, the liquor we're making now is much stronger than before." Wu Liang picked up the pottery jar, brought it to his nose, and smelled it. A pungent and irritating smell hit my head. The alcohol content was probably over 70%. "Well done." Wu Liang praised him generously. Upon receiving Wu Yang's affirmation, Suena's face lit up with a bright smile, as if all her previous hardships had been worthwhile. "Shuna, you are very talented, beyond my expectations." Wu Yang praised with a smile. He truly hadn't expected that Suena could extract such a high-proof liquor without his guidance. "Ha ha ha. Do you even need to tell me? Of course I'm very talented." "How about that? I'm pretty awesome, aren't I?" Suena laughed triumphantly, her chest pounding wildly, leaving after-images in her wake. "But Wu Yang, your glass-making techniques are truly amazing." Suddenly, Suena's eyes lit up with curiosity and admiration. The nature of the Thresh tribe is to be obsessed with crafting items. Once they get into it, they forget all other trivial matters. "What? You want to learn too?" Chapter 85. Tell me, who is your master now? "Okay, no problem. With your talent, you'll definitely learn it in no time." Wu Yang smiled and turned his gaze to the raging flames inside the forging furnace. "You deal with fire or every day. You probably never thought you could create something from sand, right?" Suena nodded. "That's true. I never dared to think of that. Actually, by mixing quartz sand, soda ash, and limestone in a certain proportion and melting them at a high temperature of over 1,000 degrees Celsius, a completely new substance can be obtained. Come on, I'll teach you how to blow glass." Wu Liang took her soft, warm hand, and Sui Na did not struggle, letting him lead her to prepare the raw materials for making glass. Over the next few days, under Wu Liang's personal guidance, Sui Na entered into a frenzy of glassmaking. She fell in love with the job. The transparent, shimmering things were captivating. Blowpipe. Wu Liang whispered a reminder in her ear. Sui Na was already prepared. She picked up a long iron pipe and, following Wu Liang's instructions, carefully dipped a glob of fiery red molten glass into the crucible. This is a technical job, but it's also physically demanding. She brought one end of the iron pipe to her mouth, puffed out her cheeks, and blew hard. Under her breath, the scalding molten glass slowly expanded and deformed like a balloon. Sweat trickled down her cheeks, neck, and collarbone, disappearing into the deep cleavage. The furnace's high temperature scorched her skin, making her feel as if she were inside a volcano. But her gaze was unusually focused, all her attention concentrated on that small, changing mass of fiery red liquid. Wu Liang stood to the side, arms crossed, watching quietly. He had to admit that Sui Na had an amazing talent for forging and shaping. Her control over force and her grasp of timing were so precise that she didn't seem like a beginner. Soon a smooth and clear glass appeared in front of me. I did it. Wu Liang, look, I did it. You're amazing. You learn faster than everyone else. Wu Liang gently wiped the sweat from Sui Na's face. Sui Na trembled slightly, but looked at Wu Liang without resistance. Sui Na, am the strongest, of course. Wu Liang, I will not let you look down on me. A proud smile appeared on his face. Good. Wu Liang smiled. To celebrate your success, I'll treat you to drinks tonight. As night fell, the furnace in the military workshop roared to life. Sui Na and Wu Liang sat facing each other, with freshly brewed liquor and glass cups on the table. Sui Na personally poured Wu Liang a full glass. The clear wine shimmered with a captivating luster in the firelight, reflecting on her flushed, excited face. Wu Liang, I'll drink first as a sign of respect. She raised her glass, tilted her head back, and took a big gulp. Cough, cough, cough. The pungent liquor instantly ignited her throat, causing her to cough violently and tears to stream down her face. This is already a concoction made by Wu Liang, but it's still very spicy. That's awesome. That's great. Those fruit wines are all horse piss. This is the wine we should be drinking. Sui Na was full of bravado, and after taking a sip of wine, her pretty face turned crimson. Wu Liang smiled, picked up his cup, and took a sip. The strong liquor went down my throat, and a fiery line burned straight into my stomach. It was indeed potent. Good wine. He praised it. That's right. After recovering, Sui Na wiped away her tears and said with great spirit, no one is allowed to leave tonight unless they get drunk. Wu Liang, I really want to see what you look like when you're drunk. Sui Na drank cup after cup, and Wu Liang kept her company until the very end. The atmosphere gradually became lively, and Sui Na's laughter and shouts echoed throughout the military workshop. Sui Na's alcohol tolerance is among the best for women, but tonight she quickly became dazed. Wu Liang. She walked over unsteadily, holding a wine glass, straddled Wu Liang's lap, and let out a burp. Tell me, can you do everything? Everything can die. It seems pretty much the same. Wu Liang looked at her dazed, drunken state and remained noncommittal. I don't believe it. Sui Na shook her head, extended a finger, and pointed at Wu Liang's chest. You know forging, building houses, and treating illnesses, but I don't believe you know them all unless you can convince me. Persuade. Wu Liang grabbed her restless fingers and said calmly. That might not be very convincing. I'm good at seduce people. Sui Na was taken aback, and her drunkenness subsided somewhat. Looking into Wu Liang's deep eyes, her heart suddenly began to pound wildly. Wu Liang and we. Sui Na wanted to say something, but her mind was a mess. Shana, what do you think is your greatest strength? Wu Liang suddenly asked. Of course, it's my power. Sui Na answered instinctively. Yeah. Wu Liang smiled, took Sui Na's hand, and pulled her to the forging furnace. The fire in the stove was still burning brightly, making the smile on his face look somewhat playful. You think you're very strong? Certainly. Sui Na puffed out her proud chest, creating an astonishing curve. All right then. Wu Liang casually picked up a pair of iron chains hanging nearby. If you break it, I'll admit you're right. It was an iron chain used to bind large wild animals, each link as thick as a wrist. Wu Liang wrapped his arm around Sui Na's neck. The iron chains wrapped around Sui Na's hands, pulling and locking them. His hands and feet were bound with iron chains. She struggled desperately. The chains stretched taut, but she couldn't break free. This won't work, Sui Na. Let me teach you how to use the power within your body. Wu Liang casually hung the other end of the iron chain on a huge forging machine next to him. Sui Na's hands were hoisted high up. The flames danced in the forge, their light reflecting off her bronze skin and giving it an alluring glow. Sweat slid down her taut muscles, gathering into a single drop in the center of her face, teetering on the verge of falling. Wu Liang, let me go. Sui Na's face was flushed, but her voice was extremely suppressed. Let you go. Wu Liang walked up to her and held out his finger. Why should I let go? The show has only just begun tonight, and I really enjoy the way you talk back to me. Come on, let's recover. Wu Liang's finger slowly moved downwards. Now, let me teach you some more knowledge. He exerted a sudden force. There. The scenery was magnificent, and the plump leaves cast after-images in the firelight. Ding. Target Shuna's will defenses have collapsed. Submission level plus 70%. Ding. Submission level plus 10%. The system's notification sounds kept ringing in Wu Liang's mind. He knew that dealing with a woman like Suna, who had a fiery temper and admired strength, would be futile if it were done gently. Look at me. Wu Liang made Sui Na raise her head and look in his eyes. Sui Na's eyes were filled with shyness and confusion. Shuna, tell me, who is your master? Wu Liang's voice was deep and hoarse, filled with unquestionable authority. Master Wu Liang, you are my master. Sui Na's red lips moved, exhaling a breath of alcohol. Wu Liang was very satisfied, and soon Sui Na was completely swallowed up by the giant wave. Inside the military workshop, flames leaped in the forging furnace. Workers toiled in the forging workshop, and chains clanged. Ding. Target Suna's will defenses have collapsed. Submission level 100%. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the first stage of the mission. Conquer Sui Na completely in one fell swoop. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the first bloodline link with a high potential target Shuna, triggering the conquest reward. Task evaluation, perfect. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1. Double the stamina consumed by the host. Reward 2. Acquire double the target's racial talent. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Innate Divine Strength LV14. Reward 3. Unlock the Advanced Alloy Smelting and Heavy Forging Equipment branches of the Materials and Engineering Tech Tree. Reward 4. Once the target submission reaches 100%, they will be absolutely loyal to the host and have a very high chance of fathering high potential offspring. A series of system notifications rang in Wu Liang's mind. Wu Liang's physical strength was completely restored immediately, and he was even more energetic than before. On the technology tree, those 2 gray branches were instantly lit up. Advanced Alloy Smelting. Heavy-duty forging equipment. Wu Liang's heart pounded wildly. This implies a wide range of possibilities for industrial development. When he put Sui Na down and looked down at the docile woman in his arms, who was as gentle as a kitten, Wu Liang felt a sense of satisfaction. He picked up Sui Na horizontally and carried her to the resting area next to him, which was covered with soft animal hides. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight shone into the military workshop, the artisans of the Hammerstone tribe were surprised to find that Sina and their chief, Wu Liang, had come out of the rest area together. Sui Na changed into a clean set of clothes and walked half a step behind Wu Liang. Wu Liang said in front of everyone, "From today onwards, Sui Na will be the head of the military workshop. Her words are my words. Ula and all the other artisans of the Blackrock tribe, all of you must obey her commands unconditionally." Chapter 86 Sauna. Yes, Chief. The craftsmen responded in unison. Sui Na's body trembled slightly, and she glanced at Wu Liang with gratitude. She knew that Wu Liang was trying to establish her authority. All right, everyone, perk up. Sui Na cleared her throat and roared at her people. I want to produce 100 qualified bottles and cups today. Also, the production of spirits cannot stop. Get everyone moving. Wu Liang nodded in satisfaction. He called Sui Na aside and handed her a roll of blueprints. What's this? Sui Na asked curiously. Something that can change the world. Wu Liang unfolded the drawing, which contained a pattern that Sui Na couldn't understand. It was a strange device composed of countless precision components, such as a boiler, cylinder, piston, connecting rod, and flywheel. This is called a steam engine. Wu Liang pointed to the blueprints and explained to Sui Na. Look, when the water boils, there will be steam. This force is very strong and can lift the pot lid. If we collect this force into a sealed iron can, and then use this thing called a piston to propel it. As Wu Liang explained, Sui Na's eyes widened more and more. A machine that can move on its own? Oh my god, if such a thing could actually be made, what would that mean? This means they can wield heavier forging hammers, making it much easier to forge weapons and armor. Can we really build this? Her voice trembled with excitement. Certainly. Wu Liang's tone was full of confidence. From today onwards, the mission of the military workshop is to produce this thing at all costs. Yes. Sui Na suddenly straightened her back, her eyes burning with fierce flames. In the days that followed, the military workshop became very busy. Wu Liang was not idle either. As winter approaches, the weather is getting colder and colder. Winter in the desolate mountains is so cold that water freezes instantly, making it extremely difficult to endure. In the past, many people from various tribes would freeze to death every winter. Now that the tribes are unified, the population has surged, and the residential areas have become crowded. In this environment, keeping warm and hygienic are of paramount importance. We must improve everyone's living conditions, Wu Liang said at a high-level meeting. Wei Ziyan agreed with Wu Liang's opinion. That's right. Especially for the new members of the tribe, their living quarters are quite simple. Moreover, taking a bath in winter is a big problem. Many people don't take a bath at all during the winter, which makes them very susceptible to illness. I have an idea. Wu Liang looked at Fugroya, who was sitting in the lower seat. We can build a large public bathroom and pipe hot water there. Build a few more rooms, heat them with firewalls, and let people steam inside to expel sweat and cold. Steam. Fugroya was somewhat puzzled. Yes, I call it sauna. Wu Liang gave a brief explanation of the principles of sauna. This way, everyone can stay clean, and it can also dispel cold and improve blood circulation, which is good for the body. That's a great idea. Eliza's eyes lit up. If it can be built, it will definitely be very popular. I'll leave this matter to you, Fugroya. Wu Liang looked at Fugroya. Just tell Eliza what manpower and supplies you need, and she will fully cooperate with you. Yes, Chief. Fugroya stood up and calmly replied. Since Wu Liang affirmed her value last time, Fugroya's mindset has undergone a subtle change. She was no longer passive as before, but began to actively think about the operation of the tribe. Her coordination and management skills played a significant role in logistical support, earning her the respect of many members of her tribe. Wu Liang entrusted her with such an important task as building a sauna, which was both a sign of his trust in her abilities and a way of further winning her over. After the meeting, Wu Liang accompanied Wei Ziyan for a walk on the city wall. You seem to be paying a lot of attention to those newcomers lately, Wei Ziyan said, seemingly unintentionally. Wu Liang smiled and pulled her into his arms. What's wrong? Are you jealous? No, I didn't. Wei Ziyan rolled his eyes at him, but couldn't help but smile slightly. I'm just reminding you, especially Ignis and Suena, they're not easy to manage. Don't worry, even the wildest horse will turn into a docile sheep in my hands. Wu Liang said confidently, his gaze fixed on the bustling military factory in the distance. Shuna, it's almost done. Oh, Wei Ziyan was somewhat surprised. You took her. Wu Liang nodded. Wei Ziyan was silent for a moment, then leaned on his shoulder. You can make the decision. As long as it's for the tribe, I will support you. She is the person who understands Wu Liang best. She knew that everything this man did was part of a far-reaching plan. You need to be careful about Akoman's side, though. Wei Ziyan added. I heard that she and Ignis have been at odds several times at the training ground recently, and the atmosphere is quite tense. Upon hearing this, Wu Liang rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Akoman and Ignis are both quick to anger. We definitely need to take good care of Ignis. 2 weeks later, thanks to Fugroya's efficient organization, the first large-scale public sauna in the Black Rock tribe was officially completed. This public sauna is divided into several areas, including a large public hot tub and private baths. There are also dry saunas and wet saunas heated by firewalls. As soon as it was put into use, it was enthusiastically received by the entire clan. Come on, let me take you to enjoy yourself. That evening, Wu Liang spoke to Wei Ziyan and Eliza. For safety and privacy, Wu Liang specially had a private room built for him in the bathroom. Wei Ziyan and Eliza exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of a smile in each other's eyes. That evening, the luxurious sauna on the top floor was filled with steam. Wu Liang, Wei Ziyan, and Eliza soaked in the warm pool water, enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. Inside the sauna, the steam rising up enveloped everything in a hazy mist. Water of moderate temperature gurgles from a stone carving shaped like an animal head, flowing into a huge hot spring pool. The air is filled with the pleasant scent of wood and herbs, which makes people relax unconsciously. Wu Liang leaned against the pool wall, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the rare tranquility. Wei Shi rested her head on his arm, her voluptuous body enhanced by the steam, making her alluring face even more languid. Eliza sat on the other side, slowly pouring warm water onto her fair and smooth shoulders with a wooden ladle. Her alluring figure was partially obscured by the mist, exuding a seductive charm. You always have more ideas. Wei Ziyan let out a comfortable sigh. Once this sauna is built, we won't be afraid of the cold all winter. Yes, the tribespeople are practically worshipping Fugroya like a goddess. Eliza smiled and said that too. She is indeed capable. She completed such a large project in just half a month, and she arranged everything in an orderly manner without any problems. Yes, she is a rare talent. Wu Liang opened his eyes and said calmly. She is calm and pragmatic, and I feel very reassured letting her manage logistics. Just then, his keen hearing caught a very slight, unusual sound. It was the sound of footsteps coming from outside the door. Chapter 87. Another sister is coming tonight. Wu Liang raised an eyebrow slightly. The sound was very soft, almost inaudible. But Wu Liang's senses were already beyond those of ordinary people, and he could hear it clearly. Vixian and Eliza were clearly unaware that they were completely immersed in the comfort and relaxation brought by the sauna. Wei Xian leaned lazily against the wooden wall, closing his eyes to enjoy the rising heat, a satisfied blush on his face. Eliza was slowly pouring a ladle of cool water onto the scalding hot stone. With a sizzling sound, even thicker steam rose up, making her hum comfortably. What's wrong? Wei Xian opened his eyes slightly and asked with some confusion. Nothing. Wu Liang shook his head calmly, a playful smile playing on his lips. He didn't say anything, but simply gestured towards the door with his eyes. Eliza stopped what she was doing and followed Wu Liang's gaze. Is someone outside? Eliza lowered her voice. Wu Liang nodded, indicating that they didn't need to be nervous. They must be looking for me. You probably already guessed who the person was. This newly built public sauna is available for use by all members of the tribe. But tonight, this private sauna room was specially reserved for him, Vixian, and Eliza. At this time, apart from those few tribal chiefs, there would be no one else coming. Of these people, who would come here so late? The image of Fugroya's gentle and mature face flashed into Wu Liang's mind. Thinking of this, Wu Liang's smile deepened. I'll go take a look. Eliza said this and started to get up. Need not. Wu Liang reached out and stopped her, gently patting her back. Let her stay outside for a while and pretend nothing happened. Wei Xian and Eliza exchanged a glance and made no further move. Just as Wu Liang had predicted, Fugroya was indeed standing at the door, secretly watching inside. She originally just wanted to come over late at night for one last inspection to ensure the safety of the fire source in the sauna. However, when she approached the sauna room reserved for the leader, she could faintly hear laughter and the sounds of a woman's satisfaction coming from inside. The voices were those of Vixian and Eliza. Fugroya stopped in her tracks, her heart pounding. She instinctively wanted to leave immediately, but her feet seemed to be nailed to the spot, and she couldn't move them no matter what. She held her breath as if possessed, and quietly moved closer, wanting to hear more clearly. The sauna was well soundproofed, but dim light and blurry figures still shone through the gaps in the wooden panels. She could see 3 figures appearing and disappearing in the steam. The man was tall, and the woman was graceful. Wu Liang's strong back, Wei Xian's languid embrace, and Eliza's gentle wiping of his sweat. This scene captivated Fugroya, who couldn't look away and swallowed hard. For a moment, emptiness and loneliness overwhelmed all her reason. Alessa and Suena both entered this man's world, and the feeling of disappointment made her feel suffocated. She couldn't help but yearn for this man's favor. Fugroya bit her full lower lip, her gaze gradually hardening. She took a deep breath and decided to take a gamble. Instead of letting her mind wander, take the initiative. Just then, the sauna door was pulled open from the inside. Wu Liang was shirtless, wearing shorts, and his muscular chest was still covered in water droplets, which shimmered with a bronze glow in the firelight. He watched with amusement as Fugroya stood outside the door, looking panicked and still eavesdropping. Chief Fugroya, what are you doing here? Wu Liang's voice carried a hint of mockery. Fugroya's heart skipped a beat, and an embarrassed blush rose to her face. She didn't expect Wu Liang to suddenly open the door, catching her red-handed while eavesdropping. I was just passing by and happened to be checking. Her voice stammered, and even she herself felt that the excuse was weak and unconvincing. Wu Liang didn't speak. He just looked at her quietly. Under Wu Liang's gaze, Fugroya felt that all her pretense and excuses seemed so ridiculous. She steeled herself and decided to give up trying to explain. She looked up and met Wu Liang's gaze. No, I'm not just passing by. I'm here to find you. Looking for me? Wu Liang raised an eyebrow, looking at the woman in front of him with great interest. Fugroya was already incredibly voluptuous, and now, inside the sauna, her clothes were soaked with sweat, revealing her curves. The wide, full buttocks create a visually striking effect. That gentle face was now filled with tension and a resolute determination to go all out. This appearance lacked his usual composure and gained an indescribable allure. Yes, I'm looking for you. Fugroya mustered her courage and repeated it again. Her gaze passed over Wu Liang's shoulder and landed on Wei Xian and Eliza behind him, who were covering their private parts. Oh! Wu Liang's smile widened as he stepped aside, revealing a clearer view of the sauna room. Can't we talk about this tomorrow? Why do we have to pick this time? His words seemed casual, yet they carried an invisible pressure. Fugroya's heart pounded, because there are some things that are only appropriate to be said at this time. Fugroya's voice was very low. Yeah, Wu Liang's gaze swept over her ample figure without restraint. Then tell me, what is it? Inside the sauna, Visian and Eliza remained silent, simply watching quietly. As Wu Liang's earliest women, they knew this man's character all too well. He enjoyed this feeling, especially the way these once high-ranking female leaders willingly let down their guard and pride in order to win his favor. She opened her mouth, but found her throat too dry to make a sound. Just as she was hesitating, Eliza's voice came softly from inside. Liang, let Chief Fugroya come in too. Upon hearing Eliza's words, Fugroya buried her head even deeper into her ample bosom. Fogloya, do you want to become mine? Wu Liang smiled faintly. Do you know what that means? I know. Fugroya suddenly looked up and met his gaze. Chief Wu Liang, let me be your woman. Ah, very good. Wu Liang nodded in satisfaction. He leaned close to her ear, his hot breath brushing against her earlobe, causing her to flinch. Since you're so eager to come in, he spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Then get rid of those obstructions yourself before coming in. Fugroya was taken aback and then freed herself from restraints. The flimsy burden slipped away. A hint of amazement flashed in Wu Liang's eyes. He already knew that Fugroya was excellent, but the visual impact still stirred his heart. Is it okay now? She asked in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Wu Liang didn't answer. He picked her up in his arms and turned to walk into the steamy sauna. With a bang, the door slammed shut behind him. Wei Xian and Eliza looked at Fugroya, who was being held in Wu Liang's arms like a frightened quail, with different expressions. Looks like we'll have another sister tonight. Chapter 88, Everything is Thriving. Wei Xian spoke lazily, his tone revealing neither joy nor anger. Eliza then walked over to Wu Liang's side. Reaching out to touch Vogloa's cold body, he frowned and said, She's too cold. She won't be able to handle going straight into the hot pool. Let her get used to it first. Wu Liang nodded and sat down on the warm wooden bench with Fugroya in his arms. His broad, calloused hands began to roam over her body, helping to dispel the chill. Fugroya could feel the astonishing heat and the rough texture emanating from it. She could clearly hear her own heart pounding like a drum, and she could also feel the gazes from Visian and Eliza. This made her so ashamed in front of the other two women that she almost fainted. But at the same time, an unprecedented sense of belonging slowly rose from the bottom of my heart. She finally stepped through that door. Wu Liang did not rush to take the next step. He could feel the change from initial stiffness to gradual relaxation and softening, and his breathing became rapid. How are you feeling? He asked in a low voice. Huh. Fugroya's voice had a heavy nasal tone. Is it just the heat? Wu Liang's palm slid down. A shiver quickly spread throughout his body, leaving him limp. Upon seeing this, Wei Xian gave a soft hum. She seemed somewhat displeased that Wu Liang was so impatient in front of her. But she also knew that this was Wu Liang's way of asserting his sovereignty. Eliza silently picked up a ladle of water and poured it onto the scalding hot stone again. Sizzle. A thicker layer of steam instantly filled the room, completely engulfing the three figures. After an unknown amount of time, when the sauna door opened again, only Visian and Eliza walked out, supporting each other. Their faces were flushed, and their steps were unsteady. Fugroya and Wu Liang stayed inside. The night was deep, and the cold wind howled. The direction of the military workshop was still brightly lit, with the occasional crisp sound of metal being struck. Sui Na and her people are working day and night to study the monster known as the steam engine. Alyssa was still not resting in the medical camp. She is compiling detailed records of this fight against the epidemic. Every symptom, every treatment method, and every drug response was recorded in detail in the file. Every corner of the tribe was operating at an unprecedented speed under Wu Liang's impetus. A new era is quietly dawning. The next morning, when Fugroya woke up in Wu Liang's room, she felt as if her whole body was falling apart. My lower back, in particular, is sore and weak. It almost doesn't feel like my own anymore. She looked at the man still fast asleep beside her, his handsome and masculine face carrying a hint of satisfied languor, and her heart was filled with complex yet sweet emotions. Everything that happened in the sauna last night was etched deeply into her mind like a brand. Wu Liang's domineering and ruthless nature completely destroyed all her reserve and pride. It also brought her unprecedented joy. Ding. Target Vogloya's defenses have collapsed. Submission level plus 30%. Ding. Submission level plus 20%. Ding. Submission rate reached 95%. The target is beginning to develop a strong sense of dependence. As Wu Liang and Fugroya completed the final step, the system's notification sounds rang frantically in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the first bloodline link with a B+ rank potential target, Vogloya, triggering the conquest reward. Task evaluation, perfect. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1. Double the stamina consumed by the host. Reward 2. Acquire double the target's racial talent. Physical resilience LV10. Host's stamina and recovery ability are greatly enhanced. Reward 3. A small chance of failing to obtain the talent Petrified Skin will result in a talent enhancement, raising the host's Iron Body LV5 to LV7. Reward 4. Unlock the Chemical Technology branch of the Industrial Technology tree. The second-level modules Salt Chemical Industry and Food Processing and Storage are now unlocked. Feeling the surge of power within him and the flood of knowledge about chemistry and food processing pouring into his mind, Wu Liang smiled with satisfaction. Fugrea's physical strength talent is a great supplement to him. This means he will have greater combat endurance and stamina, regardless of the battlefield. He will be invincible. The unlocking of chemical technology is of great significance. Salt chemical industry means more efficient salt production and the possibility of manufacturing basic chemical raw materials, such as caustic soda and soda ash in the future. Food processing and storage can completely solve the problem of food preservation in the tribe. This allows the tribe to store more food for the winter, greatly enhancing the tribe's ability to withstand risks. This seemingly gentle, wife-like leader brings value far exceeding her potential rating. Fugrea had no idea what Wu Liang was thinking at that moment. She was just staring at Wu Liang's sleeping face, and she couldn't help but lean in cautiously and gently kiss him on the cheek. Just then, Wu Liang suddenly pulled her into his arms and opened his eyes. Woke up. His voice was hoarse from the early morning. Fugrea blushed and nodded. Then let's do it again. Huh? No, I'm falling apart. In the days that followed, the Black Rock tribe entered a period of rapid development. After being conquered, Fugrea completely positioned herself as Wu Liang's head housekeeper, taking on most of Eliza's work. Using her knowledge of food processing and storage, she began to instruct her tribesmen on how to make dried meat, cured meat, preserved fruit, and dried vegetables. These processed foods not only preserve for longer periods, but also have a more unique flavor, greatly enriching the tribe's winter menu. At the same time, salt chemical technology also allowed her to find a new way to purify salt, producing snowflake salt that is purer and no longer has a bitter taste. As a result, Fugloa's status rose accordingly, and when the people of her tribe spoke of her, their faces showed genuine respect. At the military workshop, Suena and her craftsmen were working day and night on their research, forging and testing. Cylinders, pistons, connecting rods, flywheels, unfamiliar parts gradually took shape under their hammers. Despite countless failures, including one instance where a small test cylinder exploded due to poor airtightness, nearly injuring someone. But Suena was not discouraged at all. She became more persistent and focused than ever before when facing this machine. Wu Liang went to see them several times. The women looked disheveled, but none of them gave up. Alessa of the medical camp combined modern medical knowledge with the herbalism of this world to establish a systematic medical system. She trained a group of apprentices, teaching them how to disinfect, bandage, identify herbs, and prepare medicines. The average lifespan of the tribe members and the survival rate of newborns are increasing at a visible rate. With the support of Fugrea's food processing technology, Loria's pastoral tribe has also developed a thriving livestock industry. Large quantities of milk were made into cheese and butter, and wool was also collected. Under Eliza's guidance, the tribespeople began to learn simple weaving techniques and tried to make warmer felt and sweaters. Salan's scout team became Wu Liang's eyes and ears. Their activities expanded, bringing back a wealth of intelligence about the surrounding geography, resources, and power distribution. Everything is thriving. However, amidst this bustling and progressive scene, one person stands out as an oddity. Chapter 89, What If I Lose? Ever since Wu Liang publicly reprimanded Ignis for being worthless, she had been holding back her anger. She watched as Alessa, Suena, and even Fugrea, whom she had previously looked down upon, all began to shine. Aside from daily patrols and training, she and her Emberfire tribe warriors seemed to be the most useless group of people. This caused the extremely proud Ignis to feel an unprecedented sense of frustration and anxiety. Her pride comes from her fighting prowess and the bravery of the Emberfire tribe. But now, with no war in the tribe, where is her place of bravery? Do we really have to wait until the enemy comes knocking on our door to prove our worth? What annoyed her even more was that the friction between her and Ackman of the Bloodfawn tribe was becoming more and more frequent. As the chief instructor of the Black Rock Army, Akoman acts with fierce and directness, while Ignis is equally hot-tempered. The two often argued over trivial matters such as the use of training grounds and the allocation of supplies, and even almost came to blows several times. That afternoon, on the training field, Ignis had just finished a high-intensity combat training session. She was soaked in sweat, half covered by her clothes, revealing a large expanse of her snow-white, full breasts. Her fiery red hair was casually tied back, making her look like a mother leopard ready to pounce. She knocked her opponent's weapon away with a single shot, her eyes sharp as knives. Next, she growled. However, the surrounding soldiers all took a step back in fear, and no one dared to step forward. Everyone knows that the leader is in a bad mood today, and whoever goes up there will be doomed. Just then, a lazy voice came from not far away. What? No one dares to fight you, so you're bullying your own people. Ignis turned around abruptly and saw Wu Liang leaning against a weapon rack with his arms crossed, watching her with a leisurely air. Upon seeing Wu Liang, Ignis's anger flared up instantly. She slammed the spear she was holding into the ground with a thud. What are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at me? Her tone was sharp, like a cat with its fur standing on end. Wu Liang wasn't angry. He simply walked slowly to her. He looked her up and down, noticing her heavy breathing, and smiled faintly. What's so interesting about your jokes? I'm just curious. How come the once proud leader of the Emberfire tribe is now like a mad dog that can't find a fight, biting anyone he can get his hands on? You! Ignis was instantly enraged. She drew her spear and pointed the tip at Wu Liang's throat. Who are you calling a mad dog? The tip of the spear was less than a finger's width away from Wu Liang's skin, and the sharp wind even made the wisps of hair on his forehead flutter slightly. But Wu Liang's expression didn't change at all. He didn't even blink. He simply extended 2 fingers and gently pinched the sharp tip of the gun. Ignis felt as if her spear had struck an indestructible rock, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not advance an inch further. She stared at Wu Liang in shock. She knew Wu Liang was strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. His all-out thrust was so easily blocked by the other man with just 2 fingers. This was beyond her understanding of power. What? You want to fight me? With a slight tightening of his fingers, Wu Liang snapped off a section of the iron spearhead with a crack sound. Ignis stared at the broken spearhead lying on the ground, her pupils contracting sharply, and she instinctively took a step back. A storm raged within her. How much strength does that require? Is this guy even human? If your pride is only used to bully your own people and men, then it is truly worthless. Wu Liang casually tossed away the broken spear tip in his hand, his tone indifferent. Ignis's face flushed red and then turned pale. Humiliation and anger made her body tremble slightly. She gritted her teeth and stared intently at Wu Liang. So what do you want me to do? To stammer and kneel at your feet like Alessa? Or should we do it like Suena, hammering away in the workshop? Or like Fugloa, someone who wags a tail around you every day? Let me tell you, Wu Liang, Ignis is a warrior of the Emberfire tribe. My value lies only on the battlefield. Battlefield? Wu Liang scoffed. With your meager skills, you dare to talk about the battlefield? What do you mean? Ignis was completely enraged. The greatest insult to a soldier is to question his bravery. My meaning is very simple. Wu Liang's eyes suddenly sharpened. Your strength and fighting skills, which you are so proud of, are full of flaws and easily defeated in my eyes. You're talking nonsense. Ignis roared, threw away the broken gun in her hand, and charged at Wu Liang with her bare hands. She attacked in anger, her fist whistling through the air, carrying a scorching heat. However, in Wu Liang's eyes, her movements were like a movie in slow motion. He easily dodged her straight punch by sidestepping, then grabbed her wrist and pulled hard. Ignis felt an irresistible force come over her, and she involuntarily fell into Wu Liang's arms. She tried to struggle, but Wu Liang's other hand had already swiftly gripped the back of her neck, firmly controlling her. Too slow, and the force is too scattered. Wu Liang whispered in her ear, his voice icy. Is this the fighting power you're so proud of? The warm breath on her ear sent a shiver through Ignis's body. But what terrified her even more was Wu Liang's power, which subdued her completely with such ease. She struggled frantically in his arms, kicking her legs backward in an attempt to attack Wu Liang's lower body. But Wu Liang's legs were like iron clamps. With just a clamp, he rendered her legs unable to move. No matter how hard she tried to channel her inner power, it was like throwing a stone into the sea. It had no effect whatsoever. At this moment, Ignis finally felt what absolute power suppression meant. All her pride and confidence were crushed in front of this man. Impossible. She muttered to herself absent-mindedly. Nothing is impossible. Wu Liang released her and pushed her backward. Ignis staggered a few steps before managing to steady herself. She looked at Wu Liang, her eyes filled with shock and resentment. Now, do you still think your pride has any meaning? Wu Liang asked. Ignis didn't speak, but bit her lip so hard it almost bled. Looking at her defiant expression, Wu Liang's heart stirred. He knew that dealing with a woman as fiery as a wild horse required more than just suppression. He also needed to give her a goal. But Wu Liang then changed the subject. You have good talent and are worth nurturing. Ignis looked up abruptly, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes. Do you want to prove your worth? A slight smile appeared on Wu Liang's lips. It's simple, just defeat me. I will acknowledge your strength if you can beat me even once in any fair fight. And we will entrust you with the tribe's most elite warriors, forming an Ember Assault team, making you the tribe's sharpest blade. But Wu Liang's eyes became playful. If you lose, what if I lose? Ignis asked instinctively. Wu Liang slowly walked up to her and lifted her chin. If you lose, you and your Ember clan will have to burn for me, just like your name suggests. I want you to be as brave as you are on the battlefield when I ride you. Chapter 90, The Rolanders Attack Again. You're shameless. Ignis was both ashamed and angry. You'll see how shameless you are when you lose. Wu Liang shrugged dismissively. So, dare to bet. The surrounding tribespeople held their breath, watching the two people in the arena with tension. Ignis clenched her fists tightly. Her pride wouldn't allow her to back down. Okay, I'll bet you. She practically screamed it out, her voice trembling with excitement. Very good. Wu Liang nodded in satisfaction. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached. Chief! Chief! Everyone turned around and saw the scout leader, Salon, rushing towards them with a look of anxiety on his face. She still carried the scent of wind and snow, clearly having just rushed back from outside. What happened? Wu Liang frowned slightly. Salon ran up to Wu Liang, panting, and said urgently, Chief, the Rolanders are here again. Their main force is harassing us just 30 miles outside the tribe. Rolanders. These three words made everyone present turn pale. The last war was still fresh in everyone's mind. Although the Blackrock tribe won, the other tribes paid a heavy price. Wu Liang shifted his gaze from Salon to Ignis. It seems we'll have to put our bet on hold for now. His tone was flat, revealing no emotion. Ignis was stunned. She never expected this to happen at this critical juncture. Her newly raised fighting spirit and hope were as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. No, she blurted out. Our showdown. Wu Liang raised his hand to interrupt her and said coldly, Now is wartime. All personal matters must take a back seat. If you still want to prove yourself, go to the battlefield. Use the heads of the Rolanders in exchange for your glory. As for our bet, we'll talk about it after we defeat the enemy. After saying that, he ignored Ignis, who looked resentful. Turning to Salon and the others, he gave the order. Pass on my order. The tribe is to enter a state of war readiness. Akoman. Exist. Ackman immediately stepped forward, her voice loud and clear. You are responsible for staying behind to guard the tribe, strengthen defenses, and protect the tribespeople, especially the medical camp and the military workshop. Yes. Akoman answered crisply and decisively. Although she also wanted to go to the battlefield, she understood the importance of the rear and did not hesitate at all. Wu Liang said to one of his personal guards beside him, Notify Sena to immediately halt all non-urgent work at the military workshop and focus all efforts on crafting one thing for me. Wu Liang quickly finished drawing the blueprints for the skis and handed them to his guards to send to the military workshop. What is that? Salon asked curiously. Snowboards. Wu Liang smiled. With it, our soldiers can move swiftly across the snow. I'm going to form a ski squad and give those Rolanders a big surprise. Skis? Walking briskly through the snow? Everyone present was completely confused. But this man always manages to come up with something unbelievable, yet surprisingly effective. After arranging all this, Wu Liang said to Ignis again, What? Disappointed that you didn't get a chance to fight me? Ignis didn't speak, but stubbornly turned her head away. Don't rush. Wu Liang smiled knowingly. The battlefield is the best place to test a soldier. I'm really looking forward to seeing how brightly your embers can burn on the real battlefield. Don't disappoint me. Then you just wait and see. Ignis said through gritted teeth. I will show you who the strongest warrior is. I'll wait. Wu Liang smiled, turned around, and strode away. Watching his departing figure, Ignis clenched her fists tightly. Inside the military workshop, flames soared into the sky, and the clanging and hammering sounds continued day and night. Since Wu Liang gave the order, Suina has led all the craftsmen to devote all their energy to the production of skis. For her, any novel idea from Wu Liang was a brand new challenge and an excellent opportunity to prove her worth. The blueprint drawn by the leader is really strange. A young craftsman scratched his head, looking at the wooden board in his hands. Can such a simple board really allow someone to run incredibly fast in the snow? Suina slammed her hammer down on the red-hot iron bar, sparks flying everywhere. Without looking up, she shouted, If the leader says it's possible, then it definitely is. Stop talking nonsense and follow the blueprints. Choose the toughest planks, sand them smooth, and make sure the front end has a good curve. Yes, under Suina's guidance, the artisan's enthusiasm was fully ignited. On the other hand, Wu Liang selected a group of the most agile and quickest reacting soldiers to form the 1st Skiing Special Forces Unit. Most of these people come from the Wind Chaser tribe of Salon and the Ember Fire tribe of Ignis. They're naturally skilled at fast movement and surprise attacks. When the first batch of skis arrived at the training ground, everyone gathered around, curiously examining the strange wooden planks. This is it. A warrior from the Ember Fire tribe looked on with suspicion. How do I use it? Wu Liang personally demonstrated. He secured his feet to the skis, held 2 wooden poles, and effortlessly glided across the snow amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. His movements were like a ghost, and his speed was astonishing. He moved as if walking on flat ground, and when he slid down a gentle slope, he was as swift as the wind. Wow! A gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd. The soldiers' eyes lit up. Their previous doubts vanished, replaced by excitement and anticipation. Did you see that? Wu Liang stopped and addressed the crowd. That's the power of skis. The speed of warhorses might be greatly affected in heavy snow, but with this, we are ghosts in the snow. We come and go freely, killing the enemy without a trace. His words inspired the soldiers to try. Chief, teach us. I want to learn this. The training ground was bustling with activity for the next few days. Under Wu Liang's guidance, the soldiers began their skiing training. Falling down is commonplace. Many people end up with bruises and swelling, but no one complains. The soldiers gritted their teeth and climbed out of the snow again and again to continue practicing. Ignis was among them. She displayed amazing talent and was almost the first person to master skiing skills. Her figure moving through the snow was like a dancing flame, agile and elegant. But she never smiled. She was holding back a lot of anger. She wants to prove through her actions that she is stronger than anyone else. In addition to skis, Wu Liang also had Fugroy's people make a large number of white camouflage suits. When the soldiers put on their white robes and lay prone in the snow, they almost blended into their surroundings. A Snow Special Forces unit equipped with skis and wearing white camouflage uniforms took shape in just a few days. Meanwhile, Roland Empire's harassing forces were still patrolling the outskirts of the Great Wilderness Mountain. They didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack, but instead kept sending out small groups of cavalry to probe. The commander of this force was a middle-aged knight named Hall Dexter. He was tall, with a full beard, and his eyes exuded an undeniable arrogance. In his view, Roland's army's disastrous defeat last time was entirely due to the commander's stupidity. They're just a bunch of barbarians. What power could they possibly have? General, how much longer must we wait? The adjutant rubbed his hands together, breathing out cold air. This awful weather. The guys are practically frozen to death. Hall Dexter took a sip of the strong liquor from his flask and said slowly, "What's the rush? The mountains are blocked by heavy snow. They're like birds in a cage. They can't escape. Once we figure out their strengths and weaknesses, we'll take them down in one fell swoop. I will show those barbarians what the true Imperial cavalry is." Chapter 91 Surprise Attack on a Snowy Night. Hall Dexter didn't take the Blackrock tribe seriously at all. In his view, victory was only a matter of time. However, he was unaware that a large net, meticulously woven by Wu Liang, had already been quietly unfurled. That night, snow fell heavily and the world was covered in white. In the Roland camp, the campfire burned brightly, and the patrolling soldiers hunched their shoulders and strolled back and forth lazily. In their view, in this kind of weather, those barbarians would surely be shivering in their wooden tents and would never come out. Behind a snow slope outside the camp, Wu Liang and his newly formed ski team lurked like ghosts. Everyone was dressed in white camouflage clothing, blending perfectly into the snow. Wu Liang carefully observed the enemy's camp layout and patrol routes through his binoculars. His eyes were calm and sharp, like a snow wolf eyeing its prey. Ignis lurked beside him, her breathing light, but her heart pounding as if it would burst out of her chest. This was her first time participating in a battle personally commanded by Wu Liang, and she was both nervous and excited. "Take it easy." Wu Liang seemed to sense her emotions and said in a low voice without turning his head, "Remember what I taught you. Stab them like a sharp knife. But don't linger in the fight. Take out their sentries and patrols as quickly as possible, and then retreat immediately." "I'm not nervous at all. Don't worry, I know what to do." Ignis retorted defiantly. Wu Liang didn't say anything more, but simply turned his gaze back to the camp in the distance. He was waiting for the perfect moment. When a patrol team reached the very edge of the camp, in the most remote corner, Wu Liang's eyes narrowed slightly. "Now!" He gave the order to attack. "Salon, you lead a team to break in from the left flank. Ignis, you lead a squad from the right flank. Remember, a swift and decisive victory is essential." "Yes." Too low, resonant responses rang out. The next second, dozens of white figures suddenly sprang up on the snow slope, like arrows released from a bow, silently gliding towards the Roland camp. They glided across the snow at incredible speeds, making almost no sound, like a pack of ghosts hunting in the snowy night. Ignis charged ahead, her heart pounding in her chest. She gripped the dagger tightly in her hand, her sharp gaze fixed on the unsuspecting Roland patrol. When they were close enough, Ignis could even see the white breath exhaled from the other person's face because of the cold. She took a deep breath, and the power within her began to surge. Kill! With a low shout, Ignis leaped down the snow slope like a lithe female leopard. The dagger in her hand flashed a cold light in the moonlight, instantly piercing the throat of a Roland soldier. Blood gushed out, staining the pristine, white snow red. Even at the moment of his death, the soldier's face remained frozen in shock. He had no idea what had happened. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A sharp warning shout finally rang out in the silent snowy night. But it was too late. The ski troops led by Salon and Ignis were like two sharp knives, piercing the Roland people's lax defenses. Using the superior mobility provided by their skis, they moved swiftly through the camp, their weapons mercilessly reaping the lives of the enemy. Roland soldiers were jolted awake and rushed out of their tents in a chaotic frenzy, many without even having time to put on their armor. They were facing a group of elusive white ghosts. These enemies are incredibly fast, and their attacks are fierce and deadly. They would strike once and then immediately flee, giving them no chance to regroup and counterattack. Ignis was caught up in the killing frenzy, and with each swing of her dagger, a Rolander fell. This gave her an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Her gaze searched the chaotic battlefield, subconsciously looking for Wu Yang's figure. She saw it very quickly. Wu Yang, riding his warhorse, led a troop of cavalrymen who were lying in ambush and whose hooves were covered with grenades, and launched a frontal charge. He charged ahead like a war hammer, smashing fiercely into the Rolanders' newly assembled formation. What a madman! Ignis couldn't help but curse inwardly. Wu Yang's warhorse neighed and kicked up a path in the snow. He wielded his long sword with lightning speed, and wherever the blade struck, men and horses fell. Roland's formation was forcibly torn open by his single charge. He is brave, domineering, and unstoppable. Ignis's heart was struck hard. Is this man's true strength? On the training field, he was just playing around and didn't really get serious. Only now, on the real battlefield, has he revealed his terrifying and chilling power. The humiliation of being easily subdued by him before had quietly dissipated. A powerful man has a fatal attraction for a woman who admires strength. Ignis, watch out! Salan's exclamation pulled her back from her daze. An arrow shot out from nowhere, aimed directly at her face. Ignis's pupils contracted, and she quickly dodged to the side. But she was still a step too slow. The arrow grazed her cheek, leaving a stinging, bloody mark. She broke out in a cold sweat, and before she could react, 3 Roland heavy armor knights had already surrounded her in a triangular formation. Capture this barbarian woman. The general wants her alive. The lead knight shouted. Ignis's heart sank. She was so engrossed in the fighting that she unknowingly broke away from the main force and found herself surrounded. She gripped the dagger tightly, ready to fight to the death. Just then, a rapid sound of horses' hooves approached from afar, like rolling thunder. Get out of my way! With a loud shout, Wu Yang charged forward like a god descending from heaven. He didn't even use a knife. Instead, he spurred his horse and charged directly at one of the knights. With a loud bang, the heavily armored knight and his horse were sent flying, rolling several times on the snow, spitting out blood. The other 2 knights were terrified. Before they could react, Wu Yang leaped off his horse, spun in midair, and kicked their helmets with both feet. Click! Neck fracture. The 2 elite Roland knights screamed and died on the spot. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. Ignis stared blankly at Wu Yang, who had landed in front of her, momentarily forgetting where she was. This man saved her again. Wu Yang glanced at the restless enemies around him and gave a low shout. What are you waiting for? Mount up. Chapter 92, Ignis's Return. Warhorses neighed, their iron hooves shattering the snow and the tranquility. Wu Yang pulled Ignis out of the snow. He forcefully threw her directly onto his horse. You! Just as Ignis was about to struggle, a hot, masculine scent mixed with the smell of blood hit her. She lay prone on the broad back of the horse. Hold on tight. Wu Yang gave a low shout and held the reins with one hand. Ignis gritted her teeth, her heart pounding, her body going limp. On that handsome and masculine face, there was no trace of pity or mockery, only icy killing intent and absolute focus. His eyes, like those of an eagle, were fixed on a Roland officer in the distance, surrounded by his guards, who was trying to reorganize his formation. Kill! Wu Yang shouted, and his warhorse let out a long neigh. With a sudden burst of power from its 4 hooves, it charged straight toward the command center of the Roland army, like a black arrow. That's their general. Ignis got excited and screamed. That was the enemy commander, surrounded by at least dozens of heavily armored knights. As he charged forward alone on horseback, Ignis was thrilled by Wu Liang's bravery. However, Wu Liang enjoyed her scream. The warhorse beneath him seemed to understand his will, nimbly dodging through the chaotic battlefield without slowing down in the slightest. Stop him! Protect the general! The Roland soldiers in front finally reacted, and several knights, wielding lances, roared as they charged forward. Ignis was thrilled, and an exaggerated, excited smile appeared on her face. This feeling almost made her realize that she was a born warrior, that she loved the battlefield, and that she absolutely adored the feeling of Wu Liang holding her down as she killed the enemy. Exciting. Awesome. Ignis couldn't help but shout it out. Wu Liang didn't even look at the charging knights. With lightning speed, he drew his sword from his waist. Without even looking, he swung his hand backward. Whoosh! A flash of extremely fast, cold light streaked past. The two knights at the forefront were instantly cleaved in two, horse and all. Hot blood and entrails, mixed with shattered armor, were splattered all over the ground. The warhorses charged relentlessly through the pool of blood, splashing blood droplets that hit Ignis's face, warm and sticky. She was both horrified and agitated. What terrifying power this is! Those are knights in iron armor. Wu Liang cut him down with a single stroke. In a moment she was distracted. Wu Liang had already rushed in front of Hall Dexter. General Roland still wore a hint of contempt and arrogance on his face, as if he couldn't believe that a barbarian would dare to charge at him alone. He raised his steel longsword, ready to deal with this reckless fool. However, Wu Liang was faster than him. Wu Liang's sword drew a bright arc in the air, striking first despite being slower than the opponent. Clang! With a sharp crack, Hall Dexter's longsword snapped in two. No! Hall Dexter's face instantly froze, turning into extreme fear. Wu Liang's blade did not pause. It continued downwards, slashing straight down from the top of his helmet. Puffed. There were no screams, no struggles. Hall Dexter, along with his sturdy helmet and head, was cleaved in two by Wu Liang's blade. All Roland soldiers who witnessed this scene, whether they were already fighting or preparing to charge, were present. They all froze in place for a moment. Their general was chopped down like firewood with a single stroke. General Dix is dead. General Hall Dexter is dead. Run! Someone let out a desperate cry. This shout was like a spark, instantly causing an uproar among all the Roland soldiers. The general is dead. Run! These barbarians are devils. They are devils. Roland's army lines collapsed instantly. The soldiers threw down their weapons and turned to run away without a second thought, wishing they had been born with two more legs. The once well-organized military formation instantly turned into a chaotic rout. Ha ha! Wu Liang stood amidst the thousands of troops, watching the fleeing enemies, and let out a hearty laugh of extreme joy. Laughter echoed across the vast snowfield, filled with domineering and arrogant energy. Hearing this made Ignis's blood boil and surge with passion. This man single-handedly captured the flag and routed a regular army. If it's a man like that, she's willing to dedicate her loyalty to him. Just as Ignis was lost in thought, Wu Liang's laughter abruptly stopped. He lowered his head, his hot breath brushing against her earlobe. Now it's our turn. Ignis felt a tightening around her waist, followed by a sharp, tearing sound. She looked down and saw that her leather armor had been torn open, revealing her skin. What are you going to do? Ignis felt a surge of excitement, but she was also instinctively somewhat panicked. Fulfill the bet. Wu Liang's voice carried an unquestionable command. Ignis, such a beautiful day shouldn't be wasted. You bastard. We're on the battlefield. Ignis was breathing rapidly. She felt like she was going crazy. Is he really going to stay here? The battlefield is much more exciting, isn't it? Wu Liang let out a low laugh, a laugh that shook Ignis's heart. The surrounding soldiers tactfully avoided eye contact, pretending to be busy cleaning up the battlefield. Only Sao Lan watched this scene from afar, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She watched as Wu Liang, in a lull between killings, lowered his head and did something to the woman in his arms. Her cheeks inexplicably felt hot, and her breathing became somewhat rapid. Warhorses galloped across the snow, and Wu Liang's blade relentlessly reaped the lives of deserters. On horseback, only jolting and sobbing remained. Ding! Target Ignis's willpower defense has collapsed. Submission level plus 30%. Ding! Submission level plus 20%. As Wu Liang rode his horse through the night, he looked down at the woman in his arms. Her fiery red hair was disheveled, her face was flushed, and her eyes were unfocused, losing all focus. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the first bloodline link with the high-potential target Ignis, triggering the conquest reward. Task evaluation, perfect. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1. Double the stamina consumed by the host. Reward 2. Acquire double the target's racial talent. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Flame Affinity LV16. Reward 3. Learn the fire-type combat skill Ember Dance. Reward 4. Unlock the alchemical gunpowder and incendiary weapons branches in the military technology tree. A series of system notifications rang in Wu Yang's mind. Wu Yang quickly recovered his physical and mental strength to its peak and even surpassed it. What surprised him even more was that he could clearly feel that his perception and control over the fire element had been explosively enhanced. Dance of Embers. Wu Yang had a sudden thought. A cluster of orange-red flames appeared out of thin air in his palm, dancing merrily like a little sprite with life. He could feel that he could control the shape and temperature of the flame at will. Ember Dance is a complete set of combat techniques that utilize fire for both attack and defense. With a little practice, he can become a true master of fire. Unlocking technologies like alchemy gunpowder and incendiary weapons further fueled his excitement. This means that the Blackrock tribe's military strength will soon experience a qualitative leap. The realization of weapons such as muskets, cannons, and incendiary bombs will become possible. Chapter 93. The water was cold, but I was very hot. The clamor of battle gradually subsided. The mountains and fields were filled with the excited cheers and shouts of the Black Rock tribe warriors. On the snow-covered plains, weapons, armor, and a mess left behind by Roland soldiers during their hasty escape were scattered everywhere. Wu Yang pulled on the reins, and his warhorse snorted and stopped. Ignis lay quietly on his chest, breathing softly. Her eyes were glazed over, and her long, fiery red hair clung messily to her sweaty cheeks. Wu Yang casually draped his cloak over Ignis, covering her up. Ignis. Wu Yang's voice rang in her ears. From this moment on, you and your Emberfire tribe will burn for me. Ignis trembled slightly, but did not speak. She simply nodded very subtly. Wu Yang patted her back with satisfaction. Leader. Salan's voice came from not far away. She led a few soldiers and escorted a group of prisoners over. Finished cleaning? Wu Yang asked. It's all cleaned up, Chief. Salan's gaze swept over Ignis, and she pointed to the prisoners behind her, saying, most of the enemy were wiped out. Only these survivors are captured. There's another one whose identity is unusual. Wu Yang looked in the direction she pointed. Among the prisoners, one figure stood out. She was a girl who looked only 16 or 17 years old. She was dressed in magnificent but tattered aristocratic attire, and her brilliant blonde hair shone brightly in the firelight. Even with her face covered in dirt, her exquisite, doll-like appearance was still undeniable. Her skin was so white it was almost translucent, and her sky-blue eyes were filled with terror and stubbornness as she stared intently at the Black Rock tribe warriors around her. Compared to the other prisoners who were trembling with fear, she, despite her fear, still tried her best to straighten her back and maintain her last shred of dignity. Who is she? Wu Yang asked. We got it from a dying knight. Salan replied. Her name is Anya Merlin, and she is the daughter of the Lord of Ironclad Fortress. The daughter of the Lord of Tai Fortress? Wu Yang raised an eyebrow. Ironclad Fortress was the largest fortress of the Roland Empire on the outskirts of the Great Wilderness Mountains. How could the daughter of a city lord end up in the camp of a vanguard? Was he out here to experience life? Just as he was sizing up the blonde girl, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! S-Class potential target Anya Merlin detected. Target, Anya Merlin, daughter of the Lord of Ironclad Fortress. Potential rating, S rank. Racial talent, Heart of the Elements LV9. Extremely high affinity for all magical elements, making learning magic twice as effective and extremely fast mana regeneration. Conquest rewards. Successfully conquering and completing the first bloodline link will grant double the racial talent and a chance to learn the special skill Mana Source. Significantly increases maximum mana and mana regeneration speed. A brand new magic technology tree will also be unlocked. S rank. Magic technology tree. Wu Yang's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes instantly turned fiery. He never expected that this night raid would bring such a huge surprise. Magic Tower, Alchemy Workshop, Enchanted Weapons, Teleportation Array. These things that only exist in legends may become reality through this technology tree. Wu Yang's gaze towards Anya instantly changed. That's the look in a hunter's eyes when he sees his top prey. Anya felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze, and shouted. Her voice filled with bravado, but her heart was filled with fear. You barbarians! What do you want? I'm warning you. My father is the Lord of Ironclad Fortress. If you dare lay a finger on me, he will absolutely not let you get away with it. Her voice trembled slightly with fear, but her tone remained haughty. Ah, the city lord's daughter? Wu Yang let out a sneer. He spurred his warhorse and slowly walked up to Anya, looking down at her. So what? Right now, you're just my spoils of war. After saying that, he winked at Salon. Take her with you, and keep a close watch on her. We're going back to the tribe. Yes. The army returned in triumph. On the road to victory, night had fallen. After the main force set up camp, Wu Liang went alone to the small river next to the camp. The night was as still as water. Moonlight spilled onto the unfrozen, gently flowing river, creating shimmering, sparkling reflections. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, Wu Liang removed his shirt, revealing his bronze-colored, muscular upper body, and waded into the icy river water, thoroughly washing away the blood and grime from his body. The previous battle, plus the overtime match with Ignis, had left him drenched in sweat. Chief, you were truly impressive tonight. Wu Liang opened his eyes and saw Salon standing by the river, her long legs looking exceptionally beautiful in the moonlight. She took off her leather armor and put on a simple linen skirt that accentuated her vibrant figure. Why are you here? Wu Liang was somewhat surprised. Salon didn't answer, but stared straight at him with a bold and direct look in her eyes. I saw you in Ignis. She spoke, biting her lip lightly. Wu Liang paused, then a playful smile appeared on his lips. So what if you saw it? I also want to try that taste. Salan's answer surprised Wu Liang for a moment. Then he burst into laughter. He suddenly found himself appreciating the woman's straightforwardness. Have you thought this through? This water is very cold. Wu Liang looked at her, his eyes becoming deep. But I'm so hot. Salon raised her head, her eyes resolute. Ha ha, great. I won't go easy on you. A blush rose on Salan's cheeks, but her eyes became even more determined. She didn't speak, but silently unloaded her burdens and the triangular basket. As she slowly stepped into the icy river, she walked step by step toward Wu Liang. Come over. Wu Liang extended his hand to her. Salon grabbed it without hesitation, and the next second, she was pulled into his arms by a tremendous force. The icy river water contrasted sharply with the scalding heat of the two people. Unlike the brutality of conquering Ignis, and also unlike the tenderness of comforting Fugloa, Wu Liang was unusually gentle in response to Salan's initiative. Under the cover of night, the river water splashed and rippled. Salon was equally unyielding. At times, she even wants to take the lead. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the first bloodline link with a high potential target Salon, triggering the conquest reward. Task evaluation, perfect. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1. Double the stamina consumed by the host. Reward 2. Obtain double the target's racial talent, and upgrade Swift Step LV7 to Swift Step LV14. Reward 3. Host agility attribute greatly enhanced. Reward 4. Military tech tree unlocks. Scout special operations and Scout advanced stealth branches. Chapter 94 Loria's Thoughts. Winter goes and spring comes, and all things revive. The great wilderness mountains have shed their thick snow and donned a new green coat. Under Wu Liang's leadership, the Black Rock tribe entered an unprecedented period of rapid development. Inside the military workshop, Suena led the craftsmen to begin attempting to manufacture more precise parts after they had a basic grasp of the principles of the steam engine. Although they failed countless times, each failure brought them one step closer to success. Research into alchemical gunpowder and incendiary weapons was also put on the agenda. The blueprints and theories provided by Wu Liang opened a door to a new world for them. In the medical camp, Alessa's medical system was already taking shape. She not only trained a group of qualified medical staff. Furthermore, they began to utilize the knowledge provided by Wu Liang to attempt to systematically classify and cultivate herbs, resulting in a significant improvement in the health of the tribe members. Under the overall coordination of Fibroya, the head housekeeper, everything in the logistics department was running smoothly. She guided her people in making large quantities of dried meat, cured meat, and canned goods, resulting in an unprecedented abundance of food reserved for the tribe. The refined snowflake salt has become an important strategic resource for the tribe. The Ember Assault Team, assembled by Ignis, became the tribe's most elite fighting force. They are equipped with the latest weapons, trained day and night, and are highly motivated to fight. The conquest on the battlefield led her to devote all her passion to training and her loyalty to Wu Liang. Salan Scout Team has also expanded several times over. Their reconnaissance range has extended to every corner of the great wilderness mountains, bringing back a steady stream of important intelligence. This spring, the Black Rock tribe also ushered in a great event. Eliza's belly grew bigger day by day, and Wu Liang received a system notification that Eliza was actually pregnant with twins, which made Wu Liang extremely excited. Since the female leaders of these tribes all became Wu Liang's women one after another. They shine in their respective fields and have become an indispensable core force of the tribe. Every night, Wu Liang's room is always the liveliest place. These women, each with their own distinct personality and charm, will take turns or meet together. Through their shared relationship with men, they conducted research on the origins of life, creating a wondrous and harmonious balance within the upper echelons of the Blackrock tribe. However, amidst this thriving scene, one person was forgotten in a corner. That is Loria, the leader of the pastoral tribe. Loria is the youngest of all the leaders. In today's rapidly developing tribe, she feels that Wu Liang seems to have completely forgotten about her, seeing that everyone else had won Wu Liang's favor. However, Wu Liang never made any move towards her, the most obedient Loria. In the dead of night, she saw the other female leaders enter Wu Liang's room one by one. Hearing the faint sounds of laughter coming from inside, a sense of abandonment and intense self-doubt began to gnaw at her heart. Am I really that useless? Am I not good-looking enough? Am I not good-looking enough? Does Chief Wu Liang dislike me? Loria curled up in her room, hugging her knees and burying her face in them. She has an adorable, childlike face and a petite yet voluptuous figure. She feels she should be extremely attractive. But now, she feels utterly worthless. This feeling of gain and loss caused her to gradually lose weight and become depressed. Her changes were noticed by the observant Figueroa. That day, Figueroa made a special trip to the ranch and found Loria nursing a lamb. Loria, what's wrong with you lately? You don't seem to be in any good spirits. Figueroa asked gently. Her soft tone always reassuring, she said. When Loria saw it was her nose tingled with emotion. But he shook his head and forced a smile. No, it's nothing, Sister Figueroa. You still say it's nothing? Figueroa sat down beside her and gently patted her back. Look at you, you've lost so much weight. If you have anything on your mind, tell your sister. Don't keep it to yourself. Under Figueroa's gentle gaze, Loria's defenses finally crumbled. Sister Figueroa, with a sob in her voice, she poured out all her grievances. Why? Why is Lord Wu Liang? Does he think I'm too stupid and useless, which is why he doesn't want me? Listening to Loria's intermittent sobs, Fuglo sighed. She had already seen the problem. That man, like the sun in the sky, attracted the attention of all the women. To be conquered by him is the greatest recognition. It's clear that Loria, this simple-minded girl, has gotten herself into a rut. Silly girl, you're overthinking it. Figueroa put her arm around her trembling shoulders and comforted her softly. Lord Wu Liang is not that kind of person. He has so many things to deal with every day. The tribe is so big, and he has to worry about everything. Maybe I was just busy and forgot. Really? Loria raised her tear-filled face and looked at her with a mixture of belief and doubt. Of course it's true. Figueroa wiped away her tears. But in her heart, she was thinking that the man probably didn't forget. He did it on purpose. Having spent so much time together, she knew Wu Liang all too well. This man is too good at manipulating people's hearts. He conquered a fiery spirit like Ignis with forceful methods. As for Loria, a delicate little rabbit, he used the cold approach. She fell into anxiety and longing, and eventually came to him of her own accord. He's a man who's evil to the core. With these thoughts in mind, Figueroa had an idea. How about this? Figueroa stood up and said to Loria, Tonight, I've arranged a special meeting for you and Lord Wu Liang. If you have any grievances or anything on your mind, why don't you tell him directly to his face? I dare not. Upon hearing that she would have to face Wu Liang alone, Loria immediately backed down. What's there to be afraid of? Figueroa feigned sternness. You are also a tribal chief. If this continues, what will your people think of you when they see you like this? Do you want to live like this forever? Fugloa's words struck a nerve with Loria. She bit her lip and finally made up her mind. Okay, I'll listen to Sister Figueroa. As night fell, the moonlight poured down like mercury, bathing the entire ranch in a hazy, silver glow. The air was filled with the fragrance of grass and earth, and the distant mooing of cattle and sheep added to the tranquility. Loria stood awkwardly by the ranch fence, her hands tightly twisting the hem of her clothes. Her heart was pounding, and her palms were sweaty. Figueroa had told her that Wu Liang would be coming to inspect the ranch tonight, and asked her to wait there. Is this really a good opportunity? Will he find me annoying? What should I say to him? Loria's mind was a complete mess. Just as she was lost in thought, a tall figure appeared on the ranch path, walking slowly toward her. It's Wu Liang. In chapter 95, he really came. Loria's heart leaped in her throat, and she nervously covered her mouth. She instinctively tried to hide, but Wu Liang was already in front of her. Loria, why are you still here so late? Wu Liang's voice remained calm, as always, revealing no emotion whatsoever. Mimi. Loria lowered her head, not daring to look Wu Liang in the eye. I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a walk. Yeah. Wu Liang's gaze fell on her thin face, and he asked with concern. Loria, you seem to have lost a lot of weight lately. Is something bothering you? His tone was gentle, like that of an older brother. But it was just such an ordinary sentence that caused Loria's emotions to suddenly collapse. She could no longer hold back her tears and began to sob. Leader Wu Liang. Loria's voice trembled with sobs, her words choked with emotion. Wu Liang didn't say anything. He just watched her cry quietly. Some emotions need to be released by her. Just then, a light rain began to fall from the sky. Why? Loria raised her tear-streaked face and looked directly into Wu Liang's eyes. Why are you calling Ignis and Suena? They can all become your women. They all received your approval, except for me. Chief Wu Liang, do you think I'm the most useless one, which is why you've been ignoring me? Loria shouted out all the grievances she had been holding in. Wu Liang looked at her and gently wiped away the tears and rain from her face. His movements were very gentle. You silly little thing. His voice was exceptionally clear in the rainy night. Do you think I've forgotten you? Loria was stunned and looked at him in confusion. You're wrong. Wu Liang's hand slid down her cheek and pinched her delicate chin. I haven't forgotten you. I'm waiting for you. Wait for me. Loria was even more confused. That's right. I'll be waiting for you. Wu Liang smiled gently, his fingers lightly stroking her cheek. I've been waiting for you to come to me. Because I believe you will come. Leader Wu Liang. Loria was surprised but also delighted. So it turns out he didn't hate me. It's not that he looks down on me, he's just waiting for me. A tremendous sense of joy and happiness instantly filled her heart, making her almost dizzy. Leader. She stared at Wu Liang intently. Don't call me leader. Wu Liang lowered his head, his hot breath spraying on her face. Call me by my name. Wu Liang. Loria's voice was barely audible, and her cheeks were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. But you bad guy. Loria was overjoyed, ashamed, and angry all at once, weakly pounding his chest with her small fists. I'm a bad guy. Wu Liang grabbed her mischievous little hand, pulled her into his arms, and hugged her tightly. A villain who's only bad to you. He lowered his head and kissed her still chattering little mouth. All of Loria's protests and words were silenced. Her mind went blank, and she could only passively endure the man's domineering and passionate kiss. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The rain soaked their clothes, which clung tightly to their bodies, outlining their silhouettes. After the kiss ended, Loria slumped into Wu Liang's arms. Do you still think I don't want you now? Wu Liang whispered in her ear, his warm breath tickling her ear. Loria buried her face in his chest in embarrassment, not daring to speak, and just kept shaking her head. That's good. Wu Liang scooped Loria up in his arms and, ignoring her gasps, strode toward the shed deep in the pasture filled with hay. What is Chief Wu Liang doing? Loria asked in a panic. What are you doing? Wu Liang looked down at her, a wolf-like smile spreading across his face. Of course, I'll eat you, you little white rabbit who came to my doorstep. No, not here. Loria let out one last, faint protest. Ignoring her protests, Wu Liang kicked open the simple wooden door of the shed and carried Loria inside. Want me? Is it okay? Yes. Outside, a light drizzle was falling. Inside the shed, the haystacks were soft and warm. The rain pattered outside, and inside the shed, the hay rustled. With a suppressed scream, the little white rabbit was completely eaten by the big bad wolf. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight shone through the cracks in the shed, the downpour had just stopped. To his surprise, the little white rabbit, though timid, was actually the most mischievous. Soon, the long-awaited system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the first bloodline link with a high-potential target, Loria, triggering the conquest reward. Task evaluation, perfect. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1. Double the stamina consumed by the host. Reward 2. Acquire double the target's racial talent. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Beast Affinity LV12. Reward 3. Gain the special skill, Heart of Nature. Allows deep communication with animals, soothing their emotions and slightly promoting their growth. Reward 4. Agricultural Technology Tree. Level 2 Module. Advanced Livestock. Unlocks the livestock gene selection and large-scale farming branches. The system's rewards arrived as scheduled. Wu Liang felt a warm current spread through his limbs and bones, and the fatigue of last night was swept away. Even more remarkably, he felt an unprecedented sense of closeness to the natural environment around him. He could even vaguely hear the indistinct emotions of the cattle and sheep outside, the Sheeta mixture of contentment, languor, and hunger. This is the magical ability brought about by harmony with all beasts and the heart of nature. The unlocking of the Advanced Animal Husbandry Technology Tree has given wings to the development of the tribe's animal husbandry industry. Genetic optimization means that livestock can be bred to produce more meat, better milk, and have stronger reproductive capabilities. Large-scale farms can solve a series of problems such as hygiene, feed, and management. Meat, eggs, and dairy products from the Black Rock tribe will no longer be luxuries. Wu Liang smiled with satisfaction. Loria was still asleep, curled up like a docile lamb. Her lips curled up slightly, carrying a sweet smile. It seems that the little girl's worries have been completely resolved. Wu Liang bent down and gently kissed her smooth forehead, then quietly got up, dressed, and left the shed. In the days that followed, Loria seemed like a completely different person. No longer do I have to be frowning and anxious all day long. She transformed back into that innocent, carefree, and energetic little girl. She always had a sweet smile on her face, and her eyes were filled with undisguised admiration and affection when she looked at Wu Liang. With the guidance of Wu Liang's advanced animal husbandry knowledge, she devoted herself to the work of the ranch with great enthusiasm, selecting and breeding superior breeds, planning breeding areas, and formulating feed. Seeing their leader regain his spirits, the members of the pastoral tribe were also full of energy. With this, all 8 tribes of the Great Wilderness Mountain were integrated. All the female leaders of Blackrock, Bloodfawn, Emberfire, Thresh, Windchaser, Moonspring, Saltmarsh, and Pastoral Song became Wu Liang's women. With the complete submission of these female leaders, the tribes they represented truly and wholeheartedly integrated into the Blackrock family. Wu Liang seized this opportunity and carried out a reform of profound significance. He officially announced the cancellation of the original tribal designations. Chapter 96, Wu Liang's Special Troubles. From now on, all members of the tribe, regardless of which tribe they come from, will have only one identity: the Black Rock tribe. This decision initially caused some minor ripples, as each tribe has its own traditions and sense of belonging. But soon, these sounds disappeared, because Wu Liang did not deprive anyone of their benefits, but instead improved everyone's life through a more reasonable division of departments and integration of resources. The entire Great Wilderness Mountain truly united as one, becoming a powerful whole with shared beliefs and goals. With the unification and stability of the tribe, various mineral resources were continuously explored and developed. Under Sui Na's leadership, the smelting technology of the military workshop developed rapidly, and ironware and various metal products became more and more abundant. It not only equipped the military, but also began to spread to all aspects of production and life. The entire Great Wilderness Mountain presented a bustling and prosperous scene. However, new troubles followed. This trouble came from Wu Liang's backyard. With the increasing number of women, how to distribute their affections equally became a headache for Wu Liang. As the woman who was one of the first to follow him and the former leader of Blackrock, Wei Xian held a superior position, so naturally no one dared to compete with her. Eliza was also pregnant with twins and was receiving a lot of care. Alessa is gentle and unassuming, always offering Wu Liang the most tender comfort when he is most exhausted. Figueroa is mature, steady, and understanding. Not only did she manage the tribe's logistics perfectly, but she also often played the role of peacemaker, mediating various minor conflicts within the harem. Loria and Salon, as new additions, are both adorable in their own ways. One is delicate and affectionate, while the other is cheerful and straightforward. Suena spent all her time in the military workshop, sweating profusely. What troubled Wu Liang the most were Komen and Ignis. Akman has a strong and straightforward personality, which was understandable given her previous relationships with Vision and Eliza. Now that so many women have suddenly appeared to share Wu Liang with her, she is naturally extremely unhappy. Ignis, on the other hand, is a wild horse that has just been tamed and is now at her most clingy stage. She transformed her admiration and love for Wu Liang into constant following and domineering possession. As a result, a fierce battle for possession would take place at Wu Liang's residence every day. Wu Liang is mine tonight. None of you can take him from me. Akman stood with her hands on her hips, like a tigress asserting her dominance. On what grounds? Igni retorted without backing down. She was still wearing her training clothes, with her hands on her hips. I've had a long day of training and need the leader's comfort tonight. Didn't you already do that yesterday? Yesterday is yesterday. Today is today. I don't care. He has to be with me tonight. Dream on. Let's fight if you dare, and whoever wins keeps it. Fine, let's fight. I'm not afraid of you. The two women started fighting in the yard, making a lot of noise. One was wielding a battle axe, the other a long spear, and they were having a great time fighting. The surrounding guards were dumbfounded, yet dared not step forward to dissuade them. Wu Liang sat in his room, listening to the commotion outside, and rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Well, he sighed helplessly. Too many people can sometimes be a burden. He stood up, pushed open the door, and said helplessly, "All right, stop fighting, come inside." The sounds of fighting in the courtyard suddenly stopped. Akoman and Ignis exchanged a glance, both revealing smug smiles. Then they snorted at each other and turned their heads away. Looking at their expressions, Wu Liang could only shake his head helplessly once again. It's quite difficult to treat everyone equally. With the complete unification and integration of the Great Wilderness Mountain, the tribe's strength increased day by day. In the previous battle against the Roland Empire, they not only displayed their might, but also captured a large number of war horses, excellent armor and weapons, and hundreds of Roland's soldiers as prisoners. How to deal with these prisoners became a new problem. As slaves, they had no choice but to work. Regardless of whether Wu Liang has new ideas, these Roland soldiers were all young and strong men who had undergone rigorous training. After the tribe grew stronger, many people needed to be appeased. With so many people, it's impossible for Wu Liang to complete the population expansion plan by himself. Even if Superman came, he would be weak in the knees and foam at the mouth. Therefore, Wu Liang decided to turn these Roland captives into part of the Blackrock tribe. The most direct and effective way is to let them marry women from the tribe and have offspring with tribal blood. In this way, within 2 generations, they will be completely integrated into this place. Moreover, the large number of women in the tribe, over time, creates a situation where there are too many women and not enough men, which also seriously affect population growth. Wu Liang raised his idea at a high-level meeting. Therefore, I have decided to distribute these Roland captives to women in the tribe who do not yet have partners. If they want, they can choose a man they find pleasing to the eye as their partner. Wu Liang announced. However, his words were met with unexpected and strong opposition. The first person to stand up in opposition was surprisingly Old Wula, a craftsman from the military workshop. Chief, I disagree. Old Wula stepped forward. Her dark face was full of wrinkles, but her eyes were exceptionally firm. The children born to the women of our Blackrock tribe must have your blood flowing in their veins. We are only willing to bear children for you. Her words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. That's right. Sister Ula is right. We don't want those Roland barbarians. Our bodies and bloodlines belong only to our leader. In the meeting room, all the female representatives of the tribe expressed their strong opposition. Their eyes were filled with fervor and devotion as they looked at Wu Liang. In their eyes, Wu Liang was the god of the tribe. To bear children for God is their highest glory. And what right do those defeated men, those foreign men, have to possess them? Wu Liang was stunned. Looking at these excited women, he felt completely overwhelmed. Ahem, Old Ula, don't get involved and cause trouble. Wu Liang cleared his throat, attempting to explain. Listen to me, everyone. My energy is limited. The growth of the tribe's population requires everyone's joint efforts. We are not afraid. We can wait. Old Wula stiffened his neck and said loudly, Chief, you're so strong. You can definitely satisfy all of us. We're willing to line up. Yes, we're willing to wait in line. Wu Liang was completely speechless. Q, are you kidding me? There are several thousand single women in the tribe. Even if it were a diamond-hard superalloy pestle, it would still be ground into a needle if it worked 24 hours a day without rest. Besides, that would take forever to get booked. Moreover, he is not an emotionless seed sewing machine. Wei Zian and Eliza, along with several of his women, looked at him with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. They were both proud of Wu Liang's popularity among their clansmen and helpless about the out-of-control situation. All right, quiet down. Chapter 97. Beating you is too lenient. Wei Zian stepped forward. As the chieftain, she held considerable prestige among her people. The chief's decision is for the long-term development of the tribe. We understand how you feel, but the future of the tribe cannot depend on the chief alone. However, this time, even Wei Zian's words were of no use. Great chief, we respect you, but on this matter, we cannot back down. Old Wula's attitude was unusually firm. This is our bottom line as Blackrock women. Yes, the bottom line. Looking at this group of women who were determined to be loyal to Wu Liang felt unprecedented pressure. Alexander. The meeting ended unhappily. Wu Liang's plan failed. He returned to his room and paced back and forth restlessly. What on earth are these women thinking? He couldn't help but complain. They're thinking of you. Figueroa walked in carrying a bowl of calming herbal tea and said with a smile, You are now the dream lover of all the women in our tribe, the only object of their affection. It would be more painful for you to make them accept other men now than to kill them. But this isn't a solution. Wu Liang took the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. I can't leave you alone. He stopped halfway through his sentence, a pained expression on his face. It seems that for the sake of the tribe's development, I have no choice but to sacrifice my personal interests for the greater good. Wu Liang said with a tragic expression. Figueroa was amused by his smug, self-satisfied expression and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. All right, stop pretending. You got off easy, but you'd better take it easy and not really wear yourself out. Don't worry. Don't you know my body? Wu Liang pulled Figueroa into his arms and smiled maliciously. I'm really angry right now. So for the future of the tribe, Figueroa, why don't you make a contribution first? Hey, although the plan failed, life must go on. In order not to disappoint his people and to increase the tribe's population, Wu Liang had to do everything himself. He created a detailed schedule, limiting the number of people who would receive the gifts each night. At first, Wu Liang found it quite novel and enjoyable. After all, the people in the tribe are all healthy and full of energy, each with their own unique style. Moreover, each time a gift is bestowed, it will advance the technology tree by 1 point. But as time went on, he began to lose interest and felt powerless. If this continues, I'll die young. Wu Liang lay in bed, feeling completely drained. Fortunately, the tribe's people seem to have noticed his hard work. It's truly unbearable to see our beloved leader working so hard. So, in private, some women began to secretly make contact with the Roland captives. They weren't doing it for themselves, but to lighten Wu Liang's burden. The leader is working too hard. We can't add to his burden. Yes, although I don't like those Rolanders, I'm willing to share some of the burden with the leader. Let's do it for the sake of the tribe. Driven by this idea, a small group of people began to try to form families with Roland captives who were reasonably good-looking and had relatively mild personalities. Wu Liang was relieved and breathed a long sigh of relief. They are still reasonable. However, there are diehard fans like old Ula who are stubborn and unwavering in their beliefs. They would rather remain single for life than accept any man other than Wu Liang. This still gave Wu Liang a terrible headache. While Wu Liang was busy, he did not forget Anya Merlin. This blonde, blue-eyed imperial noblewoman was placed under house arrest, but was provided with excellent living conditions and food. Wu Liang assigned someone to take care of her daily life, except that she could not go too far from the room. Her living conditions can be described as very comfortable and affluent. However, Anya clearly did not appreciate Wu Liang's good intentions. From the day she was captured, she never gave anyone a kind look. She neither eats nor drinks, refuses to communicate with anyone, and spends her days sitting in her room with her knees drawn up to her chest, hostile to everyone who comes near her. His entire face practically screamed, "Keep out." "Chief, that Roland woman spilled the food that was delivered again today." The female soldier in charge of guarding the area reported to Wu Liang, her face full of helplessness. She also said that the things we savages make are so bad that even pigs and dogs wouldn't eat them. Yeah. Wu Liang raised an eyebrow. Looks like they're not hungry enough. He put down the design drawings in his hand and stood up. Let's go see our distinguished Miss Roland. When Wu Liang entered the room, Anya was huddled warily in the corner. Upon seeing that it was Wu Liang, she immediately shouted angrily, "You barbarian leader, what are you doing here?" Wu Liang ignored her shouting and simply looked around the room. The house was very clean, with soft animal hides on the floor and a bunch of wildflowers picked by someone in the corner. "It seems they've taken good care of you," Wu Liang said calmly. "I don't need your fake concern. Anya shall defiantly. Kill me if you dare. I, Anya Merlin, will never submit to a bunch of barbarians." "Kill you?" Wu Liang turned around and walked towards her step by step. "That's too cheap for you. Miss Anya, you are an important trophy for me. I still have many uses for you." His approach made Anya feel a great sense of pressure. She instinctively tried to back away, but there was only a cold wall behind her. "Don't come any closer." Anya screamed in terror and grabbed a pillow from beside her, throwing it at Wu Liang. Wu Liang didn't even turn his head, easily reaching out to catch the pillow. He walked up to Anya and looked down at her. Wu Liang's eyes held a hint of amusement. "She has quite a temper, but I like it." Wu Liang chuckled and reached out to grab her chin. However, just as his hand was about to touch Anya, the woman actually opened her mouth and bit Wu Liang's hand hard. Wu Liang reacted extremely quickly, flipping his wrist and slapping the other hand with a loud crack. Anya was knocked over and fell onto the bed. "You dare hit me? My father has never hit me." Anya covered her face, her eyes reddening. "Hitting you is too lenient. You dare to bite?" Wu Liang snorted coldly. He doesn't need to be polite to this kind of woman. Anya's wrist was gripped tightly by him, and she couldn't move. She was so anxious that tears were about to come out of her eyes. She waved her other hand wildly, kicking and hitting, while cursing. "Let me go. You bastard. You demon." Wu Liang was amused by her fierce and aggressive demeanor. With a little force, he twisted Anya's hands behind her back and pressed her against the wall. "I'll ask you one more time. Are you going to eat or not?" Chapter 98, Unlocking the Magic Technology Tree. "I won't eat. Anya, would rather starve to death than eat a single bite of your food." Anya turned her head to the side and said stubbornly, "Very good." Wu Liang nodded. "You're so stubborn. I love dealing with stubborn people. Since you refuse to eat by yourself, I'll have to feed you myself. What do you want to do?" An ominous premonition welled up in Anya's heart. Wu Liang did not answer her. He turned and gave instructions to the female soldier outside the door. "Go and bring me the best bottle of liquor from my room, and also prepare some dried meat." The items were delivered very quickly. Wu Liang held a wine bottle in one hand and a hard piece of jerky in the other, a kind smile on his face. Come on, be good, open your mouth. He pried open Anya's mouth and forced a mouthful of strong liquor down her throat. Cough, cough, cough. The pungent liquor made Anya cough violently, tears streaming down her face, her little face turning bright red. She had never drunk such strong liquor before, and it felt like her throat was on fire. Before she could catch her breath, Wu Liang shoved that incredibly hard piece of jerky into her mouth again. Anya tried desperately to spit out the jerky, but Wu Liang held her chin, making it impossible for her to move. Swallow it. Wu Liang gave the order. Anya glared at him angrily and stubbornly shook her head. The jerky was dry and hard, and it was impossible to chew it. Not swallowing? Wu Liang smiled. I have plenty of ways. He picked up the bottle again and gulped down another mouthful of strong liquor at Anya's mouth. With the softening and rinsing effect of the alcohol, she finally swallowed the piece of jerky in a disheveled manner. Cough, cough, wah, you barbarian, you devil. Anya lay on the ground, coughing and crying while cursing. She felt a burning sensation in her esophagus and stomach, which was extremely uncomfortable. How are you feeling now? Don't you think that ordinary food can actually be quite delicious? Wu Liang squatted down and looked at her leisurely. Anya lifted her teary eyes. Looking at the hateful smile on the man's face, an unprecedented sense of humiliation and anger welled up in her heart. She has always been a princess, pampered and adored by everyone since childhood. She has never been treated like this before. I'll fight you to the death. Anya, with a sudden burst of strength from who knows where, leaped up from the ground. Like an enraged lioness cub, she lunged at Wu Liang with bared teeth and claws. However, her resistance seemed so pale and powerless in the face of Wu Liang. Wu Liang easily subdued her and pinned her against the wall once again. His actions were forceful and brutal, showing no mercy whatsoever. The after effects of the liquor began to rise, making Anya dizzy and her body feel hot. She could feel that the man behind her was like a volcano, radiating intense heat. Let me go, let me go. Her resistance grew weaker and weaker, and her voice took on a sob and a hint of allure that she herself was unaware of. Begging for mercy now? Too late. Wu Liang's breathing became heavy. The blonde wildcat's stubbornness completely ignited his desire to conquer. He wants to completely melt this iceberg. The door to the stone house was closed. Outside the door, the female soldier on guard listened to the fierce resistance and curses coming from inside. The crying and pleas for mercy gradually changed into a series of intermittent sobs, making me blush and my heart race. The storm inside the room didn't gradually subside until late at night. Anya curled up on the soft animal hide, her body feeling like it was falling apart, and she didn't have the strength to move a single finger. Her magnificent aristocratic gown was torn to shreds, her brilliant blonde hair was scattered in disarray, and her face was streaked with tears of humiliation. Her life has been completely turned upside down today. The barbarian leader dominated the entire day in the most brutal way. She felt like a broken doll, carelessly discarded in a corner. Wu Liang leaned against the wall, contentedly lit a homemade cigarette he had rolled himself, and took a deep drag. That's right, Wu Liang finally managed to grow tobacco, although the taste wasn't very good yet. But lighting one afterwards is better than being a living god. I finally got it. The process of conquering this S-class princess was even more exciting than he had imagined. Her stubbornness and resistance gave Wu Liang an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. The system notification arrived belatedly in my mind. Ding! Target Ania Merlin's willpower defenses are on the verge of collapse. Submission level plus 50%. Ding! Submission rate reached 60%. The target is experiencing confusion and a tendency to submit. Only 60%? Wu Liang was somewhat surprised. He thought that after that sudden storm, his bloodline should have responded. I never expected her willpower to be so strong. Even though her body had completely given in, her heart remained stubborn. Damn, this is the first time I've ever encountered this. Wu Liang couldn't help but curse. It seems we need to put in more effort. He stubbed out his cigarette and continued fighting. Let me go. Anya struggled weakly, her voice hoarse. Don't move. Wu Liang rested his chin on the top of her head and said softly, You're too cold. Let me warm you up. Anya was exhausted and sleepy, and her consciousness began to blur. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she was placed on the table next to her. They won't let me go. Anya Kroit. It'll be over soon, sweetie. The next morning, when Anya woke up again, she found herself lying in Wu Liang's arms. The sunlight streamed in through the window, and it was a bit too bright. The crazy memories of last night made her cheeks flush. She shifted her body, a look of pain appearing on her face. Woke up. Wu Liang's voice rang out. Anya froze, instinctively wanting to escape. But as soon as he moved, he was pressed back down by a strong arm. Sleep a little longer. Wu Liang hugged her even tighter. Your body is still very weak. His tone was gentle, a stark contrast to the brutal demon he had been the night before. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the first bloodline link with the S-rank high potential target, Ania Merlin, triggering the conquest reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the first stage of the mission. Conquer Anya Merlin. Task evaluation, perfect. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1. Double the stamina consumed by the host. Reward 2. Acquire double the target's racial talent. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Heart of Elements LV40. Reward 3. Learn the special skill Mana Source. Total mana increased by 100%. Mana regeneration speed increased by 200%. Reward 4. Unlock the new tech tree, Magic Tech Tree, level 1. It's here. Wu Liang was overjoyed. An indescribable surge of immense energy instantly entered his body. At this moment, Wu Liang felt as if he had become a vortex of energy. The various free-floating, invisible elements in the surrounding air seemed to cheer and rush toward him. The intensity of fire, the gentleness of water, the swiftness of wind, the weight of earth. He could clearly perceive them and even resonate with them in a way. This is the terrifying affinity brought by Elemental Heart LV40. The skill's source of magic further amplified the total amount of magic power within his body and its recovery speed to an astonishing degree. If the magic power within him before was just a small puddle, now it has become a surging lake. What excited him the most was unlocking the Magic Technology Tree. A pale blue technology tree interface, filled with mysterious runes, slowly unfolded in his mind. Magic Technology Tree, Level 1. Unlockable branches. 1. Basic runes and enchantments. Research and craft basic magic runes to add simple magical effects, such as sharpness, sturdiness, lightness, etc., to weapons and armor. 2. Elementary alchemy. Research and create elementary magical potions, such as healing potions, mana potions, mild berserk potions, etc. 3. Magical material science. Research and identify the properties and applications of basic magical materials, such as magic crystals, star iron, mithril, etc. 4. Magic apprentice meditation method. A systematic meditation method that can enhance the clan's perception of magical elements and select apprentices with magical talent. Looking at these brand new branches of technology, Wu Liang's heart couldn't help but race. Each of these branches represents a force powerful enough to change the world. Chapter 99, Have You Figured It Out? When Anya woke up again, her whole body felt sore and weak. She, a pampered noblewoman and daughter of the Lord of Ironclad Fortress, was actually killed by a barbarian. Anya's tears welled up in her eyes, and she bit her lip tightly. Woke up. Wu Liang's lazy voice carried a hint of mockery. Anya closed her eyes and pretended to be dead. If you keep pretending to be asleep, I won't mind waking you up in a more drastic way. Wu Liang's voice carried a threatening tone, while one of his hands wandered around restlessly. Anya shuddered, abruptly opened her eyes, and glared at him. You bastard. You devil. Well said, keep it up. Wu Liang wasn't angry. He gave her a big kiss on her puffed-up cheek. I love how energetic you are. It makes me feel really good. You. Anya was trembling with anger, yet there was nothing she could do. Wu Liang rolled out of bed, casually displaying his near-perfect physique. The muscles are well-defined and powerful, without an ounce of excess fat. He casually picked up a pair of linen trousers and put them on, then took a bowl of steaming meat porridge and a glass of water from the table next to him. Eat something. Wu Liang handed the bowl to Anya. Anya turned her head away. I won't eat. I'd rather starve to death than eat a single bite of your food. Yeah. Wu Liang smiled, scooped up a spoonful of porridge, and smacked his lips. Yes, Fugroya's cooking skills are getting better and better. This venison porridge is cooked to perfection. It's fragrant and sticky. It's a pity that some people don't get to enjoy this. The aroma of food forcefully wafted into Anya's nose. She hadn't eaten anything properly for over a day, and her stomach began to rumble uncontrollably. Her face flushed red, and she felt even more ashamed and indignant. She's quite tolerant. Wu Liang didn't force her and finished the bowl of porridge on his own. Ania, I advise you to eat something and conserve your energy, because you still have a lot to do next. I won't do anything for you. Anya gritted her teeth. That's not up to you. Wu Liang wiped his mouth and stood up. Put your clothes on, and I'll take you out for a walk so you can see what this so-called barbarian tribe is really like. He tossed me a clean set of clothes. The fabric was soft and breathable, and the style was strange, but it fit my body surprisingly well. Seeing Wu Liang's unwavering gaze, Anya finally put on her clothes. As Anya stepped out of the room, the glaring sunlight made her instinctively squint. When her eyes adjusted to the light and she could see everything clearly, she was completely stunned. Is this a savage tribe? When she was first brought here, she had time to examine her closely. Looking at it now, this so-called tribe is astonishing. The smooth stone-paved road is clean and tidy, and rows of brand-new brick and stone houses line both sides of the road. Every house has large, clear, and flawless panes of glass in its windows. In the sunlight, the glass shimmered with a dazzling light. In the Roland Empire, only a few buildings owned by nobles could afford to use such large panes of glass. Moreover, it was murky and turbid, far from the clear water before my eyes. On the streets, tribal women come and go, dressed in all sorts of brightly colored clothes, their faces beaming with confident and energetic smiles. Some of them pushed strange wheelbarrows, easily transporting heavy goods. Some people use a lever device to easily draw water next to a well by the roadside. In the distance, the outline of the tall city wall is clearly visible. There were also patrolling soldiers above, their armor gleaming coldly in the sunlight, and the weapons they carried were of a type she had never seen before. The streets were clean and tidy, and the air was fresh. It wasn't as polluted as I had imagined. So, does my tribe meet your standards, Miss Noble? Wu Yang spoke up with a smile from his side. Anya opened her mouth, but didn't speak, but subconsciously nodded. This is no barbarian tribe. It is clearly a rapidly developing and vibrant city-state. In some places, it was even more advanced than the Iron Edge fortress that her father governed, and even more advanced than some of the imperial cities she had visited. Wu Yang led her forward. They passed by the military workshop, where the sounds of hammering and clanging filled the air. Anya saw the women busy forging red-hot iron blocks into shape. As I passed by the weaving workshop, I saw women busy at their looms, weaving out beautiful pieces of cloth. On the other side, some women were queuing up to receive a fine white powder. What is that? Anya couldn't help but ask. Salt, Wu Yang said calmly. Salt. Anya's eyes widened. Impossible. How could salt be a white powder? The Empire's refined salt always contains pale, yellow crystals. That's because your purification technology is too outdated. Wu Yang curled his lip. In our area, that kind of salt is only used to feed livestock. Anya felt incredulous. Next, Wu Yang led her to a separate courtyard, which was filled with various flowers and plants. This is where I live. Wu Yang pushed open a door. A plump woman with a gentle face is hanging clothes out to dry in the yard. Upon seeing Wu Yang, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Chief, you're back. It's Fugroya. Wu Yang nodded, then pointed at Anya and said, prepare a change of clothes for her and fill a tub with hot water so she can take a good bath. Use the freshly made soap. Yes, Chief. Fugroya glanced at Anya and greeted her with a smile. Come with me, sister. Soon, hot water and soap were brought to the bathroom. That soap is great. It has a light, pleasant scent, lathers well, and easily washes away all dirt and grease. She sat in the bathtub, hugged her knees, and burst into tears. All the tears of grievance mingled with the steam. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Yang pushed open the door and walked in. Anya huddled in the water like a startled rabbit, shielding herself with her arms. Have you figured it out? Wu Yang casually closed the door. Anya bit her lower lip and remained silent. It seems he hasn't figured it out yet. Wu Yang wasn't in a hurry. It's all right. I'll show you what real magical talent is first. As he spoke, he extended his right hand, palm up. Anya looked at him with a puzzled expression, wondering what trick Wu Yang was up to now. Wu Yang closed his eyes and concentrated. With the dual blessing of the heart of elements and the source of magic, he could clearly see countless colorful specks of light floating in the air around him. These are the magical elements that form the foundation of the world. With a thought, the red fire elemental jubilantly converged into his palm. Puff! A bright fireball the size of a fist appeared out of thin air in Wu Yang's palm. It was burning fiercely, radiating astonishing heat and turning the entire room a bright red. Anya's eyes widened instantly, and her mouth involuntarily opened. Fireball spell! She screamed, her voice distorted. This is impossible. How could you possibly do this? You didn't even chant any spells. Chapter 100 Steam Engine, Ignition. In the Roland Empire, Fireball is the introductory spell for magic apprentices. Even the most talented apprentices need at least a month of meditation to sense the fire element. Then, through tedious incantations and gestures, one can barely conjure a flame the size of a ping-pong ball. But someone like Wu Yang can do it instantly, without using any spells. How is that even possible? Even a grand magus wouldn't be able to do that, right? Moreover, in the Roland Empire, magicians are noble and mysterious beings, each holding a revered status. She never imagined that this barbarian chieftain was actually a magician. This is just the most basic magic trick. With a flick of his wrist, Wu Yang extinguished the fireball in his palm instantly, demonstrating his extremely precise control over magic. Looking at Anya's distraught state, he said calmly, Now, do you still think you have the right to negotiate with me? Anya shook her head absently, muttering to herself, You're a monster. I don't care who I am. Wu Liang walked up to her and looked down at her. Ania, your talent far surpasses mine. With just a little guidance, your potential is limitless. He walked to the tub, squatted down, and looked directly into Anya's eyes. Now, I'm giving you a choice. Wu Liang's voice was full of allure. Submit to me and do my work. I will unearth all the knowledge about magic in your mind and teach you how to truly control that power. I will make you the most powerful magician in the world. I will establish a magic school, and you will serve as its principal. You will be responsible for selecting children with magical potential in my tribe, teaching them, and building a magical legion of my own. Imagine Anya. You will be a magic mentor revered by thousands, a powerful figure who wields lightning and fire. Doesn't this future excite you? Anya stared blankly at Wu Liang, surprised that this man would say such a thing to her. Strongest, magic mentor, magic legion. These words, like heavy bombs, exploded in her mind. She looked at Wu Liang with an extremely complicated expression. After a long silence, she finally spoke softly. What should I do? Wu Liang smiled. It's very simple. He reached out and gently lifted Anya's chin. The first step is to develop a testing program for me that can effectively screen out magic apprentices. For the next period of time, under Wu Liang's careful guidance and relentless pursuit, Anya became completely attached to him. There is no other reason. This man is truly amazing. She stopped threatening suicide and became compliant and clingy. Wu Liang was very satisfied with this change. He gave Anya a clean, independent house, fully equipped with all her necessities and paper and pens. Anya devoted herself wholeheartedly to developing a selection process for magic apprentices. She locked herself in her room and wrote and drew tirelessly without sleep. 3 days later, a detailed plan was placed on Wu Liang's desk. Not bad. Wu Liang flipped through the Roland Empire text on the paper and nodded. The plan consists of 3 steps. The first step is the preliminary selection. Everyone is allowed to touch a crystal containing a faint magical power. Those who can make the crystal glow are considered talented and will advance to the next round. The second step is to select multiple candidates. The test assesses the participants' affinity for different elements. By using monster cores with different attributes, observe which element they can attract and assess their affinity level. The third step is the final selection. The interviews were conducted personally by Wu Liang and Anya, who assessed the candidate's character, comprehension, and other comprehensive qualities. The idea is good, but there are 2 problems. Wu Liang pointed to the plan and said, First, we don't have any crystals that contain magic. Secondly, there are no monster cores either. Although there are magical beasts in the Great Wilderness Mountain, they are concentrated in the direction closer to the elves and orcs. The Great Wilderness Mountain and the other side have always kept to themselves, never interacting with each other until death. The people of the Great Wilderness Mountain tribe would not easily approach that area. Too dangerous. So the current situation is that we don't have this or that. Anya's face fell. Then what do we do? If you don't have one, then make one. Wu Liang's answer was simple and blunt. He looked at Anya. I will teach you a basic rune enchanting technique, allowing you to infuse your own magic into ordinary quartz crystals to create magic testing crystals. As for the monster cores, Wu Liang's lips curled into a smile. Akoman should also take the Black Rock Army out for some training. I will have her lead a group deep into the Great Wilderness Mountains to hunt down powerful magical beasts that possess crystal cores. Anya was stunned. Crafting magical items? Specializing in hunting high-level magical beasts? This man said all this as if it were child's play, too easily. Ignoring her thoughts, Wu Liang guided Anya through her first enchantment. Wu Liang had her sit cross-legged and use a special meditation method to sense and guide the magical power within her body. Anya quickly got into the zone. Magical elements danced merrily around her body and rushed into her. Her total magical power is increasing at an alarming rate. Concentrate your mind, extract the fire element, and imprint it onto this crystal according to the rune circuit I taught you. Wu Liang's voice echoed in Anya's mind like a spell. Anya took a deep breath and carefully manipulated a wisp of fiery red magic. Like an invisible carving knife, it slowly cuts across a piece of transparent quartz crystal in front of me. The process was difficult. She was covered in sweat, her face was pale, and she almost failed several times due to her magic going out of control. When the last stroke was completed, the ordinary quartz crystal suddenly lit up with a red light, and the temperature in the entire room seemed to rise a few degrees. It's a success. Anya collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, but her face was filled with excitement and joy. How are you feeling? Wu Liang pulled her up from the ground and handed her a cup of warm water. I feel like I'm about to collapse, but I'm also so excited. Anya was overjoyed. This is just the beginning. Wu Liang looked at her. You'll be considered qualified for the first stage of training when you can manufacture 100 of these crystals in one go. Anya stuck out her tongue, but there was no fear in her eyes, only enthusiasm. According to Wu Yang's plan, everything is progressing steadily. Anya continued to create magic crystals. Her enchanting skills became more and more proficient, and her control over magic became more and more precise. Meanwhile, Akoman led a hunting party of 1,000 elite warriors to that area rarely visited by people. The magical beasts there possessed the ability to manipulate magic, making them far more powerful than ordinary ferocious beasts. The battle to defeat the monsters was exceptionally fierce, but fortunately, the Black Rock army was well-equipped and strong. Although they lost some manpower, they also gained a lot. Batch after batch of precious magical beast cores, along with various rare magical materials, were continuously transported back to the tribe. At the same time, another great project that was enough to change the face of the entire tribe also ushered in a historic breakthrough. Inside the forging workshop of the military factory, the atmosphere was very tense. All eyes were focused on the enormous steel monster in the center of the workshop. This is a huge boiler connected by complex copper pipes and a peculiar piston rod structure, and it looks extremely bulky. This is the first steam engine that Suena led the top craftsman in the entire military workshop to build, after several months and countless failures, according to Wu Yang's blueprints. Have all the connections been checked? Are you sure the seals are tight? Suena's expression was solemn, her eyes fixed on the steam engine. No problem. I've checked it 3 times. Absolutely no problem. The craftsman Ula answered loudly from his side. Good. Suena took a deep breath and looked at Wu Yang standing to the side, her eyes filled with nervous anticipation. Let's begin. Wu Yang nodded to her. Light the fire. Add coal. Chapter 101, The Great Exploration Plan. Suena suddenly waved her hand and gave the order. The female warriors, who were already prepared, immediately began shoveling baskets of the highest quality anthracite into the combustion chamber beneath the boiler. Flames roared up and licked the bottom of the boiler. The water in the boiler began to heat up, making a gurgling sound. The temperature in the workshop rose sharply, and everyone was drenched in sweat, but no one left. Time passed by second. The pressure gauge above the boiler began to climb slowly but steadily. When the pointer pointed to a red danger zone, the entire boiler began to tremble slightly. The earth shook and rumbled, and the boiler was like a steel behemoth about to awaken. That's enough pressure, Suena shouted. Open the valve. A daring craftsman, using all his strength, turned the huge valve connecting the boiler and the piston. Laugh! A stream of white, high-pressure steam, like an angry dragon emerging from the sea, suddenly rushed into the cylinder. Clang! The massive piston was pushed, driving the heavy connecting rod and flywheel. But after a loud bang, it actually stopped. The workshop was deathly silent. It failed. Suena's face turned deathly pale instantly. Just when everyone was disheartened. Clang! 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 The heavy flywheel, under the influence of inertia, drove the piston to complete its second reciprocating motion. Immediately afterwards, steam rushed in again. The flywheel rotates faster and faster, and more smoothly. Clang! 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 The rhythmic roar echoed throughout the entire military workshop. It was a success. It worked. It moved. It really moved. Someone shouted first, and the entire workshop instantly erupted in thunderous cheers. Suena watched the spinning flywheels and cheered excitedly. She turned around abruptly, grabbed Wu Liang beside her, and kissed him hard on the cheek. Wu Liang, we did it. We really built it. Wu Liang responded fiercely to her, then burst into laughter. He patted Suena on the back and announced loudly. That's right. We succeeded. From this day forward, our Black Rock tribe officially enters the steam age. He stared at the roaring steam engine, his eyes shining with an astonishing intensity. This is just the beginning. With it, you will have a continuous source of power. Steam hammer, steam machine tool, steam train, steam warship. A magnificent industrial era is about to begin. Suena. Wu Yang looked at the excited woman in his arms. Although we have completed the prototype test of the steam engine, don't be too happy yet. I have prepared the next project for you. What project? Suena said with great pride. Tell me, even if you asked me to build the moon right now, I'd build it for you. Wu Yang smiled and pointed to a huge granite anvil next to him. I want you to use the steam engine to build a steam forging press. Yes, leave it to me. The roar of the steam engine officially ushered in the Industrial Revolution in the Great Wilderness Mountains. After countless trials, modifications, and optimizations, the military workshop quickly began a new round of expansion and upgrades, with the first steam engine at its core. After Wu Liang issued the task last time, with boundless enthusiasm, Suena led her team of craftsmen into the manufacture of the steam forging press. With a powerful steam engine, Many processes that could only be completed by human labor in the past have now become easy. Huge iron ingots were easily lifted by steam cranes, and high-precision parts were machined on simple steam machine tools. 3 months later, the first simple steam forging press was completed. The massive iron hammer, weighing several tons, roared down with a deafening thud, driven by steam. A half-meter-thick granite block was instantly smashed into countless fragments, and the entire military workshop erupted in cheers. She's so incredibly strong. Suina's eyes were filled with infatuation. Very good, Suina. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Wu Yang expressed his satisfaction and appreciation. With it, we can forge larger and stronger components. Whether it's manufacturing weapons or armor, it will be much easier. Of course, if we want to manufacture more sophisticated machines, that will no longer be a problem. However, the success of the steam engine also led to the emergence of the next bottleneck in its development. Resource. Whether it's iron smelting, copper smelting, or the manufacture of cement and glass, all require the consumption of massive amounts of minerals. The advent of the steam engine further increased this consumption exponentially. Just maintaining the operation of a few steam engines required a huge amount of coal every day. The coal mines in Blackwind Valley and the iron mines around the tribe need to be exploited more extensively. Moreover, other mineral resources also need to be explored and put on the agenda. That evening, he convened a meeting of all the core members of the tribe. Our development is very fast, which is a good thing, but our resource extraction must keep up. Wu Yang got straight to the point, pointing to the huge, newly drawn map of the desolate mountains on the wall, based on information gathered by scouts. This land beneath our feet still holds countless treasures. Iron, copper, coal, tin, lead, zinc. There are even rare materials like gold, silver, mithril, and star iron, which are the foundation for our tribe's future strength. Starting tomorrow, the tribe will launch a major exploration program. Wu Yang's gaze swept over everyone present. Salon, exist. Salon immediately stood up, her posture upright. I order you to expand the scout battalion to 500 men. Your mission is to delve into every corner of the great wilderness mountain and find all the valuable mineral veins for me. Wu Yang handed her a thick stack of blueprints. This contains my drawing of common or maps and basic geological exploration knowledge. Make sure all the scouts memorize this. I need you to be my eyes to find more resources for the tribe. Yes, sir. Mission accomplished. Salon answered in response. Akoman, I am here. Ackman stepped forward. I will give you 1,000 of the best equipped soldiers to form an exploration escort team. Your mission is to protect the scout camp and eliminate any magical beasts or dangers that dare to stand in our way. At the same time, once a large mineral vein is discovered, an outpost should be established on site immediately, and manpower should be organized to carry out preliminary mining. Clear. Akoman